Chapter 461 Battle in the Underground Palace. I ask you. Oh, let me ask you. The first voice was the former Demon King at the core of this silent storm. The only one who dared to answer at this time was that man. She stared at someone with fierce eyes and asked, "Why are you always thinking about this kind of thing?" "What kind?" "Oh, you're talking about this." Lin pointed to the stitched corpse still kneeling on the ground. "In my hometown, there are too many lies. So I believe at most 3 points of what others say. The other 3 points are to think about what others haven't said. And the other 3 points are to think about the reasonableness and contradictions. The rest is to bet that the other party is not a very clever liar. When I first met you, I had feelings for you. I'm going to study the history after the death. The records during the period are actually quite confusing. And there are quite a lot of contradictions. But that's why I didn't particularly study the reasons behind it. During that time, I just wanted to find out if you had any taboos. I didn't want to end up on the street because I offended you. This was actually the reason why I mentioned this casually when I heard him talk about it today. With your intelligence, it's not difficult to deduce things, as long as you think about it more. I used to think too much, and it was too tiring. This time around, I want to be more relaxed and not think about those annoying things. Besides, you are already worried about the things you should be worried about. I want to be more pessimistic. Looking at the world with such eyes makes me feel tired just thinking about it. After all, is it my fault? It's a pity that I still dare not ask this question. And someone who thought he had figured out what the former Demon King was thinking decided to add fuel to the flames and said, "Actually, you haven't made a killing move until now. Which shows that on your emotional side, you are willing to believe him. So why not give him a chance to prove himself and gain your trust again?" The 3-person small theater has been performing for a long time. And the extras nearby are not willing to just watch the show without participating. For the elders of the Han Society, their initial hope was to use this stitched corpse from 1,000 years ago as a vanguard to defeat the invading enemies. The main reason is that among the enemies, there is a great magician who is rumored to be the Demon King Tikal. Everyone was originally doubtful about the identity of the Demon King, but there was no doubt about the qualifications of the great magician. Even if the opponent's beauty makes it easy for people to overlook her strength. The certification of the Magician Association, from the Shijia District branch to this place far away from the Southwest Peninsula. No local association can peel off one of the opponent's golden ears. The line is proof of strength. And the strongest fighting force under his command knelt down directly in front of the opponent. How could he still play? The elders of Han Church looked at each other. This situation has actually been discussed for a long time. And there are plans to deal with it. This glance made them understand that it was time to come up with the results of the original discussion. A group of men in black robes, who were originally guarding the giant coffin, first knelt down and praised. "Great! Great! The King of Darkness! I am willing to follow my lord. Serve by your side. Rebuild the Dark Army. And rule the world again." The elders started. And the original core members of the Han Society also praised and half knelt on the ground. As for the new members, some saw the arrival of the true master of the Dark Legion and knelt down excitedly in praise, but some were quite dissatisfied with the addition of a woman above their heads. But because of the attitude of the people around them, they had no choice but to pretend to have the same attitude. As for the reason why the elders knelt down, it was also very simple. First, stabilize the person and offer him a sacrifice. Then there would be plenty of time to prepare the matter later. Just like the sealed giant Rockhand. He didn't become their thug in the end. Maybe after mastering the Demon King, they can act more boldly. You shouldn't just be satisfied with the status of a city lord. Maybe you should try to become a king, or even an emperor. Although they were in different camps. Seeing everyone on the other side kneel down, the leaders of the attacking organization were a little at a loss. They don't know how to deal with this kind of thing. Are you going to kneel down? If you miss the opportunity, will you deal with it? If we kneel together, how will our status be calculated? Stone. His Majesty. Although his voice was still cold, it could be heard that the Lord Demon King's mood had eased a lot. The leaders of the organization, who had followed her into the Han Society, also knelt on the ground. At the same time, both sides raised their ears, waiting for the Lord's imperial decree. Of course, not everyone knelt down. Lin still stood upright. 2 apprentices, for silver-bearded dwarves, and Yuzab Gantia and his comrades were also standing. From the beginning, these people did not come here with the intention of defecting to the Demon King's forces. Or they were very familiar with them. They had no reason to kneel down. Of course, everyone's reaction was in Fin's eyes. She raised her lips slightly, smiling for the first time since the battle began, and said, "Stone, if you want to show your loyalty to me, then kill all the people in the Han society. Let us go and see their faces. They are no different from those annoying guys in my life. Such people are not worth trusting, and they are not worth living. Whether you can regain my trust depends on your performance. I obey your wishes, Your Majesty." With the twists and turns one after another, everyone no longer knew what expressions to make. Then pushed aside the person kneeling next to her, and used shape to shape a high-back chair from the mound of earth. She sat on a high-back chair as if waiting for a good show, raised her long legs that were inadvertently exposed from the magician's robe, and supported her jade-like chin with her hands. Stone Hand, the first sutured corpse created by Finny Tikal himself, the commander of the giant rock guards, who had never been replaced by the Dark Army, stood up with an aura that no one in the Han Society had ever seen before. He turned around slowly, walked with a limp, and his eyes were as calm as a statue without emotion. The body that was supposed to be a dead body began to flow with body fluids and made a terrifying rumbling sound. The most extreme form of the warrior profession is that one can control one's own blood and form a unique attack method. Even the gods will be injured if they get hit at close range. And using the body of an undead to use skills that can only be mastered by living people is the reason why Big Rock Han can firmly occupy the second position under the Demon King. Among the Han and Hui people who also stood up, some showed expressions of despair, while others were extremely angry. They never thought that the person they relied on the most could become their enemy. But it happened right before their eyes. As the stitched corpse stepped forward step by step, the great elder of the Han and society shouted angrily, "Are you sure you want to be our enemy? Have you forgotten our kindness in rescuing you from the ground? Han!" As soon as everyone heard this, they understood that this was the true origin of the Han and society, and not just some descendants of Hanan. However, the person in question did not answer. He could only resolutely carry out the orders of his true master. This is different from the situation where the Lich controls the undead creation. With consciousness, he is free and has no restraints. He just chooses to obey the Lich's orders unconditionally. The speed of his movement is getting faster and faster. But for Han and Hui, who dug out the sutured corpse from the tomb and repaired the missing parts of the body, how could he not leave behind a backup plan on his body? Maybe spellcasters study anti-magic, but that doesn't mean they can't use magic, especially when used with anti-magic spells. It is not too difficult to destroy an undead creation. Although he is reluctant to give up, he will not be able to continue to carry the banner of Big Rock Han in the future. But now they can be considered to have settled down. Although such a degree of change is hard on their muscles and bones, it is not unbearable. So as soon as several elders made eye contact, they decided to stitch up the corpse. They all chanted the incantation that triggered the spell. Just before it was activated, something suddenly changed. Stone Hand twisted off his right arm and broke the arm bone, leaving only a small half of the bone protruding from the broken arm. Only then did the spell sigil come into play from the severed right arm, turning the right hand back into a simple corpse piece, which quickly rotted instinct, but had no effect on the entire sutured corpse. At the same time, Stone Hand, who was approaching the crowd, picked up his rotten arm and smashed it into the crowd. When the first person's brain was smashed out, it was like a signal to start a war, and everyone started to move. Many of the people who would join the Han in society are just pursuing the title of Captain of the Guards of the Dark Legion, which is unknown whether it is true or false. Maybe they had seen this stitched corpse when they became official members, but not many people had seen his combat power with their own eyes. Therefore, most people did not think that they would be the loser due to the huge disparity in numbers between the two sides. So they bravely faced the undead, who wanted to kill them all. A small number of people bypassed the narrow area in the fierce battle and attacked the enemies gathered in front of the block staircase, intending to annihilate all the enemies who invaded. Such an action, of course, made it impossible for those who followed Lin Huffin to stay away. Inaction or surrender at this time will not prevent the other party from killing. The only way to survive is to resist. But the original strongest combat power, the magician with the ship-cutting knife, did not fight on the front line again. He asked 2 girls and 4 dwarves to stand in front of him, while he used the magic to detect the terrain of the maze. When Lin first saw the size of the sarcophagus, he didn't think it could be carried through the stairs they just came down from. So there must be other entrances and exits to this underground palace. To find the entrance and exit, we don't want to escape, but to stop anyone in the Han in society who wants to escape. Maybe at the beginning of the war. The outcome is not clear yet, and no one will want to escape. But Lin didn't think that with the Lich around, the group of people opposite would have any chance. The worst case scenario is that everyone here is dead. Except for the Lich, who cannot be killed. Oh! Maybe before that, I will use Flash to escape. But as long as the situation of victory and defeat gradually emerges, there will definitely be people on the opposite side who are afraid of death and want to run away. Their best choice is to use other entrances and exits besides the stairs behind them, since the other party cooperates very well to seal everyone in this limited space. For someone, this is a dream situation. If I let a few more people go, I would be really sorry for their intentions. Therefore, Lin must find the entrance and exit hidden by the Han and Hui people before that, and then find a way to block it. Chapter 462 Dispelling Magic. In the ultrasonic imaging diagram of the underground palace structure, in addition to the stairwell leading to the first floor of Sansuchi Palace, Lin also discovered 2 locations where the walls were weak and were suspected to be the entrances and exits of secret passages. Both places were as narrow as the steps, and it was impossible to pass through the sarcophagus in which the sutured body lay, especially on one of the walls facing the sea. There is nothing behind the secret door, but there is some kind of substance that is denser than air but less dense than stone. Someone maliciously guessed that it might be seawater. The original family of Sansuchi Palace used this trap to perish together with their enemies. I just don't know why they didn't use such a mechanism when they were killed by Han and Hui. Another secret passage is most likely the one mentioned by Yuzal Gantia, which he used to sneak into Sansuchi Palace from outside the city. For today's battle, people were sent to guard the exit of the secret passage outside the city. But it seems that not even the people in the Han society know the secret of that secret passage. The passage through which they transported the sarcophagus was not considered a secret passage, because there was no door that needed to be opened and closed on this side of the underground palace. That passage is right behind the Han and Hui camp. It is covered by a rock wall, and is located in a blind spot of one's sight. All these judgments were completed almost in the blink of an eye, in addition to the convenience brought by the highly mature program. Lin's thoughts moved very quickly when he turned on the starry sky again. It feels like when you are solving a math problem by yourself. You know the answer as soon as you see the question, without having to think about the process or apply formulas. This feeling can make people intoxicated and addictive. After obtaining the enemy's possible retreat route, of course another question will arise, which is how to stop the opponent. Earthquake? It directly destroyed the passage, and then buried himself alive along the way. Great. Veto. Kill yourself and block the road. People use the tactic of surrounding 3 buildings to leave a hope of escape, and to destroy the enemy's determination to fight to the death. And when you are stuck on the only way to survive, you can imagine what kind of storm you will face. So what's the best thing to do? Feeling the weight of the ship-cutting sword behind his back, a plan quickly formed in his mind. After confirming the position again, Lin gave Lich a wink. Of course Fin noticed what someone was doing, and she could also understand the form structure diagram of the underground palace, so she can figure out what someone might want to do by using her brain a little bit. The 2 narrow passages with secret doors, if separated by a battle line, were actually behind her, so Fin could easily take care of both. But in order not to let anyone escape, the door on the other side of the battle line was the key, and the man took action decisively. Lin took off the ship-cutting knife from his back and replaced it with a new energy-supplying magic stone, just to be on the safe side. The saw chain started running again, making a subtle buzzing sound again. Unlike the first-generation ship-cutting knife designed by himself, Fin's improved version has no unnecessary vibration, and has a better balance of weight distribution. Using an apprentice-level first-level magic jump, Lin bent his knees and jumped up directly, crossing his own front line in the melee and heading towards the enemy. When that line is crossed, someone in the air is certainly a good target for the enemy. Unfortunately, ordinary arrows and long-range weapons cannot break through the protection of the wind barrier magic cast by formal magicians. Even though it is only an apprentice-level magic, Lin, who was in the air, cast another apprentice-level 3-ring magic on himself, gravity change, and his whole body fell towards the ground with an unimaginable acceleration. The powerful impact allowed him to crush the 2 unlucky guys who were being used as cushions, while simultaneously shaking away the enemies around him. But even with a cushion, body functions cannot avoid being negatively affected. Knowing that this was a life-or-death moment, and that there was no time for his body to fully recover, Lin relied on program data to correct his somewhat abnormal senses. Even though his body was still swaying, he still swung the ship-cutting sword in a wide circle, slashing a few weak people who had no time to retreat, and at the same time forced back the enemies who were coming towards him. Without taking a breath, Lin rushed out from the center of the large circle paved with blood and corpses. The ship-cutting knife opens and sweeps. At the same time, spells from the demon breaker to dispel magic were thrown at him, as if they were free of money. The auxiliary magic he had cast on himself before the war was dispelled without any surprise. Also dispelled was the bright light spell Lin had cast for lighting at the beginning. But this situation had been expected for a long time. He exerted force with his waist and legs, and the ship-cutting knife held in both hands still swept past without any hindrance. And a shower of hot blood was sprinkled on the faces and bodies of the people around him. The men and horses on Han and Hui's side had long been prepared to fight in the pitch-black darkness. So when they returned to the dark environment, they immediately use all the props that can give dark vision, or magic potions with the same effect. This did allow the attacking side to be caught off guard on the most intense battlefront, and the front line almost collapsed. It was only thanks to the support of 2 magic apprentices, for silver-bearded dwarves, and the good hands of Yuzov Gantia, that they survived the first wave of impact. But all of this was of no use to the 2 people who actually caused a large number of casualties in Hanhui. Stitching a corpse actually does not mean seeing things with eyes. Eyes are just one of the organs through which he thinks that he can see. But even if his senses are completely blinded, Stonehan still has his own way to continue fighting. The predicament before him, if not the most trivial one, was definitely not one that had troubled him since he had been conscious. Not to mention someone, maybe in the melee, he couldn't find a gap to cast auxiliary magic for himself. But reopening the starry sky is just a thought for him. His eyes didn't even blink. As soon as the bright light spell was dispelled, the star map next to him expanded again. The ship-cutting knife in his hand and the saw chain were still running, cutting all the bones, flesh, armor, and weapons it touched. The good balance of the new version of the ship-cutting sword allows Lin to use it freely even without the blessing of magic. Under the starry sky in his hometown, he felt as if he had divine help, and all his actions and changes were as expected. To him, the battlefield is not like the front line of life and death, but like a familiar place that he has been to countless times. The demon breakers of the Han and society refused to give up and once again dispersed Lin's starry sky map. Even though that only brings a tiny amount of light, they want a completely lightless environment, regardless of most of the new members of the Han and society. Even with the blessing of props and potions, they may be able to see objects and move, but after all they are not used to it. It is this gap between habits and unaccustomedness that makes their strength decline. If the combat power was lowered and the people were dealing with a group of panicked blind men, then most people in the Han society would not object. But when fighting in such an unfamiliar environment, against an opponent that even if one's eyes are open and everything is clearly visible, one may not be able to defeat him. Some people have doubts, questioning whether the demon breakers were not careful enough to dispel a magician's magic, including the magic weapon in his hand. It was still running smoothly, constantly taking the lives of his comrades. In fact, the devil breakers are in trouble. There are basically 3 ways to deal with magicians. The first is to dispel magic effects. For me, the mainstream of magician combat is to equip oneself with auxiliary magic, and then use a hammer to break the enemy's bones inch by inch. If the effects of auxiliary magic were dispelled, most magicians would be at the mercy of others. Therefore, with just one trick, the demon breakers can defeat more than 90% of the magicians in the land. But the person in front of me doesn't seem to be so easy to deal with. The second direction is to make the power in the environment violent and difficult to use. Those who cast spells forcibly will face a serious risk of magical backlash. But a clever magician with strong control can still use magic in such an environment. The third legendary method is to make the environment completely devoid of any kind of power to achieve a true forbidden magic. If this method were used in other fantasy novels, it might be a killer move, but in Mysteryland, it is completely impossible to do. No reason. Just because the 8 powers of the Lost Land correspond to 8 gods with powerful divine power sequences, and are not magic energy in the general sense. Try setting up a barrier, or use any method to tell the gods that you are not allowed to come in here. And 8 are prohibited at a time. What will happen? The result will definitely be that a magician will kill this guy with no eyesight or ability with one finger. The 8 gods representing power are all the kind of fierce gods who go to the abyss to walk around the streets and dare to shout to the demon lords, "I will fight 10 of them." It is said that a magician cannot go to the extreme because he will touch this limit that should not be touched. This situation has caused another phenomenon. For magic props that use power to operate, the demon breakers have no way to treat them as magic effects and dispel them. This is also the reason why the ship-cutting sword is still tearing apart everyone's flesh and blood. Of course, they cannot prohibit the magician from casting spells again, as the brain circuit is different from the traditional thinking of magicians in Lost Land. Lin's tactical design has never revolved around its set of auxiliary magic. He has a set of rules for dealing with various situations. Not to mention that he is now at home on the battlefield. After several confrontations, he could even realize that even if his opponent could see in the dark, his flexibility was not as good as usual, and his coordination to support each other on the battlefield was far from sufficient. This discovery allowed him to take advantage of this opportunity and push forward forcefully towards his intended destination. Perhaps all of this changes so quickly that people have no time to react. Maybe it's because someone kills so efficiently that they don't even have time to scare anyone. After defeating the enemy, Lin turned around and ran directly towards the deserted passageway. At this time, the elders of Han and Church realized what someone's goal was. Did he want to escape alone? The people of Han and Hui asked themselves this. During this moment of hesitation, Lin took the ship-cutting knife and started slashing at the stone wall and patio at the entrance of the passage. The location of the cut was carefully calculated, creating an artificial partial collapse that semi-closed the road leaving the underground palace. Maybe with some manpower, a way can be cleared, but only if they are not in a fighting state. The enemy will not be kind enough to wait for you to clear away the stones without taking any action. So someone's behavior made everyone in the Han and society go crazy. Chapter 463 Killing. Everyone thinks that he is the protagonist on the stage of life. But without anyone, the world would still function. Everyone thinks he is a chess player in the chess game. In fact, it is only when you are eaten that you realize that you are just a pawn. Everyone feels like the hunter in the encounter. Always when there is no way to escape. Fong is shocked to realize that he is the prey. It wasn't until the magician sealed the last passage that the elders of the Han and society realized that they were actually the ones who fell into the trap. In a battle that was originally a sure chance of victory, because of a dead person and a living person, the whole situation was completely different. The Han and society's command system was first in disarray. Whether they want to attack the leaders of the organizations in Storm Bay that challenged them, or they want to resist the legendary figure who established the organization in his name, but then betrayed them, or they want to hunt down the person who cut off everyone's escape route. Magician. Especially in the darkness, with only a faint light. Even if the people of the Han and society have prepared night vision props and potions, it does not mean that they can grasp everything that happens in the underground palace. In addition, they are not an army. They are street gangsters at most. At best, they are gangsters with very high skills. No matter how high their skills are, they cannot change the shortcomings of their own doings. When the anger of being cut off from their retreat subsided, and the disparity in numbers between the enemy and ourselves was no longer a reason to despise each other, the people of Han and Hui finally understood their situation. But they were unable to change it all. The front line that besieged the leaders of various organizations in Storm Bay can be said to be the best part of the situation. However, with Yuzov Ganch's manpower and 4 silver-bearded dwarves as the backbone, the 2 magic apprentices put out fires everywhere. Although it was inevitable that their comrades would be injured, they also maintained this front. The reason why Hanan would not be able to invest more manpower in this line and form a stronger oppression was, of course, the stitched corpses and magicians who entered their midst. As the core members of the Han and society, they have watched the Battle of Hanan on the rock more than once, and their blood boiled every time they watched it. You can hurt people with your fists, and you can hurt people with broken bones if your claws are not sharp enough. You still have teeth if your arms are not strong enough. You still have legs. Stitched Corpse completely uses the method of exchanging injuries for injuries, punching to the flesh until the opponent is knocked down. Anyway, he was originally the deceased. Wherever the body was broken, parts would be replaced. The reason why the damage rate is so high is because these body parts are not the body he had in the Dark Ages and heyday. It is said that it is the relic of the old god, a body pieced together from the body of the god. At that time, Giant Rock Han's fighting power was enough to kill a god. It's not that the people of the Han and society can't dig up the strong man's body and replace the broken limbs of the stitched corpse, but they don't dare. Originally made with ordinary human body parts, this stitched corpse could kill a monster alone, and a group of them would find it difficult to encircle and suppress the monsters. They were more afraid of the stitched corpse losing control than the enemy. After all, they couldn't trust an undead who had survived the Dark Ages. That worry has come true now. When Big Rock had attacked them with the same ferocity, and even used techniques he had never seen him use before, the people of Han Hui collapsed. The exposed broken bones of the broken arm were always accurately inserted into the fatal vital points. If struck by his palm, bumped by his shoulder, or leaned against, the person being attacked will feel as if he is beginning to boil internally, first becoming massively dehydrated and then melting. And the process is quite slow and painful. At first, the people who confronted him didn't take it seriously. But as one victim after another appeared and joined the Han in society, this group of people who did all kinds of evil became afraid. If there is still some hope to be found in him, that is, this stitched corpse is not indestructible. As long as you can attack from his blind spot, you can always get some results. That weapon, which was so huge that the word despair could be written on it, became an insurmountable chasm around the magician who was not wearing any armor. The elders of Han En Church did not rely on their age and blood connections to achieve their current status. They are also ruthless people who are killed from the mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Especially those magicians who think highly of themselves. Usually when encountering such an opponent, simply dispelling the magic on the opponent is enough to make them panic enough to make all kinds of wrong actions, and eventually die at their hands. When had they ever encountered a magician like the one in front of them? Without the auxiliary magic, he can still dare to fight with his physical strength, and it dispelled all the magic effects on this magician. Not only the auxiliary magic, but also the defensive magic, including the wind barrier that can deflect the trajectory of long-range weapons. A group of warriors who knew how to use bows and arrows gathered in the shortest possible time and fired a volley of arrows. In the dim light, only the whistling sound was heard, but no arrow feathers were seen. It should have been more deadly. But the magician who was supposed to be hit by the arrow did not stop his killing pace as if nothing had happened. Even if you can't escape with your life using flash, there is still a way to make the threat disappear. The extra-dimensional banishment technique is what someone truly relies on to save his life. It's just that not many people can see it. In the eyes of others, they would only regard the arrows that should have been shot at him, but disappeared for no reason as their own eyesight. When everything was settled, Lin did not leave anyone behind. He showed off and talked nonsense in front of each other, and finally gave up his life and returned to the West. Bad people die because they talk too much. And he understands this truth better than anyone. What's more, the other one didn't hold back either. Only after killing the last enemy, he used the bright light technique again to light up every corner of the underground palace. The stitched corpse had not yet met its true death. With only half of its body, one arm and head left, he seemed to have no feeling for the remaining small half of the vertebrae in his lower body, letting it drag on the ground, because he could no longer get up. He leaned on the ground and crawled with only one arm until he came to the Lich, who had never made a move from beginning to end. He lowered his head again and said, "His Majesty," then was the first to say, "You've really become so weak that it's unbelievable." Suture Corpse didn't reply, or even answer the question. He just came in front of his master and lowered his head humbly, completely without the attitude of killing everyone just now. The Lich stood up from the makeshift throne. Without the support of magic, the sand fell back to the ground, as if nothing had happened. She came to her old subordinates, knelt down and said, "Just call me Fanny. Fanny, don't call me your Majesty. I hate that last name and what I did before." "Yes, master." Then shrugged indifferently to the changed name, pulled out the machete from his waist, and raised it high. At the same time, he said, "Stone, raise your head." The stitched corpse pushed himself up and raised his head. The blade of the machete was shining like white light, but he showed no expression. It seemed like he had guessed the result, or maybe he had already realized it. The Lich raised his knife and dropped it, and the head that had been stitched together fell to the ground with a clanking sound. Everyone who was still alive and watching felt anxious, then directly inserted the tip of the machete into the head, raised it up, and said, "You are so weak that I don't even want to take you with me. Let's do this first. I will help you when I have the chance. Recover your body. Also, give up the surname Han. I forgot who gave it to you. It makes no sense at all." "Okay, master." The corpse has no objections. The sutured corpse with only one head left could still speak and even move his eyes. Thun was accustomed to it, so he took out a hemp rope that he didn't know where it came from, passed it directly through Sherdong's temple, and passed out from the other side. Once the knot is tied again, it becomes a talking head that can be carried or held. Seeing that Thun's expression softened a lot, Lin knew that this was a knot in her heart. That's why he dared to get closer and asked about his two embarrassed apprentices. "Okay, Is everything okay? I seem to have good hands and feet, so I shouldn't need to find some fresh limbs to help you reattach them. Humph. Humph. The two girls moved in unison, one to the left and one to the right, and they shook their heads to show their teacher. Someone was immediately stunned. Out of the battle state where adrenaline is secreted, someone's thinking ability seems to have declined. In fact, it has not changed. It has just returned to its original level. He couldn't figure out for a moment how he provoked these two ants. The Lich was in a good mood and was not waiting for a good show. She directly revealed the answer to the mystery and said, I'm so angry that you didn't even tell them. So you just jumped in and killed them all by yourself. They wanted to follow, but I persuaded them to come down. I'm not strong enough. I can't even think about it. There's nothing you can do to defend your retreat. They'll cause more trouble by following you in. In response to this, someone could only say haha and smile bitterly. Let them follow. I always feel that it is more dangerous for me. Only then did others notice an alarming fact. There is no blood on this magician. You must know that when the ship-cutting knife is struck, blood will rain like rain. However, the person standing closest had no trace of blood on his body. But the fact is that someone who reads a lot of martial arts novels is very wary of someone spitting out a mouthful of poisonous blood before dying. Therefore, for liquids that are about to splash on him, or any uncertain objects, Lin directly uses the extra-dimensional exile technique to serve him. Only then did I make myself look as clean as if I had just washed and dried my entire body. Among the people present, the one who wanted to shout the most was actually Yuzov Gantia. Comments on the forum about the man who was attached to the former Demon King were, without the magic tower, he is useless. He really wanted those people who made such comments to come here and take a look. Look how bloody this place was caused by a good-for-nothing guy. Although he looks completely different in battle than in normal times, this does not affect his lethality. Look at each other with your close companions. The tacit understanding allows them to understand some simpler things without opening their mouths. And when they looked at each other, they both had a bit of a wry smile. Yuzov Gantia silently increased the danger level of this magician by several levels. The same is listed as a target that cannot be provoked. Chapter 464 Leaving Storm Bay. After there are no more enemies and people holding back people, leaving the underground palace is a very simple matter. The local snakes of Storm Bay, who originally had the most opinions and even plotted to control the two magicians, all remained silent. Although in their original thinking, magicians were just a group of jackals who could eat with relish just a piece of carrion. To decide, it just depends on the means of control. Most of them had thought of becoming a member of the Han Order and controlling the entire Storm Bay. It's just that some people are not capable enough, and some people have conflicts of interest. And in the end, they are all excluded. This time when they participated in the offensive, they had a somewhat revengeful mentality, hoping that those who looked down on them would know their importance. Some people want to save the people of Han and Hue from fire and water at the last moment in exchange for a better status. Some people simply hope that they can join the Demon King and replace Han and Hue. But Han and Hue's fate made them understand how ruthless these two magicians were. Most importantly, they are unable to resist. Maybe Big Rock Han with only his head left didn't pose a threat, but the male magician alone, even as his companion, could still make them feel the despair of being their enemy. Not to mention the female great magician who hasn't taken action yet. After leaving the underground palace, the fighting in various places in Wushou Palace quickly subsided. The Han society has lost all its core members, including the idol they worshipped as its banner. This organization is destined to be swept into the dust of history. Naturally, no one is willing to continue to claim such an identity. Some fled, others simply laid down their weapons and surrendered. Except for a few people who had deep feuds, conflicts and killings no longer continued. Even someone who originally planned to wipe out the Han society did not continue to ask the leaders of the organization, who were also attackers, to let their subordinates continue to hunt down the remaining members of the Han society. On the one hand, Lin believed that the truly important core members should be among the pile of dead people just now. On the other hand, they have killed enough people. If the remaining miscellaneous fish still have the courage to come and cause trouble for them, I believe the number will not be large. After all, people basically seek good luck and avoid bad luck. In the next few days, conflicts broke out one after another in Storm Bay. Although it is not as large as the one where everyone surrounded and suppressed Han and Hue, there were still casualties among them. The largest organization has fallen, and those still alive will of course want to take over. There are also some people from the original ruling family of Storm Bay who have made a strong return. But in fact, it is unknown how many of these people are members of the original ruling family. Anyway, there are a group of people holding such a big banner. Even the ordinary people still living in the city were involved in this great dispute. There was only one place that could still maintain calm, and that was the tavern where the two magicians were staying. In addition to Lin and others, there were also former comrades, who came to assist Yuzov Gantia. All the land grabbers had a tacit understanding to skip this place. Although they were not blinded by the turmoil in the city, it was the consensus of everyone not to get involved, whether it's Yuzov's people or Lin and his group. After the cancer in Hananhui was removed, whether other more poisonous ones would come out was something they could not control. There is no end to the bad guys. If good guys want to protect themselves, they cannot always rely on messengers of justice. They themselves must resist. Lin is now waiting for the galley to be contacted by Yuzov. He planned to take a boat along the inland river and head towards the central area of the Lost Continent according to his original plan. Go and experience the traditional bustling area of Midi. Phil was quite leisurely during this time, often sitting by the windowsill and looking at the distant sky or the smoke of conflict in the city in the distance. Stone, who no longer uses her surname, used the words of the Lich. She initially just used Stone to call the sutured corpse that had not yet given birth to consciousness. He was placed on the table beside him. His eyes closed quietly, like a weird decoration. The two apprentices took advantage of this rare leisure time to rethink their own skills and tactics. It doesn't matter if they can't keep up with their elder sisters. After all, the strength gap between the two sides is too big. It doesn't matter if they can fool those dwarves, because their shortcomings are also quite obvious. But it doesn't matter if they can't help their teacher. Big problem. The girls don't want to have to be responsible for housework and not be able to help in battle. And now it seems that it's not that it can't even help, but it will also hinder it. Who knows that their teacher has a strange brain circuit, weird fighting methods, and extremely unbalanced strength. Others don't know how to follow him. In response, the two of them went to consult the companions Yuzov had called for help. They are a group of experienced adventurers with quite a lot of experience. From conquering World of Warcraft to fighting against demons, they have achieved victory after victory, of course. There are also a few close-to-death experiences. Although they didn't mention it, they could feel from their words that they had lost someone because of this. Several of them are also members of the Ikaruga Alliance, and are naturally close to Harumi. Coupled with the girl's down-to-earth and generous attitude, she was also very talkative, and she soon started talking to this group of people about everything. Sometimes they talked about what they had encountered before, about the difficulties they had encountered and how to solve them. These are experiences that the girls can learn from. Of course, we also talk about the abilities of the girls, in what direction they can be strengthened, and in what direction they can make up for their shortcomings. Soon, even 4 silver-bearded dwarves joined the discussion. Not only are the dwarves very biased, they also don't have enough fighting experience. Near their hometown, there are only a few races that can be rivals, and the dwarves have long grasped their various habits. Dwarves also cherish this opportunity to get some different experiences from other people. Probably the most unsociable ones were the 2 official magicians and the owner of the tavern, Yuzov Gantia, to the former demon king. She was so strong that other people's opinions had no reference value. To one person, his tactics are so outlandish that other people's opinions are equally worthless. Yuzov, on the other hand, was so busy that he almost flew into the sky and had no time to chat about such gossip. He was ready to leave with everyone, and for the time being, it seemed that he was prepared to follow Lin and others shamelessly, rather than with the companions he had found to help. In this regard, his companions had a lot of complaints, but after a chat one night, everyone agreed with Yuzov's idea and said nothing more. Although Lin and Fin didn't know the content of their conversation, someone thought that it was nothing more than the mouse hanging a bell on the cat. As for what conspiracy the other party wants to play, to be honest, Lin is really not worried about this. In the face of the absolute strength of that lich, any conspiracy is meaningless. Thousands of years ago, 4 brave men were able to successfully defeat the Demon King. Now it sounds like the reason is that this one is tired of living, rather than how strong those 4 people really are, in order to leave. And it seems that Yuzov is not planning to return to Storm Bay. He has a lot of things to pack, and a lot of things to deal with. He had to pack the scattered luggage, and take away the necessary belongings. These trivial matters were not difficult for him, who was used to traveling. However, some properties in Storm Bay need to be disposed of, and some personal relationships need to be concluded. These are not so easy. The biggest thing is this tavern, At least it occupies a piece of land. And at least there is a house above it that can provide shelter from the wind and rain. It would be a pity to let it go unused. Yuzov simply gave this tavern to the fat chef, who had been working here since his father's time. Anyway, there was no business in his hands, and he couldn't make much money. So Yuzov gave it away for nothing. What to ask for? That is to say, if one day, his descendants return to Storm Bay to seek help. I hope that the fat chef or his descendants will give him a bite to eat and a place to rest. Enough. As for someone, during this free time, he opened up the day and starry sky and studied his own mental state. Everything he experienced in the battle was so unreal. And he didn't even look like himself anymore. In terms of research in this area, the Lich cannot be counted on at all. As long as he opens the starry sky, then won't step even half a step into the range. So naturally, he won't be able to help. Of course, Lin also took the time to run into the Dream Magic Tower and discuss it with the other two himself. The conclusion is, of course, that there is no conclusion. If you can discuss it yourself, what can you come up with? What the other two knew did not exceed the scope of what they already knew. At most, the self as the main body has forgotten some memories as unimportant, while the other two are still known. Several gods whom I had seen before did not appear again. To be honest, the last conversation only made me more confused. However, this situation also makes someone wonder whether it is communicating with the Earth. Just like a radio that wants to listen to the broadcast and needs to be adjusted to the correct channel. In other words, certain conditions must be met in order to activate those powers. Just what are the conditions? Have no idea. If you can't figure something out, stop thinking about it. In the history of Xia Kingdom, Wang Yangming learned the knowledge of studying things to gain knowledge. He studied bamboos for 7 days and 7 nights. But he only came to the conclusion that people will be hungry if they don't eat or drink. Some things cannot be understood just by thinking about them. Finally, before anyone's patience ran out, the waiting ship arrived at Storm Bay. 2 boats came, and the boss of the boat was an old acquaintance of Yuzov and his companions. The boats were single-masted, square-sailed longships, each with nearly 20 oarsmen. There was not much extra space on the ship. When the empty ship arrived, it basically carried 2 waves of people, Lin and Yuzov, as well as their belongings. The ship was filled to the brim. The 2 long sailing boats, fully loaded, sailed towards the sea and left this decaying and seriously ill city. For most people, this is just a stop on the journey, and will only be remembered when it becomes a topic of conversation at the wine table in the future. But Yuzov Gantia was deeply moved. Before leaving, although the city's cancer had been cured, the underlying problems in Storm Bay had not improved. Because of the rise of sea trade, it also declined because of sea trade. If we can't find another way out, this city will eventually be abandoned. Chapter 465 Jesfanta. The experience of sailing on the sea is definitely not comfortable. This is without big waves or heavy rain. If there is a random storm, someone will not know how they will faint. It is said that the 4 horses brought on board are more adaptable than someone else. Fortunately, this journey on the sea was not long. In just over a day, the ship saw the outlet of the river and sailed in smoothly. According to the captain, in the early days of his sailing, there were many water pirates here on the river, mainly from the army of the Fishman Kingdom. Since a king-level sea monster came nearby, it was not a white whale. He can go to heaven. He can use magic. And when he bites a murloc, it's crunchy and fragrant, which makes the murloc stop. Without the fishmen as the main force, it would be difficult for human water pirates to fish in troubled waters, and they would soon decline, and a new golden age would usher in here. On the other hand, people from the Vita military kingdom wanted to extend their territory here and built a city. Unfortunately, before the city could be built, it was destroyed by the White Whale King. This happened several times, and the people in the military state gave up the idea of building a city here and guarding the entrance to the sea. You can build an empire with a powerful military force on land, but you can't do anything with an overlord in the sea. The reason why someone chooses the water route instead of continuing to take the land route is because although the concept of territory in the military country is very outdated, outsiders without household registration can be directly equated with criminals. However, as the river was one of the most important economic lifelines of the military state, the cities along the river prospered due to trade, and their attitudes towards outsiders were relatively tolerant. On the one hand, it is also because cities along the river rarely have a single person in power. Most of the noble lords in neighboring territories jointly funded the establishment of river port cities for the convenience of trade. Under this collegial system, the nobles did not dare to go too far. So naturally they could only use gentle methods to win more supporters for themselves. However, the reason why they dare not go too far when encountering something is because the military nation that claims to be a martial nation would not consider using the simplest violent means to deal with it. The reason is that the control of the central empire over various places has become a very important key. To put it simply, if there is no reason that can convince the central government of the empire, even if the neighbors are beaten until they no longer recognize their mother, the territory and various interests will be completely invaded. Central sentence: if you give it back, you must spit out everything you eat. Otherwise it will be your mother's turn to not recognize you this time. The obligation to protect the fiefdoms of their subjects is the most basic duty of military nobles. It is this attitude that maintains the appearance of peace within the Vader military state. And the nobles are harmonious. As for privately, of course, they use various means to beat people's brains into dog brains. Even if you suffer a big loss, you can only grit your teeth and stand at attention. This is especially true in the river port cities along the river. The aristocratic lords, who jointly manage the property, discuss matters based on their original share. This is registered with the Empire's Central Committee, and it cannot be bought or sold if you want. If you want to expand your influence, you can only win the support of more people. It was this rule established 100 years ago that caused some conservative traditional forces within the military state to ridicule that the country should be called a merchant state from a military state. If you don't rely on your fists to decide the outcome when things happen, but just rely on your words, what kind of martial nation are you? In fact, for someone who has read the history of his hometown and the discussions of a bunch of bricks, he can probably understand the helplessness of the emperor of the Vader Empire. From 100 or 200 years ago, large-scale wars in various parts of the Lost Land gradually subsided. Except for the northeastern continent, there were only small-scale conflicts on the borders in other places. Without external pressure, if internal disputes are resolved by force, sooner or later it will turn into a large-scale civil war. The casualties of the civil war are secondary to the helmsman of the empire. The most important thing is that if the weakening of national power arouses external covetousness, it may turn into a protracted, time-consuming, and life-or-death war. The conflicts between the lords near the Golden Waterway and inland can be felt even by myself, a foreigner who only got the news from the forum. From someone's point of view, the Vader military state is like a pressure cooker with the lid covered, and is on the verge of change. Either it explodes and blows everyone up into the sky, or it changes smoothly and everyone is happy. This situation also affected the evaluation of this military emperor, the most incompetent emperor in history. A coward who doesn't know how to fight, and a coward wearing an imperial crown. All kinds of unabashedly vicious criticisms are sprayed on the face of an imperial emperor. And you can know how tough the nobles of this country are, and how soft this old emperor's figure is. If you can cover the lid and dare to cover it, you are not afraid that the moment the lid pops open, you will be shattered to pieces, instead of choosing to stand on a certain side and have a happy and exciting battle. Such a person is not considered smart. And Lin doesn't know what kind of person can be considered smart. However, after being sprayed bloody, he still had to grit his teeth and sit down as emperor. With this kind of helplessness, it's no wonder that someone keeps a distance from power. In the first river port city on the Golden Waterway of the river, everyone is preparing to change a boat here. For everyone, sailing paddle boats are not very comfortable to sit on. On the other hand, sailing paddle boats are not very popular in inland rivers. Shallow draft, less cargo capacity, and greater manpower requirements were commercial disadvantages. Although the sailboat is flexible, it takes up a relatively large area on the river, which is a practical disadvantage. And because sailboats are flexible and have sufficient manpower, most of the people who use them have some ulterior motives, such as water theft and smuggling. So they are not popular. Having said that, no matter how stupid a person is, he should understand something. So Lin paid the ship fare generously, and stayed in this river port city to wait. Also left behind were Yuzov and his companions. It seems that these people are determined. But they are not like the four dwarves, who live for free. They just happen to be on the same road, live in the same place, and sit at the same table. For so many coincidences, someone was speechless. But with such a group of people here, traveling is much easier. Almost all of them were citizens of the Vader military kingdom, and several of them were even descendants of nobles. Such a status is more or less treated with courtesy in the city along the Golden Waterway. They also have access to who to look for, and what to do in each city. At least they know that on the Golden Waterway, There are passenger ships specially designed to carry passengers back and forth, with different levels of comfort. You need to buy a ticket for a first-class cabin on a big ship. And you also have a lot of belongings with you. It doesn't matter. If you find the right way, you have nowhere to spend your money. You can only squeeze into a big cabin with ordinary people. Fortunately, there are people who can help deal with these troubles. Because there are not many luxury ships, and the sailing schedule is limited. You have to wait several days for the nearest ship. But someone was not in a hurry. So he stayed in the first river port city he encountered on the Golden Waterway to see how prosperous the real prosperous area of the Lost World was. The River is the closest river port city to the sea. It is the most special one among all the cities on the Golden Waterway. Unlike other cities founded by nobles of the Vader military kingdom, this is a river port city built around a magic tower. This place was once the front line of mankind's fight against the Fishman Kingdom. The 3-story tower is not the highest level in the sequence of magic towers. But this tower seems to focus all its skill points on water-related magic, with various manipulations, attacks, and temperature changes. For hundreds of years, the Murlocs have been unable to take a step beyond their reach. The timid fishmen call this place Jasfin, which means Lord of Water in the language of the fishmen. This name also replaced the original name of the magic tower and became known to everyone. When people gathered here, the people who accepted asylum established towns and ports. And Jasfin became the name of this town, which is still used today. Because the magic tower cannot become private property and be inherited. Jasfin Tower has become the most important magic tower in the Portolan district of the Magician Association, second only to the district branch headquarters. Because it manages a river port city, the tower owner does not have to do anything. Just collecting taxes can prevent your own magic research from being lacking. However, because this place is quite special, even though the successor to the magic tower is appointed by the association, Jasfin City Council has the power to veto. If a magician is rejected by the City Council, the association can only choose to send another qualified person. However, the City Council only has such power over the successor after the death of the original tower owner. They do not have the power to expel the tower owner. I don't dare to do it realistically. Within the attack range of the magic tower, provoking the tower owner is definitely a sign of boredom. When a magician goes crazy, he doesn't care about how many people he kills. Not to mention that the magic tower is a fortress weapon specially designed to carry out mass killings. The region agrees that the power of the Tower Master successor is not exclusive to Jasfin. No matter whether the king or the emperor builds a magic tower in the capital, they will certainly not allow magicians from hostile or unfriendly forces to enter. This is no different from exposing one's own weaknesses to the enemy. Therefore, generally speaking, to inherit a magic tower in a city, the successor must have some relationship with the local area, or even be a direct magician trained by some countries. The advantage of this is that the city can continue its original vitality, and the good situation will not be ruined just because a magician who doesn't understand anything comes and messes around as soon as he becomes the tower owner. Because of this succession requirement, a large number of magicians who wanted to kill the current tower owner and then settle in Jasfin Tower gathered here, whether in life or employed by a powerful local organization. Establish your own reputation and credibility. Such a special atmosphere has become a unique landscape of this type of city. Chapter 466 Painting Shop. The number of magicians staying here is only more than that of the district branch headquarters, not less, as a large number of magicians gather. And of course, there are a considerable number of shops and various services in the city. It is inevitable that magicians will be the main group, coupled with the prosperity of various types of trade in the river port itself. The business form here is different from the headquarters of several Magician Association branches that Lin has seen before. The biggest difference is that there is an unimaginable amount of art here. If you see something like this in a general branch headquarters, your first thought is to be careful. The artworks that appear among magicians are usually magical objects with curses or other strange effects. They are things that are difficult to explain or imagine by common sense. Here, it's just ordinary art. But now, what caught someone's eye was a small portrait. To compare it with the standards of the earth, it is the Renaissance style, with changes in light and shadow, use of colors, and you can see the delicate texture and texture. Before that, Lin Sua had seen paintings collected by some unknown aristocrats who were proud of their homes. They were like mosaics, with monotonous blocks of color pieced together into meaningful patterns. According to those nobles, the value of a painting lies in the fact that the more people are painted on it, the more valuable it is, because the more lines there are, the more complex they are. Someone just looked at a painting that was no different from an Egyptian mural, with at most more trees and mountains in the background, and was fetched a high price by a group of nobles. Just like the earth. So-called art is a high thing. What? Do you know this woman? The Lich's voice came faintly from the side, making a man immersed in art break into a cold sweat. He quickly said, How do I know her? I was looking at the technique of this painting. Techniques? It's just a painting. What kind of techniques can there be? Isn't it more realistic to use the photos you mentioned? Or the images recorded with the arcane eyes? No. 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 This is something different. What's more, even if it's taking a picture, there is still a difference in the feeling of the photos taken by those who can take pictures or those who can't. You have also seen the miserable situation of those product photos in Forum Mall. Indeed. After pondering for a while, Finn asked, What's the difference? Lin seems to have opened up a conversation box. From the angle of the light source, the position of the shadow, the processing of distance, to the presentation of the three-dimensional sense. These are all the knowledge of photography. I had at least touched a professional camera for a while when I was on Earth, and learned some relevant knowledge. When it comes to painting, there is also the choice of color, the difference between warm and cold colors. This is another area of knowledge that is different from photography, according to various theories. Since I am not an art major, I can only bang my head here and there, and say whatever comes to mind. No one can even know whether there are errors in it. Finally, let me sum it up. This painting is good. And the bunch of nonsense before is actually just some more specific discussions to explain what is good about this painting. Ultimately, feelings are quite subjective. After finishing this seemingly level-sounding explanation, Lin realized that a group of people had gathered around him, staring at him in astonishment. At the same time, there was a decent man standing in front of him who had taken care of himself very neatly. From the badge printed on his body with the same imprint as that of the painting shop, he should be the owner or clerk of the painting shop. Seeing the other person looking at him blankly, and occasionally looking at the portrait in his hand, Lin smiled shyly and said, Ah, I'm really sorry for holding this painting of yours for so long. How much does it cost? Please give me a price and I'll buy it. With that said, Lin picked up his money bag and prepared to take out the coins. No, 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 Your Majesty the Magician. I have learned a lot from your explanation. This painting can be given to you directly. But please tell me more. The owner of the painting shop originally relied on his vision, and when it comes to eloquence, the former is not so much about the value of things as it is about people. And the latter is important no matter what you do. The master in front of him is wearing a magician's shawl, tied with a golden thread. The pattern on his shoulders is a very rare shape, consisting of three-headed monkeys made up of many small squares. The shop owner was not sure about this person's reputation in the world of magicians, but in the world of merchants, this person was recognized as an apostle of the god of wealth, and might even be a saint walking in this world. With this kind of opportunity to ask for advice and even get closer, how could he not try to work hard? Someone is still wary of this inexplicable enthusiasm. And the most important thing is that he didn't expect it. If Lin were to explain the mathematical formulas for celestial motion to this shopkeeper, he could guarantee that he would not be able to finish his explanation in 7 days and 7 nights. But when it comes to art, the explanation I just gave to him was a perfect display of my unique skills. And I didn't hold anything back. So how can someone expose his own shortcomings? He smiled, took out a few gold coins, and said, I will accept the painting. Let these money be considered as the price for asking you to learn about the author of this painting. The shop owner hesitated for a moment, then immediately turned into a smile and said enthusiastically, Please wait a moment. The account book I purchased will record who bought this painting from. Even if it is not the author of the painting, it will matter. After a while, the shopkeeper who entered the painting shop quickly ran out holding a large account book, followed by a clerk. The shopkeeper used the clerk as a makeshift bookshelf and let him hold it while he flipped through it on the spot. He quickly found the purchase record of the painting and said, The person selling this painting is a wandering magician who calls himself it's Leonardo, the son of Piero, from Wincy Village, an unknown magician, of a completely different level than Mr. Tripwood. The shopkeeper pointed out someone's name with a smile and gave him a small compliment. But when someone heard this name, he felt a lingering sense of familiarity. But seeing more and more people gathering around him, Lin felt like he couldn't leave now. He grabbed a handful of gold coins and stuffed them into the shopkeeper's hand, saying, Thank you for informing me. If you can meet that magician again, Please convey my respect. The group of people finally squeezed through the crowd, and Lin admired the small portrait in his hand. At this time, Halumi's plaintive voice came, saying, Teacher, you never taught me this. The blonde girl is very talented in this area, which is even higher than her magic talent. This is an example of how it would be a pity to be a magician. But no matter what the reason was, it was a fact that he had never told her about this knowledge. Rolling his eyes, Lin opened his mouth and said, It's not because you have your own ideas about painting and other creations. If I tell you too much, it's not something you figured out by yourself. It's just shaping you into what I imagined. It's better not to say anything and let you express yourself freely and escape from the framework of what I know about you. The expectations are higher than you feel. Really? The blonde girl smiled innocently. How could the few people nearby who were familiar with the ways of the world fail to recognize that someone's words were just words of deferment? However, the girl actually believed it, and everyone was worried about her future. After finally getting through the test safely, Lin laughed and prepared to go back to the hotel where he was staying to have a good rest. Just by turning around, he accidentally bumped into someone else. Fortunately, neither party was knocked down or injured. So after exchanging greetings, they separated. Yuzov and his companions, who were following someone, were well informed. How could they not understand this routine? He grabbed the man who was suspected of being a pickpocket and said loudly, Sir Tripwood, I think something is missing from you. Maybe you should look for it quickly. There is something missing from you. Lin still had a smile on his face and said, How could something be missing from me? I am so alert. Who can take something away from me? It's okay. Don't hurt anyone. Let him go. As soon as he received the victim's confident words, the man sneered secretly in his heart and started to shake off Yuzov, who was grabbing him. After saying a few innocuous words, he got into the crowd and left quickly. However, even if they didn't notice it immediately, most people could tell that something was wrong. Only the person who might have had his money bag stolen still looked at the direction the man was leaving with a smile. Although everyone was puzzled, they didn't ask any more questions. For Yuzov and others, they were not familiar enough to question each other. A few straightforward silver-bearded dwarves could not understand that two apprentices would not question their teacher on something that was not theirs to do. But Lich is not one of them. In fact, Finn is quite aware of that little move, and being able to integrate most of the functions of the arcane eye into his own almost instinctive system. It is impossible for someone to not notice it. So she asked, What do you think? Giving money away for free? That's not what charity does. Right? Didn't we master the curse of the god of disease before? Someone said very implicitly. Moreover, it is not big news that magicians have mastered some of the power of divine power through various methods and rituals. In fact, the things he has mastered are much more advanced than those. So I made some gadgets about plagues and curses. But I haven't tried it to see if it works. I'm a good person. How could I do it casually? It's not like I just happened to meet someone who wanted to die. I didn't want to harm him. So what happened to him in the end has nothing to do with me. Let's go see his miserable condition in a few days and verify whether the effect of my magic experiment is as expected. Suddenly, the man who should have gone away magically appeared on the road where everyone was walking. He greeted her warmly and held a money bag respectfully. It was the zip-top bag in which someone took out a handful of gold coins when buying a painting in an art shop. The man said, Mr. Magician, you are really careless. I found that you dropped your wallet. Why don't I bring it up to you quickly? Oh, is this really mine? It must be yours. It must be yours. I saw it fall out of your arms with my own eyes. Lin took the money bag suspiciously, took out a green coin from it, held it forward, and said, Thank you for bringing this back. Then this gold coin will be treated as a consolation payment. Thank you. If he was still suspicious, after seeing this strange coin, the pickpocket would not dare to take it. Shaking his head and hands, he said he didn't dare, and ran away in a flash. Tisk! Lin exclaimed, regretfully taking the things back into his arms and putting them away. At this time, those who followed behind and watched the whole show were sure of one thing. This man was a scammer. Chapter 467 Message from Hometown. In the middle of the night, someone with a lingering sense of familiarity got up and took out the portrait to admire it again. This is an oil painting painted on a wooden board. Based on my understanding of art, I can only judge it to this extent. Naturally, the woman in the painting is unknown, and there are no obvious symbols or marks on the painting to indicate the identity of the artist. Look at it from the front, backwards, zoom in, and try to analyze the different layers of paint to see if there is any picture within a picture. Everything proves that this is a painting with no secrets. Then someone easily turned over the print and looked at the back. Leonardo _ da Vinci. Oh, hey! Someone made an unknown strange noise, directly waking up the lich on the bed, who came to share the bed with me for some reason. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and saw someone holding a painting, and said dissatisfiedly, "Why? It's not enough to do it with me. You get excited when you see that painting. Right? Yes. No. Oh. What am I talking about?" Lynn hurriedly turned over the back of the painting, pointed at the signature and said, "Look at this. Look at this. You can get excited just by looking at weird words. Weirdo." After cursing, then closed his eyes and fell asleep again. Well, it should be said that this is normal. After all, this lich cannot recognize the bird language of the earth, although MIDI also uses pinyin writing. The most basic letters are completely different from the letters inherited from the Latin system on earth. When Lin presided over the compilation of the P language, he did not insist on cultural invasion and brought the earth's alphabet, except for some specific Arabic numerals and mathematical symbols. In other words, if the person signing behind this portrait is not a Ninja Turtle, it can only be that man, or at least someone who knows that man. Leonardo da Vinci, one of the three masters of the Italian Renaissance, the most unprofessional painter in polymath, was most likely a time traveler or reborn on the earth. A man with countless mysteries about him. I don't know whether he is the earth traveling through the earth, an alien traveling through the earth, or a cheater who travels out and back again, reminiscent of the conversation I had with the consciousness of the earth. I guess from the words that there would occasionally be such exchange students between different worlds. I originally thought that this was just traveling from one world to another. As long as I found a way, I could still return to my hometown. But if the magician who left this painting is really that one, and he is still alive, living in the same era as himself in Lost Land, does this mean that the time travel between the two worlds will not only change the space, but also the timeline will be different? So there is this scene of Guan Gong fighting Qin Qiong, and Zhang Fei fighting Yu Fei. According to the owner of the art shop, it was a magician who called himself that person and went to his art shop to sell paintings. When the shopkeeper opened his account book, someone had already recorded all the information and saw the purchase price of the painting. To an ordinary person and a painter in Lost Land, the money is quite high, but to a magician, the money is really nothing. Is he so poor that he needs to make a living by selling his paintings? Or is it actually someone else who takes his paintings and exchanges them for a few bucks? I tried hard to think of a way to determine the age of the painting, but unfortunately I was not an appraiser or a forger, so I had no relevant knowledge to determine the age of the print in my hand. The only thing that is certain is that this painting is not the kind where the ink is just dried. Lin would be lying if he said he wasn't excited about the possibility of meeting the legend. But there was another thought in my mind, hoping it wasn't him I saw, when the gap of more than 500 years was filled. I could not imagine what my hometown would be like when I returned to Earth. Is it the end of the world after Skynet has been raging? Or is it the Earth Federation that has entered the Interstellar Society during the Interstellar War? Or maybe he went back to a certain dynasty in the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties? Amidst countless unknowns with no answers, someone held the print in his mouth and looked worriedly at the starry sky outside the window. Suddenly there was a loud noise that almost woke up the entire hotel. It felt like something fell down and hit the ground, triggering a chain reaction and smashing a whole room of things. This time it was Lin Mingming. The lich, who was woken up again, glared hatefully at a man who was messing around and said, "What's going on again?" After thinking for a while, Lin said, "It was a thief, I guess." After saying that, Lin stood up and prepared to take a look at his pile of belongings. But then said nonchalantly, "Oh, that probably won't be our stuff. I turned on the anti-theft device." After saying that, he fell into a deep sleep. After hearing anti-theft device, Lin shrugged and sat back in his seat. In order to extend the life of the egg, L, whenever possible, then we'll open the egg, L containing the body part of the indescribable thing. The strange aura leaking out was absorbed by the world tree seeds placed together. A harmonious balance is reached between the two. Egg, LS made of expensive materials do not need to be used to seal the indescribable thing alone. The erosion rate will naturally be slowed down, and things will naturally not break down too quickly. But this balance is limited to the extent that they offset each other's breaths without changing each other's status quo. At least they won't destroy each other, even if they touch each other. In other words, if someone touches the indescribable thing out of curiosity, unless the other person is an expert at the same level as Finn, the result will only be that the octopus legs are smacked and eaten. And among a bunch of rare treasures, who wouldn't be curious about something inside an egg? If you miss some priceless treasures and only take away some ordinary things, you will be wasting your time and becoming a thief. What's more, the person who stole it was a magician. The little thieves in Lost Land are full of adventurous spirit. If they don't have some courage, they really can't do this profession. So who would bypass the egg, and just get something else? At least I fed the indescribable things a few times, and the belongings I brought with me were never short. Instead, there are often more props used by thieves that are left behind at the scene. Should the lives of these people be counted on my own head? Lin was thinking about such a question, but such a trivial matter was quickly forgotten. Nowadays, someone only has feelings for what he has done with his own hands. And if he died not directly because of himself, he may not have a division, but a brigade, to be responsible for them. I would have gone back to my hometown to sell salted duck eggs. The thing I originally thought about was quite worrying. Sleepless night. The next day, we were still waiting for the boat. Lin took to the streets. It's not that men don't like shopping. It's just that the things they shop for are different from women. Yesterday, when I was walking on the street, there were nearly 20 people following behind me, as if a big brother was leading a little brother to collect protection money along the street. How could it be possible to continue yesterday's gameplay today? So I gave the 2 apprentices and 4 dwarves a little pocket money and released them. As for Yuzov and others, they may have realized that it was really unexpected that a group of 10 people happened to be walking together. Moreover, Lin allowed them to follow him yesterday because he was not familiar with the place, and it was better to be led by someone rather than wandering around on his own. Today someone politely and firmly declined that they should continue walking on the same road by chance. Do not listen? What confidence do they have not to listen? To be honest, they were able to keep up, more or less because of someone's tacit approval. If Lin really showed his face and told them to get away as far as they wanted, how dare they not leave? Is it possible that the 10 of us are tougher than the hundreds of people in the Han society? Not to mention that when someone leaves directly with Flash, everyone except Finn can only be dumbfounded. What else can they do? Finn is the only one who keeps up with Lin. Not only because she has the ability to do it, but also because she doesn't know what to do if she goes shopping alone. At her level, ordinary items no longer interest her. Even rare items may not. So it's not so much that she's hanging out for the sake of hanging out. It's more that she just wants to look at this man and see what unexpected things he does. Silverbeard dwarves are eager to find anything that can grow and strengthen their tribe. Technology, knowledge, objects, culture, systems, methods, and of course, the most important resources, especially resources that can be used to repair and create peaceful weapons. The peaceful armed force that is still lying down can be said to be a pain for the silver-bearded dwarves. The number of peaceful armed forces has been decreasing for a long time. The reason is because there is no material to make them. As for the required or replaceable materials, they had also consulted the magician. I don't know if someone has too little knowledge, or if those rare resources have been exhausted, or if the name has just changed due to different times. These need to be confirmed by their own eyes. Needless to say, the 2 girls, they have their own interests, and they are happy to explore the things they like, and buy some good things that they will regret if they miss them. If they follow their teachers, but their hands and feet will be tied, and it will be inconvenient to do anything. So they are happy to go shopping on their own. And someone went straight to the art shop where he bought the painting yesterday. Yesterday, it was a deserted art store. But today, it was crowded with people looking at paintings. Art has always been like that. And there are far more people who join in the fun than those who can actually understand it. Yesterday, I accidentally helped them think of a bunch of advertising slogans. And it seems they have made good use of this momentum. But it also caused trouble for someone. Lin looked at the shop full of people and was thinking about whether to meet each one. But he was thrown away using the extra-dimensional exile technique. Ah! Mr. Tripwood, the sharp-eyed shopkeeper shouted, and then lined up everyone from the shop. And after all the hard work, they came to the 2 magicians. He lowered his head respectfully and asked, "You 2 are coming to the store again. I wonder if there is anything I can help with. Do you have any other paintings by the creator yesterday?" Lin asked straight to the point. As for the painting that caught the magician's attention yesterday, the shop owner had already checked his inventory and even past transaction records. But the conclusion was regrettable. He could only say truthfully, "Sir, the only painting that the magician sold us was that one. There is nothing else." "Well, have you ever seen a work with such a mark?" What Lin showed was of course Da Vinci's signature in Italian. The shop owner did not dare to neglect such a request and said, "I am not very familiar with this part, but I have a servant who specializes in managing and maintaining paintings. Can I ask him to come over and confirm?" Lin nodded. The shopkeeper who returned to the shop quickly brought out a shrewd-looking little man from the crowd. After seeing the signature displayed by the magician, he quickly found several works from the painting shop. Some were large and some were small, and they all had some specious marks. However, these symbols are not words from the earth. According to someone's judgment, they may just be ciphertexts used by some relatively secretive sects in the lost world. Lin has only regrets about this. Chapter 468 The Visitor. I don't know if it's because the lost land is really boring, or if the natives here have a deep passion for gossip. After someone made some noise in the art shop and commented on some paintings, like a stooge the next day, the small art shop became completely lively. And as a shop owner, he is not a novice who doesn't understand art at all. With a few arguments provided by someone, he can come up with all kinds of tricks. For a time, his shop became the leading painting shop in Jasvinport City. When discussing paintings, those who fail to mention a few words about light sources and shadows will be regarded as insufficient. On the other hand, in the aristocratic circle, there are many people who were originally authorities in this field, and they want to come and spray a certain magician all over his face. The best thing to do at this time is to send someone to sharpen the knife next to you. The sharpening of the knife was so obvious that Lin directly asked Fran to borrow the stone and placed the head of the stitched corpse on the table. After saying a few words, he turned to the side and asked, "What do you think?" "Sure, Dong." Although Suitu Corpse didn't want to talk to anyone, as long as someone asked him, he would still give some indifferent answers, such as, "I have no objection. Perhaps as you said, Your Excellency." Even if he is not talking to a grotesque human head, there will be many things that are difficult for ordinary people to understand in Fei's daily life. And among those old painters and aristocrats who think they have good taste, how many of them can adapt to this style of painting? Usually as soon as Sherdong, who is on the table, opens his mouth, the people who come to play will find various excuses to leave. If there is someone who is tough enough and has a long nail on his butt, and refuses to leave and insists on quarreling with someone, Lin will usually ask, "Stone, do you understand this?" "I don't understand this." "Your Excellency, that's why you're put on the table." Then, with someone's malicious eyes, he looked up and down at the people who came to play. Lin couldn't find anyone who could sit still, apart from this kind of unknown art master who wants to come and discuss his artistic views with someone. The most people who come to visit are someone's peers magicians. However, there is no way to conduct academic discussions on magic. Lich has not published any magic except the P language co-published with someone. Undead magic such as the ritual of transforming a lich is itself a taboo and belongs to the magic knowledge that the Magician Association does not recommend circulating. So when others want to discuss magic knowledge with them, they don't know how to speak. If you ask too superficially, you will be looked down upon. If you ask too deeply, you may not even understand. If you want to discuss it with someone, most of Lin's public magic, except for the magic tower design that is only useful to a few people, is related magic based on forums. It is even said that except for forums and emails, not many people care about other related knowledge. There are those who want to know the principles, but most of them have never heard anything about P language, and those who have heard it want to know what variables are and what loops are. Someone has long been interested in this level of teaching. Tired of teaching. When someone asked, he just handed over a beginner's textbook on P language. If you don't understand, the rest of what you say is in vain. And some other people just want to add some functions and improve some areas as soon as they open their mouths. It's not polite to criticize the forum as useless right from the start, and it must be changed according to his opinions. The more polite ones are to tactfully seek various ways of cooperation. But with him as the leader, there was deep contempt inside and outside the words. Although he didn't say it clearly, he just thought that someone was a country bumpkin who came from a barbaric land. The three words are inseparable. What should we do in our Vader military country? Otherwise our Vader military nation is like this. And not only did he criticize someone, but his two apprentices and the 4 dwarves who were regarded as followers also suffered. Some were so bold that they even dared to provoke the former demon king. It's nothing more than which of our legions is stronger than the Dark Legion of the past, or something like that. Different people named the military and military forces they were familiar with according to their origins. It made Lin think that if the Vader military empire just pulls out an army today, it can destroy the power that's been established in the past 10 times. If he wants to criticize his 2 apprentices as country bumpkins, Lin will admit it, because their background is indeed not that good. But if a demon king from 1,000 years ago wanted to criticize her as an antique, then forget it. She couldn't compete with a country bumpkin. What's more, although Finn has never mentioned it, Lin's speculation is that she should also be from a certain noble bloodline that was cut off in the central area of Zhejian. Otherwise, no one would have deliberately sacrificed her relatives to the old gods, which would have triggered a series of subsequent events. In that era, the objects to be sacrificed were not criminals or cats and dogs. If the bloodline is not noble enough and is considered disrespectful, the consequences will be more serious than if no sacrifice was made. As for the 4 dwarves, the iconic silver beard seems to have been ignored. They are the royal family among the dwarves. The silver-bearded dwarves who once ruled for an era. The high technology used in the game is still far superior to that used in Lost Land. Even if it was thousands of years ago, such people have become objects of contempt. Is this world too absurd? Or is someone blind? And yourself? Apart from individual strength, is there anything in Lost World that is superior to Earth? Not to mention, the humans in our hometown claim to have the ability to destroy the Earth 7 times. And their level of suicide attempts is unparalleled. Who in the world can brag like this? Not to mention humans. Not even gods. Not even demons. Not to mention culture. This is not just a few streets away, but probably a few light years away from the Earth. So when encountering this kind of talent who thinks he is superior to others, Lin will deal with him purely diplomatically. To put it simply, you just pick up some nice things to say, but only half of them come true. Then you fool the other person, and then politely send the other person away. There is another kind of person who is also very troublesome. He is a noble and a magician, but he is still a businessman. As soon as they met, after a few words, they said what kind of knowledge they wanted to buy, or what kind of business they wanted to cooperate with. The most mentioned thing is the ship-cutting knife that kills everyone in the Gulf of Storms. The second one is the cooperation with magic towers from various places to discuss transformation matters. Just listen to the matter of transforming the magic tower. The proposed plans are so diverse and convoluted that it is difficult for ordinary people to figure it out. But as a member of the time-traveling group, someone grew up in an environment like Earth. Even if he has never been deceived, he has heard of various fraud techniques. This is the kind of thing where you provide the skills, and I provide the connections. The problem is that you only have the skills, and you can't make money without my connections. So you only deserve to listen to me. It is a very typical business fraud method. Just treating some people who are immersed in research as nerds. In this regard, someone can only say haha. It is better to be your own boss than to be a wage earner. What's more, after the pyramid is built and the workers are buried with him, I don't hear much about it. If you modify someone else's magic tower, the day it's completed might be your own death day. You have to be really stupid to do something like this for someone you don't know well. When it came to buying a ship-cutting knife and the technology behind it, these people opened their mouths and said a few thousands of gold coins. The most conscientious one is offered for 10,000 gold. As if this price is already unimaginably high for a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Someone was still hesitant, continued to lie, and finally said that he hoped to think about it for a day before sending the gift away. Many of these troublesome people who came to visit were introduced by Yuzov Ganch's companions. Although these local snakes bring some convenience, people who follow their connections also have to deal with them. This can be regarded as courtesy, especially when it comes to buying and selling ship-cutting knives. Several people are quite active. This is not that they can get any benefits from it, as long as they understand the other party's background. It is not difficult to understand where their attitude comes from. These companions of Yuzov are all like-minded people he met during his past travels. With a greeting from him, he was willing to participate in an action like attacking Hananhui, which might lead to death. The friendship must be deep, and these people come from all backgrounds. And not all of them are members of the Turtle Dove Alliance. Several of them are descendants of nobles from the Vader military kingdom. And some even have titles. Although they are just knights without territory. Ordinary people have to call them Lord Knight when they see them, since they are the nobles of a country. Of course, they want the country to be strong. How could they not be covetous of the ship-cutting knife that had become the secret weapon of the Karlsruhe Empire Dragoon Brigade in the southern continent? Of course, I hope to keep such a magic weapon, and even get the technology to make it. But they neither have the strength to rob the magician, nor the capital to impress the magician, but they don't have it. And they can't find any nobles who can afford the price. For the sake of the country's prosperity, they don't care who holds the things. Anyway, as long as something enters the military state, the seemingly weak emperor will naturally have the means to take it back to the state. Everyone looked down upon the old emperor, and would spit on him from time to time. But no one had the guts to rebel. An honest man becomes anxious. And when he becomes crazy, it is frightening. So when a messenger sent by a powerful noble shouted out a price like Spar, they naturally thought that a magician who was knocked unconscious should kneel down and call daddy. However, after sending the messenger away, the one who still showed his usual expression of relief from the sea of suffering puzzled them. Among this group of people, the daughter of the nobleman with the highest status, although she did not dare to be too rude, was still a little annoyed by the magician's inviolable attitude. She asked, "Sir, the price of Spar Kir is not enough to tempt you. Do you think you will be able to see such an amount of money in your lifetime?" Someone didn't seem to understand the meaning of the words at all, and said with a smile, "Oh, haven't you seen what Spar Kir looks like? Girl, go and bring those 2 cash boxes so that our new friends can open their eyes." Several members of the military scorned the magician's bold words. In their imagination, the money box is also a small box that can be held in the hand. But he didn't expect that the 2 apprentices would each move a suitcase. There was no doubt that they had added auxiliary magic to each of them. But they still walked hard and cautiously, for fear of making a hole in the floor. Chapter 469: The Weight of Gold Coins. What is the capacity of a suitcase? It is estimated that there is still plenty of room for the 2 apprentices to squat inside. There were 2 lockers of this size, placed in front of Yuzov and his party. Lin didn't dare to show off, so he kicked the box over in front of outsiders, and let the gold coins inside scatter out. This hotel building seems to be quite solid, but there is no guarantee that a hole will be opened due to the impact of the box falling and the gold coins being scattered. Secondly, the scattering of gold coins is enough to shock the eyes. But the question is, who is going to clean up? If those 2 girls were asked to take action, they would not be blamed to death. Instead of watching them do it unwillingly, there is a high possibility that they will be the ones to clean up the mess in the end. So why bother yourself? Why not open the 2 boxes in a good manner? Lin didn't do anything fancy. He just unlocked the lock and opened the box. The purpose is to pack gold coins into boxes until they are about to overflow. There are also a few cloth bags tied on top to expand the capacity of the box. Such a picture directly shocked a group of poor soldiers. What happens after the nobility, who can travel abroad and take pride in life and death? Who is not the 2nd or 3rd son, who does not have the first right to inherit, or even an illegitimate son? And these people will not have the opportunity to come into contact with the family finances. And of course, they will not be able to see so many gold coins piled together. Lin also asked carelessly, "Girl, how many keels do we have now?" Kaya quickly unfolded the water mirror screen, pulled out a financial statement, and said, "Teacher, our current property is 18,667 KIR, of which 10,846 are fine. There are 7,821 good coins, and there are no bad coins. The ones below keel have not been counted. But there is 1 bag of silver coins and 2 bags of copper coins." The dark-haired, brown-skinned girl, who had become accustomed to using mathematics, gradually broke away from Mitty's original counting method. But this kind of algorithm is somewhat incomprehensible to those urbanites who have never seen the world. Someone asked the companion next to him in a low voice, "That 10,000 or something, how much is it?" Kaya, who has sharp ears, answered directly, "Using the traditional counting method, fine money is bar DCCCXLVI pieces. Good money is bar MMDCCCXXI pieces. And a total is bar MMDCLXVI pieces." Silverbeard dwarves and liches have no reaction to such numbers, because they don't know how to call more or less. Anyway, when they want to use something, it's good that they don't lack it. In contrast, Yuzov and his party were frightened. Even a few nobles were still thinking about the time when they hid the most money. Did they have this amount? And the most important thing is that these kirs do not represent the entire net worth of this magician. They knew very well that there were several boxes said to contain magic materials in the magician's home. The value of those materials is probably higher than those of these 2 boxes. However, this was far from the end. Lin continued to make more cuts. "There is a very key material in the ship-cutting knife, which is dragon scales. In order to obtain the dragon scales, An earth-moving dragon sacrificed his precious life. Tell me, for how much does it cost to kill a dragon? Earth dragons are considered to be among the sub-dragon species, very close to the dragon clan. And if a noble wants to defeat an earth dragon, the cost he has to pay can be far more than 10,000 gold, including the necessary weapons and equipment for slaying the dragon, the loss of equipment and equipment during the process, compensation for the fallen soldiers afterwards, and even finding foreign aid and military chaplains. These are all money. It's just that if the crusade is successful, the materials on an earth dragon will definitely be enough to cover the cost of the expedition, and even a lot more. But if it fails, don't expect that the money you should pay can be thrown away afterwards. If you do it once, don't expect to be drafted next time. That is the best portrayal of losing money and money. So, it is difficult to make an estimate based on the cost of materials alone. But can it be made with just the materials? Is this too underestimating the importance of the magician's wisdom? This bit of wisdom. Is it worthless? If you want to buy an bar KIR, you have to buy a ship-killing knife. It's not that the price is too high, but the price is too fantastic. The one I sold before was not so cheap. Oh, you have sold it before. The noble daughter realized that she had accidentally learned the origin of the Karlsruhe Empire ship-cutting knife, which should have been made by this man. So of course she had to ask in detail about the reason why it could be sold at that time, but not today. Since you sold one at the beginning, what was the price? The first version of the ship-cutting knife that was sold was not as good as the current one, and it was also much larger. At that time, it was sold with some odds and ends. A total of 2 small bags of KIR. Everyone heard here. I just want to scold my mother. 2 small bags of KIR are nothing. They allow you to pretend to be a big-tailed wolf. There is also a purple-level magic stone. Everyone was speechless. No matter how many keels there are, they are still keels. If you collect them for a while, you can always get a certain number. But they have really never seen national strategic materials such as purple-level magic stones. It was sold at such a price. No wonder no matter whose offer it is today, this person is not interested. He didn't yawn on the spot, which was already considered very respectable. In fact, someone missed a part. At that time, he might have slept with a future empress of the empire. I really don't know how to calculate this nonsense. I don't have the guts to go to that country to prove certain things. Otherwise, I might be able to become a prince, although the chance of being killed and silenced is relatively high. But now that I can sleep with a former demon king, it doesn't seem like a loss. Shake your head and get rid of those unnecessary thoughts, Lin said to the dumbfounded military nobles. And you have never noticed an important point. The owner of this ship-cutting knife is not me, but her dot. Someone held his hands and gestured to the people beside him. The silent lich said, if you want to sell something, you should ask her. Not me. The entire improvement plan is 9/10 of her idea. You can say, I will come up with an idea. The structure inside is no longer the same. So when I was in Storm Bay, I just borrowed it. She looked like a little woman, sitting quietly in the back, silently looking at her water mirror screen, not knowing what she was doing, because she was hardly seen taking action during the battle against Han and Hui in Storm Bay. Everyone unconsciously ignored her presence. But as a former demon king and current lich in existence that can be easily ignored? Suddenly, this group of people had a wrong idea in their minds. As for what went wrong, it was difficult for them to explain why. Everything was wrong anyway. Seeing that the heat was almost over, Lin said, anyway, I have been meeting the people you introduced me these past few days, and I think I have seen enough. If they are just people of this level, I think I can save it. And how about I take a breather while waiting for the ship to arrive? After ending the conversation, regardless of the other party's reaction, Lin said to the 2 apprentices, okay, let's move the cash box back. Halloumi said dissatisfiedly, ah, idiot. How do you ask people to move it here and there? This thing is very heavy. Do you know that even when I use the light object technique and the giant strength technique, I can't even lift it? Panting, Lin directly retorted. I told you not to lose the magic part. Just this little thing. You are almost dead. Look at Kaya. Is she as embarrassed as you? The girl whose name was called suddenly staggered. Her steps were unsteady, and she almost fell to the ground, throwing out the things in her hand. After putting down the things in her hand steadily and carefully, she puffed up her cheeks and looked back at someone dissatisfied, her sad eyes seeming to say, do it yourself. Of course someone knew the virtues of the 2 girls. He waved his hand and said, okay, girl, go help your companion. I will take care of the rest of the box myself. After saying that, Lin had to serve a box by himself. And a certain person was too stupid. After only giving himself the assistance of a giant power spell, he tried to lift the box on the ground. He just bent down and exerted his strength. And he knew something was wrong, because his waist almost slipped. Standing up straight and rubbing his lower back, Lin did some serious calculations at this time. The weight of a gold coin is probably between 6 and 7 grams. There are nearly 9,000 gold coins in a box. Rounding up the rough estimate, not counting the weight of the box itself, the gold coins alone are 54 tons. Your mother! Did I make a miscalculation? Someone was shocked by himself. He had thought that this box would be heavy, but he didn't expect it to be so heavy. A box weighs 54 tons. How can it be placed on the ground and not sink? And the most important thing is how strong this box must be so that the bottom of the box can support it and prevent it from falling during transportation. Never noticed this before. Lin cautiously squatted beside the box, holding the bottom with both hands. He did not dare to use his lower back, but used the power of his legs to lift the things. It felt like holding a small mountain in his arms. After walking a few steps with difficulty, he put down the box still out of breath. My only thought is, damn it! How did you move it before? How could this box not be broken? Halloumi said quietly. Ordinary boxes can't hold so much KIR. You don't care about this, so we can only ask my sister for help. My sister used papaya tree as the outer box and the inner lining, where steel is mixed with some fine gold and glued with the gum of the papaya tree, and then many magic circles are arranged on it, including solidity, lightness, floating, elf power, gravity change, etc. And there are magic stones to fix it. It can keep the magic circle functioning. The girl didn't say anything, and everyone didn't react at all. As soon as the 2 pieces of information were reported, everyone fainted. Papaya tree, in a sense, is a wood material with better magic compatibility than the world tree, and it can also amplify the magic effect. But the hardness is not as good as the world tree. Worley steel is even more incredible. It is the main armor material for peaceful armed forces, the rarest of rares. The 4 silver-bearded dwarves greedily touched 2 boxes. They were looking for materials for making peaceful weapons everywhere, but they didn't expect that they were far away and right in front of them. Someone was also stunned, because those 2 materials are sold for grams in Midland, especially for papaya trees. The larger they are, the more expensive they are, because wood is not like metal. It can be melted and cast together, and once it is cut into small pieces, it cannot be put back together. With so much use of these 2 materials, the money in the boxes might not be enough to buy these 2 boxes. Chapter 470 Girls Who Missed Their Meal. Someone tried hard to remember when exactly these 2 boxes came into existence. The earliest impression seems to be when I first returned to Willian City, which was also the time when I was richest. At that time, the 2 girls were clamoring to buy some magic materials, and even carried their elder sister out. They agreed without thinking, and of course, they had no impression of what they agreed to. It seems that this is the thing in front of me, and only then can I afford such money. Just saying. You have used such good materials, and added so much magic to them. Why don't you think of a way to make the weight lighter so that we can move it easier? Someone said to the lich who had been silent. How light should it be? Just enough to make it easy for a thief to move the whole thing away. Then pushed back directly. Someone is speechless. This is really a dilemma. The weight of the cash box itself is the most powerful anti-theft device. If it is too convenient, it will naturally be equally convenient for those with bad intentions. At this moment, someone suddenly remembered that back on Earth, many games had the attack skill of throwing money. And the more money you threw, the greater the damage. Now think about it seriously. This setting is really very scientific. I'm just saying that the hurtful part is not the value of the money, but the weight of the money. The real, physical weight. Looking at these 2 boxes, someone couldn't help but feel worried. In the past, we got into a lot of trouble because of the eye-catching sight of these things. So those who think money bites people try to transfer their income one by one to buy peace. Unexpectedly, money not only bites people, but also crushes them to death. Just this amount. If nothing else, if it were used as a stone bomb and thrown out with a trebuchet, whoever it hit would be killed. Of course, let's not think about what kind of trebuchet is needed to throw an object of this weight. He let out a long sigh, feeling deeply that he had done something wrong, not caring about wasting or saving his life. Lin used all his weight-related magic. Sitting on the horse, He lowered his waist, folded his hands, and stretched his legs. Then he picked up the box and walked carefully to the borrowed warehouse downstairs. Seeing their teacher walking away with difficulty, the two girls walked up to the lich and said doubtfully, "Well, why is the teacher moving things like this? Sister, you didn't tell the teacher that the magic on the box can be adjusted of." "Well, didn't I say it?" "I did." "Well, it seems that I really didn't say it. So just treat it as saying it. And you don't have to worry about it so much. Come on. Hurry up. Move the things down. Dinner is ready." Then urged the two girls with a nonchalant expression. People who were also watching the whole process had only one thought. That is, there is another pit that is deeper. In the next few days, Yuzov's group of companions finally stopped. No more looking for some ignorant nobles, mumbling about what they want to buy. It is true that the nobles near the Golden Waterway are very wealthy. But compared with the traditional nobles of the military country, they are still one level behind. To get the ship-cutting sword, it would probably take someone at the level of the 5th Duke of the military kingdom, or even the Emperor himself, to have that wealth and wealth. But people of this level would not easily come into contact with people without any noble blood. Magicians who have no king or country have always been targeted by nobles. It is the consensus of people at the aristocratic level not to meet such people directly, no matter how talented the other party is, and how precious knowledge they possess. They must be introduced by lower-level nobles. Only by going up one level can you meet the real nobles. But someone is far away from the nobles at all, let alone trying to curry favor with them. Of course, for Lin, there was nothing disgusting about dealing with nobles. When he was in Wullian City, in order to find sponsors for the college, he dragged liches along, licked his face, and visited noble banquets everywhere. But being able to do it doesn't mean you like to do it or have to do it. Someone now wants nothing from those noble people. Since there is nothing to seek, there is no need to deal with people from the aristocratic class. So there is no need to waste time meeting those scumbag people. Even during the 5 United City period, contact with nobles was not a good memory. The discrimination of those superior people is deeply rooted in their bones. No matter how beautifully they speak verbally, it will always come out inadvertently. Therefore, he declined all invitations to banquets, whether they were from the merchant class or the aristocratic class. While waiting for the boat, he just wandered around doing nothing every day, sometimes alone. Sometimes Finn would follow him on the street. If you meet someone by chance on the street, of course you politely decline all invitations. As for hiding from those people, why not just stay in the hotel instead of going out on the streets? This is because someone still wants to try his luck and see if he can find something left by other fellow villagers. Even if you don't look at the face of your fellow countrymen, just kidding. It's Da Vinci. Any manuscript, signature, or used item can be taken back as a family heirloom. The importance of that portrait has been raised to the highest level by him. There's just one thing that someone didn't think carefully about. The reason why he was able to snub the powerful with that attitude in the past was because in the places where he stayed, the power of the nobles was usually not as good as the power of the local magicians. This also resulted in the fact that although the Magicians Association has a loose organizational structure, the nobles would exercise restraint in order to avoid touching unknown red lines and causing the disaster of annihilation. But where he is today is within the borders of an empire, and he is still an outsider without status. Even the dogs of the Vita military state are nobler than people in other places. This is a common perception among people in the military state, not to mention those nobles with good blood and noble status. Even a viscount from the Vader military country dared to reprimand the kings of some small countries. Even if a certain magician has had many seemingly incredible experiences, it doesn't matter that the beauty next to him seems to have been the devil. For people in the military state, the right things are what the people in the military state do, and the wrong things are all the things that the people in the military state do not obey. The world has no other way of functioning except as it revolves around itself. Therefore, the rudeness of a certain magician is an attitude worthy of death. However, you need to be strategic when dealing with a magician, especially when you want something the other person has. Obvious plundering will only make other nobles look down on themselves and think that they have lost the magnanimity that a civilized person should have. But the successive disregards were enough to anger a noble who thought highly of himself. Naturally, there will be less rational people who will make some irrational choices. At least, when dinner time came and the two girls, who were supposed to come back to take care of everything, didn't show up, no matter how slow someone was, they realized that something was wrong. Ever since the girls came to us more than 10 years ago, they have never put down what they should do. They play outside until they are too happy to miss school, and then miss their meals. Maybe it's insecurity. They are afraid that when they are no longer useful, they will be ruthlessly abandoned. So in someone's impression, he only disliked the two girls for taking too much care, and had no chance to complain about them not doing anything. Are you afraid to come back because you haven't caught any prey for dinner? This happened to them when they were young. But as I get older, my hunting skills become much better. As a second-level magic apprentice who cannot hunt an edible small animal, he can throw away his wand and hang himself. Go home and farm. Unless the luck is really that bad. Except for the master and apprentice. There are no other living creatures within the radius. But no matter how bad your luck is, you are still in the wild. Where is this place? The river port city, Jaston City. Creatures in the Lost Lands have a deep-rooted territorial concept, and their normal lives rarely come close to the human living circle. So as long as you stay in this city and want to hunt small animals to eat, you will probably only find mice in the ditch. However, in the city, there is no war. No one is targeting you, and you are not short of money. It is really a joke to starve to death. So they were delayed because they had to buy fresh ingredients? When it comes to food, even in the city, there is only a morning market in Midi, not a 24-hour supermarket. It is possible to find a place that provides dinner at dusk. But if it is really too late, the girls will probably come back and explain to the hotel before asking the hotel to prepare dinner. Someone wouldn't get angry over something as trivial as this. Instead of like now, not even a person can be seen. Have you really gone too far? Still, I had some dinner casually, and was speechless all night. Of course, the two wild girls were nowhere to be seen. Early the next morning, there was a knock on the door. Lord Tripwood, Yuzov's companion, the noble daughter, knocked on the door of someone in the Lich's room. After Lin opened the door, he looked at the pretty aristocratic woman with a somewhat wild demeanor and said, "What's the matter? There is a guest who wishes to meet you." She was a little anxious when she said this. Then he hurriedly explained, "I know that you don't want to waste time on the issue of buying and selling ship-cutting knives. But the visiting guest has guaranteed that he is not here for buying and selling. And he does not want to reveal his purpose. I only strongly request to see you and what? He said something that you don't want to meet, and you will definitely regret it later." After the noble woman conveyed these words, she already regretted it. But behind the visiting envoy, his family network could reach the level of the 5th Duke. She was not someone she could easily refuse. So she had no choice but to bite the bullet and come. Lin chuckled. In the past few days, this was probably the first nobleman to speak harshly. In the past, whether it was an envoy or a noble who came in person, speaking rudely or not, it was just a lingering arrogance, and they still cared about superficial skills. But this new guy doesn't seem to be like that. Is he in the hall? I'll go see him and see what he wants to say. Chapter 471, Visiting Somewhere Else. After tidying up his appearance a little, Lin went downstairs and came to the hall. Yuzov and his party got up very early and were gathering in the hall in 2s and 3s. The 4 silver-bearded dwarves were also preparing their breakfast. Normally, they would have 2 girls helping them, so they could move much faster. However, the 2 girls were not there. Germain came down to help, but he was clumsy. He was immediately kicked out by the other 3 and sat alone at the long table waiting to eat. And standing in the hall was a knight he had never seen before, wearing bright plate armor from head to toe. He was a man who looked quite strong, and he was not the kind who only grew muscles but no brains. He has a shrewd look on his face and a confident smile that promises victory. To be fair, as a companion, he would be an excellent person to rely on, but as an opponent, it seems less popular. Your Excellency! Seeing the magician coming downstairs, the envoy bowed respectfully. Sir! Lin returned the salute. At this time, the noble daughter came forward and introduced. This is Viscount Bachman's most trusted knight, William Markwater, who has the title of Knight of Silver Wind. After speaking, she turned her head and said, This is... No introduction is needed. I know who this person is. After stopping the noble daughter, the knight said, I believe that your excellency is very busy in your daily life and has little time to listen to our nonsense. So I will tell you my purpose. Please say. The knight in front of him seemed to be preparing something, thinking that it was secret. He quietly activated the magic that might have come with his equipment or other items. The fluctuation is so subtle that it is difficult to detect it using traditional perception methods, unless the ability to control magical power reaches a subtle level. But the magician in front of him was a different kind. And no matter how small a fluctuation was, he could not escape the detection of the arcane eye level. Generally speaking, if either party uses magic during a conversation, it can be regarded as a sign of hostility. So the reason why the other party did this was to make a sneak attack. Or did it have other purposes? Someone remained calm and even made some guesses about the other person's intention. Your Excellency's 2 apprentices are visiting the Viscount. Viscount Bachman asked me to send a message, hoping that you will pick up your 2 apprentices as soon as possible. Of course, you can't visit a noble without any expression. The Viscount believes that destroying the ship with a knife is a very suitable gift. Of course, it is best not to delay this matter for too long. Otherwise something bad may happen to your 2 apprentices. As soon as he spoke, everyone stood up in fright. And some people even knocked down the benches. The one who was anxious and angry was not the teacher of the 2 girls, but the noble daughter who was recommended. Ha ha. Lin smiled, thinking that he had indeed foresight, and his guess was almost close to the truth. He nodded calmly and said, I understand. I will visit the Viscount as soon as possible and pick up my apprentice. Someone's abnormal reaction made the knight confused for a moment what the other person was thinking. But the confused expression only lasted for a moment. He then used the same friendly smile, bowed and said, Then I will immediately report back to Viscount Bachman and look forward to your visit to His Excellency Tripwood. After saying this, the figure turned around. In a flash, the knight left the hotel at an extremely fast speed. It seems that the magic that the one blessed me with is for escape. That quick movement was more like running away than giving someone a blow. This was because he was afraid that he would be killed by his furious self after he said the threat. So he prepared an escape route in advance. Those 2 girls are in their hands? Fun, who just walked down the stairs, asked. Today, Lich wore a black gold-trimmed cheongsam with high slits, black stockings and glass high-heeled shoes on her lower body, with her hair in a high bun, a silver phoenix hairpin, and a tobacco pipe in her hand. She looked very unusual. Yes, someone felt something strange. And the reason was the tobacco pipe in the Lich's left hand. Because good tobacco is considered a luxury and a rarity. She basically only smokes afterward, and will not take a puff at other times. Although I wasn't worried about those 2 girls last night. And certainly not to the point of being unable to sleep. I didn't have the heart to do anything. However, Finn still took out the tobacco pipe, lit the tobacco, and took a rare puff. Seeing the puff of cigarette exhaled from Finn's beautiful lips, Lin calmed down and said, It seems that he was taken away. The pipe was knocked against the stair railing, and there was a sound of buckle, which made Yuzov and others feel that the reason why they had been feeling bad gradually changed from vague to clear. But Finn only knocked out the tobacco embers. She walked down the stairs staggeringly and asked, What are you going to do? Please, don't do anything. The one who shouted so was Madeline Benz, the noble daughter among Yuzov's companions. She nervously ran to the magician and said, Please don't worry about the safety of Arumi and Kaya. I know a nobleman nearby, and his strength is higher than Bachman. Let him come forward to please. There will definitely be no problem. We can definitely bring Halumi and Kaya back safely. Madeline grabbed someone's hand in panic, shook it a few times, and then said, I am deeply sorry for Viscount Bachman's choice. I will set out immediately to find someone for help. And I will definitely let them both. I came back safely. But there is one thing I want you to promise. No matter what. Please don't hurt anyone. Or even kill anyone. Please promise me this. Seeing Madeline look at him with a scorching gaze that was a little dark, he felt that this woman was completely in panic. Lin cracked a smile and said, Of course. Of course. I promise you. I never planned to kill anyone from the beginning. Great. Please don't worry about their safety. I will set off immediately to find someone to rescue Halumi and the others. After saying this, Madeline ran out in a hurry without even bothering to eat breakfast. The nobleman who could help was further away than Viscount Bachman's territory. If you ride fast, you may be able to arrive before dusk. But no matter how fast the speed is, there will be no way to solve this matter until tomorrow. I just hope that before then, the current Viscount Bachman will not do anything that will make people regret. Just saying, that one is not a kind person. I just hope everything is still in time. Then stayed in the hotel, sat across from someone, and lit up a second cigarette. Although he was quite dissatisfied with this man's always calm attitude, his strange calm performance this time made the Lich unsure of what was going on in someone's mind. So I planned not to have an attack for the time being and wait and see what happens. Several dwarves behaved somewhat at a loss. After spending some time with the girl, the two of them were much easier to get along with than their teacher and the older sister. They also didn't want the girl to suffer any harm. As for Yuzov and others, some were angry, some felt guilty, but they wanted to say a few words to express their attitude. But before speaking, Lin first opened the map of Jasmine City and asked, "Can I ask where the territory of Viscount Bachman is?" They had already seen this kind of map presentation once in Storm Bay, so they wouldn't be surprised. Yuzov didn't think much and quickly found the location of Viscount Bachman's territory on the map. And because the terrain nearby happened to be covered by the first satellite launch of the Queen of Heaven, the Viscount Castle also appeared on the map and was pointed out. After pointing at the map, Yuzov wanted to ask this man what his plan was. When he raised his head, there was no trace of the magician, only the Lich holding a dry pipe and puffing out clouds of mist. "I just wanted to say that the map is still there. But why are the people missing?" When he lowered his head, the map disappeared. Only then did he wonder what had happened. When he raised his head again, even the Lich could no longer see anyone. Yuzov was stunned, looking at the surrounding companions and several dwarves. They all had the same expression. He said, "Nothing bad will happen." "Well, didn't Mr. Tripwood promise Madeline that he wouldn't kill anyone? There shouldn't be a big problem." Someone forced himself to think optimistically. Could he just use the ship-cutting knife in exchange for his apprentice? After the optimistic noble, he thought that the magician was willing to give in. But in his tone, it was hard to tell whether he was happy or worried. In response to these words, Yuzov could only sigh and said, "What you did this time, sigh." Looking at his companions who were members of the military aristocracy, he wanted to be angry, but he couldn't get angry. Unlike their companions who are members of the Ikaruga Alliance, these descendants of nobles sometimes have different ideas and concepts than those of them who are from ordinary people. Just like the ship-cutting sword, Yuzov knew that his noble friends were among them, and they had more or less contributed to the situation. He stopped these people several times, but without much success. Although it is a bit helpless, it is not incomprehensible. For these aristocratic descendants and women who do not have the first line of succession, in addition to marriage, if they want to gain a foothold in the aristocratic circle, they need great merit. However, in a military country that has been at peace for a long time, without large-scale wars, it is impossible to obtain military exploits. And naturally there is no hope of becoming a knight. The ship-cutting sword is an important weapon of another empire. It is certainly a credit to the military country to win it. It may not be possible to get the big deal, but as long as a name is recorded in the credit book, not only will it be taken seriously within the family, but it will even be extended an olive branch from outside. It's just something in the hands of a magician. How can it be so easy to take? But people in the military state are used to being arrogant. To them, ordinary magicians are just like little people who can come and go at a moment's notice. Just like ordinary people. But this time there is a resurrected demon king. Regardless of his authenticity, there is also a magician who is useless in all evaluations. But is that person really like the comments in the forum? Leaving the magic tower and letting others take whatever they want. The previous conflict in Storm Bay showed various signs that it was not as described in the rumors. When you encounter a bad person, you can infer the other person's behavior pattern from what he has done before, so you can take precautions. But no one can figure out what a good person will do when he crosses that line. And most troubling of all, where is that line? Looking at the location where the magician disappeared silently, Yuzov, like everyone else, felt uneasy. Chapter 472. Go in and save people. Standing on the edge of the woods, looking at the castle not far away, the magician whose apprentice was captured was silent. Cars and horses were constantly coming in and out of the open city gate, and soldiers were watching every few steps on the city wall. There are even trebuchet towers placed at certain distances. For a viscount, such a castle is considered an extraordinary layout. All signs point to one thing. The owner here is very rich, perhaps also very powerful. Because in an aristocratic society that pays great attention to class, being able to have such financial resources without being swallowed up by the superior nobles either has an extraordinary origin or has a strong backing. The Lich took a step slower to follow, not concealing the sound of his footsteps at all. She stood next to Lin, looked in the same direction, and asked, "What are your plans?" Just before he wanted to answer, Lin turned his head to look at a certain Lich, but was stunned for a moment. "Well, are you going to attend the big farewell ceremony?" It can be said that from where's all the possessions she has. Weapons such as 4 magic guns, machetes, And ship-cutting knives need not be mentioned in particular. Riding boots, a cloak, a large brimmed pointed wizard hat, and the black cheongsam she wore underneath. The combination of several completely different styles of painting turned out to be indescribably sexy. Especially the seemingly plain-colored magic equipment is actually composed of countless ant-sized secret patterns arranged in an array. It combines the knowledge of programming languages and the magic tower construction technology learned from someone, using different magics together without interfering with each other. In fact, it is the design method of circuit boards dash. According to her, this is even more luxurious than when she was the Demon King in her prime. It is quite rare for a fully armed lich to ignore the ridicule in someone's words and asked again, "How are you going to save people?" "Well, walk in, find someone, and leave." Then rolled her eyes at someone, as if to say that even if she asked a pig, the pig would give a better answer. After giving up questioning, then pulled out the 2 guns from his waist and walked out of the forest, appearing menacingly in the sight of the defenders, which naturally brought chaos to the alert castle. Everyone outside the city rushed into the city, and there was a commotion on the city wall. Countless soldiers ran and arranged behind every battlement. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Someone who hurriedly followed called the lich who was walking in front and said, "I promised others not to kill anyone. You just walked over like this. Even if you didn't plan on it at the beginning. Take action." And finally I was forced to take action. Fine. Who stopped, did not look back, and said in a dissatisfied tone, "You said it yourself. Go in and find someone. What's more, you are the only one who promised not to kill. And I didn't agree to that kind of thing." I agreed. I just agreed. It's not fun at all to play this kind of game where I agree but you don't. Seeing a certain lich glaring over, Lin hurriedly changed his words. "Of course, I can't represent you. What to promise? But there is a simpler solution to the matter. There is no need to make it so complicated." "What's a simple method?" "Go in and find people." "How is this different from what I just said?" "Well, it seems that there is really no difference. But the process is definitely different. And the core thinking of your actions and mine is definitely different." "What's the difference?" "I just want to save people. Anyone who gets in the way just needs to stop getting in the way. And although you also want to save people, you seem to be planning to send all the people who get in the way to H.L. so that they can no longer get in the way. This is the difference between you and me. And it's very troublesome for you to rush ahead and get in my way. Speak English." Seeing that a certain lich had not activated the ship-cutting knife in his hand, but it was already raised high, ready to hit someone on the head, Lin hurriedly waved his hands and said, "Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's see what I do first, and then you decide what to do." Before the 2 of them could reach a consensus on their actions, several powerful arrows had already hit the surrounding ground, making a clanging sound. There was even one that accurately hit someone's head. But just before the attack, the flash technique was activated, and the arrow was thrown to an unknown place. In fact, the 2 of them are still quite far away from the castle. The one who can shoot the arrow to their position needs not only a good bow, but also good arm strength. One arrow even almost hit someone. It seems that there are still talents in the city. Putting the ship-cutting knife back on his back, then took a step or 2 back, waiting to see someone make a move. Maybe the people on the other side also discovered that ordinary bows and arrows posed no threat to the 2 magicians at such a distance. So even though they could shoot accurately, the other side didn't fire a second arrow. "Watch!" Lin was facing the castle, gesturing with his hands one after another, as if he was measuring something. Suddenly he stretched his right hand forward, snapped his fingers, and said, "Let's go!" The gate of Viscount Bachman's castle disappeared. Strictly speaking, there is still a little arc-shaped remnant at the base of the city gate, and this arc extends to the wall, including the surrounding buildings and the ground. It looks like the space of a sphere disappears. Lin heaved a sigh of relief, shook his hands, and said, "It doesn't feel as troublesome as I imagined." Not only the people in the city, but also the defenders on the city wall were panicked. Even from behind him showed a surprised expression and said, "This is the extra-dimensional exile technique? Doesn't this count as murder?" "Of course. Has anyone died in front of you? They have a chance to survive in other places. And they might even get adventures, great martial arts, etc." Then pouted and said bitterly, "Yes, you are so kind-hearted. I really want to know who the person who is playing word games is." After having the first experience and confirming that it is feasible, the next steps will be quite simple for someone. With a wave of his hand, The space spheres disappeared one after another, like an invisible giant beast, chewing holes into the walls on both sides. Even those trebuchet towers that looked very threatening disappeared completely before they could even fire a single stone bomb. Lin said, "This is not the case when we encountered a large-scale war a while ago. The extra-dimensional exile technique was useless. So I have been thinking about ways to improve it. Are you referring to locating an individual other than me?" Fun, who instantly returned to his scientific research state, pointedly pointed out the biggest flaw in the use of Flash. As a demon king who once ruled an era and a lich with the most advanced magical knowledge, Finn is not like someone who can cast the magical interdimensional exile spell that is a variant of the Flash spell. The biggest reason is that he cannot locate anyone other than himself who wants to be teleported. Target. This involves the transformation of the coordinate system, which requires the most calculations. The shift of the origin. Once the origin is changed, the coordinates of almost everything need to be redefined. Contains distance, angle, etc. Although you can use the original origin, which is your own position, to perform triangulation and obtain more accurate results. The related calculations must be completed in an instant, which is a computational obstacle that Finn has not been able to break through until now. Although Lin had been able to do this before and cast the interdimensional exile technique, there were still limitations in its use. If the target moves too fast, it may escape his grasp, just like Sputnik 1 that fell from the sky. Continuously using the extra-dimensional banishment technique is not as easy as flashing oneself continuously. There is a certain interval. When there are few opponents, this interval can be ignored, but when there are a large number of enemies, and they may pose a threat in a very short time. Instead of using the extra-dimensional exile technique to throw the enemies one by one into an unknown place, it is better to do it yourself. Flash. Jump out of the battle circle to catch your breath. Secondly, only one object can be exiled at a time. This object can be a state in which several things are bundled together, but as long as they are separated from each other, a group of objects cannot be expelled in one go. To put it simply, for attacks like Rain of Arrows, the interdimensional banishment technique cannot be considered a good defensive method. If you are alone, you can choose to flash out of the range covered by the arrow rain. But what if someone else is there? To flash away with someone other than yourself is a huge drain on someone. So if you want to throw away all the arrows that may hit your side, what is the maximum number that you can do in a very short time? Lin has not yet figured out a reason for these problems. Various problems that were exceptions to the original design plan made someone constantly think about solutions. Finally got some results. To put it simply, don't consider transferring the coordinate system. Instead, change the calculation method from the original relative coordinate system to a calculation method similar to the absolute coordinate system. To do this, you must be aware of all the changes around you. Accurate control. During the academic discussion with the Lich, the two strolled towards the castle, and all moving people, dogs, and horses will be ruthlessly banished by someone as soon as they appear in the field of vision. If there are too many people, the entire spherical space will be exiled. After trying it against the enemy several times, Lin complained, although it is much faster to define a center of the sphere and then use the radius to define the range, it is still difficult to grasp where the boundary is. Be content. If I had this ability back then, I would have spent the whole day looking for ways to stare at the old gods, chasing after them fiercely, and being so jealous that I would kill anyone who got in the way. Then saw someone holding a crossbow coming from the fortress. Rushed out. As soon as she raised the gun, the person disappeared, which made her want to hit the head of the person next to her with the handle of the gun. It was just that someone was thinking seriously, and didn't even look at the direction in which the person was running out. Such an attitude made the Lich helpless. As he said, if you walk in and find someone, there won't be any unnecessary trouble. Seriously speaking, the extra-dimensional banishment technique is just to move the annoying person away from your eyes. If the hatred is really deep, you will choose to tear the other party into pieces with your own hands, break every inch of bone, and shed the last drop of blood. Watching Saifong take his last breath with his own eyes. Or should he just hide him from sight? Someone casually agreed with the Lich's words, although it sounded like he was trying to make trouble. Chapter 473, Searching for Hostages. Although it was very embarrassing to say something about someone, Finn still thought about it seriously and had to admit, indeed, if there is really a deep hatred, there is no way I can let the other person run away. Even if the other person has a lot of the other person may die, which means the other party also has a chance to survive. Right? Yes. Once again, He banished a group of soldiers who rushed up to a place that even he didn't know. Standing in the center of the castle square, Lin placed the long cane, the only magical equipment he had brought, on the ground and cast active detection magic. The outline of the castle structure gradually took shape in front of him, and at the same time, the positions of each living person were marked on it. Heartbeats and breathing sounds are excellent targets for sonar detection. Suddenly, a conspicuous warning message appeared in the corner of the field of vision, with red and black diagonal zebra stripes. If I hadn't been the only one to see it, someone would have wanted to add a harsh whistle. Put those distracting thoughts behind for the moment. The content of the message indicates a high-energy reaction. At the same time, he pointed out the direction, pointing towards a certain house. Is there a master in the house? Or is it? Lin flashed and appeared directly on the roof, followed by Fin. Although the Lich didn't understand the intention of someone's actions at first, when he came to the rooftop and took a look, he understood everything. In the castle, in a corner near the city wall, stands a 3-story magic tower. Looking at its shape from outside the city, this magic tower will be confused with the trebuchet tower next to it. For those on the offensive side, it is easy to be fooled by this tower. However, the changes that occurred before the magic tower gathered energy and prepared to use strategic magic could not be concealed by a strange magician and a lich who could kill gods. But even if they are discovered, and even if they can clearly see the flames gradually condensing on the top of the tower, for most people, now is just the time to escape. As long as they can escape from the attack range of the tower, the crisis will naturally be resolved. But this is for the average person. Then stretched out his hand and grasped the long handle of the ship-killing knife. With a hint of lilac, brushed his red lips, and asked, "Do you want to fight in?" To ordinary people, the magic tower is like an iron wall, but with the ship-cutting knife in hand, even if you are facing a magic material that is famous for its hardness, you can still go wherever you want, as long as you can get into the tower. The threat from the magic tower will be reduced by more than half, and various traps and debuff effects. Are these a problem for the Lich? As long as the tower owner dies, the tower will be considered useless. Then I heard a boom sound, and a large piece of the topmost layer of the complete 3-story magic tower was suddenly missing. A large spherical area. The incision is as smooth as a mirror, and the corners are as sharp as a knife. At the same time, the accumulated inflammation can directly dissipate. That sound was the sound of power being forcibly dispersed by external forces. Once there is a beginning, there is a second and third chapter. A magic tower, like a popsicle, was bitten by an invisible giant beast with a pop sound, without any ability to resist, not even the slightest obstacle of being exiled. The magic tower completely disappeared from the surface of the earth, leaving only a few remaining stones as the foundation. Fortunately, they remained on the ground, telling others that there was a magic tower here. Fact, the hand holding the handle of the ship-cutting knife loosened and tightened. Tightened and loosened again. Finally, then gave up helplessly inside. In fact, when she was resurrected, the world she saw was completely different from the past, especially the magic towers that stood everywhere. She had thought of ways to attack them more than once. The conclusion is that human lives can only be used to pile them up. Fortunately, for necromancy magicians, human life is the least valuable thing. Of course, the premise of all this is that we are not dealing with the tower of the great sage. Quantity is completely meaningless to that tower. But she never thought that a magic tower would disappear piece by piece without any resistance, like the situation before her. It's true. The man next to him suddenly spoke and complained. How long has it been since we came in? This magic tower is only now responding. It's really slow. Well, according to my research, this is considered a normal reaction speed for most magic towers in the land. The tower you modified is too abnormal. Hee hee. All martial arts in the world are invincible. Only speed can defeat them. In my hometown, even children can catch this truth. Besides, in the military, there is also the so-called speed of soldiers. If you are faster, you will not suffer big losses. Conflicted guy. When you came to this castle, you didn't look like you were in a hurry. Being anxious and acting quickly are two different things. The so-called urgent matters are delayed. People who are anxious are not easy to calm down. If they are not calm, they will easily make mistakes. Forget about small things. If you make a mistake on this kind of thing, your life may be in danger. Life is not saved. Paul, what could have been done has become impossible. Thinking about it like this, What's the use of being anxious? Then what do you mean by quick movements? There is a saying in the art of war in my hometown. It is as fast as the wind, as slow as the forest, as aggressive as fire, as immovable as a mountain, as unpredictable as the shadows, and as mobile as thunder. To use my words, it means that if you can't fight, don't fight. But even if you don't want to fight, you should be prepared to fight. Once the fight starts, you will be killed. The principle of keeping a thin line in life so that we can meet each other in the future is meaningless in a society where people cannibalize others. In your heart, or do you have room to fight back? To be compassionate to others is to be cruel to yourself. Then, don't beat them to death one by one. Using this method, the two searched the castle while chatting. As soon as they saw the figure, the next second the other party disappeared. It was precisely this situation with no casualties that caused the enemy to misjudge and not be afraid. So they killed two people on sight. What Finn is referring to is someone's method of solving all problems using only the extra-dimensional banishment technique. Lin shrugged and said, "To me, these people are just trouble. They are not enough to make me want to live and eat their flesh and blood. As long as they don't hinder me, we can negotiate anything. What's more, didn't you also say that although they have a small chance of surviving, there is a high possibility of dying like this? You don't even look at the question. I'm not afraid that your two apprentices will be thrown away by you." Finn had given up holding the weapon in his hand. So the two spears were slung back on the back. And the ship-cutting sword was also slung obediently on the back. To be honest, she already regretted taking so many burdens out with her. "No, I have specially marked your soul auras. As long as they are within a recognizable range, the interdimensional exile technique will not have any effect on you." "Oh." Finn's eyebrows raised. What is the purpose of such special treatment? For some reason, the atmosphere was awkward for a moment. But then she felt funny again. Now I am walking among the enemy lines, but there is no such tense atmosphere. Perhaps in order to find something to talk about and dilute this inexplicable feeling. She said, "You just said that you have memorized our soul breath. So you can't use this method to make remote markings. If possible, today's matter will be much simpler." Hearing this, Lin frowned and said, "I would like to be so relaxed and save trouble. But as long as you leave a little distance, you won't be able to sense anything. I'm still thinking about remote positioning methods. That's why we need to use both feet to search for the whereabouts of your two apprentices." "Yeah. Don't complain. I'm helpless too. Although there was a way to move quickly using the flash technique." The two of them only used their feet to move. As Finn said, this is because the originally marked location of the living person is only for investigation of the situation at the time, and can only be used for reference. To conduct a carpet-like search, it is more convenient to use feet than to use flash. Besides, your goal is obvious, and you can attract people to take the initiative to attack. For someone, doing this can help reduce the number of enemies faster. It is the most efficient way to wait until those who dare to take the initiative to draw moths to the flame are banished, and then let them take the initiative to attack the rest. If he encounters an obstacle, be it a door or a wall, Lin does not choose to use flash to jump to the other side. Instead, he uses the new version of extra-dimensional exile to dig a hole directly. Sometimes the hole is dug too big and the floor is missing. Sometimes it is too small, and you have to step over and drill through the hole. According to someone, this is definitely not to fit in with what he said at the beginning. To solve all this by walking. But because new technologies require more practice. And how to define the edge of the space-cut sphere. Lin has been groping in practice. He didn't want to dig holes in the air. Nor did he want to destroy the woods, rocks, etc. in the wild. There is a ready-made experimental product in front of you. And there is no psychological burden on digging a hole. So why not do it? After entering a room with a luxurious door, the two magicians walking along finally saw the two apprentices who had been missing. They were not alone at all. In addition to a group of armed soldiers forming a human wall in the room, there were people standing behind the two girls. They held short swords and put them against the girl's neck. Someone shouted, "You!" The next moment, except for someone, the Lich and his two apprentices, there was no one else in the room. Lin walked up to the two girls, who were already frightened. Seeing their embarrassed appearance, Lin couldn't help but feel a little distressed. He pinched Halumi's face, looked left and right at the bruises here and there, and asked, "Did you get beaten? Are there any other injuries on your body?" Only then did the two girls realize that their situation was safe. And they immediately hugged someone tightly and cried loudly. Originally, someone was a little confused about the battle, trying to appease his apprentice. but they only knew how to cry. And it was useless no matter what they did. In the end, Lin simply regarded himself as a tree and let others hold him. After crying for a while, the two girls calmed down a little. But they still hugged their teacher tightly, buried their faces in his body, and sobbed softly. At this time, someone whose body was about to become stiff could no longer bear it. Lifting the back collars of the two girls, they were handed over to the lich, who had been watching the show. It's just that they are like the suckers of an octopus, holding on tightly and not letting go. Then actually hugged the girl who was thrust into his arms from the waist. One on each side. Lin explained. Please take them back first. They need a good rest. This is not a good place to rest. And you? I'll wrap up and then go back, Lin said. The smiling face looked the same as before, but now it gave Finn a chill. In a simple sentence, how many people will suffer behind the scenes? It seems that this guy is really angry this time. Chapter 474 Belated Reinforcements. By the time Madeline Benz led people back to Jasmine City, it was already the afternoon of the next day. Hurry and hurry along the way. If the people she invited were not willing to work harder, all the horses might be exhausted to death. And if walking at night wasn't too dangerous, they could have arrived earlier. Even so, it only took less than 2 days to run back and forth from Jasmine City to the territory of Viscount Wutong, which was already incredibly fast in the eyes of military people. According to Madeline's original idea, they should go directly to Viscount Bachman's castle and rescue the magician's 2 apprentices. But even though Viscount Wutong himself did not say so, his vassals unanimously demanded that they must meet with the magician first and negotiate terms before coming forward to redeem the person. That's right. It's redemption. Use the rules of the aristocracy and spend the price to trade people back. After all, this matter had nothing to do with Viscount Wutong. It was purely Madeline's request. In addition to the environment in which she grew up, this kind of redemption was commonplace. So she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Everything should be focused on rescuing the 2 girls as soon as possible. But when they returned to Jasmine City, the girls were assisting their teacher in preparing dinner. Well, the person was rescued? Madeline asked her companion stiffly. Yuzov and his group had livid faces and only nodded in response, unable to say a single word. Lin, who had just come out of the kitchen, saw Madeline coming back and asked kindly, Do you want to have dinner together? I have more preparations. With a start, the noble woman suddenly stepped forward to catch someone. Lin suddenly appeared and retreated 2 steps away. Not many people saw such an action. They only saw Madeline jumping into the air. But the noble lady didn't care whether she caught anyone, but asked loudly, Sir Tripwood, didn't you promise me not to hurt anyone? Wait until I find someone to rescue your 2 apprentices. Lin still had that smile on his face. He said, I promised you not to hurt anyone. And I did it. But when it comes to you, I don't agree. Saving people is like putting out fires. It should be done quickly rather than slowly. What's more, my 2 apprentices I've only been here for 1 night. And I've already suffered a lot. I'm already a different person now. Did you exchange it for the ship-cutting knife? Madeline only thought of this faster way to achieve it. No. I just asked them to go far. Far away, and not to hinder me from saving people. Madeline wanted to continue asking, but the group of people she invited refused to wait any longer. A vassal of Viscount Wutong interrupted the conversation between the 2 and said, Your Excellency, I am glad that your trouble has been solved. But the Viscount left the territory for your sake. You must know that now is the time when food is coming into the warehouse. And he is busiest. Time. We can't return empty-handed. You know what I mean? Then, let's have dinner together. The taste of my hometown is guaranteed to be delicious that you have never tasted. Putting the special sauce mixed with honey on his hand on the table, Ling calculated the portion to prepare. 7 more mouths should be enough. Just add some more other foods. And the roast chicken won't be enough. But the knight suddenly took out a dagger and nailed it to the table, and said with a fierce look, Outsider, if you don't understand the rules of the military, I don't mind teaching you step by step. But the price is high. You have the consciousness yet? The 2 frightened girls imitated PPK's magic gun and pointed it at the intruder. It's a pity that no one recognizes this kind of weapon. And the person on the other side is not afraid at all. The dagger the knight took out was not an ordinary iron weapon, but a magic weapon with demon-breaking properties. The runes on the blade and the small piece of magic stone glowing green at the end of the handle all showed that the quality of this magic-breaking blade was extraordinary. Then what's the price of this? Lin looked at the people Madeline brought back and counted them. 7 ignorant lives are enough, so that you can go back alive and worry about whether there are any citizens. The food was secretly hidden, or some petty official hid it from you and enriched his own pockets. Do you know that you are offending a lord with a military strength of 1,000 men? All I know is that there are only 7 people in front of me, and they're standing under my starry sky. The knight smiled instead of being angry and said, "What did I hear? An unprepared magician threatened a close warrior. To come from outside this level is not ignorance, but stupidity." Ha. The knight was laughing, and Lin was laughing too. But the laughter could not ease the tense atmosphere. Just before the knight could draw his dagger, intending to give someone a break, his arm was caught. The person who caught him was his lord, the Viscount, who had never expressed any opinions and allowed his vassals to speak on his behalf. Strictly speaking, Viscount Fu Tung is not yet middle-aged, nor is he a young man who is just starting out. In his prime, he was not only powerful but also resourceful. This is evident from the fact that the territory he manages can overwhelm the surrounding lords. This time it was not for fighting, but strictly speaking as a mediator. So he did not bring an army with him, but instead brought with him the 6 knights, who were his closest confidants and the most powerful among his subordinates. Such a lineup is enough to force Bachman to dare not speak loudly. But the evolution of things seems not to be as expected. He had never seen a magician who dared to challenge the nobles. He has also seen magicians who can knock down warriors at close range without any assistance. But the person in front of me does not have such ability according to rumors. Then his backer is the beauty standing on the stairs, looking coldly at everything in the hall. The rumored devil. Any normal person would know not to provoke the nobles of the Vader military state in its territory. The word military, they call themselves, does not mean friendly. But judging from the other party's experience, it is not an exaggeration to call him a genius, plus the devil, who doesn't know whether it is real or fake. Strictly speaking, it is difficult to classify him as a normal person. Moreover, Viscount Fu Tung still had a layer of worry in his heart. So he stopped his reckless subordinate, pulling the person behind him. The Viscount said, "Your Excellency, I would like to apologize for our offense. This guy is just a reckless man who only knows fighting. It is my fault as a lord that he did not stop his rude behavior in time. Please don't blame him." Don't reach out to hit the smiling person. The other party found a way out, so Lin didn't need to make trouble. "That's easy to say. Then, my lord, do you want to stay for dinner?" "No. Just like what my subordinate said, now is the harvest time, and I should return to my territory as soon as possible." Viscount Fu, who was determined to leave, quickly took the people away. They got on their horses, because they couldn't ride in the city. The knight who was being pulled away took this opportunity to talk and said, "Sir, you shouldn't have held me back. As long as that kind of person scares him a little more, he will be taken away. If I don't give him the second ship-cutting knife as a reward, I'm sure he'll hand over other good things. You often say that the magician is very lucky and has many good things in his hands." From what the person just said, he didn't hand over the ship-cutting sword. But even so, he took back the 2 hostages. Don't you think there's something fishy going on? My lord, what could be strange about this? Viscount Fu Tung was a little helpless towards this subordinate who did things without thinking. It just so happened that this guy was a good player when it came to fighting, and he couldn't bear to lose such a forward who could rush and kill. So Fu Tang could only give pointers to the opponent. He asked, "Do you know Bachman? Or Indu? Do you know what his reputation is in the imperial capital?" "I don't know that guy. But even people in a small place like me know the reputation of the jackal in the imperial capital. He must be a very powerful guy. Otherwise, if he has such a bad reputation, he can still survive. It's a skill." Yes. There are rumors that he is the illegitimate son of Duke Becker. Is this true? If it's false, how do you think Indu is still alive today? Married to a young lady from the Bachman family, and inherited the title of Viscount? You don't know him. But I do. Believe me, the rumors you can hear, compared with the things he has done, it has been beautified a lot. And some things that deserve death will never become rumors among the people. Kurt Ferdinand's words contained a strong sense of disdain for Indo Bachman, although their titles came from the same path. After marrying a noble who did not have a male heir, they shared his wife's title. But Kurt was the legitimate foreson of a marquis. He could only inherit the secondary title from his father. The third brother just above him was gone, so he could only obtain the title in this way. But that guy Indu was just an illegitimate son. He used despicable methods to take possession of the daughter of the former Viscount Bachmann, and coupled with the pressure from Duke Becker, he achieved his current status. For such a person, Kurt Feuden would not have much contact with him on a daily basis, even if he was not tit-for-tat at every turn. This time he was willing to come forward, more or less with the idea of destroying Indu Bachmann's plan. But how could a man who would be called a jackal let go of the meat in his mouth before getting real benefits? Coupled with the magician's attitude, Kurt suspected that Indu had been killed by the magician from out of town. If this guess is true, then for the other party, killing one noble is no different than killing two nobles. Anyway, it will lead to the retaliation of the military and the state. So it is better to kill everyone who angers him. If you think so, then your reckless subordinates will only bring murderous intentions to you by constantly provoking the other party. So Kurt pulled this reckless man away and left immediately. On the other hand, he also wanted to confirm what happened to Indu. The military state will definitely react to this. And as long as he knew the news earlier, it would be an opportunity. So as soon as they left Jasmine City, the group of 7 people rode forward quickly, hoping to reach Bachmann's castle before nightfall. But night comes quickly, and does not delay according to one's will. Fortunately, tonight is a full moon, and the bright moonlight allows these knights in their prime to walk smoothly on the night road. But we should be there. So, what happened to Bachmann's castle? Chapter 475 Bachmann City. The ruins under the moonlight. Without any lights at all. Kurt Feuden and his party even wondered if they had taken the wrong road because it was too dark at night, and therefore ran to the wrong place. But are there any abandoned castles around here? There are no such abandoned castles or fortresses in the military kingdom, because such a place may be used by bandits, or even become a hiding place for enemies of the military and state. In addition, the military country has been at peace for a long time, and there has been no war to attack the city. Therefore, old war relics will be demolished and the stones will be used. The rotten wood was either burned on the spot or brought by people from neighboring villages to be burned as firewood. It's not uncommon for some bold people to demolish old castles and build their own houses. After all, this kind of behavior is a national policy. So Kurt Feuden is very convinced that after more than 100 years of hard work, there is no longer a castle in ruins like this one in front of him. But it's not quite right to say ruins, because there are no toppled walls, no overgrown scenes, and it even looks like no traces of war damage. It's like a very ordinary castle, but with many parts dug out. There was no human habitation at all, not even ghosts. Everything was clean. After hesitating for a long time, Kuhl finally ordered a knight and said, "Go and confirm who that castle belongs to." The knight galloped out and ran back after a while and said, "Sir, I saw the goat flag of the Bachmann family inside." The noble flag represents status, but it cannot be hung randomly, nor can it be easily lent to others. Kuhl asked again, "Did you see anyone alive inside?" "My lord, I saw no one." "Then, the body?" "There is no body either." "My lord, blood? Signs of a fire? Any sign of a battle?" "None of that." "My lord, is it possible that it is occupied by the undead? There are ghosts everywhere and corpses collecting corpses?" "No, sir, it doesn't look like it's occupied by the undead. There aren't any scary ghosts inside." This time, not only Kurt Feuden was dumbfounded, but the knights who followed also had the same expression. Someone asked the knight who went to investigate, "What's the scene like there?" "Well, it's hard to understand in words. I don't know how to describe what I saw inside. If you want to know, go see it with your own eyes. There should be no danger." The group made some local materials, prepared some torches, and set out to explore this very strange Bachmann city, where there should be city gates and walls. If you look closely, you will find that there is still a small part of the foundation on the ground. Some places leave more, some places less. The same thing is that the city wall no longer has the function of a city wall. The remaining wall has very beautiful and smooth cut surfaces. Under the light of the torch, it looks even more weird. The bold one took out his war hammer and hit it on the smooth surface, knocking off a stone. After crossing the city wall that was no longer a wall, Kurt Feuden seemed to have remembered something and walked towards a specific place, in a certain direction. I searched back and forth for a partially intact wall. Finally, he stopped in front of a circular building with only half a floor left. He looked at the remnants of the building with an ugly expression, and shouted to his subordinates, "Come here! Try to knock on the foundation stone here." After their lord spoke, several knights took out their warhammers and struck the ruined wall hard. But everyone's hands were numb from the shock. And the foundation stone was intact as before. Everyone was cursing at this result. The strongest and most reckless knight was also shocked. He complained, "It's so hard! It's not the wall of the magic tower." This sentence actually silenced all those who complained. I have the same question in my mind. Is this really a magic tower? Everyone looked at their lord. Kurtfeuden nodded with difficulty and said, "This is a secret that only a very few people know. I only heard it from my father, and have not confirmed the authenticity. Now it seems that this is a magic tower, or said, at least it is a building with similar capabilities to the magic tower." Although the magic tower built in the city is also registered with the Magician Association, the appointment of the tower owner is usually not decided by the association, but also takes into account local influence. If it is built like this in a castle, it will not even have the most basic control rights, and it will become a black account that will not appear on the table, because castles are usually the residence of nobles. The magic tower built here will be regarded as the private property of the nobles. He can let whoever he wants to settle in. If the Magicians Association places too much emphasis on their control over such magic towers, it will be similar to robbing a noble's territory, which will cause public outrage. As far as the association is concerned, such magic towers falling into the hands of nobles do not actually pose a threat to the group of magicians. After all, the tower can only be regarded as a defensive fortress. It is impossible to carry it on your back and run somewhere to attack others. Of course, the more important reason is that the local Magicians Association is not strong enough to challenge the Vader military state, as long as both parties do not cross the bottom line. In this difficult-to-diagnose gray area, everyone usually turns a blind eye and gets by. If an ill-informed enemy knocks on the door of a magic tower in a castle like this, it is not a situation where one foot has stepped into a trap, and the most you can do is chop off your foot and still survive. At least Viscount Bachman has been able to keep the secret until now, so he knows what will happen to those who break into his house and offend him. Until today, the results seem to have taken a turn. Thinking of this, Kurtfeuden made a quick decision and said, "Find some food and let's camp outside. We'll search the castle again during the day tomorrow. That's it for today." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, my lord." The strange sight in front of them left the brave men of the Fu-Tung family speechless all night. Kudel thought for a while, chose some words, and used the forum to report what happened here to his father. After all, Duke Becker was involved, and his nominal superior lord was also this duke. Some things have to be done in advance. Early next morning, after briefly eating dry food, everyone walked towards the deserted castle, searching every corner. As a castle that combines the functions of a residence and a military fortress, it is actually not very big, especially since the owner of the castle is only a viscount. According to military and national armaments, a viscount must provide at least 100 troops in wartime. There will be fewer standing soldiers, so the castle will not be too big. There is no problem with exceeding the limit in need. But if you have a great success without restraint, you will only squander the family wealth. When wartime comes, they can't even pay for recruiting troops. And even a big castle can't protect anyone. Therefore, although the number of Viscount Wharton's men was small, they quickly searched the Bachman family's castle. After all, one thing was confirmed. There really wasn't even a single person here. There were traces of someone's life, but no trace of where they were going. It was as if the people living in this castle had disappeared out of thin air. There were no servants, no guards, no women and children, not even a mouse to be found. The weirdest thing is that round holes with smooth cut surfaces appear everywhere. It might be a wall. It might be a door, almost opening up the entire castle, making it undefended. To say that no discovery was made is not quite correct. At least the treasure trove and property in this castle are still intact. As for whether there are any, how would outsiders like Viscount Fu-Tung know? Even so, no one dared to grab a handful of gold coins or hide a few silver spoons and take them back. There are weird things everywhere in the castle. Who would be so bold as to touch the things here before the situation is understood? It is said that the beauty next to the magician may be the devil, probably a lich, and can definitely be a great magician. For such a person, it would be as easy to curse someone as spitting. The nobles look down on magicians, but they will not look down upon such a group of people. Magicians may be able to play like berserkers on the frontal battlefield, but when it comes to plotting against people behind the scenes, magicians have much better tricks than nobles, so they have to be on guard. Before the middle of the day, Fu-Tung and his party couldn't stay any longer. There is no saying that the yang energy is strong, and the ghosts are frightened and needy. Viscount Fu Tung and the others just take advantage of the daytime, and can see more clearly than at night. But now they just want to get away from this place as soon as possible. Because the holes everywhere are like evil things that can devour people. And people don't know how to resist them. Not to mention there is a magic tower with only the base remaining. There is no noble who doesn't think about how to attack the magic tower. But if the results in front of them don't make them curious, it will only make people scared. This is true for castles protected by magic towers. So what does the fortification of your own castle mean? Before leaving, Cuter Feudin warned his knights. After you go back, warn everyone not to cause trouble with that magician, including you. If anyone offends that one, I will personally tie him and his family to that magician. No one will be left behind. Don't resent me for not fulfilling my duty as a lord to protect you and your families. I have my family to protect, and I don't want to end up like this. Yes, sir. Although the tone of the reply was a bit depressing, the knights also knew that someone who could do such a thing to Bachman City was not something they could deal with. Cuter Feudin added, I will report the things here to Duke Becker when I get back. Then it will be their big shots who should worry about it, and we will not care too much. Hearing what their lord said, everyone felt relieved. People like them, who only know how to wield swords, really don't know how to fight against an enemy who can do such a thing. However, what Cuter was thinking about was another matter. How to put this trouble away so that Duke Becker could not force himself to come forward to solve the matter. Maybe he should invite his father to come out, expose the matter directly, and tell everyone clearly that this cannot be solved by a viscount, and that the superior nobles must come forward. They do not make a clear decision, which is the result of the lack of ability of the superior nobles, not the fault of a small noble. Chapter 476 Duke Becker. Lin and his group had already waited for the boat in Jasmine City. The 3 masters and apprentices plus a lich and 4 silver-bearded dwarves boarded the luxurious river boat and started traveling on the Golden Waterway. The only extra follower was Yuzov Gantia. The companions of the Turtle Dove Alliance still love the unrestrained adventurous life. Being the magician's little follower like now is not their pursuit. Besides, if they stayed, they wouldn't be able to help much other than doing odd jobs. To be able to fight, even if a group of people were tied up, it wouldn't be enough for either of the 2 magicians to take action. This is what I saw with my own eyes. Another group of nobles were called back by their respective families. Of course, because of the horrific incident. However, these people who knew the truth concealed it very tacitly. They are closest to the truth and understand that even if the great nobles come forward, it will not help. Before the military nation has the consciousness to release its maximum combat power. How many lives must be taken to learn the lesson? What's more, they were really not sure whether the group with the highest fighting power could be stronger than this pair of men and women. Regarding the initial handling of the ship-cutting sword, they caused too much trouble for the 2 magicians. Now that something like this happened again, Madeline Benz advocated not to expand the trouble and chose to conceal the truth. And everyone else agreed. All this is for the good of the military and the country. Just like when they first fought for the ship-cutting sword. It was also for the military country. Viscount Wharton, who had some grasp of the truth and was the first to report the abnormality of the Bachman family, also chose to conceal the truth. This was not only the result of discussions between Kurt Feudin and his biological father, but on the other hand, he did not want to provoke the 2 magicians. The Bachman family will be destroyed at any time. His strength may be a little higher than Bachman's. But will there be any difference in the eyes of the 2? He didn't want to gamble. However, for the Vader military state, the mysterious incidents of the disappearance of Viscount Bachman's castle and the entire city did not gradually subside due to unknown reasons. Instead, they became more and more intense over time, and their impact became wider and wider. There are all kinds of speculations. Even in the aristocratic circle, it is not an exaggeration to say that it caused an uproar. No one believed it at first. Although the forum is a convenient channel for transmitting information, people in the military still only believe in the evidence confirmed by traditional methods. In fact, such behavior is not difficult to understand. As the most powerful country in the world of Lost Land, it is certainly impossible for them to take action if they hear about it. That would be too hasty. Moreover, unnecessary actions are taken based on wrong information. And the waste is even more considerable. The information was even faster than in the past. So at most it only allowed them to make plans in advance. To make a decision, more conclusive personal or physical evidence is needed. When the people Duke Becker sent out to investigate and brought back, the entire castle disappeared without leaving any traces of fighting. And there was even news that a magic tower had been directly demolished. And there were also photographed pictures as evidence. The top brass of the military state immediately went crazy. Although the strength of a viscount is nothing to them. No matter who the opponent is. He is provoking the entire aristocratic class of the military country. No bodies were found. Although it could be argued that people were simply missing. But 7 days have passed from the first notification to the arrival of the investigators at the Bachmann family castle. For 7 days, not a single missing person appeared. The worst-case scenario was that they had all been killed. There were no witnesses. No witnesses. At this time, the object of everyone's attention was naturally Viscount Kurt Wharton, who was the first to discover and report back. But Kudel, who didn't want to cause trouble for himself, followed the result of the discussion with his father, and killed him without saying a word. But as long as more than one person knows it, it can't be considered a secret. The knight of the Fu-Tung family was not a tight-lipped person. He might have been drunk. Or he might have been bragging in bed. But the news still got out. On the other hand, the method discussed by Kudel and his father was not to say anything, but to find other channels to let the news out. The most important thing is to remove yourself, and not let any party implicate this incident to him. In order to achieve this goal, they release some additional false news in the name of speculation to confuse most people. But as long as a thoughtful person thinks about it a little, he can eliminate a lot of obviously impossible false news and find the truth of the matter. In other words, the disappearance of the entire Bachmann family was ultimately linked to the news that a certain magician possessed the secret weapon of the Karlsruhe Empire, the ship-cutting knife. But even if there is a motive, there is no direct evidence. Only a bunch of possibilities and rumors. If we were dealing with ordinary magicians, we might be able to cut them into pieces just based on these rumors. Anyway, if you kill each one, it is impossible to make a mistake. Because it is impossible for a great military country to make mistakes. But the other person is not an ordinary person. A lot of information that is not widely circulated to the outside world is spread out on the desks of these military leaders. The recent battle in Storm Bay, the earlier civil war in the Elf Kingdom of Pia Jamie news leaked from the Centaur survivors dash, the strange fog in Mountain Edge City, the original owner of Dusk Castle was completely destroyed, the annihilated vampires, of course. There are also various things like the Tower of the Great Sage. The military is still confident in dealing with such an enemy, but it will inevitably pay a considerable price. If it is finally confirmed that the other party is not the murderer, the matter will be settled by saying sorry. If you form a feud but can't kill the other person, the military intelligence department still has reservations about whether that person is the legendary Demon King. But the other person must be a lich or a great magician. If a magician of this level sneaks into the dark and keeps an eye on him, even the emperor will not be able to sleep peacefully. Therefore, no matter how fiercely the rumors spread, until they reach the point where they have noses and eyes, as long as there is no irrefutable proof, most nobles still choose to remain silent. From a practical point of view, it is not that I have suffered any actual losses, but for people who have really suffered losses, they cannot be so calm. As the superior lord of the Bachmann family, and one of the 5 dukes of the Vita military kingdom, the 80-year-old Duke Becker angrily yelled at the old emperor, who was only a few years younger than him, in the meeting hall. So, the old emperor said angrily, you want me to use the First Legion to deal with the 2 magicians? The Vader military state only has meritorious legions, and standing legions directly under the imperial military headquarters. And the First Legion is undoubtedly the most powerful force in the military state. In terms of function, the First Legion has no shortcomings. It can attack and defend, can fight in the field, and can attack the rear. Even the Magician Association within the military country will be convinced because the First Legion's flag has 13 towers painted on it. Imprint. The nobles who followed the old duke didn't say it explicitly, but their actions meant the same thing. No one wants to stand out against a demon king who lived 1,000 years ago, and who may even be a strong man who can dismantle towers with his bare hands. It's just that in their minds. There is no way to prepare the record if the First Legion cannot defeat the 2 magicians. For them, the First Army will achieve final victory. But how much will be lost? That's all. Besides, it is better to lose His Majesty's strength than to lose one's own strength. This is good for all nobles. Isn't it? But this level of calculation may not exist in Duke Becker's mind. The reason why he was furious was because the one who died was Mr. Becker's youngest son, who only appeared when he was young. In terms of age, he is of the same generation as his grandson. Having a son at an old age is easy to be favored, and the illegitimate son is difficult to control, which creates a lawless little overlord in the imperial capital. In the end, Indu inherited the Bachmann family name, which was not so much a compromise among the aristocratic circle as an exchange of conditions for the illegitimate son to leave the imperial capital. Now, the youngest son whom he loved the most was missing. The group of people who had contributed to the situation in the past, in order to avoid Duke Becker's anger, silently stood behind the old duke and supported his opinions. After all, those two magicians were too weird, and no one wanted to face them directly. The military emperor gave a wry smile to his old rival, who had become both friend and foe along the way. Then he put on a less serious expression and said, "You think that the vassals of vassals are also my vassals." Although the old emperor's posture was soft, it did not mean that his attitude was equally soft. With a light word, a knife was inserted into the chests of all the nobles present. According to the past routine of military countries launching foreign wars, there were border conflicts first, and then small local lords came forward, no matter whether they suffered losses or not. The little lords would always cry to their superior lords. Only when it goes up level by level, and finally reaches the emperor's side, can it turn into a national war. But now that Duke Becker's youngest son has disappeared, the old duke directly broke the news and asked the emperor to send troops to solve this matter, which was against the rules of the military country. Not to mention that the knife the old emperor stabbed was fast and sharp, directly piercing the heart. In the past, because the territory they managed was too large, and the circulation of intelligence and the transmission of government orders were limited, they could only use the enfeoffment system to maintain the integrity of a country. There are also restrictions on what small nobles the big nobles can entrust to. After all, there is only so much land. If you infect too many people, it will be equivalent to weakening your own strength. If a noble made a mistake and was deprived of his title and his territory was taken back, it would be taken back by his superior lord, not the military emperor. Such restrictions are exactly what the old emperor said. The ministers of vassals are not the ministers of the emperor. If the old emperor really took action regarding the Bachmann family matter beyond Duke Becker, the superior leader, it would be equivalent to breaking that restriction. This is impossible for all aristocrats to accept. You must know that although people in the military state are restrained in using forums, they are not so trusting. But for the ruling class nobles, and even the royal family, the forum also provided an opportunity and a turning point. There are rumors that the emperor's close officials have proposed a centralized government system similar to that used by small countries, with the emperor directly managing the nobles in various places. Even like a direct territory, only administrators are sent. No nobles are needed. So as soon as this point was mentioned, Duke Becker knew that forcing the emperor to send troops was completely out of the question. Not to mention that other nobles would not support him if he showed some political weakness. His old rival wearing the imperial crown would definitely make a big fuss. It is very clear whether an illegitimate child is more important than the power in his hands. But there are no other ways to naturally elevate this incident to the level of a military state. Duke Becker said loudly, "I hope to ask the witch to find the real murderer of the Bachmann family." Chapter 477 Witch Tower. When things go wrong, it is not a good habit to pray to God or Buddha. Not only is it easy to be deceived, but sometimes incorrect explanations can lead to worse results. But in the Lost Land, it is normal to ask a skilled magician to use prophecy magic when encountering difficult things. After all, this is a world with magic and gods. For a political entity, raising a group of magicians who are good at this is even more basic equipment, because no one can guarantee when we will encounter mysterious events that cannot be judged by common sense. At this time, you can only ask these professionals to take action. Sometimes when I feel confused about the vague way forward, I will look for such people to guide me. But not all those in power like these people. The struggle between divine power and monarchy has always been a puzzling issue. Of course, the divine power here does not only refer to general gods, but generally refers to the right to interpret mysteries. If these people could be allowed to serve politics and control what they say, it would be easier to accept. But magicians have never been so easy to manipulate and coerce, especially those who can predict magic. The emperor of the military country did not have much experience when he was young and had troubles everywhere. So it was easy to listen to this group of people. But as he grew older and became more confident in doing things, he gradually stopped contacting those people. On the one hand, he doesn't like the feeling of having to do things according to other people's words. On the other hand, as long as these people open their mouths, no matter whether they are good or bad, they will definitely come true. When a prophecy is spoken, it becomes part of the future. This is what prophetic magicians often say. Knowing the future does not mean that you can seek good fortune and avoid disaster. Sometimes the actions taken to prevent the future from happening actually promote the realization of that future. Therefore, any ruler with a normal mind knows not to rely too much on this group of people. He had been alienated from that group of people for a long time. And it was only when Duke Becker mentioned it today that the old emperor remembered raising such a group of rice bugs and frowned at the same time. Prophecy is not only for the future, but if it is for the past, you can get clear information about people, time, place and things, even though it is expensive. But the point is, the answer you get isn't necessarily what the person asking wants. Seeing the hesitation of his old rival sitting on the throne, Duke Becker said loudly, "I will bear the price alone. I only need your majesty's assistance to ask the witches on my behalf." In order to prevent those people's words from becoming a political weapon, the old emperor strictly controlled their freedom to contact the outside world. In the history of the military state, there were more than one occasion when witches tried to use their prophecies to change the order of succession to the throne, national policies, and the direction of wars. And every time, there is a political purpose behind it. Not just simplicity. Although he was considered a soft-hearted emperor by others, his decades in office had already turned him into a seasoned emperor. The witches did not dare to point fingers at his state affairs, because that was the experience gained from the piles of corpses of countless predecessors. Any noble who wants to contact the witch privately will face the emperor's fiercest wrath, regardless of whether he is wrong or not. Beat him first, and then talk about it. Therefore, even Duke Becker, who was a political enemy, did not want to step on the old emperor's bottom line in this matter. So he asked him to make such a request. Although he didn't want to see those weird women, the old emperor still agreed to Duke Becker's request, because he himself was a little unsure about how to treat the two magicians. The weight of the word demon king to an emperor is not like that of ordinary people listening to bards telling some heroic epics in a tavern. It is simply an existence for brave men to conquer. That is a heavy term that may shake the country. Although the attitude of most people at the top of the military is to pretend to be dumbfounded. But as an emperor, he has to plan ahead and even prepare for the worst. Of course, when it comes to Duke Becker's request, he will implement it without compromise, rather than asking the questions in his heart. According to his experience, if those women listen too much, they tend to worry about gains and losses, interfere with judgment, and often answer questions incorrectly. This also gave the old emperor a realization: what people want to hear is never the truth. They just want to hear what they want to hear. Under the protection of the military knights, the old emperor walked to a 4-story magic tower in the palace complex. There are golden armored guards guarding the place, not only to protect the people in the tower, but also to monitor them. Upon the arrival of His Majesty the Emperor, the leader of the Imperial Guard immediately directed his men to remove the layers of roadblocks and clear a thoroughfare. At the same time, the door of the magic tower opened from the inside, and the contemporary witches stood at the door to greet the emperor. Witches, in the Land of Wonders, specifically refer to female magicians with special blood. In the Vader military kingdom, it refers to a group of bloodlines that are particularly good at prophecy. In order to maintain the power in their bloodline, not only do they have very strict criteria for selecting spouses, but sometimes they may even choose close relatives, and men will only appear in their lives when they need them. Other than that, the witches were kept in the magic tower like caged birds. It is to accept protection, but also to stay away from the interference of the world, thereby weakening their prophetic ability. However, whether it is due to the influence of the closed environment or their own abilities, the thoughts of witches are very different from normal people. This was one of the reasons why the old emperor was reluctant to have contact with this group of women, and those who came out to greet him were all unfamiliar faces. The same characteristic is that he is much younger than the people he knows. Basically, if raised in such an environment, witches will live a long life. But the fact that the older group is unwilling to come out means that they are not welcoming to their visit. And the younger group have different ideas? Your Majesty, the leading witch, Ping Ting, saluted. Where's Sophia? Although he guessed what those people were thinking, the old emperor still asked. Teachers and others are not willing to get involved in this matter, and they also prohibit us from assisting. But His Majesty takes us in because he hopes that we can help at a critical moment. There is no reason to refuse. So I took the initiative to sisters. In addition to proving that we can stand alone, we also hope to contribute to the military. Although these words sound like a little girl, anxious to prove herself in front of adults. But the old emperor found another meaning in Zhongpian. That is, they were unwilling to be lonely and wanted to make a difference. To be honest, he didn't resent the enthusiasm of his subordinates. But the disadvantage is that few people can control their behavior. This kind of people often don't realize the red lines they step on. Therefore, Micahs who had this kind of mentality in the past were burned by themselves after making mistakes. Seeing such people appear again in the younger generation, the old emperor did not waste his words and warnings. He just hoped that they would not step on the red line too early. Otherwise another young life would be lost. Without further ado, the old emperor took the handwritten request from Becker from the attendant. After confirming the content once again, the old emperor handed it over to the leading Miko. In fact, it is the best situation for the questioner to directly face the magician who uses prophecy. Because the strong emotion of the questioner is also an important key to improving the quality of prophecy. But when you don't want the two parties to meet, using this kind of handwritten letter to make a request is the next best thing. If there was another middleman transcribing it, then there would probably be no need to use prophecy magic. It would just be a waste of materials. The leading Miko respectfully took the document from the emperor's hand and moved out of the way. The old emperor walked into the magic tower with only 2 trusted knights. This wasn't because he was trusting these witches, but the only function of this magic tower is to increase the accuracy of prophecy. There are no traps, attack magic circles, etc. Simply put, this 4-story magic tower has no lethality. It's aimed at something more ethereal. However, the old emperor only felt amused by the respectful attitude of contemporary witches. If it were other old women, it would be considered polite if they didn't sneer. How could he lower his head and speak so humbly? The old emperor arrived at the room where the ceremony was taking place. Just like in the past, whenever they came here, they had already prepared everything that was going to happen. It was like a show of force, telling themselves that they had foreseen everything. Move to the old position and sit down. This is a small magic circle where you can watch the entire ceremony without affecting the progress of the ceremony. Just before the young witches were about to start the ceremony, another group of people walked in, wearing black gauze and black robes. They were old and staggering, and came to the old emperor. None of them spoke first. They just looked at someone sinisterly. How could the old emperor, who had long since tempered his face into an iron wall, be afraid of a group of old women staring at him? But for these old witches, a little respect is indispensable. There are several of them, but they were the ones who helped me when I first came to the throne, and even taught me when I was young. So the old emperor said, "Granny Sophia, I am so happy to see that you are still in good health and well. It also makes me happy to see you dying. For this Miko who taught me, even if her beard is gray, she still has a way to make it difficult for her to hold her head up." As for the curse in his mouth, the old emperor didn't take it seriously and said, "I have lived a good enough life. Moreover, I have survived a crown prince to death, and now my grandson has waited long enough. I have worked hard to maintain this country throughout my life. I dare say that the military state is more powerful than that of my father's time, but at least it has not declined, and I will not regret it any time I die. Of course, people in the future will worry about whether I die or not. Not afraid. Idiot. If you want to die somewhere else, don't die here. If you die here, you will just give your stupid grandson an excuse to die. Mother-in-law, what are you doing?" In the surprise of the old emperor, the strong maid who stayed in the magic tower to serve the witches moved the magic materials used as prophecy sacrifices from the warehouse into the ritual room box by box, and placed them in piles, placed in preparation for sacrifice. At the same time, the black-robed witches who followed Sophia also embedded the magic stones in specific locations, opening the 2nd and 3rd circles of magic circles to protect the emperor. This battle reminded the old emperor of an unconfirmed rumor. A certain prophecy master lost a pair of eyes because of his relationship with those two people, and he also stopped further improvement in magic power. Then, has Grandma Sophia foreseen the person she may provoke this time? Chapter 478, another prophecy disaster. For the emperor, he didn't care about the process, only the results. But to another group of shrine maidens who were looking for performance, their teacher's actions were just like causing trouble. Unfortunately, the young Miko didn't even dare to complain. Sophia is not only the senior and oldest in the Witch Tower, but she is also vaguely on the verge of the legendary magic great prophecy. No one dares to offend such an old woman. If she was not good enough and cursed her before kicking her legs, she would be in trouble for the rest of her life. Therefore, the young Miko who actively expressed herself ignored the actions of her teacher. Anyway, if you move a lot of things out, you will only have to move them back again in the end. Before starting the ceremony, she even flattered the emperor a few words. and then chanted the prophecy incantation in the solemn atmosphere. Divination is different from most magic in that it does not have customized spells. All words are just to bring those who perform the ritual into that wonderful state and get a glimpse of the reality of the world and in the vast past. If you want to find a specific truth, of course you need very clear guidance. Duke Becker's handwriting with strong emotions can be regarded as a qualified introduction, at least in the dark. The light that represents the answer is so strong and conspicuous that people will not look in the wrong direction. Moving forward in the long river of history, scenes that happened in the past flowed into the mind of the witch, and were soon forgotten, leaving no trace of memory. When her consciousness came into contact with the source of the truth, the Miko in reality spread out the scroll in front of her, preparing to record everything she saw. Suddenly, there was a wet feeling at the corners of my mouth and ears. At the same time, he seemed to be crying. Tears couldn't stop falling from his eyes. When the first piercing scream sounded, it was like the beginning of H.L. All the witches who participated in the ceremony were bleeding from all their holes. They used their sharp nails to tear open the thin clothes and scratch the skin. Whether it was their arms, body, or their once beautiful face, even if you were just standing next to them, you can feel the pain. The magic materials piled up everywhere were like flying ashes. The tiny particles that make up the matter are constantly scattered into the air, looking colorful and crystal clear, like a dream. But the old emperor knew that this was not wonderful at all. This means that the magic materials used to replace the most primitive sacrifice, humans, are being consumed at a speed that ordinary people cannot imagine. The more things disappear, the shriller the witch's howls become. But what has started? There is no turning back. The price of peering into the future and the unknown is unimaginable to ordinary people. And the reality that gradually became clear turned into blood-red ink, leaving writing on the paper, stroke by stroke. Soon, the magic materials used as sacrifices were all gone. But the prophecy showed no signs of ending. The next ones chosen as sacrifices were the little witches standing in the magic circle. They stood at the outermost edge of the prophetic magic circle, clasped their hands and knelt down to pray. Praying in their hearts that the waveless power would ignore their existence, they chanted faster in their mouths, hoping that the ceremony would end as soon as possible. However, things are always not as expected. When the first shriveled body collapsed, the entire prophecy ritual moved in an uncontrollable direction. The flesh and bones also turned into flying ash, crystal clear, and were swept into the sky in the center of the magic circle, disappearing completely. And this picture of purgatory shocked the old emperor who was watching. He originally thought that he was old enough and had seen enough things, so he should not be surprised. But this time in front of me today is unheard of and unprecedented. The story of losing one's own life for a mere prophecy is something I have heard since childhood. But no one thought that one day it would happen before their eyes. The old emperor subconsciously wanted to get up and leave, holding on to the armrests of the chair. He was about to stand up when Sophia pushed him back into his seat. She said in a hoarse and trembling voice, "Wait until everyone outside is dead before leaving." This instruction was clear enough that even the emperor lost his temper. Sit back in your seat obediently and watch the situation develop. During the process, the mighty force that swept through everything in the ceremony room repeatedly impacted the outside of the safety zone, even dissociating the outermost magic circle. It can be said that if Sophia had not activated this magic circle to the highest standards, I am afraid that everyone inside would have died. It could be the highest level defensive magic circle that could protect against the soul pressure of the Lord of the Abyss or the punishment from the gods. Although it can't withstand a few times, being able to withstand 1 or 2 blows from an existence of that level is also something that is difficult to achieve in this world. Just as this dazzling and bizarre show of colors gradually subsided, the ceremony room was filled with remnants of tattered clothes, and no one was wearing them. Any ornaments or fabrics with a trace of power were turned into ashes during previous rituals and became part of the results of the prophecy. The rest are all ordinary mundane materials. Some parts of the magic circle became gray and pitted, as if they had completely lost the power contained within them. Instructing the emperor, who didn't have a deep understanding of magic, to sit down, Sophia walked out of the magic circle tremblingly, and walked towards the paper scroll recording the answer. But after the old witch took a few steps, she suddenly took out a dagger from her arms. A cross cut opened his eyes, and he immediately started bleeding profusely. The few old witches who were still alive did not take this action seriously. But the old emperor was not so calm. There must be something so sinister that it needs to be taken so seriously that one doesn't even dare to look at it. Although Sophia is temporarily blind, her heart is not blind. While groping forward cautiously, she finally came to the long paper with records. After gathering the long paper slowly and carefully, and folding it into a paper scroll, Sophia exhaled as if she was relieved. He said to the back, "Someone, help me." At this time, a few old witches who were younger than her quickly walked out of the magic circle and supported the old man who had lost his eyesight. Several others skillfully took out medicine and treated the injuries on the old witch's eyes. This is a little trick for them, slicing the outermost layer of their eyeballs to temporarily blind them and prevent them from seeing things they shouldn't. As long as it is treated and adjusted, the vision of the eyes can be restored. Of course, if you do this, your eyesight will not be completely restored to its original state, but it can be said to be a last resort. Of course, the old emperor knew the tricks of the witches and understood the seriousness behind them. Looking at the scroll handed over, I felt mixed emotions in my heart. It turns out that the rumors about the two magicians and prophecy are actually true. Not only is it true, but the truth may be scarier. Although he hasn't read the records in the scroll yet, the old emperor has already added the note, "Keep away from strangers," on those two. Even if he was scolded as a coward again, he planned to suppress this matter to the end and would never take action. Anyway, based on my age, I guess it won't be a few more years before others scold me. But what exactly is recorded in it? Although the calmness brought by age prevented the old emperor from seeking death, he still couldn't help but feel curious in his heart, as if she understood the character of the person in front of her. Sophia, with the support of other witches, said, "I told you, if you want to die, get away and don't die in the tower. Who wants this damn thing? Let him turn it on yourself. Don't let anyone else touch it." Although the old emperor had spoken freely before, when he encountered such a life-related matter, he handed the scroll to the knight beside him without saying a word. "If you say you won't touch it, you won't touch it." At the same time, he asked, "Is there anything else I should pay attention to?" "Grandma Sophia, what if I said the list wasn't over yet?" "It's not over yet. How is this possible?" The old emperor was startled. "It's impossible. You, the emperor, don't have the final say. If I had known that everyone would die, I wouldn't have had to ask people to take out the sacrifices in stock. I originally hoped to save one or two. But what happened? I wanted to die. Those who pretend to be asleep cannot be saved, and those who pretend to be asleep cannot be awakened. Everything is useless. It's useless." Because of her injury and excitement, Sophia slapped the old emperor on the back of his head and left the devastated ceremony room. What could the old emperor say after being sprayed for no apparent reason? He touched his nose and swallowed. This isn't the first time that old woman has slobbered all over someone else's face. With a sigh, the old emperor didn't care about the maids who were still cleaning up the aftermath, and left with his trusted knights. The damage to the witch tower was serious, but to the emperor of an empire, it was nothing. For the follow-up recruitment of manpower and training of a new generation of witches, Granny Sophia can naturally take care of everything, no matter how special the bloodline is. How could the huge empire not be able to find even half of it? Besides, I, the emperor, have left the witch tower dry for decades, and I haven't seen all the people in it die. Instead, he killed and burned and killed. But the inheritance was still not cut off here. But is this scroll really going to be handed over to Duke Becker? Should it be paid? On this point, the old emperor did not dare to be so sure. If he thinks anything of it after reading this, he will only have a reputation for using dirty methods to deal with political opponents. This is detrimental to my long-term efforts. No matter how fierce and stinky some people sprayed, he still endured it, in order to establish a rule not to kill easily. Otherwise, would it be difficult for him as an emperor to kill him? Precisely because it is too simple. We should be more cautious. There are things you can do, but shouldn't do. With such moderation, things may not be perfect, but at least the worst situations can be avoided. Risking the fate of the country is the most foolish thing a king should do. But it doesn't seem right not to hand over the scroll. Although what was involved was only an illegitimate son of the old man, he was also of his bloodline. Furthermore, he is also responsible for the losses at the witch tower. In this case, what is in hand has to be handed over. So for the sake of the old man's life, we can only state the interests in a public place, and then let unimportant people open the scroll and recite its contents. All I can say is that I hope the old man doesn't seek death on his own. Chapter 479, The Sufferer. Sometimes conspiracies and calculations can hurt people more easily than the truth. Although the emperor of the Vader military kingdom, Friedrich Bayer, who had reigned for 51 years, truthfully stated what he saw and heard in the witch tower, as well as the words of Sophia, the leader of the witches. But to be honest, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, the old emperor himself wouldn't have believed every word of it. So when Duke Becker was in the meeting hall of the military state, in front of everyone, he looked at the person he had regarded as his lifelong enemy with a pitiful look that looked like an idiot. He felt a little ashamed of this. The kind of jokes that even bards are ashamed to say. The old emperor must have lost his mind and only told these nonsense. Especially the compensation required for the loss of the witch tower can only be described as exaggerated. Could it be that everyone inside is dead and everything has to be torn down and started all over again? Looking at the high-grade paper scroll placed on the silver plate, Mr. Becker grabbed one side of the scroll without hesitation and boldly, and rolled it out. The paper scroll drew a wonderful arc in the air and rolled down to the ground. As the circle scrolled, the long list was displayed in front of everyone. Just looking at the serial table, the nobles present, including the old emperor himself, felt that this was a joke. Is it possible to list all the missing persons in the Bachmann family castle? The special emperor also quoted Granny Sophia's words, and said that the list has not yet been completed. Those with sharp eyes can naturally see the words written in blood on the scroll. The first person in each line is someone from a certain village, then the murderer fails. Sometimes it is written about the blacksmith's son who, and then the murderer Dolos. Of course, the one who is more dazzling is the husband of the Bachmann family Hindu, the murderer Lizard. The names written on the back include John, Brutus, Lokatosh, Klein, Enki, Basilius, Monet, Albrecht, Simon, Reddy, SCP, Bifron. Moreover, there are a bunch of spellings that cannot even be pronounced, and even weird words that are not used by any race in the Lost Land. There were many names for the murderer, but none of them were the names of the two magicians they expected to see, Guy Black's Tripwood and Fanatic Tikal. Does it mean that Bachmann Castle was actually invaded by an army and killed the people inside, instead of being killed by two magicians? Just saying. Why do these names sound so familiar? As nobles, they may not necessarily know how to work, but compared to most common people, a competent noble can be considered a scholar. After all, they can have a good family education, and being able to have a seat at the core meeting of an empire is not something that can only rely on blood relations. So soon, someone came to understand. The first name in each line corresponds to someone in Bachmann Castle, except for the ones that are difficult to identify. The last name is almost a list of gods and demons in the land. Does this long list represent a joke of the old emperor? Suddenly, an indescribable sense of oppression came, making everyone's back shiver and hair stand on end. At the same time, the palace lit up bright yellow, a spectacle like glass, isolating the people in the meeting hall from the prying super beings from the outside world. This layer of protection also allowed everyone to feel a sharp reduction in pressure, allowing them to breathe calmly again. Everyone is understanding and understands that this is a protective magic in the palace, used to block the prying eyes of gods, demons, and even magic. This also means that someone is using magic, or there is a being of the same level as the gods. Watching this place in the military palace complex, a meeting hall, someone snorted, and someone chuckled. The same thing is that everyone is confident. Maybe this is a world with gods, but as one of the 5 most powerful forces in the world, the Vader military kingdom, the core court, is of course on guard against those superpowers. Of course, it is a bit exaggerated to say that any god or demon can withstand the madness and risk their lives. But some casual or conscious prying, the palaces of the 5 empires are not something they can easily pass by. Suddenly there was another flash in the palace, and at the same time another completely different pressure came. Although the magic circle guarding the palace quickly eliminated this pressure, it still made the nobles inside feel uncomfortable. There is still a gap that cannot be perfectly connected between the power that the gods bring when they appear and the magic circle that needs to operate to be effective. Even if this gap is short, it is not a pressure that a group of mortals can lightly say is okay. But the nobles who can stand in the meeting hall are not just pampered. In the national atmosphere of a military state, if a person with no ability occupies a high position, he will be demoted very quickly. Therefore, this kind of short-term pressure from a superior being is like holding their breath for them, and it is not impossible to breathe. But when the 3rd, 4th, and even the countless concerned eyes came, the senior military officials became furious. There is no mistake that the Vader military state is one of the 5 most powerful countries in the world. But they also know that there are still some beings in the Lost Land who can make them look like Sun Tzu. against one god or two gods. Based on the military background, it is not said that you can win, but you have to sustain a few attacks, and then give the opponent a hard blow, so that the opponent retreats in spite of the difficulty. There is no problem. Unless the opponent wants to die with you, then everyone is risking their lives, and it is not certain who will die. But like today, the gods use the military palace as a playground, and everyone comes to take a look. Good and bad, good and evil. How can mortals live in this way? Before the nobles who thought highly of themselves could react to this kind of battle, the situation escalated again. The footsteps were clear but not noisy, and as they were taken step by step, it was like being imprinted on everyone's chest. The knights guarding the palace were like stone statues, turning a blind eye to the strangers who entered the palace. First there were 1 and 2, and as the pace progressed, 3 and 4 appeared. And the further they went, the more they became. They have different appearances, and are not dressed as aristocrats. Logically speaking, they are not qualified to enter the palace of an empire. But among the people standing in the hall, no one dared to say a word, because the people who come are not ordinary people, but saints, the incarnations of gods walking in the world. The method of identification is also very simple. Go to any temple, and see how the statue is dressed, and what the person who comes looks like. Once you recognize it, you will never admit it wrong. If there is anything different, it must be a fake temple that deceives faith. It depends on whose name he puts up. And when you go to the real card, it will be a divine battle with no other outcome. And those who came were not some miscellaneous little gods. The ones at the forefront were those representing the 8 powers, especially Enki, who represents wisdom, and Thales, who represents strength. Even people other than magicians will not be unfamiliar with these two. Who doesn't want to be smarter and more powerful? So naturally he has to deal with these two. But I really just want to look at the stone carvings or cast statues of gods in the temple, and then use money to knock out a few priests. When a saint comes to Earth, what does it mean to run in front of him? Why on earth do these big guys, who should not appear in the mortal world, get together? Suddenly everyone seemed to realize something, and looked at the scroll list that had fallen to the ground from the hands of old Duke Becker without knowing it. The names recorded above, do they refer to their true deities? What is this inventory for? In the aftermath of the Bachmann family incident, if someone dies, the real culprit will be listed. It means that those people are all dead, and the murderers are these big guys. How did it happen? This is the question on everyone's mind. When the group of saints came to stand in the hall, one of them, a rough and unkempt bearded man with curly hair, said fiercely, "Whoever is looking for death like this, stand up for yourself. Dare to peep at so many gods and demons in one breath. Where did you get the courage to act like this? Do you really think we are mortals who can be offended easily?" When a group of saints appeared, of course, the court magicians affiliated with the military state could not avoid it. They could only run up to them and run out from the small doors on both sides to block the emperor. As for the old emperor, he was very single and did not run away, because when he thought about it, if this group really wanted to cause trouble, they probably wouldn't be able to escape. Then why weaken your own momentum? But neither he nor Duke Becker, who was vaguely pointed out by the saints, had yet to figure out how to deal with it. When the whole situation ushered in another big change, whistle sounds that seemed to be near but far away echoed in the ears. And all the nobles were confused because these incredible existences appeared in front of them. They couldn't understand the situation at all. But all the saints looked up to the sky, even though they were separated by a roof. They seemed to be able to see through, and watched the most troublesome one fall from the sky. Suddenly there were a series of loud bangs, and 9 white-armored figures smashed through the roof and fell heavily to the ground. Not only did it create 9 huge craters on the hard palace floor, but it also raised a cloud of dust and sand with strong wind pressure, making it almost impossible to stand. The magic circle that was supposed to protect the palace was like a piece of paper, crushed to the point where it had no effect at all. The white-armored warrior slowly stood up from his half-kneeling position in the dust that gradually subsided. 9 people were armed with 9 images. Some were holding a white spear. Some were holding a broad-faced giant sword. And some were holding a giant shield similar to a door panel. What is the same as their white tone and their majestic and powerful temperament? These 9 people did not ignite the divine fire, and were not even considered as followers of the gods. But on the frontal battlefield, any one of them is enough to face an evil god of medium power, or the Lord of the Abyss alone, and their master. In a golden light that broke through the roof of the palace, descended in a 2-man chariot with a crash. Even the rising dust could not cover up the wavy blonde hair that was as bright as the sun. His stature is not very tall, but in the eyes of others, he is as majestic as a giant. His appearance and strength are not the same words. But no matter whether they are good or bad, good or evil, when they see him, they will take the initiative to avoid them. The most powerful man in the lost land, Apollos, the Lord of Guardians, comes again. He slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning, and he scanned all the saints and mortals present, regardless of whether they were eye to eye with each other or not. They all took at least one step back. Even the emperor sitting on the throne could not help but lean back. The most powerful man said with his majestic voice, "Who is such a bastard? Throwing rubbish into my house. You still want to see what happens?" Chapter 480 Saints. Why did the gods appear as saints in the palace of the Vader military kingdom? To be honest, everyone is here to join in the fun. It is commonplace for gods to be praised by mortals when they pray. No one would poke their head in to see if there was nothing wrong, and would even go to someone's home to see what was going on. But there were those who were curious and took a look. The other one came to see what the previous one was looking at. And with the second, there will be the third and fourth, when there were gods and demons paying attention. And they discovered each other. Everyone's curiosity was aroused. What is there to see there? And how could it attract so many beings of the same level? It can be said that if the camps were not different, the saints who came to the world would not only be gods from the good camp, but evil gods and demons would also come to join in. When these existences appear, the capital of the Vader military state will probably be doomed. Alright. To these beings, they don't care whether mortals die or not. But a chance encounter, and then a war can be said to be the development they least expected. So when the first incarnation of the good god appeared, the other evil gods and demons who were preparing to come to Earth stopped. Fortunately, I stopped. The situation actually developed to the point where the friendless boss also showed up. Abyss consensus. Don't think about causing trouble for the Lord of Guardians, because the concept represented by the other party is quite special. If he comes to beat him, the strength of the Lord of Guardians will be reduced by at least 30%. If you take the initiative to attack the big boss, you can experience the thrill of ecstasy. Countless tragic experiences have gone before, and everyone has learned well. But the devil. There are always some people with abnormal brains, and they don't know the heights of the world. Apollos stared for a long time without getting any answer. The impatient he arrived in front of Duke Becker in a blink of an eye, stretched out his hand and grabbed him. His hand was like lightning, passing by the old Duke's ear, and grabbed the hooked spear head. The Lord of Guardians looked so menacing that Duke Becker even thought that he would lose his life today. But he didn't expect that this person's target was the spear that appeared silently behind him. I saw him pulling hard and directly pulling a lizard humanoid demon covered in lava flames and smelling of sulfur into the present world. The huge force even caused the lizard humanoid demon to fall to the ground. No one saw how this person moved, but when he confirmed his figure, Apollos had already stepped on the lizard man's neck, glared angrily, and yelled one word in divine language, "Explain." Perhaps the devil does not understand the divine language of the Guardian Lord, but when they reach their level, they can understand each other even if they each speak their own words. However, understanding the content of the words does not necessarily mean understanding the meaning. Lizard, the lizard humanoid demon, felt the huge life thread on his neck, and said in abyssal language in distress, "Your Majesty, what do you want me to say?" Demons are also divided into 3, 6 or 9 levels, and they must at least be above the level of the Hell Lord before they are qualified to be on an equal footing with the saints present. For mortals, even mortal nobles, Lizard, the lizard man, is already a being that needs to be looked up to. But in front of the good gods present, sincerity was not enough. So it called Apollos "Your Majesty." It's just a mindless word say. What do you want it to say? However, this boss has always been arrogant, and he still only has one word to say to the devil, who is almost begging for mercy, feeling the increasing pressure on his neck. Before he could no longer breathe or speak, Lizard almost yelled, "I have a contract made by this human blood relative. His child was willing to sacrifice his father in exchange for the chance to be reincarnated as a demon. It was not my intention to come here. I just abide by the contract." The lizard humanoid demon finished speaking in one breath. I thought that if it told the reason why it came here, it would be able to escape. Unexpectedly, this big boss didn't care at all, and stepped down hard with his foot, crushing the lizard's neck to pieces. Apollos had no mercy, looked at the lifeless demon at his feet, and said, "You will die not because you said useless words, nor because you are too ugly, but simply because you are an eyesore to me. So remember next time. Please disappear when you see me." It can be said that the saints are not surprised by this person's behavior. If he didn't say anything, the most powerful man in the world would be able to make women fall in love with him and men become jealous when they see him, just because of his face. But as soon as he opens his mouth, it is like launching a Legion-level taunt. No enemy will bypass him and attack other targets first. Even his companions had the opportunity to turn their guns and let him try his long-cherished wish of conquering the world as one god. Over time, he had neither enemies nor friends before or after him. Without him, this thing is too hard. Not being able to kill the opponent, having a chance to be counter-killed, and having to endure that foul mouth with full taunting skill points. No one with a brain can stand it. So the best way is to either take a detour or turn back when you see this big guy. Even the Lord of the Abyss, who had no common sense in his mind and acted unreasonably from his heart, was taught by Apollos to lose his temper one by one, not to mention other demons or gods. And having just dealt with a very unlucky demon, the Lord of Guardians looked at the saints again, making these incarnations of gods tremble. He opened his mouth and said, "Since you are all here, it means you should know something. Someone come out and tell me which bastard is so bad, throwing things away and peeping. If I don't teach him a lesson, my work as a god will be in vain." How can the saints answer? They are not omniscient and omnipotent, and they are here just to join in the fun. And after most people came, they found the scrolls spread out on the ground. And then they understood what they had in common. They are all so unlucky that from time to time some unexplained rubbish falls out of their homes. And sometimes there are some bows and arrows. Although those things can't hurt them, they are annoying. Not to mention those inexplicable things. If we had known that this person would appear, everyone would have stayed as far away as possible. This boss beats the gods, but he doesn't distinguish between good and evil. He will beat anyone who troubles him. When someone caused trouble for him, he would just grab anyone and beat them up. Even if you don't get beaten, you still have to endure that bad mouth when you meet him. All the good gods just felt tired. The saints' eyes met, as if they were discussing the possibility of running away separately. Although the 9 generals under Apollos were equally strong, they did not have the rogue character of their master. As long as the gods run separately, the unlucky ones will only be caught up by the guardian lord, and the other gods will be safe. Just as the saints were discussing things with their eyes, Apollos suddenly named him again. "Enki! All 8 of you are here. There is nothing in the land that you don't know. So you came out and told me. What on earth is today? How? Well, where is Klein? Why didn't he show up?" The person named was one of the 8 powerful gods. Klein, the Lord of Mystery. Only then did the saints realize that Klein should also be on the list. Even though the other 7 names with his name had come forward, the mysterious Lord was nowhere to be seen. Why is that? With a whistle, the 2 8-legged black divine horses flicked their tails and turned around, galloping towards the guardian lord. At the same time, the 9 white-armored warriors turned around, bent their knees, and kicked hard. 9 figures immediately flew out and broke the palace wall from the side. Apollos nimbly climbed onto the chariot that was passing by, holding the reins with both hands. The chariot's speed suddenly increased, and the horse raised its head and flew into the sky. "Walk. Go to Klein's kingdom of God and see how he will answer." Then he opened a bigger and higher hole in the already large gate of the palace and walked away, seeing the most troublesome guy. The chariot couldn't leave even though there was a door, but was trying to break through the wall. All the saints just felt lucky. All the saints' eyes met, and they all followed that person's footsteps, heading to Klein's kingdom of God to watch the excitement. It's not that the gods are too curious or they love gossip. It's just that this matter has something to do with themselves. That's right. That's right. The departure of the saints is as elusive and silent as their arrival. But the palace, which had become dilapidated under the tyrannical power of the guardian lord, seemed to be mocking the arrogance of the high-ranking military officials who came from the noble blood. When all the saints were gone, and no one was left alive, the emperor and nobles of the Vader military kingdom could only feel the aftermath of the disaster. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Only the old emperor, who was calm enough, had nothing to do with himself, and was protected by a group of magicians who might be useless, could still look at everything with a relatively peaceful attitude. He first nodded to a close guard next to him and said, "Put the roll of roster away and send it to the witch tower so that Granny Sophia can burn it." As soon as the list was about to be burned, old Duke Becker jumped up first. He said excitedly, "How is it possible? There are clues to the murder of my child." This time, the old Duke's excited speech did not get the recognition and support of many people. All the nobles looked very calmly, or in other words coldly and emotionlessly, as an emperor's bodyguard risked their lives to roll up the list on the ground. When the spread list was rolled up into a scroll again, everyone exhaled a long breath at the same time. Burn it! It's good to burn. Everyone knows that the most important thing about this scroll is not the names of the dead, but the murderer. Moreover, there are not only gods among the murderers, but also many heretics. Today, just one guardian lord will almost demolish the entire palace, if evil gods or demons come together to visit another day. Will this country still be inhabitable? As an old rival, the emperor, Friedrich Bayer said earnestly. Let's not mention that there are no two names you want to target, if they are really the source of all these incidents. This also means that the two magicians got into trouble with the group of people who were here just now. He avoided mentioning the names of those beings directly, and did not put them on the paper because this would attract the attention of those beings. This was also the reason why the old emperor wanted to burn the scroll, but he didn't dare to let others burn it. So he sent it to the witch tower. Miko, who specialized in this kind of thing, should have a safe way to deal with it. Do you think anyone can survive after offending those people? Old Duke Becker was unwilling to give up and said angrily. What if we really let them live, and give me a chance to take revenge with my own hands? If those two magicians can survive from those people, do you think we can deal with such people? Or, how much price are you willing to pay to deal with those two magicians? The nobles were speechless. At the same time, they took a small step back with tacit understanding and looked at old Duke Becker with strange eyes. Fighting for face is normal for them, but to risk your entire fortune just to win a breath is morbid. Chapter 481: The End of the Bachmann Family. In the autumn of 730, it was the most commendable event in the later years of the 67th Emperor, Friedrich Bayer. All the saints appeared in the palace to congratulate the military on the prosperity of the country. Such a prosperous age will surely continue for a long time. This matter was certified by the sect to which the saints belonged. The gods they believed in did indeed visit the military palace in person on the same day and left blessings. The main hall that was originally used for discussions had several skylights, symbolizing the blessing of light. The original door was widened by the guardian lord himself, symbolizing a broad and smooth future. Under the advice of many theocratic figures, this palace preserved the traces left by the saints to the greatest extent and became a temple in the palace. There was even a saint who personally defeated a demon that coveted military nobles, as evidenced by the evil body. This means that the military state is not only blessed by the gods, but also protected by the gods. For this reason, the capital of the Vita military state held a celebration for 7 days and 7 nights to celebrate this day that was enough to leave a record in history. There were also celebrations of varying lengths in various parts of the military state. Of course, the nobles and royal guards present at the time were all tight-lipped about the truth. The reason why each sect recognized it was because the priests of the sect were indeed in the palace and felt the aura of their heavenly master, as well as the generous donations from the military. After all, they all belong to the camp of the good gods, as long as they do not obviously violate the taboos of their bosses. Mortal spokespersons still have a lot of autonomy. As for the nobles, regardless of their political stance, the gods came to bless the military and the country. And the gods transformed into saints, and came to make trouble in the palace. Everyone present was frightened and trembled. These two statements, which one is easier for the nobles, who are involved to accept it? In order to maintain the rule of the military state, there must be no behavior that shows weakness. This is the consensus of all nobles. If the military state reveals its weakness and attracts the surrounding wolves to attack, the common interests of the nobles will be harmed. And these losses are much greater than using this incident to attack political opponents. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand that as long as the IQ is above the normal level, people would make such a choice. The way the Bachmann family incident ended among the top military officials was quite unexpected. Conclusion: the Bachmann family is not dead. In a certain monastery, the eldest daughter of the former Viscount Bachmann was found, the one who really had the right to inherit. The reason why that person was in such a place was because he was deeply saddened by his late father. So he lived in a monastery, hoping to adjust his mood in such a simple place. Maybe if I had asked half a year earlier, the reason I would have gotten would have been the miscarriage and the pain of losing her child had made the countess mentally insane. Therefore, she must enter the monastery and receive special care to prevent the countess from escaping and harming herself. No one cares about the truth. Anyway, the Bachmann family continued and did not die out. So the incident had an excuse to end. Everyone's focus shifted to the new Duke Becker's revival of the Bachmann family, and no other matters were discussed. By the way, Due to a slight health condition, the old Lord Becker handed over the title to his eldest son, who had been waiting to inherit it for a long time, and went to recuperate on his own. All this, for someone traveling, is just a joke during the journey. He didn't even realize that that matter had anything to do with him. Every day I just sit on the homemade beach chairs on the river boat and enjoy the scenery on both sides of the river. Speaking of which, before I traveled through time, as an NET who worked on the line at 2 o'clock every day, I naturally had no chance to do things like river cruises. At most, I had seen the scenery of river cruises on TV programs. I thought it was enough that a scholar can know the world without going out. But seeing these beautiful scenery with his own eyes, it is really different to be moved. Especially sailing on the river is no better than sailing on the sea. On the sea, there are only waves, and it takes a bit of luck to see other boats. On the river, because the river space is limited and the Golden Waterway is already busy, ships come and go frequently. It also allows someone to see many ship types that the Earth has never seen before. It looks like a boat with a carp-shaped hull, no sails, and a water animal pulling it at the bottom of the river. From time to time, it can even dive into the water, making it a mysterious submarine. The first time I encountered this kind of ship, I was really shocked. Of course, submarines are next. That kind of ship uses the magic technology of the mysterious land, which is actually still quite immature. There is still a lot of room for improvement in the time and depth of diving into the water, as well as the tightness of the hull. What made someone look at it was actually the water beast tugging the boat in the water. In a land without motors or engines, ships running on the water can use animal power as a more efficient and stable alternative to wind power and human power. Just like carriages on land, this is something that cannot be done on Earth. The use of whales or sea monsters to pull ships was probably something you could only hear in taverns, while listening to drunken sailors bragging about it during the age of sailing. Even now, it can only be seen in various entertainment works such as movies and novels. It's really happening before our eyes now. After asking the owner of the cruise ship I was on, I found out that the boat pulled by this water or sea beast actually originated from the fisherman kingdom. Homo sapiens on land need to rely on magicians or druids to communicate with underwater beasts. But this is only communication, and the other party may not obey orders. But fishermen are different. Taming these giant beasts in the water is what they are good at. Secondly, unlike horses that can only walk on the ground, it is very difficult to keep giant beasts in the water at a fixed depth below the water. Even some so-called well-trained sea beasts will dive deeper into the water from time to time, and then pull the boat attached to them into the water. Therefore, this type of boat has more or less the function of diving, rather than the general surface-used ships. Finally, these big guys who are strong enough to pull the boat don't have a very good temper. Just like the ground is suitable for pulling carts, there are actually only a few types of livestock with relatively docile personalities, and no one will deliberately look for large beasts to pull carts. As for winning by quantity, that's a joke. Not every animal can be trained like a sled dog, with more than 10 animals acting cooperatively at a time. Therefore, the cost of such a ship must be carefully considered in all aspects, including the ship itself, the cost of raising water animals, and the salary of personnel who specialize in caring for water animals. It all adds up, although it is less than the price of a 3-story magic tower. In fact, it's not much different. In addition, it is a water and air airship, which is very attractive to someone. The most peculiar thing is that this dual-purpose airship will use its sails to achieve faster speeds even in the sky. Normally, as long as conditions permit, he would just walk on the water, using this method to save the consumption of magic stone power. It is the most common civilian airship. As for the scenery along the coast, there is no need to mention it. After several years of horse-drawn carriage travel and a wandering life, someone's buttocks have become accustomed to it from the original soreness. Being able to sit on different means of transportation and look at different scenery is the most beautiful thing. Especially if someone sees something charming on the river bank. There is no need for the boatman to stop the boat, and he can go ashore for a trip with a flash. Once the eye addiction is over and the fun is satisfied, the ship flashes back to the ship. The ship cannot run very far at all. This kind of freedom makes others envious. Except for the Lich, who can also use flash. The 2 girls, who usually love to cry and follow, have no extra energy for such fun things recently, because they were in crisis many times. Not to mention going crazy when they became teachers. Even their older sisters couldn't stand it anymore, so they personally trained them. In the words of the former Demon King, if you are not half as strong as me, Don't even think about living a good life. Then the two girls lived in dire straits. Of course, due to the limited environment, it is impossible to do anything too destructive on a ship, unless you plan to swim in a group. And the type of training. Halloumi and Kaya will not be drilled like warriors, and then play until their hands are broken foot. As magic apprentices, what they should do is of course integrate their knowledge system and use it in battle, expand their knowledge scope, and enrich their fighting methods. In short, everything is based on fighting as the premise and life-saving as the ultimate goal. This is actually something that Lin has always wanted to instill in the two girls and urge them to do their best. The difference is that in the past, the opponents chosen by someone were all uncivilized goblins, lone and hungry wolves who had separated from the group, and a gang of kobolds who couldn't tell whether they were beggars or robbers. The two girls' independent study and training along the way are more than enough to deal with an opponent of this level, and they can perform well at a young age. Because of this, their teacher can safely allow the two girls to develop freely. After all, children with independent personalities and awareness are much easier to take care of, as they don't have to keep an eye on them all the time. For a man who was too lazy to raise puppies or kittens before or after time travel, this is the most ideal situation. Not to mention that in the eyes of others, it is difficult to tell who will take care of whom. But it was obvious that two girls were not strong enough to deal with the enemy someone would encounter recently. After all, the progress of the two girls was not an explosive growth like that of their teacher. The core of someone's tactics still revolves around the word obscene. But the completion of the flash technique made him a little bolder unconsciously. He now has the confidence to take a chance on certain dangers that he would not have tried in the past. In addition, there was an expert next to him who was so powerful that he couldn't see the taillights of the car. So it was easy for someone to ignore the two girls, whose combat power had not improved as fast as they could. Initially, these things were not a problem to the resurrected Lich, because she did not realize the meaning behind it at all. But when the girls encountered crises several times, and she felt worried, then felt that she could no longer let them go like this. Before the girls had enough strength to protect themselves, she decided to strictly supervise the two wild girls and let them calm down. As for how far it must go to be considered capable of self-protection, this is just like the request of a certain lich before to reach half of her strength. And someone used the flash technique to go to the shore to look at the scenery. Chapter 482 Strangers on the Boat. For someone who has overcome all obstacles in their studies, the pressure from the lich faced by the two girls was just a drop of rain. It's just that from morning to night, in addition to eating, sleeping, and pooping and peeing, you have to recite, memorize, and then find ways to integrate it. The difference is that life before time travel was nothing more than weekly quizzes, monthly exams, and major exams every semester, with scores and rankings determining the winner or loser. And if the two girls failed to complete the homework assigned by a certain lich, there was actually no penalty. It's just that their elder sister will show a disappointed expression, shake her head, and sigh. A few simple expressions made the two girls grit their teeth like they were dying, wishing they could stuff the words in the book directly into their little heads. In other words, the two girls are actually very conscious, but the workload is a bit too much. Of course, magic is not just a matter of studying and memorizing it. It also requires sufficient practice and demonstration. But even with the simplest magic, under the amount of practice set by Finn, it is estimated that the two girls will have to empty themselves several times a day. No one's accumulation of power is like that lich, which is almost equivalent to infinite MP. In this regard, a program tool designed by someone during the Great Sage's Tower era to detect the power used in the operation of magic was modified by Finn and put to use again. It can simulate the magical effect after invoking powers and coordinating spells, while recording all changes in the casting process, and giving a perfect score accordingly. This design is very similar to the karaoke scoring machine that someone saw before time travel. But the machine can only give a rigid score based on the design standards. Some professional singers may not be able to sing with perfect scores, because regardless of the rhythm or pitch, these singers may not necessarily sing wrongly, but will have some characteristic performances of their own. But the machine does not recognize these. In the past, someone thought that performing magic was like singing, requiring more emotional changes than a rigid approach. So in the past, this program was just a self-examination and self-adjustment exercise to find the best way to perform magic for me. But when Finn dismantles a magic and breaks it down into every aspect, it seems that he has really found the best solution for using magic. As long as you perform magic according to the standard procedure meticulously, You can achieve the maximum power of magic in the most efficient way. Therefore, then asked the two girls to continue practicing simulations until they could perform it perfectly every time. At the beginning, in order to make it easier for the two girls, someone questioned the lich about where the so-called standard procedure came from. This is how I perform this magic. Your casting method can be regarded as... Looking at the extremely arrogant lich, raising his head to glare at him with his nostrils, someone was speechless. Using Finn's level of vision and knowledge to do such a small thing, even if the solution obtained is not the best, it is not something that a magician of his level can question. So the teacher turned around and said to the two apprentices, "Before you are smart enough to find a better way, just follow your sister's request. Don't find it troublesome." The two girls cried out again. Finn actually wanted to catch their lazy teacher together for training. However, a guide who had not been a student for a long time used the flash technique to skip class. After a few times, a certain lich also gave up. With this ability to escape, as long as there are no worries, there is no one in the world who can deal with him head-on or sneak attack him. So just let someone enjoy the ride. The most interesting thing about the journey is not only seeing the scenery you have never seen before, but also trying the food you have never tasted before. I also meet different people and get different life journeys from their mouths. The cruise ship that Lin and his group were on did not mean buying the whole ship at a big price. As long as others can afford the ticket, they can also board the boat and enjoy a journey on the river. But most people only participate in one section. As for a group of people who meet by chance, as long as they have a little drink to cheer them up, they will naturally talk nonsense without being responsible anyway. For someone who feels lazy these days and doesn't want to use his brain, he is very keen to brag in front of strangers, and then completely ignores the wails of the two girls. In fact, they will still complete the homework assigned by Finn very seriously, but if they don't scream and vent their emotions, the lich will once again upgrade the difficulty of the homework. Then they will not be able to survive. The issue of the ship-cutting knife seemed to have faded away from life all of a sudden. Those strangers who happen to be on the same ship, after knowing someone's identity, will probably talk about ship-cutting swords in their casual conversations. But after Lin politely declined, no one would bother with it. This is because the incident at Bachman Castle has long been widely circulated among well-informed people, including the subsequent developments in the military palace. But there is no evidence directly pointing to someone. If this magician had been left to his own devices, he would have been killed long ago. Being able to live happily until now is a sign of strength in itself. There weren't that many blind people who had to come to him to seek death. The reason why I mentioned it was because of those people who were lucky enough to meet the Tripwood magician. Seeing the harmonious conversation, they had the idea of asking without missing a piece of meat. So they asked? After all, if there is a chance, maybe one day this person's idea will be different. Or maybe I and him will be of the same mind and agree to sell the ship-cutting knife. However, most people still choose not to make a fuss about this matter. Or they actually don't care about this aspect. So they have no idea what benefits this magician, who is very good at boasting, has in him. Anyway, it was a chance encounter. And after today, we may not see each other again. However, among these strangers he met by chance, there was still something present that impressed Lin deeply. They were accompanied by a group of guards. 3 people who called themselves sisters and brothers. Moreover, they are sisters and brothers with different hair colors, slightly different skin colors, and different eye colors. When the elder sister has a very ordinary appearance, a very ordinary temperament, and an equally ordinary dress. She is so ordinary that as soon as she turns her head, she will not be able to remember what she looks like. Her 2 younger brothers are very unforgettable. A black-haired man who screamed like a sister. His face was beaten into a pig's head, and there were black bruises everywhere, or it was swollen. It's really not easy to still be alive and kicking after being in such a miserable state. Another blonde, handsome guy? If it weren't for the panda eyes, his appearance could be said to be perfect. As a result, his swollen, black and blue right eye made him look a little more ridiculous. Of course, laughing at others is rude and can make you appear to have no empathy. The group of people who boarded the ship hesitantly moved forward as soon as they saw someone. The pig-headed man was the first to ask. "Your Excellency, are you Guy Brash Tripwood?" "It's me. How many are there?" "I'm Al," pointing to the blonde man with panda eyes. "He's Bill. And I'm my sister Thea. Good day, all of you." Someone politely greeted the 3 people who obviously used pseudonyms. After a group of guards without any luggage boarded the ship, the cruise ship left the port under the command of the ship owner. It was clear that the three people who came to him would not talk nonsense. Ire got straight to the point and said, I heard that you are very good at hosting TRPG. How about we have a game? Well, aren't you here for the ship-cutting sword? Such a request was completely unexpected. Bill, with blonde hair and panda eyes, looked disdainful, tilted his head forward, and said threateningly, I'm more interested in asking you about other things than playing games. The two naughty younger brothers behaved like this, and the eldest sister immediately shuddered and hit them so hard that they squatted down and covered their heads. Thea said, I'm sorry, Mr. Magician. I apologize to you for their rude behavior. No, it's nothing. Please don't worry about it. I'm just curious. How did you know about that game? Lynn asked. I have elf friends, and I know it from them. Then why? The reason why I came to you is quite tortuous. At first, it was because someone littered other people's homes and caused trouble to everyone. So many people gathered together. At this time, Bill saw that elf did not show up. So he thought he knew something. So he planned to visit. Well, it might be a little different from the way you know. In order to avoid trouble, Al came to my house and said he wanted to play a TRPG. You also know that that game is not played by two people. At this time, Bill came to my house to make trouble again and beat Al up. So we came to find you by the way. Play a game. Well, can you be the host? What a messy reason. Someone really wants to complain. But forget it, and don't argue with someone who is not a human being. But there is a difficulty with the other party's request. Lynn said, although I don't object to playing a game. All the dice I made were given to the Elf King, without even the most basic dice. This game cannot be played. After playing it a few times, Finn stopped being addicted to it. So the relevant props were given to the Elf King of the Kingdom of Pei Jamie. It doesn't matter. I have it. Thea took out a very familiar 20-sided die from the cloth bag she carried with her. He took the dice and weighed it. Although he already had some understanding, Lynn still tried throwing it a few times. The center of gravity is just right, and it doesn't favor any number. It's a fair dice. It's just that this 20-sided die looks really familiar, as if it was made by myself. Secondly, no matter how smooth the cruise ship is, it will still bump to some extent. But that change is the same for everyone. So it can be considered part of the result of the roll. After making a decision, of course it's time to prepare for the game to begin. Give the latest version of the rules written by Kaya to 3 strangers, and then find some more participants. There were only 3 people on the other side, and they were strangers to me. I had no idea what their games were like, and I felt like I couldn't play them. So Lynn wants to find a few more people who can play, at least during the quiet times. There will be people who can brighten the atmosphere. The people who joined were the silver-bearded dwarf Germain, Riley's female companion Freya, Halumi, and Kaya, who were also responsible for recording. Yes, they were originally looking for Fun, but she wasn't interested. So the 2 girls came out to show off. They cried with joy. Chapter 483, The Abused Dish. It's a TRPG that's no different from usual. The difference is that this time the player's characters have a very high starting point. The 3 new friends directly use saints with divine levels in order to cooperate with them. Germain and the other 3 used the templates of legendary characters, and the 6 players started the adventure like this. And in order for them to have a great time, the game background was chosen, Planescape, which is translated as Bator Exotic Land. Even those who are not familiar with this name should have heard of the masterpiece of the D&D series Planescape Torment. If you haven't heard of it, you should go and worship it. The goddess of pain is always watching you. With such an opening statement, 3 saints and 3 legends embarked on a pleasant masochistic adventure. A lot of abuse of vegetables. So I'll skip it. Someone's motto, as a competent DM. You still have to torture those who should be tortured, even if it is a god. As a player who was abused, of course he began to doubt his own outlook on life. The gloomy worldview of Bader, a foreign land, and the various weird and dark sides of the NPCs in it are, to say the least, ugly. There is nothing like a middle-aged boy in his character. It is difficult to accept it, whether it is physical or psychological. Thinking back to the time when I was in high school, I was in a foreign country and EVA. Pretending to be serious was the tone of that era. However, just because you can hold a masterpiece and think every word is perfect does not mean that anyone can accept those extremely confusing views. At the end of the game, Bill, the handsome blonde man with panda eyes, couldn't stand it anymore. He almost turned over the table and said angrily, "What the H, L kind of game is this? There are weird, what things everywhere. Bill, who was short of words, couldn't even describe the worldview provided by someone. Someone said sincerely, the so-called strong has its own strong hand, and there is a mountain higher than the other. No matter how tough the roll setting is, it is still no better than hugging the thigh of the goddess of fate and rolling a good dice. It's a game. You can forget it. Even if the character is set to be at full level, it is still possible to encounter scene kills and face-to-face kills. Otherwise, there are some mysterious groups where you have to commit suicide to find clues. Ultimately, the key to playing this game is the luck of the dice. Better, if you roll a 3 or more, you can pass the test. But if you roll a 1, you will die in a big explosion. This is a 20-sided dice. Are you abandoned by the goddess? After a conversation, the expressions of several people across from each other were different. I won't go into details about the familiar ones. Al, who was beaten into a pig head, looked like he was mourning for his concubine. Bill, the blond man with panda eyes, had an unhappy look on his face. On the contrary, Thea, who looked very ordinary, he looked excited, and even smiled for the first time since seeing her. Bill, who had always been arrogant, could not endure it silently. He stood up menacingly, his blond hair dancing in the wind, staring at someone, and said sternly, Human, you know who you offended. Do you have the consciousness to accept all the consequences? In an instant, the whole world seemed to have stopped. The waves on the river stopped churning, and the birds in the sky stopped. The silver-bearded dwarf and the 2 apprentices sitting at the table. Some showed frightened expressions, while others were confused. The same thing is that their expressions and movements are also stuck at the previous moment, no longer changing. Lynn observed all this keenly. But other than feeling that the other party was very fierce, I didn't feel any unnecessary pressure. According to the conventions of other novels, this should not make people feel breathless. Their heartbeat speeds up, and their heart almost jumps out of their mouth. Sometimes it also adds dry mouth and makes people scared to the point of confusion. At this time, I can only tremble. But honestly, someone doesn't feel that way at all. At the same time, someone also observed that most of the guards who followed these 3 people were also in a stiff state. But unlike the dwarves or apprentices around them, they were completely unresponsive, and their eyes could still move. But he was not restricted. Did they let him go? Or was it for other reasons? What about the lich in the cabin? However, in order not to stand out, after Lynn noticed what was happening around him, he immediately pretended that he was also frozen, with his mouth open and motionless. It's just someone's behavior that made Bill, who got up, not sure how to continue answering. People are frozen and cannot hear what others are saying. Is it useful for him to continue talking? Suddenly, Al, who had been beaten into a pig's head, chuckled and said, Okay, Your Excellency, you don't have to keep pretending. I guess you should also know our identities. But you are just not sure. Right. Although he believed that the other party was blackmail and wanted to continue pretending to be dead, Al picked up a chess piece on the table that represented a character and flicked it out with his fingertips. If someone doesn't want to have an extra ornament embedded in his forehead, he can only run away. However, the pop-up chess piece was so fast that Lynn's normal reaction speed was too late, and the defensive flash technique was activated independently at the same time. It can be said that someone teleported himself to another position, and at the same time threw the chess piece into an unknown place, and escaped the disaster after double flashing. At this time, Al, Bill, and Thea all looked at someone who teleported in front of the cabin door, and the lich, who also suddenly appeared next to him. Although the tension between the two sides has not reached an explosive level that is ready for a war, as opponents, the 3 gods are still within an acceptable range. Finn thought so. But before she reached her lower back to draw out the machete, her hand was grabbed by someone. Wait! Wait! Peace is the most important. Don't be angry first. The lich, who was in a state of war, glanced at someone with sharp eyes, then angrily threw away someone's hand that was grabbing her, and looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle with her arms crossed. Lynn didn't care about the embarrassment and would coax this aunt later. Ael's guess was not wrong. He had indeed noticed from the moment they met that the identities of the other 3 were not simple. But that was all. All this stems from the discovery of the divine power of the disease that cursed oneself, and gave someone a hint. Can one judge something from the power message emitted by a person, such as a digitization project related to the soul, or used for functions such as remote positioning of flash? A prerequisite for achieving this goal is to collect enough valid samples before we can continue. Therefore, Lin has made relevant power sequence coding for targets that are close to a certain distance and whose power samples can be detected by himself. However, the time it takes to encode the complete sequence of the collected capability data samples is quite staggering. So someone used sampling to randomly select the power of 1,000 units of mana from the collected data information for sequence analysis. Although there are not enough samples collected now, a trend can be found. That is, the more powerful the magician is, the more obvious the regularity in the coding of the power sequence will be. More than a certain percentage of repetitive sequence coding patterns can be found in 1,000 units of mana. If we use martial arts terms to describe it, the more powerful the master, the purer his internal strength. On the contrary, the inner strength will become more complex. Lin's detection results a while ago showed that this repetitive sequence accounts for 71% of the total. But as repeated templates, there are 3 types. For comparison, a certain person himself only has 13%, Kaya has 7%, and Halumi has 5%. The error is probably around 3%. Because it is a sampling result, there are not many decimal points retained. The advantage of this detection and sampling analysis method is that the results can be obtained quickly, and it does not take up too much of the Dreamland Magic Tower's computing power. An interesting point is that some ordinary people who are not magicians or magic apprentices, or animals that are not magical beasts, may also exude power. But it is not absolute. Perhaps it can be explained that these people have magical talents. Moreover, all these detection behaviors have been programmed by someone into active investigation. Anyway, MIDI does not have any privacy policy. All people who come close to you will be automatically detected and analyzed by the program. And then a result will be given. When I met Al, Bill and Thea for the first time, the repetition rate of the power sequence code was 100%. Seeing this number, the pig should know something is wrong. To have such pure power in someone's mind, apart from the gods representing a certain concept, there are no other possibilities. It's just that I have only analyzed divine power before. Did I really meet God this time? What gods do they represent? Except for one. Lin didn't know the others. The one whose identity he guessed was Al, who was beaten into a pig's head. There is only one element of mystery in the sequence encoding of his power. If this person is not Klein, the mysterious master, then someone can only consider whether there are any exceptions or bugs in the program of their own detection and analysis that have not been considered. I originally thought that power should also have the characteristics of being unable to grow without Yin, and without being born without Yang. But this person, who is suspected of being Klein, really refreshed someone's outlook on things. But if you think so, you still have to think twice before speaking out. So Lin laughed at the question of Elle and said, I only guessed that the 3 of them were quite extraordinary. But I didn't expect that it would be 3 His Majesties who came to the mortal world. Since you have guessed something, you still play so hard. Al looked at the endgame on the table with meaning. After Ling Gong laughed a few times, he said, The 3 Majesties did not reveal their identities. I thought you wanted to experience the ups and downs of the world. Besides, although the background of this map is a bit difficult, it is very important to the 3 saints and the 3 legendary figures. It shouldn't be a big problem for the characters. But you guys are really unlucky. You can't blame me for that. Besides, I didn't take out the dice. You roll the dice yourself. Even if I wanted to cheat, it can't be done. As soon as the dice issue was mentioned, Al and Bill immediately looked at their sister Thea. But that woman, who was ordinary but couldn't be more ordinary, made an innocent expression. Everyone then remembered that in the game just now, no one was lucky. Everyone was unlucky. So I turned my eyes to someone who was trying to put on a smile. Although he didn't say anything, his expression was like, what a piece of shit are you playing? Lin would like to work harder and be a dedicated missionary of the second-dimensional culture of the Earth. But Bill suddenly said something and asked, Where did that chess piece go? Chapter 484. What do you want to protect? Where did the chess pieces go? Of course someone's answer would only be 3 words. I don't know. But this kind of answer can easily anger people, let alone God. The characters of the gods of Lost Land do not necessarily include tolerance. So he tried his best to put on a sincere expression and said, I really don't know, Your Majesty, what you did. How could you not know where you sent the things? This is random. It's random. Your Majesty, do you know what random is? It's like throwing dice just now. As long as you don't throw the dice deliberately by cheating, you don't know the result before throwing it. This is called randomness. So you want to throw a bunch of weird things into my kingdom of God? Everything is random as you say. Oh, I finally understand what they are so angry about. It seems that littering is immoral regardless of whether it is Earth or Midland. Look, all the victims are here. Someone who knew he was in the wrong didn't know how to defend himself for a moment. After hesitating for a long time, Lin said, Actually, I don't know where your majesty's kingdom is. All of this is probably just an accident. Is it by chance that a bunch of strange things appear in my kingdom every 3 days? Damn it. Flash technique is so tricky. Why haven't you discovered it before? Litter will litter the homes of these big guys. Someone starts to think seriously about how many people he has offended from the past to the present. However, someone's face has not yet been cultivated into an iron wall. And the person he offended is a big boss. Although he really doesn't feel how powerful these gods are. Is his nerve line too thick? At this time I was still a little panicked. And I stuttered when I spoke. For a long while, I couldn't reply with a serious word. Fortunately, Bill did not continue to dwell on this point. He asked another question that was even more troublesome for someone. Why do you know about the multiverse? This is a term that has been mentioned repeatedly in the TRPG just based on Planescape Requiem. Ordinary people, or ordinary magicians, probably don't know that there are other worlds besides the Lost Land, the Abyss, and the Kingdom of God. Being able to understand such a thing and define a noun for it is enough to prove that someone's understanding of this aspect is not ordinary. There are also French Seal City and Lady of Pain. These are names I have never heard of. Are you an outsider from those places? What are you going to do when you come to my world? Well, can I say that I am an exchange international student? That kind of thing is harder to explain clearly. I was just thinking about what words to use to explain my identity without being slapped to death by this boss, who was on the verge of exploding. Someone was already there to help explain. Al said in a teasing tone. He is a member of the Turtle Dove Alliance. You also know where those old wooden bodies can lead. He will know places that we don't know. It won't surprise anyone. Right. Ikaruga Alliance. As if hearing a term that disgusted him, Bill frowned his golden eyebrows. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of someone. Len couldn't see a single figure, and his field of vision was completely occupied by the fist right in front of him. At the critical moment, he blocked Bill's blow with one punch and one palm. The punch came from the lich beside him, and he punched Bill solidly. Her body now is not as weak as it was at the beginning of the reconstruction. Coupled with a full set of auxiliary magic, this fist-to-fist fight was evenly matched. The palm strike is the best way to relieve force and defend according to the fighting program designed by someone. He also successfully deflected the incoming punch from his face and passed by his ear. In fact, even if someone actually took action, he would feel baffled. He didn't actually run away, but instead tried such a move. However, no one dares to guess what Finn is thinking about being able to fight like this. But he can responsibly say that he is definitely not strong enough to resist this god whose name he doesn't know yet. Because most of Bill's attention was on the other side. A huge square shield could barely block a silver hammer and made Bill's posture sink. The one who wields the hammer wears a black gold crown with hair, silver armor made of molten iron, and a red general's robe. He has a sharp mouth and shrunken cheeks, a face like a sick ghost, and a skinny body. Although he looks strange, his smiling face is full of confidence and his eyes are bright. What Yuichi hit was just a hammer with his right hand. The hammer in his left hand was full of energy, waiting for the opportunity to swing out. Ignoring the two magicians on the other side, Bill retracted his fist. The next moment, he held the shield in both hands. The hammer in his left hand arrived. This hit was silent, light and heavy, but it didn't knock Bill back even half a step. However, several cracks appeared in the two shield-holding arms, with dazzling golden light inside, and a mouthful of thick golden blood sprayed behind the shield. All the strength was completely absorbed by the body without any loss. But Bill didn't have any sense of depression or frustration. He jumped out of the situation of being flanked and looked coldly at the enemy he recognized. On the contrary, his momentum became stronger and his whole person was majestic. The sick man holding a huge double hammer let Bill retreat. He smiled teasingly, kicked back, and disappeared into the air. Only then did everyone notice that there were little lights around them, like stars in the daytime. What's even more shocking is that the stars turned into eyes, watching all the beings under the stars, reaching out to wipe the golden blood from the corner of his mouth. Bill said in a deep voice, "You are indeed an outsider, planning to invade the world I protect." With each word, the power and momentum are rising. as if there is no limit. General. Someone is still awake. But his consciousness seems to be standing behind his head, looking at everything from a third person's perspective. He seemed to be in control of everything. But he was also like a puppet unable to control his own body. And this kind of Lin pointed to the sky and the earth, and reprimanded the other party righteously. Wrong! See clearly whose sky you are above, and whose ground your feet are. This is my country, and there is nothing you want to protect. Simple words seemed to possess supreme magic power, directly interrupting Bill's rising power, and weakening it by 3 points. This change is even more surprising than before when someone could make this boss vomit blood with 2 strikes. As the god in question, Bill is of course more aware of the increase or decrease in his own strength. And this has never happened before. Even if he is used to it, it does not mean that he is stupid. Of course, the threat coming from the starry sky was huge. But it was not like he had never encountered such a battle before. Every time he fights against foreign gods and protects the lost land, there is never a time when there is no danger. Don't you understand? Thea said. Do you know what happened to me? Bill, who did not regard the 2 magicians as a threat at all, turned around and asked about the ordinary sister in name. Among us, you are the closest to Io. Why don't you ask yourself? Io, a being older than the old gods. Some call him the god of gods, and some think he is the creator. But the gods knew that he was the expression of the consciousness of the lost earth. In the dark age when the old gods died, it was he who walked the world to bring light, helped the first new gods to ignite the divine fire, and allow the good gods to reappear in the lost land. The 8 gods of power were the gods who saw Io's figure last on the surface, and then fell into a deep sleep. But in fact, all beings at their level know that behind this Bill is the god above God, which is why he has the ability to commit fouls. But no one dares to have an opinion, unless someone has the courage to stand alone on the front line to resist the outer gods and replace this one. But now that he is also facing foreign enemies, his ability seems to be broken. Compared with the invasion of foreign enemies, the problem with that person is a more serious situation. Thinking of this, the powerful he whistled, and a chariot pulled by 2 black 8-legged divine horses emerged from the bottom of the water. He jumped up, got on the carriage and drove away. At the same time, he was followed by the guards, who followed him. One by one, they jumped on the water elf horses running out of the water and flew away. Just after Bill left, the mortals present and the surrounding space began to untie their stiffness and return to normal. The silver-bearded dwarf maintained his surprised expression, but then turned into confused. What are they surprised about? The 2 girls were thoughtful. To say it was different from before was to frown. As for the shipowner and sailors, they had no idea what was going on, and everything was business as usual. But the 2 people who witnessed and participated in the whole process were stuck together at this time. Then said disgustedly to the man who was leaning against her. What's wrong? You can't even stand? My legs are weak. What did I do just now? Someone who came back to his senses began to feel regretful. Just now it was like being possessed by an evil spirit, saying things that I wouldn't say and doing things that I wouldn't do. Looking back now, there are only 2 words for my thoughts: seeking death. So there is no reason why his legs are weak now. It can be said that the Lich was accustomed to this man's cowardly appearance. He lifted up his back collar and threw the man away. He sat down in front of the 2 people who hadn't left, and said, Who did you leave just now? And who are you? Al smiled, and pretended to want to touch his face. But he didn't expect that the face that was beaten into a pig's head was really swollen, and it hurt when touched. So he bared his teeth for a while, and then said, You are indeed the demon king who once took pleasure in killing gods. In the era when I was growing up, you were a legend. Oh, do you want to see if my skills have declined? No, Your Majesty the demon king. The one who just left is the Lord of Guardians, Apollos. I represent the mysterious Klein, and my sister is the goddess of fate, Logathene. The mysterious Lord Klein did not hide anything. Without any thought, he directly admitted his and the other 2's identities. Why are you here? Chapter 485 Enemy Upgrades. Faced with the question, Klein smiled and said, Actually, at first, I just wanted to hide from that person and cause trouble. So I ran into the eldest sister's kingdom of God and used playing a TRPG as an excuse to stay, hoping that Apollos don't play tricks on Big Sister's territory. Because I know where the dice used by Big Sister came from, even though he did a good job of concealing them. So I guess he didn't want to expose these things. It's just that Big Sister used it the most unexpectedly. I responded in the expected way, and brought Apollos and I over. And we actually played a few games and watched a good show. Aren't you afraid of watching a show and being on stage? And then being slaughtered? Finn said threateningly. Then the two gods and one lich felt that the starry sky around them had not dissipated. But when they looked around, they saw someone huddled in the corner with blank eyes. Two apprentices were squatting next to them, fanning their teacher. I think that person hasn't been able to control all this well. From the meaning of his words, Finn felt that Klein was not completely ignorant. Frowning, he asked, "Do you know what happened to him?" "No. This is the first time I have seen someone like him. But apart from him, I have seen many outsiders like him before. They come from different worlds, and there are always some very interesting ones. Thoughts. But most of them will become kings and heroes. And I also believe that there should be more people who die on the roadside without being discovered by me. But there are no people from peaceful countries. Anyone can grow up to his level and be qualified to contact us. Since you know, then why does that one have such an attitude?" Thor was confused about the obvious hostility of Apollos who left. The reason why the Guardian Apollos is so powerful is because he is the front line of resistance against external aggression in the land. After a long confrontation, of course, don't expect him to be friendly to people from the outside world. Together with him, he can connect different places. The World Tree also holds the same hatred. He has said more than once that all world trees should be destroyed to cut off the guidance or path from the outside world to enter the lost land. You can't do this kind of thing. Taking a step back, even if you really do it, it's no different from committing suicide. Oh, did you also discover the secret? I thought they would not discover these things until the world trees killed each other, until there were only a few trees left. What Finn and Klein are referring to is the fact that the number and rank of world trees may affect the overall strength of the land. In response to Klein's surprise and admiration, Finn couldn't help but wonder how many secrets this god had hidden that had not been revealed. However, the mysterious lord had no such consciousness and said directly, if he also discovered this secret, he wouldn't tell those old people. I can't see through the location of the Turtle Dove Alliance's parliament. In this way, he has really done a lot of things that ordinary people can't even imagine. Isn't it an exaggeration to say that this era has been influenced by him? In response to Klein's question, Lagasani answered somewhat inappropriately, saying, his fate is not in my control. However, if he is still like this, he won't be able to accomplish anything big. Two gods and one lich looked at someone with dead fish eyes, not knowing what expression to make, especially after his resurrection. Fun, who had been following this man, could see it most clearly, along the way after escaping from the protection of the Tower of the Great Sage. This man may have acquired the ability to protect himself in this world, but his mentality has not yet caught up. In his own words, he was a salted fish in the past, and he is still a salted fish now. However, the mentality of a strong person needs soil and irrigation. No one is born with the fighting spirit to fight in the world. Her own growth in the past was driven by a hatred. But the purpose of all this man's efforts is to return to his hometown. There are many gaps in concepts that make this man who thinks he is integrated into the world of Lost World still seem out of tune with this world. Even she who does not belong to this era can still feel this way. He is a lost lamb who has arrived in the wrong world and at the wrong time. And all of this has caused a cognitive problem for others. That is, where should this man's strength be placed? The lich, who was puzzled, suddenly changed his mind and smiled. Although he had a different purpose. He had already climbed to the top and had seen the scenery. And why should we force this man to grow to that level? What's wrong with living a leisurely life? The life she lives now is something she could never imagine when she lived in hatred in the past. Thinking of this, Finn's expression softened a lot. On the side, Klein was thinking about the reason why he didn't say it. Maybe Logaxani came because she wanted to get those two sentences from that man's mouth. One sentence is to redefine the concept represented by the dice. And almost everything in the world is under his control. The other sentence is to make the blonde troublesome power fade away. Why haven't I thought of this before? Sure enough, if you pay attention to this magician, you can see many interesting things. Standing up with a smile, the mysterious Master Klein said, now that the big trouble has left, I have to go back. I am very busy. But the goddess of fate has long since disappeared. Only then did Finn notice that although time passed normally around him, everyone's movements were not restricted. But they seemed unable to see the two gods in front of them. The dwarves and the two girls were wondering if they were confused and looked confused about the situation, while the sailors on the ship were doing their own things. Realizing that the lich had observed a certain situation, Klein smiled and said, mystery and destiny are inherently elusive. and they are not easily discovered by others. So please keep today's matter a secret, of course. We will keep it a secret, even if others want to pay attention to him. It is not easy to see through this layer of fog. You who have been at the same height as us should be able to understand what I mean. But after what happened this time, you may be paying attention here. There will be more and more. I can only let him overcome this. I can only say that I hope he can live longer and bring more fun to me. And not die so soon. The time is quite boring. He laughed and disappeared in an instant, as if he had never been there before. The arrival and departure of gods do not leave any footprints in the hearts of ordinary people. Their lives were not paid special attention to by these mortal beings, as Klein warned when he left. You still have to eat when you need to eat. You still have to sleep when you need to sleep. As for one person's situation, he continues to be depressed. However, Finn still noticed that the man, who had not looked up at the stars for a long time since he left William City in the Southwest Peninsula, looked up at the stars more often during these boating nights. Someone thinking under the real starry sky. To him, the appearance of the gods was both a surprise and a warning. When the level of contact reaches such a height, I can no longer deal with it with the same attitude as before. Just like the difference between commoners and nobles. It may be an unintentional remark or a difference in concept, which may make the nobles feel offended and react violently. There is no guarantee that the same situation will not happen between gods and mortals. But someone can guess the thoughts of the nobles by relying on the countless literary works and film and television series before time travel. But I dare not say that what TV shows like American Gods depict are the thoughts of gods. Because those works were only created by human beings and were not spoken by gods themselves. In addition to gods, there are evil gods, demons, and devils that belong to that level in the mysterious land. These must be considered together. If the extra-dimensional exile technique really makes you offend those big guys, it's just that Lin can't judge how deep and wide the involvement is, and he doesn't dare to delve into it. For many things, if you don't lift the lid out of curiosity, you won't be sprayed all over your face by the boiling oil inside. If you don't take the initiative to investigate, you won't attract the attention of those beings, and then it will be traced back to you. Of course, this situation may also be like a pressure cooker. If you don't open the lid of the pot to release the pressure, it will explode when it can no longer be suppressed. By then, it may only be a minor blow to your body. Both approaches have their merits. And the three gods met him. How many existences of the same level can find him along the same clues has become a variable that is difficult to evaluate. It's not entirely true to say that there is no good news at all. At least this is not a prehistoric world. There are great powers everywhere who know for 500 years before and 500 years afterward. You can't escape the calculations of others even if you poop in your pants the next moment. That kind of life of scheming everywhere is too tiring. Alas, no matter where you are, it is not easy to live a stable life. What our ancestor said is so true. If you don't have long-term worries, you will have immediate worries. But before that, there is one thing that needs to be resolved first. What was going on with that abnormal reaction of mine? And who is the person who shows up to fight Apollos? The Lord of Guardians? There is only one person in my mind who fits this image of a sick man, with infinite strength, and wields two hammers. He is Liu Yunba from the Tang Dynasty, a fictional character created by a novelist. In addition to what the liches and others said, they had read Guangdong, one-page book, and Buddha's sword theory, as well as the Suhuanjin, Zhuge Liang, and Jiang Zia they met in their dreams. What on earth was all this about? If these are the trump cards that you can control, you should at least be able to control them, rather than being controlled the other way around. If you can find an explanation for all these mysteries, it can only be found in the Dream Magic Tower. So someone was immersed in his dream again, and came to the Magic Tower that he hadn't been to for a long time. The 5-story Magic Tower was still the same, with no changes. But the two familiar guys were not seen around it. And it is obviously a solitary tower standing in the starry sky above, below, left, and right. But there is a sense of loneliness, like the rustling autumn wind. By the way, where did these withered yellow maple leaves come from? Ha 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 ha! Suddenly a high-octave female voice laughed, resounding throughout the starry sky. Chapter 486 Lessons from Dreams. Lin looked around, but could not see the owner of the voice. The former guardian of the Silverbeard dwarves, Lupita, who was captured and imprisoned in a dream. The laughter was loud and loud, coming from all directions and echoing. But there was no one in sight. Lin Kai felt strange and realized that there was no star-like light in a certain direction. And the background color was not right either. Could it be? An idea flashed through Lin's mind. And he looked up suddenly. And sure enough, he saw Lupita's huge face looking down in the distance. Her gigantic figure is so huge that no one can fully see her. This is because the face is far enough away that the outline can be seen. As for the wall in front of him, it was impossible to tell what part of the body it was. It seems that you have discovered it. Human being, the biggest mistake you made was to leave me in this world. I have mastered all the rules here. Your life and death depend on my thoughts. As he said, the giant hand with only its index finger extended slowly moved from the distant horizon, preparing to crush someone even smaller than an ant to death. In response to this horrific scene, someone didn't say much. After reaching forward with his right hand, he slapped the magic tower. The figure covering the entire sky disappeared on the spot, replaced by a mosquito-sized Lupita stuck to the wall of the magic tower. And it still looked like it had been flattened. Only then did Lin say, I don't have time to talk to you. Where are the other two? Hey, it's the original one. It's a pity for women. Small breasts are a symbol of status and have rare value. We should protect and care for them. Of course. The person who came forward to say this was a certain fat man. Don't worry. No matter how much you shoot at this level, it won't explode or get dented. Hey! A certain guardian protested. In comparison, our matters are more important. Do you want some time to think about how to explain it? Explanation? Do you need it? You are so bear-like. What does the saying say? Once you are a salted fish, you will always be a salted fish. I am afraid that if you are reincarnated, you will also be reborn as a salted fish in the 10th life. Uni, can you still expect me, a salted fish, to stand up without you holding me back? Is that holding you back? That's helping you. Okay. If I hadn't helped you, you would have died long ago until your bones can beat the drum. Controlling the actions of my body makes me constantly offend people. What kind of help is this? You might as well completely control me and then go on a killing spree. Afterwards, I can push it and say that it is something else hidden in my heart. What a violent personality does. In fact, I am a peace-loving, kind-hearted big brother next door. Do you think that this means you have adapted to this world of magic and people eating people? No. In essence, you are still a rabbit. You run away when you see danger, and you feed others when you can't run away. Don't think you are doing this. If you come up with something that the people here don't know, you are no longer a rabbit. This is your nature that is difficult to change. You are still complacent about being a sheep in quilts. So what? With propellers on your legs and missiles and machine guns on your back, do you have the guts to fight a lion? After being robbed for a while, someone was speechless, and his expression was dull. It took a while before he came back to his senses and asked, Is my performance really that bad? This book is almost off the streets. What do you think? When someone is depressed, they want to drill a hole and bury themselves. Finally, I squeezed out a sentence and said, I want to change it too. But the problem dog cannot be changed to eat. The cow leads to the BJ. I'm sorry. You know what I mean anyway. And at this age, human beings, the only way to become more and more afraid of death is to become more and more impulsive. You've said everything that can be said. I don't know what to add. But I didn't ask you John_Wick to get on top of me. If someone touches my dog, I will kill the whole family, including all the bodyguards and younger brothers. Too much is too little. Too much is too little. If you do that, I will worry about whether you are possessed. I just want you to think about how to solve the problem first, rather than trying to make peace with it. If you take a step back, the sky is brighter. No matter where you are in the world, there are many people who are willing to push the envelope. But it doesn't mean that when you encounter a problem and you can't solve it, you just try to solve the problem. This would be overkill. The fat man's incarnation made someone very depressed with his words. It's not that the content is a wake-up call. It's just that the words are useless bullshit. I've mentioned both the good and the bad, both the big and the small. Is there anything specific? The answer is no. These words may be fine if they are used by some young people, but if they are used against me, they will never be able to penetrate this thick skin. Someone is wondering if the fat guy just wants to find something to say to ridicule himself. But no matter how angry he was, it was not worth talking nonsense to this fat man. So someone said, Forget it. I don't want to talk nonsense to you. Where is the second grader? Here. Do you have anything to do with me? If not, please keep quiet. When I was in junior high school, I walked out from behind the magic tower wearing a familiar uniform. I just want to know, what did you do to my body? Your body? Did you make something wrong? We are you too. And we also have control over this body. The difference is that you usually take the initiative. But what I want to say is, although you are called the original, but are you sure you are really the most original personality? What? What are you going to say next? In fact, my previous memories are all false. In fact, both my parents died. I started fleeing for my life when I was 3 years old. I killed my enemies when I was 5 years old. I was sent to a prison at the age of 17. In order to avoid feeling too guilty, I deliberately forgot some memory fragments. Faced with the ridicule of the original version, the second incarnation thought very seriously and said, "That reason is well made up. But will you believe it yourself? Believe it or not? What a pity." The second incarnation frowned, disappointed, and wanted to walk into the shadow of the magic tower, but was stopped by someone. Wait a minute. You've taken me off topic. What I want to ask is, why did I do things that went against my own ideas during the battle? Would you believe me if I said no one influenced you? How is this possible? Lin said in surprise. All your actions originate from a certain part of yourself. However, don't imagine that you are too perfect and will not make any mistakes. You will be impulsive. You will make mistakes. And you will offend some people without knowing the current situation. But don't put all the blame on us just because we exist. But if it makes you feel better to shirk responsibility, then put all the blame on me. But it has nothing to do with anyone else. I have to remind you one thing. Just like playing an RPG, there is a way to practice. And to beat the king, you have to prepare for the king. Now that you have gone beyond the novice area, you have even stepped into the devil. Please be prepared for the worst. Because this game doesn't seem like you can just go back if you want to. He pondered for a while and said nothing. Lin wondered if there was any help around him that could help him explain these nonsense. The second incarnation seemed to be aware of this idea and scolded. Don't you think you have to rely on everyone to run away? You just want to hug your thighs. Have you ever thought about why others want to hug you? And what price can you pay in exchange for these things? If you get used to it, you will never have a chance to surpass the people who protect you. Because in order to continue to benefit from you, they will find ways to restrict you and make it impossible for you to be stronger than them. I don't see that much in my hometown. Do you still remember what songs our class sang in the singing competition in junior high school? Men should strive for self-improvement. As I grow up. Critical hit! Someone rolled on the ground holding his head and said, "No, don't reveal that dark history. I finally forgot all about it." Wake up! When his eyes opened, Lin had returned to the real world. Cold sweat soaked my back all over. The cold hairs on my body stood on end. And I couldn't get rid of the goosebumps that fell all over the floor. In the past, when we entered the dreamland, although we were 1 against 2, at least there was still a back and forth in the verbal dispute. Unlike this time when I went in, it was cut from the beginning to the end, and there was no ability to resist it all. But it has to be said that they can examine their own behavior from an objective perspective, and they still make some sense. It's a pity that human character can't be changed so easily. But I also got one thing from the mouths of those 2 incarnations. If they didn't deceive me about this, and the facts they stated were clear enough, then they didn't do everything perfectly. Maybe no big mistakes are made, but it seems that small mistakes are constant. How to change all this? Change your painting style? Shouting, "My destiny is up to me." Marching forward triumphantly and overcoming all obstacles. Or should we say, implement the home approach? It has been more than 2 years since I wandered. Maybe it's time to find a roof over your head and settle down. It is a bit unrealistic to hope that a magic tower will be allocated again from the Magicians Association. Maybe it would be easier to build your own magic tower in the real world. So, here comes the problem. The current savings are not enough to build a 3-story tower. Faced with such a dilemma, how to solve it? Chapter 487 Rest at Port. Cruise ships operating on the river will dock at every river port, mainly to replenish food and various supplies on board. After all, preserving food is not an easy task in lost land. Rather than hoarding large quantities, it is better to buy the freshest at each port, especially all kinds of leafy vegetables. It's also because this place is on a river, not on the sea, that it's so convenient. On the other hand, it also has the intention of allowing passengers to go ashore for fun. It's similar to the cruise game on Earth. In order to change his depressed mood over the past few days, relieve his nerves that were stretched to the limit, and just to be prepared for high-energy threats that he didn't know when they would appear, Lin planned to go ashore for a walk when the cruise ship docked at a certain river port city. Besides, I am staying on the boat, and have not even stepped off the boat for a month. I am almost reaching my limit. The limit here refers to the two apprentices, because their teacher had no intention of disembarking. Their elder sister also stayed behind. They stayed on the ship anyway. The Lich, who had been particularly active recently, of course continued to capture the two girls and train them. There are no Sundays or holidays in Midi. And of course there is no such thing as only going to work or going to class for 8 hours a day. Basically, as long as the hands and feet can still move, and not during eating or sleeping time, the boss will use them to death. If the spoiled bosses on Earth saw it, they would be jealous to death. As for apprentices, they have no human rights. The only thing that all apprentices worry about is that the teacher is unwilling to give serious guidance. If someone is willing to teach, who has the guts to make irresponsible remarks? If the teacher works hard to teach day and night, the apprentice can only work hard to learn. Then I learned to have 2 dark circles under my eyes, looking like I didn't get enough sleep. This was because someone witnessed 2 girls floating in front of his eyes, and then completely ignored their teacher. This made Lin feel that it was not okay to continue like this. So in order to help them, the best way is to divert the Lich's attention and give the 2 girls some breathing space. It might be a good idea to invite a certain Lich to the streets. Walking down to earth on the noisy streets finally made someone forget their previous worries and gained a lot of attention. This is not because of myself. If he put on a burlap suit and threw it into the crowd, no one would look at him. But the Lich next to him, with his tall figure and pretty face, stood out in the crowd no matter what kind of clothes he wore. Fortunately, both of them were wearing magician shawls on the street. Anyone who is not discerning will definitely notice the 2 golden tassels after being attracted by the plump breasts, and then stay away. Because of rudeness, the civilians who were slaughtered by magicians would not have anyone to help them seek justice if there was no power behind them. This is hard to imagine for a time traveler from a society governed by the rule of law. But it is a reality in the world. The river port on the Golden Waterway carries goods from all directions. In every city there is something new and exciting that someone will love. But after enjoying it for a while, most of them can only put it back with regret. As long as you are otaku and don't have any collecting habits or obsessive-compulsive disorder, you should be a rare breed of otaku. But someone gave up collecting things a long time ago. After all, it can be said that he is now wandering. He bought a bunch of unnecessary things, which only added to the burden of the journey. You must know that the original 2 trucks contained, in addition to daily necessities, most of them were high-priced and rare magic materials. Simply put, even if you want to buy something temporarily, you may not be able to buy it. Even so, there are times when someone wants to have a lost version of breaking up. But in the end, they are reluctant to do so. But those who bought it were reluctant to throw it away, so they had to at least restrain their desire to continue buying it. Someone thought so while just shopping. However, when walking past a shop with a long sword hanging at the door, he remembered that his spare weapons needed to be replenished, because of the high-dimensional pollution caused by flashing. A person rarely carries props or equipment made with magical materials. Materials without magical properties, after flashing several times, will not turn into evil spirits, but they will decay and remain irreparable. But in a potentially dangerous environment, it is impossible to do it all with bare hands. So the most common weapon someone carries is a conventional long sword. Under normal circumstances, you will have 5 to 6 ordinary long swords in your luggage. A while ago, I was so depleted that I only had this handful left with me. So it was time to restock. Just seeing the weapon store reminded someone of this incident. There are many types of weapon shops in Midland, the most common of which is of course a blacksmith shop. But there are also large workshops that are capable of supplying military equipment, and they operate sales stores. Occasionally, you will encounter shops that are just like merchants, without casting capabilities, just doing business. The small shop in front of me seems to be like this. When I walked into the store, I saw a dazzling array of weapons, from magic weapons that look high-end and ornately decorated, to bundles of guns, swords, and axes that look just like kitchen knives. There are relatively few bows and arrows, but none of them look like fancy toys. No crossbow though, because places outside the city can be classified as dangerous areas. Weapons are necessary and buying and selling is legal, except for a very small number of control products. You can build or buy them freely. There was a time in history when nobles wanted to confiscate weapons from civilians while restricting the freedom to buy and sell weapons. If the nobles who continue to implement such a policy do not change later, no one can continue the family to the current era, in addition to reclaiming wasteland in the wilderness. Civilians who feel that their safety is not guaranteed will defect, and stupidly obey the laws set by the noble lords. No such village can survive the threat of warcraft. In the end, there will be no common people under the rule of these nobles, because they either escaped or died. Such nobles are not qualified to continue, and are usually deprived of titles and territories by the king on the grounds of incompetent leadership. In short, no matter which country or place one is in, the management of weapons is not much different from that of the Song dynasty back home, or that of the modern American empire. However, what he wanted to buy was the most common standard long sword. He ignored all those gorgeous weapons that looked useless. Not to mention that the best forgers in Lost are usually magicians, not dwarves or elves. And in terms of strength, what weapon is stronger than a ship-cutting knife or a machete? So when Lin entered the door, he skipped the weapons carefully placed on the shelves and walked towards the bundle of bargains. However, next to these mass products, there is a wooden box containing a large number of weapons to be repaired, also of various types. Lin knew that most of the wooden boxes like this were weapons sold by others, or trophies obtained somewhere, because they have not been sorted or repaired. They will be placed in this kind of glove box, waiting to be polished again. But these are also products that can be sold, and the price is naturally much cheaper. For some adventurers who are short of money and confident in their repair skills, they will choose to try their luck and find weapons with good foundation and materials. When someone first came to Lost Land, he once wandered around in this kind of glove box, hoping to find something missing. But it's a pity that people who can do this kind of business have very poisonous eyes. If there are any leaks, a layman like me can pick them up. Most of the time, the weapons picked out of this kind of glove box are just cheap emergency weapons that are easily damaged. But today someone's eyes wandered across the glove box in this store, as if he was attracted by something and couldn't look away. That is a very strange-looking weapon. The sword has a slant handle, a thick spine, one-sided edge, narrow at the front and wide at the back. The tip of the sword is double-edged, with a curvature, like a small hook. If you hold this sword upright, the blade is tilted forward about 17 degrees. It is not a sword or knife in the ordinary sense. The sword's body was shiny, and its edge was intact. It didn't look like an unorganized weapon at all, even if it is sold as a new product. It is not an exaggeration. But this look. The lich who had been following him around also followed someone's gaze, and saw the strange weapon. But she raised her weapon and exclaimed, "This is really interesting. I actually saw this in a place like this." At this time, the shop owner's voice came from the side, saying, "Friend, put down the things in your hands. That thing is not suitable for you." Then he complained in a low voice, "I'm just saying that I'm not telling others not to put this thing in the glove box. It's easy for people to take it by mistake. Why is it put here and someone gets it?" Oh, then didn't flinch at this almost provocative language. The shop owner also seemed to realize that his remarks would offend people, and explained, "I'm sorry, friend. I'm not saying that you can't own the weapon in your hand, but that weapon is accursed equipment. The previous owner, all of them committed suicide, including the magician who was trying to lift the curse." Then was not impressed at all by this horrific record. He took the strange sword, put it on the counter, and said, "It doesn't matter. I'm not afraid of any curses. Just make an offer and I'll buy it." After that, he nuzzled at someone. Lin had seen Finn's action not only once or twice. Every time it happens, it's your turn to pay, without exception. So someone can only take out the money bag very consciously. Just when Lin was about to reach out and take it out, the shop owner stopped someone and said, "I would buy this weapon, if it's not that the two magicians are too stupid. There's some story behind it that I don't know. Are you honored to share this part? In return, this weapon will be given to you." It was a condition that was difficult to give up, but Lin did not dare to agree easily. There is no reason. If you can really see some clues from this strange-looking weapon, that person will only be a lich, not yourself. Since it is not in your own hands, then of course you are not qualified to make any promises. So Lin and the shop owner looked at the lich, who was smiling happily with satisfaction. Chapter 488 Shikiri. Have you ever heard of the Hagiri clan? Finn asked a simple rhetorical question. Not only was he a professional weapons dealer in Midland, he was also surprised by the store owner who knew the history of weapons very well. Even Lin, a time traveler, was also surprised. If there is one thing in common among the heroic legends, brave stories, and king builders in Lost Land, it must be the weapons they use. The magical weapons made by the Hagiri clan. Even the weapons used by some gods or demons also come from the Hagiri clan. The name of Hagiri can be traced back to the war between gods and demons before the birth of the old gods, as well as the battle of creation. The meaning of the word Boxakiri means that the weapon is so sharp that it will destroy the sheath or box in which it is stored. The owner can only carry it in other ways and cannot store it. I heard that the Hagiri clan's weapons choose their owners, and not just anyone can hold them. This also made the shop owner think. If you put it this way, the reason why the previous holders committed suicide was not that the weapons were cursed, but because they were not qualified to own the weapons of the Hagiri clan. Lin asked, the so-called rumor that it cannot be used except by those who have been recognized doesn't mean it literally means unusable? Originally, I thought so too. But it is true that in the rumors, there is no mention of what will happen if someone who is not qualified holds it. If it is suicide, it can indeed be explained that people who are not recognized cannot use it. The shop owner was not greedy at all when the two magicians who accidentally walked in the door revealed the origin of this cursed weapon. Instead, he turned on chat mode and dealt with Lin. For him, goods that cannot be used have no value in buying and selling. Although he can sell this sword at a high price among some special groups under the name of Shikiri. But before, everyone avoided it out of fear and threw this trouble into their own hands. The family members of those who committed suicide will only be grateful that they helped them solve their troubles. And the people attracted by the name of Hakakiri are either rich or noble. If this kind of person dies, this will be the beginning of trouble. Maybe there's someone in there that you can't afford to offend. Rather than looking for that kind of trouble, it's better to give this good thing away on the original terms. Different from the shop owner's thinking, Lin was thinking about how to make weapons so as to achieve the two conditions of selecting users and excluding those who are not suitable. He thought to himself about several possible methods. If it were a conditional curse, it would at most prevent people who did not meet the conditions from using the special ability of a certain item or weapon. But there was no way to make the holder commit suicide. It is not very difficult for weapons or props to use magicians' methods to generate consciousness. Maybe that can achieve selection. But how to make unqualified holders commit suicide? It's like two completely unrelated topics thrust together. But all the other methods that someone could imagine were overthrown by him one by one. Someone who has been puzzled can only ask a certain lich in the end. How do the people of the Hagiri clan be able to distinguish the qualifications of the holder? If every weapon has consciousness, then what? How did you do it? Fen said in confusion. A member of the Hagiri clan? Did you misunderstand something? Misunderstanding? What do you mean? Fen held up the strange weapon on the table with both hands and said, it is a member of the Hagiri clan. According to what a certain lich said, the Hagiri clan was not referring to the maker of this weapon, but the weapon itself. So Lin pointed at this strange-looking weapon in surprise and asked, you mean this weapon is actually a living thing? Creature? Well, you can describe it that way. After all, it can grow, recover itself when damaged, and change its appearance according to the owner's wishes. These are not things that ordinary artifacts can do. This kind of secret is undoubtedly quite shocking. However, Lin's acceptance level was much higher than that of the weapon shop owner. He quickly returned to his normal expression. After all, his own origin was also beyond the scope of common sense. He took the box Akiri from Fen's hand and looked at it carefully. The touch on the hand is as cold as metal, without any of the characteristics of Earth's biology and common understanding of living things. But those knowledge are based on carbon-based life and are extended. What about non-carbon-based organisms? How to calculate AI artificial intelligence? Can humans be so arrogant as to think that only things defined by humans as living things can be considered to have life? Boy, what are you thinking about? A voice suddenly flashed in my mind. Lin immediately understood the content and looked at the Hakiri in his hand in astonishment. Is this talking to itself? I'm not telling you. Could it be that Ah Piao is telling you? Hey, Ah Piao? Well, you actually have this interesting concept in your consciousness. This thing can actually read your own mind. Someone's first thought is, of course, to kill someone to silence him, to destroy his sword to silence him. After all, he hides too many secrets in his heart. Want to destroy me? Outsider? You can't do it. The only people who can hurt me are my people. But you don't have to worry so much. Although I don't come from the same place as you. I'm not a native creature of this world either. Just use your words. And I don't have unlimited peek into your heart. I can only see those thoughts when they appear in your cerebral cortex. It's like your first reaction just now wasn't actually about murder. It was just a sentence. I saw a ghost. So, When I walked into this store just now, I noticed you. Was it actually you calling me? Lin asked. Why should I call a weak human being like you? If that devil hadn't revealed my identity, I wouldn't have bothered to care about you at all. You know her? The calendar of this world. The Demon King thousands of years ago. Fanatical. Of course I know her. Especially since she received the help of many of my tribesmen to fight against another group of my tribesmen. I was one of them at that time. Someone turned around and asked a certain lich. Have you ever gotten any other Hikiri before? Me? Yes. How did you know? Oh, you must have been talking to it. Right. Well, it said it recognized you. It's because you got a lot of Sakuri including it before. But you fought hard with others and destroyed a lot of them. Then looked nostalgic and said, at that time, in order to fight against the guards of the old gods, I did collect a lot for my subordinates to use. There is no other way. The box cutter is too hard. In addition to using other box cutters, there is absolutely no way to deal with it. So, is it planning to settle the score? Humph. There is no weapon that I can't change. No matter what the ship-cutting sword she mentioned looks like. As long as it is of the same shape. There is no possibility of failure for us and the Hagiri clan. However, one person did not have any objection to the talk of the weapon in his hand. Instead, he excitedly imagined the image of his ideal weapon in his mind and asked happily, is there any way you can change it to look like that? No. TSK. That's really bad. It's just a gun buster that's only 250 meters tall. I don't want you to become an SDF-1_Macross with a total length of 1,210 meters. That's between 9 and 11 meters. Is the gun okay? What about the Votems that's about 3 meters high? Sorry. Please think of some handheld weapons. Can you? I thought I could just mount the giant robot without climbing the technology tree. Someone said with a disdainful curl of his lips. My evaluation of Hagiri has fallen below the passing line, hovering near the garbage rating. And of course, a certain weapon was born with doubts about the sword. How does the word weapon define this man? Lin put the legendary weapon back on the table in disgust, and asked Fan, what are you going to do with this thing? The ship-cutting sword alone has caused us quite a lot of trouble. The Hakakiri is even I know about the legendary weapons. Those big guys who like to use good things to enhance their status. Won't they come to us for trouble? The only person who might reveal that we have such a thing is... While thinking about it, Fan and someone cast their sights on the owner of the weapons store. How could this person who knew the world well not understand the purpose of this look? He quickly raised his hands in a gesture of surrender and said, His Majesty Tikal and Lord Tripwood are famous. How could I, a small shop, choose to cause trouble for them? I will only listen to that kind of thing. I will gain experience. And then it rots in the stomach. How dare you spread it everywhere? When doing business, the first priority is the circulation of information. To be able to run a weapons store in a prosperous river port city. The owner is not a rookie who knows nothing about other things except swords. From the words and appearance of the two magicians, it was easy for him to determine their identities. Especially that keyword, ship-cutting knife, has been the most frequently discussed topic recently. The relevant background is naturally familiar to me. Now that you know the identity of the other party, you have fewer options on how to deal with it. Especially if you bet that the other party is a fake. And then find a way to keep the benefits of Hikiri. This is a gamble with your life. And according to my own judgment, the chance of losing is very high. Take a step back and think about it. If the other party is really fake, what have you lost? It's just a cursed weapon exchanged for a few copper coins. Therefore, the shop owner made his choice without hesitation. He treated this thing as if he had never seen it before. Also, in most of the more credible versions, these two are not bloodthirsty, so he can maintain such a calm appearance. Otherwise his legs would have weakened long ago. As for the weapon store owner's attitude, Fan didn't go into it any further, because the other person was just an insignificant person. On the contrary, it was someone's disgusting attitude that made her curious. Question: are you really not interested in this legendary weapon? You also know that once I use the flash technique, all good things will be destroyed. If you don't want it, just leave it for someone who is destined. Hello! I'm so bad. What if no one else is? Even though the thing had left his hand, Hagiri's words still appeared in someone's mind. Then put his index finger against his lips and said thoughtfully, I remember hearing other Hagiras say that they come from a higher level world, which is different from the lost world. That's what I heard at the time. But now that I think about it, Maybe they actually come from one of the higher dimensional worlds we understand. In this way, maybe it can resist high-dimensional contamination and does not need additional protection. At this reminder, Lin suddenly took Hagari's hand again and asked directly, "Can you really travel through the dimensional space without getting hurt?" Although I still don't know what exactly you mean by dimensional space. But if it's the kind of storm related to the World Tree, then I shouldn't have a problem. Because my family was brought here from other worlds by the World Tree. Someone's eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 489, Recognized Person. When he returned to the cruise ship in the evening, Lin harvested a legendary weapon Hikiri. Then didn't have the slightest desire to take it for himself, but instead had a smirk on his face. No other name was given to it, because a codename such as a name has no meaning in their culture. Even the word, Shakakiri, was named after the gods and men who fought in the war between gods and demons in the past. To save trouble, someone adopted the name originally used to refer to the entire ethnic group. Anyway, the chance of encountering other Hagiris is not high. Most of the Hagiri clan were destroyed in the war started by Fin thousands of years ago. In order to take revenge, this demon king did not shy away from the idea of death together. As for the new shape of the Hakakiri, someone used the most common appearance of a standard one-handed sword. The cross guard is straight and slightly long. This is to make up for the fact that the hilt of a one-handed sword is not very suitable for both hands to hold and use force. When necessary, you can hold the cross guard and exert force, such as stabbing or downward stabbing. Down enemy. This change of appearance according to the user's intention is a considerable loss of energy accumulation for Hagari. The energy it can use is not the 8 powers of the Lost Land, but the special energy converted from the 8 powers. The conversion efficiency is quite low. Therefore, except for the partners it recognizes, generally speaking, Hagiri will not change its appearance easily. However, the shortcoming that has always troubled someone, the process of using the flash technique, which will contaminate and corrode one's own items, is not a problem for Hagari. Even when it flashes, the high-dimensional chaotic energy that is seen as troublesome is the best and most needed nourishment for Shakiri. It even said to someone boldly, "Just give me enough time to absorb energy in this special place. Maybe I can transform into those special weapons you imagine." "Oh, how long will it take?" "The smallest Iron Man suit you can imagine is fully functional. It will probably take me 200 years of continuous absorption to successfully transform it." "Give up. Don't you want to consider taking a look? It's only been 200 years. There really is nothing in common with this kind of non-carbon-based life." The reason why Hagiri's appearance is so ordinary is of course due to someone's low-key personality. But in fact, the technical connotation of the changed Hagiri is not low-key at all. The blade has a dull luster and seems to have irregular patterns. This is because it is covered with tiny magic arrays. If calculated in terms of program code, it would be at least gigabytes. The reason why it's so troublesome to make up a set of magic patterns to use on Hagiri is because in addition to using it as a weapon, someone also uses Hagiri as a wand. Engraved on it are various matching combat magics, including assist, hindrance, and attack. The energy source is the special energy accumulated by the Hagiri itself. In the past, the Hagiri clan only used its hardness and self-repairing properties with its holders, which did not involve unnecessary energy consumption, because when the energy is exhausted, it is equivalent to the death of the Hagiri clan. But after knowing that someone can use the flash technique to quickly replenish energy, in exchange, Hagiri of course also opens up more abilities to meet someone's needs. Of course, it is not possible to change the appearance at will, changing the shape, changing the volume and density. These actions consume a lot of energy. As for Hagiri, who can be used as a sword in close combat and as a wand in distance combat, although someone has spent a lot of thought on how to use Hagiri to use magic, it does not mean that he has given up on strengthening the aspect of close combat. The hardness and self-healing properties of the box cut itself allow it to remain sharp for a long time as long as it is sharpened enough using a special method. This is the Hagiri that has been used as a weapon, and has been used in mystery for a long time. And some warriors with magician background will, like someone, add some beneficial magic to them and become magic warriors. Of course, no one who has ever done this can be as exaggerated as this person. For the sword type of artifact itself, Midi's long-standing practice seems to be quite sufficient, and there is no room for further improvement. But in front of the masters of science, how can we superstitiously believe that the practices of thousands of years ago are better than those of today? In modern times on Earth, the reason why no one has built legendary weapons that surpass the Tanma sword, Gurkha scimitar, And Damascus sword is because the truly top scientists are studying more powerful bombs. Or more accurate weapons. Missiles. No one is thinking about how to build more advanced and powerful knives. But in reality, no one really thinks about things. That doesn't mean that people in other fields don't use their imagination. The so-called scientific progress is not just that. Needs imagination and realization. The need for scientists to intervene is actually only at the last step. And what someone is trying to achieve with box cutting is the super vibration tool that they wanted to accomplish before, but couldn't figure out. And the single molecule level of sharpness. The former uses high-frequency vibration to destroy the microstructure of the contact object, thereby achieving the so-called cutting. In fact, this has already been realized on Earth. Some industrial or medical ultrasonic knives are a practice of this concept. However, the equipment is quite large, and the usable range is quite small. It cannot be weaponized like in the anime. But science can do it. But magic can't think of how to do it for the moment. Can Shikiri do it? After discussing with Agiri, it perfectly realized the weaponization of the super vibrating knife in the anime, which made someone very surprised. The other is about the concept of sharpness. All substances are composed of molecules. So the smallest theoretical unit is the molecule. As for smaller elements or atoms, they cannot exist alone in the natural environment to form solid substances. The requirement for a weapon to be sharp is to be as thin and sharp as possible to achieve the purpose of cutting. So the thinnest and sharpest state is the single molecule structure. How to do this? In my impression, there was no way to do it on the Earth before time travel. That's an imagination that only exists in anime works. The same cannot be done in the mysterious land. The shaping technique used to control the shape of magic materials cannot achieve such detailed and microscopic control. But what about the box cut? Before that, I gave it a molecular physics course. Because Agiri is a life form from a high-dimensional world. Its embodiment in the mysterious land is actually a manifestation of dimensionality reduction. In other words, they actually don't quite understand the physical characteristics of the three-dimensional world they're in. Even though it has been thousands of years. To living beings like them, time is meaningless. And so are the lives of their own kind. So in the past, Fun caused internal fighting among the Hagiri clan, resulting in countless Hagiri being damaged and even losing their lives. But they had no resentment. In their words, every time a life passes away, another life will be born. And the living only need blessings. Hagiri didn't say much about the world they came from. Of course, it would be difficult for someone to imagine how this kind of life view could be considered reasonable. But when it comes to scientific and technological power, we should describe it a little crookedly, or we should say that it is on a different path compared with the Earth. When the knowledge of molecular structure is explained like box cutting, it completes the so-called single molecule sharpening. Incidentally, his own atomic structure and molecular structure also changed, turning into a metal that had never been seen in the lost world. Or at least a special metal that someone had not seen in the records or personal sightings of the lost world or Earth. As a result, the lethality of this box cutter reached an unimaginable level. In order to avoid being accidentally injured, Lin chose very strong magic materials and made a scabbard to store the sword. But then the scabbard broke. The origin of the name Hagiri seems to be not only that the weapon is so sharp that nothing can be stored, it should be that I am unhappy with being locked up. So any inanimate object that tries to completely cover it will be ruthlessly destroyed. In the end, someone reached an agreement with Hagakiri, which is not to activate the super vibration mode in normal times. And at the same time, the sharp edge will be blunted. At that time, you can hold the blade in your hand and hit someone with the hilt, or use the Hagakiri as an ordinary wand. When you want to fight in close combat, change the mode of the blade. This way, the wayward weapon can be carried using a regular lanyard instead of having to keep it in hand at all times. Hagakiri easily accepted such a request, because for it, maintaining a super vibrational state will consume a lot of energy. Single molecule blades have the same problem, because the single molecule structure is easily affected by dust in the air, such as side impact, friction, etc. It is not easy to maintain. Using self-repairing properties to maintain will also consume energy. Moreover, the cost of maintaining the two for a long time is far greater than the cost of slightly adjusting the form. So it's not surprising that Hagakiri would make such a choice. At the same time, a brief relationship made someone understand one thing: why the previous holder of Hagakiri committed suicide. Just imagine when a voice can be conveyed directly into your mind without any obstruction. Then as long as you think together, the other party will detect it. And there will be no room for you to lie or make excuses. then any bad thoughts or scars from the past will be questioned or warned by a curious being at all times. How can an ordinary person endure such a miserable situation? The most damning thing is, the other party is a living being that does not need to sleep 24 hours a day. Even if you lock it in a box, it will be useless. It will only destroy the contents of that box. In this regard, someone who is mentally weak cannot imagine how a hero or brave man who possesses Hagiri can endure all this. But it also reminded him that there was an expert beside him who had had it before. So Lin went to ask Lich how to solve this problem. Simple. I give them to my subordinates to use. Subordinate? Who? The Stitched Corpse Guards led by Stone. What is the natural enemy of Chatterbox? There is no doubt that it is a dead person. In line with the idea that happiness alone is not as good as happiness for everyone. Someone told Hagiri about the magic array pattern that the Lich had studied and used air resonance to produce sound. Then it became a situation where everyone on the boat fell into a state of mental exhaustion. One day, when Hagiri was talking to the people on the ship about the artistry of cutting, the Lich with the same panda eyes found someone and said, "Find a way to solve that problem. Otherwise, I think Hagiri the Dimensional Gap Millennium Travel Plan is a good plan. In order to make it remember to come back, it is a good choice to let it go with your head. You don't have to worry about it dying if you cut off the head. You see? Sure, Dong only uses one. My head is not alive yet." Finally, someone's dream magic tower has an additional member who can come and go freely. The two incarnations of Fat House and Zhonger have an additional target to quarrel with the silver-bearded dwarf guardian. Then the real world is quiet most of the time, which is gratifying. Chapter 490 Old Acquaintance. Actually, you are afraid of loneliness, aren't you? On the river in winter, someone was lazily basking in the sun. On the table next to him was the weapon he had been with for more than a month, the weapon. Hakakiri. Hearing someone sigh, Hagiri said with excitement, "How could I be lonely? That kind of feeling is meaningless to us and other clans." Yes. After sighing, Lin did not continue to tease Hagiri. After more than a month of getting along, Lin also understood the character of this sword. To put it simply, I feel extremely insecure. Just like a baby, it cries to attract adults' attention and to convey various messages. In order to draw others' attention to its existence, Hagiri would just keep talking. And this insecurity can be eliminated in the Dream Magic Tower through the enlightenment of the two incarnations of Haijai and Chuji, as well as the interaction with everyone. When the insecurity gradually disappeared, Hagiri also learned to chat in accordance with other people's schedules. Kind of activity. It's no longer necessary to grab someone's ears when you see them and have to say a bunch of things to them. Of course, it has no hands. That's just a description. As long as Hagiri knows how to control it. At least not to force the sound into other people's ears when they are sleeping. It can be regarded as a very easy companion to get along with. For Lin, it is also the second partner besides Fin who can discuss knowledge and knowledge with each other. Compared to the Jin-beard dwarf, who is partial to science, or the two apprentices who are limited by the learning speed of normal people, Hagiri relied on the browser spell pattern on the sword to access the virtual network world of the forum. And Lin Whaley and the exclusive area opened by the apprentice, and the Lich quickly absorbed the knowledge content that Lin opened to it. The knowledge from the earth. However, there were a lot of research on the combination of science and mystery. And because Yothin was involved in it, Lin did not rush to open up that part without the consent of the Lich. Especially the one related to divine power. This can be regarded as a reserve. Although some people do not think that Hagiri has the opportunity to make mistakes, leak secrets, or hinder others. Look out on the port side. There's a big ship approaching. The sailor standing on the mast looking out shouted to everyone on the ship. Experienced sailors are very sensitive to the direction of water vessels. Generally, if there is no special purpose, the vessel will actively avoid the collision line. So when they see that the direction of the ship is not quite right, the people on the mast have to yell to draw attention. According to the convention on the river, small boats give way to big boats, and the upstream gives way to the countercurrent. The main difference is that those with courtesy control are more flexible, and those with courtesy control are less flexible. So the helmsman quickly controlled the boat and steered it to the right. At this time, the sailor on the mast shouted again, "The big ship is turning to the left. They are catching up." As the ship's sailing direction adjusted, the other party's intention became quite obvious. After receiving the news, the captain immediately got out of the cabin and cursed. "What flag is the other party flying? Our ship is protected by the Marquis of Scientology, and there are some blind water thieves in this poor place Who dare to provoke us? The opponent's flag. Unicorn. The sailor on the mast sent back the message. All of a sudden the captain's anger was extinguished. They are still within the territory of the Vader military state. There is only one system of nobles in the military country that uses the unicorn as a flag. And that is the Ingalls family of the Grand Duke of the North. In line with the tradition of the military country, it is normal for the whole family to take revenge when one person is beaten. Therefore, as long as the other party dares to fly the unicorn flag, no matter whether it is Grand Duke Ingalls himself or not, he will have to face the full revenge of the Grand Duke's family after provocation. The other party sent a signal to us to stop the ship. They want to board the ship. The sailor on the mast shouted again. This made the captain's heart go cold. If something like this requires you to change boats and board a boat on the water, usually nothing good will happen. Thinking back to the chats with the distinguished guests on the ship and what happened to the magician in the past 2 months. Even if he didn't ask directly, he probably knew the reason. If anyone wanted to cause trouble for the magician before, just go find it yourself. The protection of the Marquis of Scientology can deter other failed nobles from trying to vent their anger on a small ship owner and the sailors working on it. But if the opponent is replaced by a duke, the captain will not have the confidence. But he didn't dare to offend the duke. And he also didn't dare to offend those on the ship. In the past few days, I saw that they had defeated several waves of enemies targeting them, or the water pirates they encountered on the river. Their strength was beyond what their own sailors could handle with swords. Fortunately, the leading magician was negotiable. So the captain approached someone who was basking in the sun and told the truth. Invite them to get on the boat. If they have something to do with us, we won't make it difficult for you. Lin responded. The reason for this decision was that when the sailor on the mast shouted, he also paid some attention to this group of uninvited guests. First of all, the opponent is a 3-masted warship, which is not yet full sail, but the ship's speed is much faster than our own. If you want to run, you can't outrun the opponent as long as you don't use magic to help. Even if you use magic to help, you can only stay away temporarily if the other party seriously wants to pursue him. In the long run, he will not be able to escape by water unless he finds an opportunity to switch to land. Secondly, the opponent does not look like he is ready for war. The pursuit on the river is not like the pursuit on the sea. A pursuit can last for several days. Due to the river channel, you can either go upstream or downstream. If you are lucky, there will be a tributary to go on. The opponent either uses chasing or blocking. Basically, he is targeted by the fast one and cannot escape. Therefore, if the opponent planned to have a gang fight, the soldiers should be prepared now. But the opponent did not do so. Finally, there seems to be a familiar face on the boat opposite, because the distance is still a bit far. Someone who simply uses detection magic cannot see clearly, unless they call up the information of the arcane eye. However, the other party is here for me, and they will come into contact sooner or later. So they are too lazy to take those few extra steps. However, the commotion on the deck seemed to spread into the cabin. Ben was originally helping 2 apprentices, who had not worked hard before to make up lessons. Then also walked out at this time. Came to someone and asked, "What's going on? It seems like someone from a noble family wants to board our ship." "Oh," Then responded and sat on the recliner on the other side of the small table. He used magic to heat the tea placed on the small table. Poured himself a cup and sipped it. Although she can be invulnerable to cold and heat due to her strength, she can sometimes let go of all protective measures appropriately and experience the feelings brought by the environment around her, so that she can feel like she is living in it. This is someone's argument, and she understands it deeply. So while enjoying the cold in winter, drinking a hot drink is very delicious. The wait was not long, and the warship with the unicorn flag quickly arrived next to the cruise ship. There was an acquaintance beside the high side of the ship. He waved his hand and shouted from a distance, "Is Mr. Tripwood on the ship?" He was the white swordsman whom he met in the tribe of Wadwo. The World Tree. William Greco. Members of the Banju Alliance are geniuses, who understood the Tai Chi Taizi technique after watching the Mobius ring. Recalling that when we met each other more than 2 years ago, we got along fairly well. Finally, I was tempted by someone's theory of burning sake, and I was fascinated to find the existence of rice, hoping to brew rice-based wine that is suitable for drinking warm. I met you here today. Did your original search bear fruit? Or do you mean to be a lobbyist for that big noble? But it doesn't look like he's here to cause trouble, because according to my understanding of the Sword Master, he is a guy who is very afraid of trouble just like me. Before the two ships could get closer, William Greco jumped over first. Rushing to someone excitedly, shaking hands enthusiastically and saying, "Your Excellency is indeed on this ship. I have been sincerely looking forward to your arrival for a long time. I found it. I found it. It should be the one you said." As he spoke, he held his right hand like a wine glass while drinking. As soon as the original guess was confirmed, someone's greed was aroused. It is winter now, and the wind on the river is particularly biting. If it weren't for the speed of the boat, I would have wanted to take the land route again. If I could really have a glass of warm wine now, that would be a wonderful thing in life. Lin responded with the same enthusiasm and asked, "We found rice. Is it possible that we even made wine?" "Yeah. I've been thinking about it for a while. But no winemaker has ever made it with that kind of material. So I wanted to find you, someone who has tasted it, to evaluate whether the taste is what you imagined. Have you tried it? How does it taste?" "It has a very special taste, especially when you drink it warm." "It is exactly what you said. It has a taste that no other wine can match." Someone was already excited and asked quickly, "Oh, do you have any on board?" "Of course I'm ready. All I need is a drinking companion." "It's coming. It's coming." Lin rubbed his hands and sighed, unable to wait for the long-lost taste of burning wine. William Greco, who was equally excited, still didn't wait for the two boats to dock, jumped directly over the river, and reached out to climb the ladder on the boat. With another exertion of his right hand, he climbed onto the deck of Engel's warship. At this time, the sailors of the two ships also threw ropes, preparing to pull the two ships closer. The impatient William Greco wanted to urge everyone to move faster and get the magician on board as soon as possible. Lin had already used the flash technique to board the Engel ship, and even shocked the guards standing on the ship. But on the deck of the ship, Lin noticed a pair of young men and women dressed in rich clothes behind the escort. Without waiting for anyone to guess, William Greco came to the side and introduced, "Your Excellency Tripwood. This is the fifth son of Archduke Engels, Baron William Engels. Next to him is his wife, Mrs. Nguyen Thi Hu." Compared to the aristocratic Baron, Mrs. Ron attracted someone's attention more. It can be seen that the other party is not the kind of pure human blood from Midland, but looks very much like the Eurasian hybrid that someone has seen on Earth. In other words, there are yellow people in the other party's ancestors? And this very special name is not in the Midi style at all, but more like the Vietnamese name from my hometown. Chapter 491 Fellow? Lin greeted the two nobles in front of him with the etiquette of a magician. After all, we are on the other person's territory, and the other person's attitude seems to be friendly, so there is no need to forcefully turn the other person into an enemy. After the White Sword Master William Greco introduced each other, Baron Engels cordially invited Lin and his party to have dinner, including the silver-bearded dwarf and two apprentices who were followers in the eyes of others. At this time, Finn slowly used the method of a normal magician to cast the magic of levitation, slowly moved to the big ship, and came behind someone. There is also a person who loves to cry and follow, screaming at the top of his lungs at other people's heads. Although I kept my promise not to speak in front of others, the bombardment in my mind was even more unbearable. Fortunately, the same remote positioning procedure as the spy I had been done before. With a flash, Haggerty was in his hand again. The sudden appearance of the weapon certainly caused a commotion among the Baron's guards. Lin had no choice but to explain. Don't worry. Don't worry. It's just a cane. It won't hurt anyone." He touched the blade with his hand and showed that he was unharmed, which reassured the responsible guards a little. The banquet belonging to the nobles has not yet begun. Everyone is resting and chatting in the reception room of this big ship. Only then did William Greco talk about his search for rice wine. After leaving the Wadwa tribe, William Greco did not wander around like a headless fly, but directly used his own connections to ask for possible clues. But there is no news related to rice. The Golden Waterway is an excellent cargo transportation channel. And of course, there will also be all kinds of business information and gossip flowing in it. Therefore, it became one of the ways for William to find rice. In every river port city, he used his influence or found some well-informed organizations to find the existence or news of rice, but found nothing, until he remembered a friend on this Golden Waterway, a baron with the same name as him. The other party was not only the legitimate son of the Grand Duke of the Wei military kingdom, but he also married a wife who was well-connected and powerful. Nguyen Thi Hui was a descendant of the royal family of a certain kingdom in the northeast continent of the mysterious land. That kingdom was established more than 200 years ago, and was destroyed more than 100 years ago. There were only 3 kings. This is considered normal in the area in the northeast of Midi that still maintains chaos. To this day, countries are still being built and destroyed over there. Once you understand the background of the area, this phenomenon will become more familiar. There are many races of Homo sapiens with different appearances in Midland. Unlike Earth, which only differ in skin color. Moreover, the species of Homo sapiens with the largest number of lost areas and the strongest overall strength is undoubtedly human. What about the rest of Homo sapiens? Also, how many species of Homo sapiens other than humans have the means to establish and protect their own country surrounded by human kingdoms? Like the elven kingdom of Pia Jamie? If they join the human kingdom, can they get equal status? In conclusion, most of the Homo sapiens races other than humans were driven to a corner of the lost continent to the northeast. In this chaotic land, humans no longer have the upper hand. At any time and at any time, there will be people who gain the support of the majority and build a country, and others who do not support will rebel and lose the country. After all, different races have different beliefs, different living habits, and even different taboos. These are not problems that can be solved by anyone's cooperation. Let the Murlocs live in the desert. Let the dwarves farm. Let the elves mine. And let the halflings live in the cold mountains. Maybe these are extreme examples, but in reality, if anything goes wrong in the slightest, it could lead to rebellion. It's just that rebellion isn't called rebellion in that chaotic land. It's called different ambitions. Countless races are there, uniting for benefit and opposing each other for benefit. Loyalty is an out-and-out luxury in that land. Such an environment is both a crisis and an opportunity. The ancestors of the Yuan family should have established a country in such an opportunity, and then perished for some reason. It's just that before they perished, they chose to branch out and bring their accumulated strength to other countries, instead of betting everything on the small kingdom they established. Although in the beginning, this approach was just to win the support of other countries, and thus consolidate their own kingdom. But after that misfortune, this approach became the biggest reason to preserve their family's strength and survive. Maybe the country it was leaning against had perished, but those who survived became queens of the royal family. In terms of status, even without a title, it is enough to run in the aristocratic circle. In terms of strength, the wealth accumulated by the Yuan family cannot be underestimated. Used to build private armies to defend one's position before other nobles, thereby using money to overcome obstacles. In addition, tribesmen of different branches pledge allegiance to different countries and obtain the actual titles and territories of that country. And because of the blood ties between the tribesmen, these different countries are connected together, becoming a bridge of communication between countries, or a medium for conspiracy and calculation. In short, during the chat with Baron Engels, his wife, and the White Swordsman, someone saw the prototype of a large multinational enterprise, and even small city-states were controlled by them in turn. It's just that 100 or 200 years is not enough for this family to grow into dinosaurs. Their radiation range only accounts for a small part of the entire mystery. To those really big countries, this family is still not worth mentioning. The Yuan family's foundation was based on some industries that had never existed in Midland before, or had not been paid attention to. Especially food. They mastered many special crops. But the grain varieties and planting techniques were only spread in a small area. After talking about this, their ancestors are not the predecessors of time travel. Someone really doesn't believe it. The combination of Nguyen Thi Hu and William Engels, in addition to their mutual love, was also the combination of wealth and power of the two families behind them. For example, the warship that everyone is riding on now was brokered by Archduke Engels, who sold the Imperial first-line warship that was eliminated because of lag behind 6 months after its launch to his son. The cost of purchasing the ship was paid for from Nguyen Thi Hu's dowry. In addition, a fleet of ships was built for trade, relying on the unicorn flag. There is no disadvantage on the Golden Waterway. These expenses are of course paid by the Yuan family. Then the nobles of the military state collected taxes, and the Yuan family also strengthened their influence while making money, regardless of the calculations behind these. For a certain white swordsman and a certain magician, the key point is the rice brought by Nguyen Thi Hu. And it is still rice. Because of the huge differences in planting methods, rice is not very popular in Midi. And of course some of the extended products will never come out. Maybe there are too many choices, which makes them feel that they don't have to do some thankless things and push hard to sell something that is not yet accepted by the world. Or, the other party really doesn't know that they can take advantage of it in this way? It is difficult to get to the bottom of all the mysteries from the woman in front of me. After all, we learned from the conversation that Wan Shi was a branch of their family. far from being a direct lineage. The reason for the connection with William Engels was simply that the two young men and women met their eyes when they saw mung beans. For the two families, the status of the two parties can only be regarded as a casual game. So the two young people were allowed to marry, putting aside the troublesome matter of exploring and traveling through his predecessors. Lin listened carefully to the life-loving white swordsman describing the hardships of brewing wine. First of all, the rice seeds were available, and with the family power of Baron Engels, it was not difficult for him to get a piece of land as a test paddy field. The rice growth cycle only lasts 4 to 5 months under suitable climate, and a group of professional farmers harvested the rice smoothly. However, after rice became available, how to make wine became the second problem. Since there was no previous experience to follow, the professional brewers in the Engels and Rouen families could only try to use existing technologies. Anyway, the focus of winemaking lies in fermentation, and the details can be adjusted depending on the situation. Some people have made it using the method of brewing ale. Some have used the method of brewing beer, and some have tried to use the method of brewing wine. There are also all kinds of weird methods that have been used by people. William Greco used several methods to find wine suitable for drinking warm. It is a trial and error method that Yerumi uses when conducting various researches. After all this trouble, he really came up with some tricks, at least according to William Greco. In small-scale tastings, warm wines get good reviews. In fact, this was also the reason why Baron Engels was willing to help. Wine itself is a profitable thing. During the chat, the Baron knew that William Greco's idea came from the magician in front of him, so he directly sent a bottle of several drinks that he thought were suitable. Lin Yi directly tasted the cold wine first. Also called at the same time were the brewers in charge. After trying them one by one, Lin felt that some of them already tasted very much like earth rice wine, but the taste was very strong. Recalling the taste of the drink I had before, and asking a few brewers, I figured out what the problem was. Unlike some natural fermentation brewing techniques, wines made from grains require koji to help ferment. MIDI also has the technology to make koji, but these are koji made based on wheat when brewing ale. The taste will be slightly different from that brewed with rice koji. Secondly, after the brewing is completed, is there a heating process and how many times? However, this batch of wine has not gone through such a process, because heating the finished product is not a standard brewing method in Midland. Without the heating process, the yeast in the wine will continue to ferment. At this time, the storage environment will be very particular. If it is not stored well, the wine may become rancid. Anyway, after one taste, Lin started discussing the brewing methods with the professional winemakers. Of course, I don't know much about winemaking, but that doesn't stop someone from telling some shocking truths. But these are things that have never been done before, and these experts are quite dissatisfied with a certain magician's pointers. On the contrary, the Baron and his wife, who did not understand, and the white swordsman were frightened by someone. To compete with these experts, you have to focus on the finished product and make the wine taste better. Otherwise, even if you say something, you won't be able to convince the brewers who have mastered a craft. Chapter 492 Wine Art. Generally speaking, after the brewing of wine is completed, there is no room for modification before it is poured into the wine glass. At most, there are various methods of preservation to preserve the flavor of the wine. Therefore, those winemakers all have their eyes high above their heads. Maybe they are no match for the magician in front of them when it comes to magic, but when it comes to winemaking, no one will be convinced. But scalding wine is a skill. Just like making coffee or cooking vegetables, the quality of food is not only related to the raw materials, but also related to the production process. Any shoddy technique will only be a waste of resources. Blanching wine is not just like boiling water, just putting it on the fire and rolling it for a few times. Heating over water is the most basic operation. One thing to pay attention to is to boil the water first, and then put the bottle containing the rice wine into the boiling water to heat it. Porcelain bottles are the best, but there is no porcelain in MIDI. Pottery is also okay, and metal cups are fine, but you need to be careful about the problem of being hot to your hands. Wooden cups are NG. If the heating temperature is too high, the aroma of the rice wine itself will be evaporated. If the temperature is too low, the flavor in the wine will not be forced out. Depending on the thickness of the wine itself, the suitable drinking temperature is between 40 and 60 degrees. In fact, this is the temperature that normal people can eat. If the temperature is higher, people who want to scald their tongues and esophagus can try it. As for this batch of rice wine, no matter what brewing method was used, At most it only removed the rice bran, and did not continue to polish off the surface of the white rice. This is a sake making method. The purpose is to remove the outer layer of white rice, which contains more protein and fat, and retain the starch in the heart of the rice. By doing this, you can drink a purer taste. But if you don't do this, the wine will be thicker and have the flavor that was evaluated before. This kind of wine is suitable for drinking at a relatively high temperature, in addition to heating to bring out the aroma in the wine. Heating can also make the flavor that some people don't like more mellow. The most suitable temperature is determined by the smell during the heating process. Generally speaking, the most suitable temperature for drinking is the moment before the aroma in the wine begins to spread. But unless you have rich experience and are familiar with the personality of a wine, you can do this. Otherwise, the decision can only be made by smelling the aroma. When the aroma comes out, it is time to stop heating. The winemakers of Baron Engels use various methods to brew wines with different personalities. So Lynn tried every wine once and served them one by one for everyone to try. In fact, as early as the first warm drink and the first sip that everyone tasted, they understood the difference. Among the original group of winemakers, there were many who insisted that heating wine was a diabolical evil. Wine should be drunk at its most perfect taste after brewing. Even if the white swordsman took the brewed rice wine, heated it randomly, and boasted that it was delicious, everyone just thought it was because they couldn't save face. So they persisted in saying such an argument against their will. To this day, if real connoisseurs insist on saying that the wine is not delicious, it is the opinion of these winemakers that goes against their will. At a time like this, after someone has tested the optimal temperature, how can he still warm the wine for everyone to drink? Of course, if there is something wrong, I will accept his help. And the best sommelier is none other than Kaya. The reason why he named his apprentice and declined the Baron's manpower was because it was like making coffee. When you don't have any experience at the beginning, the standards you rely on are time and temperature. The dark-haired and brown-skinned girls had become accustomed to their teacher's routine, and following the schedule is the safest approach at first. If the Baron's men were to come, they would have to be watching and guiding, and there would be no joy in drinking. But Baron Engels is not completely useless. There is wine. How can there be no appetizers? Not to mention the dinner he promised before. So, it's time to eat and drink. It's just that although the dinner on the ship was quite sumptuous, someone who was drinking wine just felt that something was wrong. Taking a closer look at the food at the banquet, Lynn realized that the problem was that the food that went with the wine was wrong. There is a saying among foreigners that red meat should be paired with red wine, and white meat should be paired with white wine. It can be paired with warm rice wine dishes. Of course, there are restrictions, and not everything is suitable. So Lynn called Halloumi, who was helping to warm the wine and drink secretly, and gave instructions on how to make several dishes, planning to ask her to help in the kitchen. But the blonde girl looked reluctant. A drunkard could only compromise and said, "If you do well tonight, I will help you and your sister get 2 days off." "What are you doing?" All those with knowledge of magic are on temporary truce. Halloumi was not polite and bargained directly, stretched out her finger and said, 3 days. TSK. Don't be too greedy. Just 2 days. At this time, a certain lich on the tip of his ears was smelling of alcohol. He clenched his fists and walked up behind the master and apprentice who were doing the transaction. He said viciously, "If you want to take a vacation." "There is no way," I said. "You have 70% of my power. Don't think about relaxing before you gain strength." "Hello. Why have the requirements increased?" Lin complained loudly in his heart. But someone who turned to face Fan, "Of course," said with a smile, "Don't push so hard. There is a saying in my hometown. That is, relaxation is the way. Moderate rest is beneficial. Sell me it's a matter of face." "How much is your face worth?" "I won't sell it," Fan said decisively. A certain person had to give her a hard time, and at the same time gestured to the girl behind his back, and then motioned for the girl to go to the kitchen to help. As for the 2-day holiday, and no room for bargaining, the girls could only follow their teacher's instructions and go back to their ship, find the secret seasonings, and prepare the food designated by someone. After confirming that there was no hostility between the Engels family's warship and the cruise ship that Lin and his party were originally on, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Later, the guests on the cruise ship were invited to the Baron's dinner, and even his entourage and apprentices boarded the noble ship. Although the sailors on the cruise ship did not have the honor of being invited, the Baron still sent people to bring them food as a reward and let them follow the warship in the boat, because both ships are moving and keeping their distance from the ship. If we follow the original method of transportation between two ships, if we want to get on the other ship, we must first put the small liaison boat on the water, and then use oars to send people to the other ship. If he really did that, someone would probably faint from hunger, and the cooking wouldn't be finished. So Halloumi grasped the distance, and used a jumping magic to return to the original cruise ship, and search for the long-cherished seasoning. When Halloumi walked out of the galley of the warship, the simple fish dishes she brought out were all eaten up in a very short period of time. How simple is it? The uncooked kind. The treasured seasoning is actually pungent mustard, which can be stored for a longer period of time after processing. The risk of sashimi is parasites. But as long as the food is fresh enough and paired with antiseptic spices, the risk can be greatly reduced. Sashimi that is pungent because of the wasabi, combined with warm rice wine, when eaten in this winter, will only make people say, "Ah," and exhale loudly at the same time. Sometimes life is just for one bite. Also fueled by alcohol, the atmosphere among everyone became lively. Of course, just serving raw fish fillets, something with no technical content, cannot be considered a foodie. The real killer is the deep-fried ones. Mitty's cooking methods are either roasted or stewed, and there are almost no other methods without making soup, because it saves the most trouble and materials. Just when Halloumi put the wok she prepared on the stove of the warship's kitchen, and then poured a whole bucket of cooking oil down, the heart of the cook on the ship almost stopped. Even if you need to drink oil, you won't need the whole pot. What is more troublesome is the production of bread flour. Generally speaking, it is crushed with toast. If there is no toast, ordinary white bread can be used. As for the crushing, it is done using the magic of the wind series. It is too troublesome to get a special machine. With bread flour and the right oil temperature, everything can be fried. Anyway, they have it on the ship. Everything is washed, breaded in flour, and fried. The first person to eat was the chef, who was about to suffer from a heart attack. He kept mumbling that it was too wasteful. After he was stuffed with a fried fish ball, his eyes immediately lit up, as if he had seen a new world. When the first plate of fried food was put on the table, and everyone took a bite of the hot fried food and drank a mouthful of warm rice wine, the whole ship almost rioted. Anyway, as long as the oil temperature is maintained and the floating residue is removed, the oil can be used all the time. Then the bread, which was originally the staple food, was all broken into pieces and made into bread flour. Even if there is not enough food on the ship, some sailors will just cast the net to see if they are lucky enough to catch fish at night. As long as you catch the fish, no matter what kind of fish, clean the fish belly and dig out the potentially poisonous parts. Then wrap it in flour and put it in the pan. As the fifth male in the family, he had to rely on making friends to maintain relationships and status, and with the financial support of his wife. Baron Ingalls was very generous to his friends and subordinates. So there was hot wine and fried food. He generously opened up all the food on the ship and let everyone eat the same delicious food as him. So Halloumi changed from the role of helping in the kitchen to being like a chef, directing everyone in the kitchen to move around. Because the people on the ship were not only the two nobles, two magicians, a sword master and 4 silver-bearded dwarves, but also the guards, sailors and hundreds of other people on the ship. Secondly, the Baron and his wife entertained them so generously, but they actually had some small plans in mind. This magician not only revealed his skills in brewing and warming wine at the banquet, but also had a reputation for attracting wealth from the past, as well as the ship-cutting sword that has been the focus of everyone's attention recently. Everything has something that ordinary people cannot. The value of imagination. Among the Baron's guards, there are people who think like military men. I want it. I'll take it. What can you do? Then that one stayed at home to recuperate before setting sail. After all, with a broken leg, it would be inconvenient to do anything on the boat. Only then did everyone remember that they were able to get in touch with the magician because of the relationship between the White Sword Master and the other party. And that Sword Master is from the Ikaruga Alliance, a terrorist organization with countless names in the world. If you offend one, you offend them all. Even the arrogant and unreasonable military nation will feel a headache. So trying hard doesn't seem to work. Chapter 493: The Thieves Attack. But if you can't get hard, you can always get soft. What's more, for the hospitable Baron and his wife, this is just a performance. And they were not disappointed. From suggestions on brewing rice wine to various techniques for warming wine, Lenka had no reservations. Although for himself, his knowledge of wine is only half-baked. He just loves to drink. But what he didn't expect was that the others were completely blank. The most important thing is that these are not technologies with high thresholds. You only need an idea to expand people's horizons, and you can achieve similar results. Of course, the Baron and his wife still hope to get more benefits out of this person. So at the wine table, the two of them showed no airs of status at all and looked very attentive. In addition, their cronies are also smart people who are good at calculations. The offensive boasted by a group of people made a certain alcoholic person feel happy. Even the legendary Demon King was drunk to the point of being confused and speaking indiscriminately. Although no shocking secrets were revealed, the casualness of the conversation showed that the relationship between everyone was much closer. There is no need for the slightly tipsy Baron and his wife to say anything. Naturally, people around them will take advantage of someone's drunkenness and use various words to test them, and even induce the other person to make a commitment. But someone who had seen all kinds of fraud before time travel, even though he was drunk, was still instinctively wary of his words. Promises that can't be fulfilled. Content that's too incredible. Obvious traps. Just say haha. Pretend to be deaf and pass by. Anyway, when you are drunk, you do many things intuitively. And the idea of protecting yourself wisely is deep in your bones. Just when the Baron and his wife's men were about to push again, the ship shook unknown, disrupting everyone's plans. William Greco, who was also drunk and had a flushed face, listened intently and said, "There is a sound of flapping wings." Baron William Engels stood up. Although he was lenient to his subordinates, when such a boding error occurred, he had to understand the situation instead of turning a blind eye. But before he left the hatch, some guards who were guarding the outside ran in and said anxiously, "Sir, we are under attack." "Attack?" The drunken crowd had the same doubts in their hearts. The Baron asked, "Where did the attack come from? Do you know who the other party is?" "It's a huge boulder that fell from the sky." "Trebuchet? Do you need to turn off the lights?" "No, sir. It should come from heaven." "Those air bandits?" William Engels bared his teeth and ran away mostly drunk. The air bandits he refers to can be said to be the most famous group of bandits on the Golden Waterway, riding a very special and powerful flying monster, the cockatrice. It can attack day and night, appearing and disappearing. The nobles of the Vader military kingdom tried to encircle and suppress them, but failed repeatedly. The other party always hid, as if they had known the message in advance. Some people say that these air bandits are bandits sponsored by enemy countries. The story sounds vivid, but there is no conclusive evidence. However, with the strength of that group of people, even if they join the regular army, they can still get good treatment. Cockatrice is not such an easy beast to tame. If you don't want to be an official, you have to be a thief. No wonder some people doubt that the other party's purpose is not pure. Putting aside unnecessary thoughts, for Baron Engels, a lot of his wife's fleet was lost to this group of robbers. This is a real loss of interests. Now this big ship flying the unicorn flag is also being targeted by the other party. Now that we know who our opponent is, this decommissioned battleship is not without means of defense. A group of guards, half drunk and half awake, ran into the weapons bay in a mess, about to take out the weapons to deal with those guys in the sky. At this time, the two magicians and the sword master also stood up, drunk, mumbling for help. Among them, Lin Gung asked the lich next to him, "Who are those bandits looking for trouble?" He asked this, of course, because their line of work has not been very peaceful along the way. They encountered bandits or pretended to be bandits. It's not just once or twice. But Finn didn't care so much and said, "No matter who he looks for, if he makes trouble in a place where I am, he must be prepared to be beaten down by me." After saying that, the former Demon King reached for his waist. Only then did he realize that he didn't have the magic gun with him. After touching for a while to confirm, he said angrily, "I'll go back and get the guy first." He flashed away. The other two drinking companions above were muttering, "The fight is about to begin." William Greco was looking for his weapon all over the place. Before Lin was about to rush out, he was called down by his apprentice. Kaya said, "Teacher, the wine is warm. Don't you drink it first?" After laughing twice, someone turned around and said, "I'll be back as soon as I go. Soon." After saying that, he summoned Hakakiri back into his hand with a flash of light. With another flash of light, the person disappeared from the cabin. For the Baron, how could he let his guests fend off the enemy without showing up? However, the most basic protection was still necessary. So after his subordinates brought his weapons, Baron William Engels walked out of the cabin under the protection of his close associates. Then I saw an incredible scene. On the deck, or rather wherever he could see it. It was as bright as day. The enemy's original advantage in the dark was nowhere to be seen in this bright light. The former Demon King who returned to the deck was holding a strange iron block, as if pointing at the enemy in the sky. But the group of people and their cockatrices were falling vertically into the water one by one. And some people were clearly divided into several pieces. And that magician, whose strength should be evaluated as weak or very strong, was appearing in the sky at this moment. Just watch him throw the bladeless long sword that he calls a cane. The sword is like an eye, drawing a wonderful arc in the sky and shooting through the thief riding on the cockatrice, straight into the handle. If it weren't for the cross-shaped guard, the sword would have penetrated the enemy directly. The next moment the thief dies, the magician will appear in front of him, reaching out and holding the sword. The unopened long sword would turn around in the air with the magician, cutting through the human body without any hindrance. And along the way, it would also cut off the cockatrice before it had time to react, then throw it towards the next target. And the last one, same way to die. The thief, who was riding a cockatrice in the air, didn't even have time to control the monster underneath him to turn around and run away. He was pierced by the long sword and then cut open. And he was dead. Even at this time, some thieves and monsters who died earlier had not yet fallen into the water, but fell from the air. One after another, they fell into the water. This means that by the time the Baron prepared his weapons and walked out of the cabin, the invading enemies had already been killed by the magician, who started killing them at the slightest disagreement. And only a few of them were left. The Baron only had time to see the last two thieves dying. If there weren't other thieves and cockatrices falling from the sky, and some unsynced corpses floating on the river, the Baron would have thought that this group of robbers was attacking. And he only brought 2 or 3 people with him. Almost finished? He knew the problem very well. This group of robbers never separated when they robbed. No matter whether it was a big boat or a small boat, or the enemy was strong or weak, everyone always traveled together, and then died together today. The magician returned to the deck at some point, carrying his long sword that was said to be unbladed, breathing into the palm of his hand and saying, "It's so cold! So cold! Drink! Drink!" walking towards the cabin. But the magician had only taken a few steps when the beautiful former Demon King used the weapon in his hand to hit his feet with dozens of magical energy attacks. Someone who doesn't want to be shot, of course, jumps on his feet and complains, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Shoot me! Why are all the enemies dead when I'm just taking aim?" Then asked dissatisfiedly, with his face flushed and his cheeks puffed up, "Wouldn't this save you trouble? Why waste your time on that kind of person? I've already taken out my gun, so I've been running for nothing. How about you use it as a target and let me take a few shots?" A drunken lich said coquettishly. Of course someone said no. "Don't make trouble. People will die." Before he could finish his words, a certain lich boldly turned on the burst switch and sprayed magic bullets at someone. But that person had already escaped in a flash. At this time, there was a loud shouting in the cabin. "The wine is still warm. I didn't expect that I would also warm the wine and kill Hua Xiong. Let me think about how it is described in the novel." Someone was very excited about poetry, using the local accent, chanting the poem. The first achievement in the power of Jinqingquan. The painted drums on the gate of the camp are heard in winter. Yun Chong stops the lamp to show his bravery, and kills Hua Xiong when the wine is warm. When someone was chanting a poem, the light seen on the deck flickered, as if they were staring at someone. The dissatisfied and drunken lich yelled around without any fear, "I'll beat you up. Whatever you want." But in the end, there was still no reaction. When someone finishes reciting the poem, the light goes out and the world returns to darkness. Baron Engels, who was standing on the deck, was aroused by the river breeze. He was sober and no longer drunk at all, including the sailors and guards who witnessed everything on the deck. Not only were they sober, but their entire backs were soaked with cold sweat. The incoming thief is a thief who has been running rampant in the Golden Waterway for several years and has a notorious reputation, especially their mount. The Warcraft cockatrice is not only difficult to deal with because it can fly, but even on the ground, it is an enemy that is too powerful for humans to deal with. In particular, they can release poison and have powerful attack power. How could we successfully deal with cockatrice without sending out a large number of expedition teams and then killing a lot of people? And this band of thieves has more than 30 cockatrices. And ordinary little nobles cannot resist such a force. Not to mention the merchant ships on the water. Cooperation is the only way to survive. If you are lucky, you can save the ship and only the most valuable cargo will be robbed. If this group of robbers is offended, it is very common for people and ships to be left alone. And then, just today, not a single one of this group of nameless robbers riding on cockatrices was left, and they all fell into the arms of the river. The one who did all this was a magician who was sounded to be very weak. The wind on the river is even colder. Chapter 494. A few drunkards. I want to drink too. After the Baron calmed down a little, the first thing he heard when he entered the cabin was a loud roar coming from someone unknown. Then the magician's answer was equally dumbfounding. How can you drink with others with a sword? I don't care. I don't care. I work very hard, so it's not too much to ask for some reward. And I see you are so happy drinking, so I want to drink too. If you don't give me a drink, I will repeat the P language textbook content, played back 24 hours a day. Okay. I'm afraid of you. Girl. Help you guys prepare wine. My wine also needs to be scalded, and it needs to be at just the right temperature. It's best to prepare a bucket for me, so that I can soak it all in. 1 bucket. That's a nice idea. Of course, it's impossible for someone to make a sword do what they want. What's more, it feels like Hagiri just wants to join in the fun, and it's impossible for it to know how to drink. So Lin said to his apprentice, Girl, ignore him. Help him warm a bottle of wine, and just wash him off. Holding a bottle of freshly boiled wine, Kaya poured it directly on the blade of the Hagiri sword leaning against the table. Not a drop of the wine spilled to the ground, and almost as soon as it touched the sword, it disappeared like evaporation. I heard a certain sword making a sour sound. The blade was slightly bent, and the color also changed. Wow, is this what scalding wine tastes like? It's completely different from what I've tasted before. I'm about to go soft. Lin was also quite surprised by the performance of a certain sword. Could it be that the biological mechanism of Hagiri is really beyond my imagination, and not what I originally thought? He said in surprise. You can really drink. There are many things I can do, far beyond what you can imagine. Girl, give me a full glass of wine. For a certain weapon that was talked about so much, Kaya took it easy and poured a few bottles of hot wine on the sword, making the sword very addictive. The sword master, who was also drunk, was silent for a long time, and then asked Lin, Is this sword the legendary weapon? Hakakiri? Hearing the sword master's judgment, everyone who entered the cabin was shocked again. However, William Greco said with great interest, How about, let's practice? The white sword master has a bad habit that leaves people speechless. When he meets an interesting opponent and thinks of any new skills, he will be as excited as a child. He wants to find someone to try these new ideas, or just simply want to show off to someone. In this regard, Lin said very directly, This is not appropriate. If you ask me to use a box cutter, it will be unfair to you. If I don't use it, it will be unfair to me. I just want to try Sakaki. William Greco didn't give anyone a chance to say no. The long sword he was accustomed to pulled out of its sheath at a speed that was difficult for ordinary people to detect with the naked eye, and slashed at the side of someone's neck. Lin rarely used the flash technique to escape from the scene. Instead, he used the flash technique to grab Hakakiri in his hand and stand in the direction where the white sword master came to chop him. There was no effort. Just holding it like this, William Greco's beloved sword just swung by without any hindrance. Contrary to the imagination of the bystanders, the expected scene of blocking and wrestling was not seen, because the magic sword in the hand of the sword master, for which he was famous, was neatly broken into 2 pieces. A certain sword master looked at his beloved sword in disbelief, and then swung it left and right to slash the weapon held by the magician. Every time he swung the sword, the blade became shorter, until the end, almost only the hilt of the sword was left, still held by William Greco. The sword master looked at the hilt of the sword in his hand with emotion and said, This is completely different from the Hakakiri I have ever touched. My sword was made by a dwarf craftsman, and its material can complement Hakakiri. But he is no match for this one. He said this, but William Greco casually threw the weapon that had been broken into several pieces aside. If it's damaged like this, the only option left is to recycle it, and there's no value in repairing it at all. Someone who felt no guilt at all for destroying other people's weapons asked curiously, Did you recognize this one, because you've seen other Shikiri? Yes. I have had such a guess since the first time I saw that sword. But it is only now confirmed. Shikiri has a very special feeling. As long as he encounters it once, it will be very special. Unforgettable. Then why didn't you use the Hakakiri when you came across it? To be honest, it really can't be compared with ordinary weapons. Hakiri is much better. He also threw the legendary weapon in his hand to the side. Hagri was asking Kaya to give him more wine. Just like a drunk who wants to drink more. Regarding the magician's question, although William Greco was still drunk, he asked in surprise. Haven't you encountered that situation? Which situation? Oh. You said that. Lynn, who was aware of it, pointed to his head. William Greco nodded helplessly and said, I couldn't stand someone talking in my head all the time. So I exchanged it with a friend. What I got in exchange was the main material of my sword. I thought it was tough. The speed is enough. But I didn't expect it to be inferior to the real Hakakiri. Ha. Someone chuckled twice. Strictly speaking, the Hakiri in his hand cannot be compared with its kin. However, he didn't think too much. Instead, he comforted this rare drinking buddy and said, Don't think so much. Weapons are not so absolute for a truly strong man. There is such a strong man in my hometown. He has a grave with a sword and it says, Fierce and fierce. Invincible. It can compete with the heroes of Hashua before the weak crown. The Ziwe soft sword was used before 30 years old. It accidentally injured a righteous man and was unlucky. I regretted it so much that it was abandoned in the deep valley. The heavy sword has no edge. It is clever and unfair. Before the age of 40, he wielded it and ran rampant in the world. After the age of 40, you are no longer stuck in objects. Plants, trees, bamboos, and rocks can be used as swords. From then on, he practiced intensively and gradually reached the point where no sword is better than a sword. This passage is the message left by Duguchiobe Jianzhong in Jin Yong's work. In fact, it took a lot of effort for someone to convey it in the language of Midi. Still, William Greco was discussing with someone where his words failed to convey his meaning. Two drunk people just used that passage as a basis to talk nonsense. However, when talking about it later, the sword master was puzzled by the magician's statement and asked, Since you said it yourself, there are several realms of using swords. And it doesn't matter that you can only use some magical weapons. Then why would I elevate the Hakiri to such a terrifying level? I know that the Hakiri can change its appearance and even its power according to the user's thoughts. But it is unheard of to be so powerful. While blowing on the newly hot wine, Lin said, There is no contradiction. I am a magician. If I can use traps, I will use traps. If I can use props, I will use props. If I can outwit anything, I can do it easily. I will always choose the simplest way to solve the problem. I'm not pursuing anything on the road of swords. That's not my direction. Someone was chatting and talking nonsense that had nothing to do with him, giving full play to the talking skills he had developed on the internet before traveling. It's not that I can't do these things. It's just that I've done them for a long time and done them too much. So I'm too lazy to continue doing them. But the natives of Midi, who had no resistance at all, took someone's words very seriously. William Greco pondered for a moment. And just when he wanted to ask other questions, a deafening roar came from outside. Compared to the roar, what was even more terrifying was the sudden burst of breath. It almost turned into reality, oppressing the minds of everyone present. Those who were not strong enough fell to the ground directly. The two people who were drunk were also awakened at this time. I glanced at him and hurriedly ran to the deck. I originally thought it was the backer behind the bandits, or a new enemy. But when I ran out and took a look, I saw an incredible sight. A towering water element giant stood next to the boat, raised his head and roared, and even shot a blue-white light beam into the sky. Judging from the source of power, the one who controls this elemental giant is the lich who stands on the deck, assumes the same posture, and shouts to the sky. In fact, the source of the sense of oppression also comes from the former demon king, not the elemental giant. After roaring, his face was covered with shadows, and the lich with red eyes looked at someone. A mouth of white teeth looked as sharp as a carnivorous animal in the night, and shone with an attractive light. In the winter night, the hot breath exhaled from the mouth immediately froze into white mist, adding a bit of fear. The person being stared at shivered and said bravely, What? You want to bite me? Believe it or not, I will chop you. You killed all the enemies just now. I have nowhere to vent my anger. Don't make me angry, the former demon king said viciously, while the water element giant also looked down at the people on the boat. But what was supposed to be a huge threat suddenly turned very ambiguous. The contrast is chilling. Lin looked at the lich whose expression also became very ambiguous and flushed. This time he shuddered and asked, What do you want to do? I just said, there is no place to vent the evil fire. Or do you think it doesn't matter if I kill all the people on the ship? Then stretched out his tongue and brushed his red lips. Saying this, actually, I don't mind if you go on a killing spree. Or I'd rather you focus on other people. I can't stop you anyway. So, do you want me to get the machete for you? Or use the chopper? Ship knife? Stop talking nonsense. Then flashed and ran behind him. Holding the collar, he flashed again, and then disappeared without a trace, regardless of someone howling miserably for a while. Only Higiri, who had no time to take him away, fell alone on the deck. The next moment, Higiri disappeared, as if it had never existed. The white swordsman who was originally standing next to someone could be said to have experienced at close range how the flash technique performed by two people made other people feel. But even with his extremely keen senses, he still felt nothing. William Greco looked with interest at the location where the magician's aura appeared again, which was on their original cruise ship. Such a display of strength made him pay more attention and re-examine what the magician said. Maybe that's an interesting goal. Chapter 495 Aftermath. It was a night that turned from constant surprises to constant frights. Everyone who stayed on that ship was deeply impressed. Until many years later, it was still a topic that was constantly mentioned and talked about by people who were on the ship at that time. But that night, everyone felt as if they had taken a sauna bath. And no one could stay calm. To be honest, 2 surprises in one day drove Barrett Engel sailors crazy. The last time it had nothing to do with me. I was just surprised. It looked like a magician was chopping vegetables. Chopping up the cockatrice bandits, who had been traversing the Golden Waterway for many years. Although everyone was surprised, there was more of a sense of joy in their hearts. Those who were struggling to make a living on the river without relatives or friends perished at the hands of those bandits. No matter who their backers were or what the purpose was, they really paid the price with their lives, and everyone could only celebrate with their foreheads and hands. But the last time was a real-life threat. Even with the size of that giant water element, he could overturn the small boat at his feet by just raising his legs without doing anything else. Although the thunder was loud and the raindrops were light in the end, it was inexplicably solved by the magician. Everyone could only breathe a sigh of relief. But they were worried that there would be a third twist tonight. Fortunately, that didn't happen. Leaving aside those sailors who were just watching the show, the close associates of Baron and Mrs. Engels have never stopped expressing their opinions on using means to keep the magician. However, not even a day after their first meeting, Baron William Engels, who was completely sober, asked about the deacon who belonged to his wife. Do you want to do it? The deacon from the Rouen family is the real member of the Rouen family's inner circle. His arrival meant that the group of people behind him gradually paid attention to Baron Engels' network. At the same time, he is also hidden among the Baron and his wife's cronies. A hidden strongman compared to ordinary people. He is a hidden and strong man, serving as the final guarantee for the life safety of the Baron and his wife. The opinion of such a person greatly influenced the decision of the Baron and his wife. Before this, he had never expressed his opinion. On the one hand, it is also because of William Greco's clear stance, which does not allow anyone to deal with his friends. That sword master was an opponent that the deacon admitted he could not win. Now there were 2 more names on the list of people he could not win. In response to the half-master's inquiry and the equally puzzled look of Miss Rouen, the deacon said seriously, "If we fight head-on, I guess even if all the family's trump cards are revealed, we won't be our opponent. So please don't think about things that don't make sense. It can't be dealt with." Yes, that elusive magic seems to have no restrictions on its use. For this reason alone, all sneak attacks and surprise attacks are meaningless. Even in the case of failure, you can't even escape. And as long as you fall into the opponent with the lich in my hands, there is no secret that I can't find out. Even if you die, it won't solve the problem. In other words, you shouldn't even try until you are absolutely sure. Yes, that's right. And there's another big problem. Following the deacon's words, Baron Engels thought of the ordinary long sword in that man's hand and sighed. Hakakiri. It's more exaggerated than the ship-cutting sword. And it's even more exaggerated than the rumors say. According to legend, a Hakiri will actively select its user. Apart from that, it is just extremely hard and cannot be destroyed except by using other Hakiri. But that Hakiri shows more than just hardness features. It can speak like a human being. Sometimes the blade is so blunt that it won't hurt if you just scratch it with your hand. Sometimes it can cut open monsters like cockatrice as easily as chopping vegetables. And most importantly, the thing is, I doubt that Hikuri uses magic. You can use magic. Where did you observe it? The deacon thought for a while, and after thinking about the words, he said, It was when the magician threw the sword when they were fighting in the air, and the magic power reacted around the sword. And that was the same as being exerted. The state of magic is different. It's more like actively casting magic. What a troublesome person. Baron Engels sighed, and asked the light-armored knight who had been standing behind him, Teacher, do you think my father can do anything? As the swordsmanship teacher of the 5th nobleman, the light knight also has aristocratic status, and knows all the inside stories that should be known. Therefore, he was qualified to be William Engels' personal bodyguard. But he didn't have any confidence in dealing with the two magicians. He said, There is no way to deal with two people of the Dharma Saint level at the same time. Even if the military country comes forward. Dharma Saint. William Engels swallowed a mouthful of saliva. No matter how much the nobles look down on magicians, they still hold in awe the person represented by the term magic saint. Magicians who are good at fighting will be awarded the title of great magician. But such titles are only regional. If the reputation is very high in a certain area, the so-called great magician will inevitably be mixed with some water. But if you are recognized as a great magician by enough magician associations in different divisions, you will automatically be given the title of magician. Another meaning is that this guy is so tough that almost all the magicians in the land will recognize him. Of course, a military noble is not qualified to judge whether a magician has the qualifications of a Dharma saint. But if the magician is the imaginary enemy, the magic apprentice is undoubtedly the lowest level opponent. The magician belongs to one level, and the great magician belongs to another level. As for Dharma Saint, there is no doubt that he is on another level. At that level, the only solution is to use war. If the other party has a magic tower, then even delusions can be saved. Therefore, the subtext of William Engels' personal bodyguard and swordsmanship teacher is, don't think about dealing with others. Just go to sleep. Of course, William Engels also attached great importance to his teacher's evaluation. If the opponent is regarded as a Dharma Saint level character, then many strategies need to be adjusted. Nobles do not immediately become good friends with anyone they meet, even if they have the grace to save their lives. Instead, they will go through a series of evaluations and confirm that the other party is indeed helpful to them. And then they will intersect according to the situation. If betrayal can lead to higher benefits, they will not hesitate. Similarly, if provocation will outweigh the gains, except for a few people who are mentally ill. Otherwise their bodies will be very weak. Everything is done with the interests of one's own family as the top priority. So what happened that night soon came to the attention of Duke Engels and the head of the one family. Then, centered on the two families, it quickly radiated out among all the noble classes. For the Baron and his wife, passing on the information as soon as possible can prevent the family behind them from making wrong decisions. Even if you are disapproving of a magician and a lich who is suspected to be the Devil King from thousands of years ago, if you want to deal with it, please solve the problems you can see in front of you first. The elusive teleportation magic, a legendary weapon Hikuri, and the towering water element giant. There is no way to solve the problems witnessed by these three barons and couples. No matter how unconvinced you are, please stay dormant like a bug. Of course, the evaluation of the Dharma Saint level was also spread. The attitude of most nobles is still that of a dead person. Every young noble who wants to be famous wants to try this Dharma Saint. If those abilities weren't too incomprehensible, I'm afraid someone would not be able to live in peace. However, the Magicians' Association in the district, as if against the Vader military empire that had been suppressing them, quickly decided to grant the title of Great Magician to two people who did not report to the district branch headquarters at all, but just passed by in order to vent their long-standing grievances, and sent an envoy to promulgate such an honor. But when others saw the two magicians again, it was already 3 days later. Of course, someone cannot spend all their time in bed. Lin took this opportunity to conduct a magical experiment that he did not want to make public. Anthem was an indispensable helper, judging from the results. It was not considered a success. On the other hand, someone fulfilled his promise to give 2 apprentices a 2-day holiday in disguise. During the days of temporary isolation from the outside world, there are also many changes outside. After someone came out, the first thing he discovered was that the White Sword Master had left again, saying that he was going to find his own sword. William Greco left the ship alone, not knowing where to go. What followed was a series of greetings and greetings. Baron and Mrs. Engels were the most thoughtful. They not only sent some wine, but also sent a letter on behalf of the Rouen family. The content of the document states that all Roan's chambers of commerce must provide convenience. This letter is more like a letter of introduction than providing a membership in Earth's VIP system. In Lost Land, the big nobles and big chambers of commerce are the same. They will not easily ignore people they don't know. To contact them, you must have an introduction from an intermediary. In fact, it also means a credit guarantee. But this guarantee does not necessarily have joint liability. It depends on the status and strength of both parties. In the past, most of Lin's contacts with the Chamber of Commerce were through the Magicians Association. In other words, the association acts as an introducer and guarantor, providing services for magicians in need to buy and sell goods. And with this letter, someone can take advantage of the Roan family's network, which is considered a very high courtesy. As for another group of unexpected guests, they were the messengers who came to inform the local Magicians Association, Lizegian branch. The leader was a white-haired great magician who was going to confer on two people the qualifications of great magicians in Lizegian district. The person who was most surprised by such news was Gabriel Shly Tripwood himself. He never thought that one day he would be able to hang two golden threads. According to the knowledge of the earth, a great magician is at least the level of a university professor. To become a professor, in addition to knowledge, connections are also very important. This is not a position that can be obtained simply by being smart. If I hadn't time traveled through time, I, as a top student, would be confident that I wouldn't lose to anyone else when it comes to reading and doing research. But when it comes to being a professor, I have no confidence at all. Because the major is so special. You will probably be a researcher for the rest of your life. If you are unlucky, you will have to find a job outside of your major. You will not even be able to become a researcher, let alone reach the level of a professor. When the traditional-looking white-bearded old magician said this fact with a kind smile, someone was confused, then took it as a matter of course, without any psychological burden at all. Chapter 496: The Unfinished Thank You Gift. The communication between the envoy of the Lizegian branch of the Magicians Association and someone not only granted him the qualification of a great magician, but also invited him to go to the headquarters of the branch. Even if you are willing to stay for a long time, there is no problem in providing 1 or 2 branch member seats. Regarding such an attitude, someone who is used to watching the news and some palace struggle dramas before traveling through time would immediately think that this was a political award. The two parties in the struggle are of course the Magicians Association and the Vader military state. After all, magicians are not oppressed to the point of being unable to hold their heads up within the military state. But they do not hold a lofty position either. I originally thought that if I obtained the qualification of a great magician from the Lizegian branch, I would inevitably have to cooperate with them in doing some political propaganda. But in the end, the other party did not make any relevant request. I don't know if it's because the magicians are not good at political operations, or because they don't dare to overly stimulate the military. However, someone would not be so reserved as to push this kind of title for free. Anyway, one of the reasons given to the great magician is to open the right to sell magic related to browser magic to establish the Charlie Richard Magician Fund, which has helped the achievements of many magic apprentices. This benefit is real to the association, and changing the title of great magician is not unjustifiable. During the exchange, the only thing this very old messenger mentioned related to someone's knowledge was about the use of the Mall Forum in the Southwest Peninsula. In fact, Lin had handed over the disposal rights to the Shijia District chapter of the Southwest Peninsula a long time ago in the mall procedure. After all, it was a buyout method at the time. Later, when someone mentioned it, they all blamed it on the Shijia District branch. After experiencing the division of shopping mall forums into 4 sub-district chapters in the Southwest Peninsula, the Shijia District chapter was not too obsessed with keeping the procedures of the mall forum in hand, because the caravan's transport capacity is only so large. There is no stake in a place that is too far away. Therefore, the Shijia District branch simply opened the Mall Forum program to all branches of the Magician Association, with 2 conditions in exchange. First, except for the chambers of commerce affiliated with the Magicians Association, it is not open to noble and ordinary chambers of commerce. This monopoly agreement must of course be approved unconditionally by the presidents of all regional chapters. From another perspective, establishing a mall forum requires at least the energy pool of a magic tower, which is not something that ordinary chambers of commerce can do. The second condition is that when Shijia District wants to trade special products with other regions, it will give certain discounts. This is not a problem for the Magician Association branches in traditional areas, because of transportation capacity and taxation issues along the way. This kind of cross-district transaction is a trivial matter for the interests of the entire district. If you take this small profit and change it to a business platform, you won't lose money no matter what. However, after obtaining the procedures of the mall forum, the establishment of other divisions was also bumpy. After all, when someone was writing it, they didn't consider issues such as one-click installation and full-clicking. This is because at that time, I originally planned to earn a few more wages by customizing the program. Of course, after the P language becomes popular, it will not be too difficult to study how to set up mall forums on your own. But when adjusting, users will worry about whether they are doing the right thing. The envoy from Lizigian district actually raised this question. Basically, as long as you use it normally, there won't be any big problems. When Lin originally designed it, he only made extremely rigorous correctness designs for functions related to buying and selling such as inventory and shopping carts. In addition, there will inevitably be some small bugs. What someone is doing is pretending to be blind, revising the version or something, which is too much trouble. Anyway, Me-D is not interested in this kind of thing. During the exchange, the messenger didn't ask a word about magic related to Flash. This is also a tacit understanding among magicians. When I was in the Tower of the Great Sage, I met the great magician Greenwin, who was the inspector for the first time. The other party made requests related to the browser because that magic had nothing to do with combat, but was only related to the convenience of life. If other magicians say that magic like Flash is related to combat and life-saving, tell us about it, and let everyone study it. The meaning is the same as, I am going to mess with you. So please take out the weaknesses and characteristics of this magic, and let me crack it. If the magician opposite is weak, then forget it. If the other party is very powerful, this is almost like falling out. There is a lot of knowledge related to attack magic in the association, which is actually information compiled from those manuscripts by the predecessors after their death. Or maybe the attack magic is already widely known, and is old knowledge that is out of date for the creator. It does no harm if it is known, so it can be taken out and handed over to the association. When the business and all the politeness were over, the envoys from the Magicians Association came and went in a hurry, without any delay. Of course, there are many due etiquettes and benefits that should be in place, and it will not give people a perfunctory feeling. It can be said that the great magician's attitude is quite accurate, so that no one will feel offended. When the visiting guests left one by one, Baron Engels, a landowner, appeared in front of Lin again, with the solemn etiquette that did not lose the dignity of the nobles. Lin and his party were received with great care. He said, Lord Tripwood, you defeated the notorious group of water pirates a few days ago and gave the river the tranquility of free navigation. This is a great kindness that cannot be repaid in words, especially from your mouth. I learned the value of knowing everything about brewing and boiling wine is immeasurable. If you remain silent, you are pretending to be a member of the nobility. Although you want to prepare a gift as a thank you. You have thought about it, but you don't know what you want. So after discussing with my wife, I decided to let you make any requests you have. We will do our best to meet your needs. Seeing that the Baron was speaking seriously, Lin Yi slightly noticed from the behavior of these visiting guests that his status in the hearts of others had slightly changed. He couldn't help but feel excited and said, In that case, can you give me a magic tower? If you don't have one, it's no problem to help me build one. I have a lot of high-level materials for building the tower. This, seeing the troubled expression on the Baron's face, Lin knew that he had gone too far. Even if he didn't understand the world, he laughed twice and said, I'm just kidding. Don't mind if I'm kidding. I also know that the value of those things is much different from that of a magic tower. Mentioning such a thing will make a lion open his mouth. In fact, since leaving Wulyan City, the headquarters of the Shijia District branch in the Southwest Peninsula, Lin had a feeling that the Magician Association seemed unwilling to allow him to settle in any magic tower again. You must know that the original cost of settling in the Tower of the Great Sage was only 2,000 gold coins that had been saved for 8 years. This is also because the Tower of the Great Sage was at the worst level in the evaluation of the association at that time. And there were some unspeakable troubles in the surrounding environment, that is, the group of villagers who bullied the previous tower owner. So it was so cheap as price. To use the perspective before time travel, it is a broken house and a haunted house in the suburbs that no one has cleaned up. Let's not mention Ah Piao's problem. If you want to live in it safely, the decoration cost may be more expensive than the house price. But with someone's current net worth, not to mention settling in a 5-story tower of the Dharma Saint level, or borrowing Fin's great magic name to settle in a 4-story tower, If he chooses the most ordinary 3-story magic tower, that is more than enough. It's a pity that no matter which branch of the Magicians Association I go through, I always get a polite rejection. After 1 or 2 times, someone probably felt that the Magician Association was not willing to allow themselves the idea of owning a magic tower. Since the path of a magician is unavailable, it is not unacceptable to switch to the aristocratic route. But this involves the most basic issue. Most of the tower masters that the nobles can influence are the kind of magic towers located in the city. Or else it would be a new tower built with state-level financial resources. Because of the rules of the Magician Association, the owner of the new tower must be the builder and cannot be someone else. Even if the builder is a bastard with many evil deeds, or if the nobles have contributed much in the process, they will not be forced to replace it with someone else. This is also because if any branch association uses the reason that the magician is not suitable as the tower owner to force the master who built his own magic tower to hand over the ownership of the magic tower, it will cause serious conflicts between the association and the magicians. Crisis of confidence. It would not be a surprise for the association to disintegrate due to this. After all, the association is not a dictatorship that can make decisions with just one word. The most important thing for a noble to agree with a certain magician to enter a magic tower that such nobles can influence or help build is trust. Otherwise, handing over the magic tower to a magician who is hostile to you would be making yourself uncomfortable. However, such a basis of trust does not exist between Lin and the Engels family. So for someone who said something he said without thinking, he could only treat it as a joke and laugh awkwardly a few times. At the same time, the feeling of elation was instantly shattered, and the mood could be said to have hit rock bottom. It's like back on Earth. When you encounter troubles and difficulties, you could always get a lot of spiritual support. But it was actually of no use at all. All kinds of rhetoric, but no real meaning will only make people sick if heard too much. In this awkward atmosphere, the Baron's wife, Mrs. Nguyen-Thi said, "Your Excellency, I guess it is your long-cherished wish to own a magic tower again. Then can you listen to my suggestion?" "Oh, madam, please tell me." Forgetting the embarrassment before, Lin was quite interested in what kind of suggestions this person would make. "If you want to use the power of the nobles to obtain a magic tower, you may wish to go to the holy city of Starry. Most nobles who want to seek the assistance of powerful magicians, but do not have their own channels will recruit their hearts and minds in the holy city. Find the right candidate, and under the witness of the 8 gods, the magician will make a contract not to be an enemy of the noble who recruits him, so as to establish mutual trust between the 2 parties. If there, you find someone who is willing to help you build the magic tower, nobles, please also inform us. We will send you abundant magic materials to help you build the tower as a token of your gratitude." Chapter 497 New Destination. The magician has 7 canonized cities in the Lost Land, namely the 5 floating islands, the Principality of Crow in the east, and finally, as mentioned by Nguyen-Thi, located in the central area of the Lost Land, the Egyptian kingdom in the Guana Empire. Starry. The floating island is a city of magicians established long before Biffin's time. The relevant information circulating today is quite sparse. It is basically certain that except for people born on the island, magicians on the ground have no chance to become one of them. The Principality of Crow is a country of pure magicians. There are no ordinary people in it. And there are also very few Homo sapiens magicians other than humans. Even for the heaviest and most dirty work, they only use golems or elemental creatures. Beings without magical talent are not even qualified to be slaves. From someone's perspective, it is a country founded by extreme racists. Moreover, a dictatorship system that emphasizes authoritarianism is still used to manage the entire country. To put it simply, it is a complete version of fascism. Although it has not yet reached the level of seclusion, the country of pure magicians has an extremely unfriendly attitude towards outsiders. Even outsiders, who are magicians, can only start from the bottom if they want to become a member of the principality. Lin couldn't guess what other magicians were thinking. But someone would never go to that kind of place, let alone join. The holy city of Starry, located in the center of the lost continent, in the first district, is not only a traditional important town with a considerable history, but also the origin of the Magician Association and the location of the association's headquarters. Moreover, this city is quite rare. A city jointly governed by magicians and secular government. That is, the Guana Empire. The Guana Empire includes 6 divisions of magician associations, and its attitude towards magicians is as arrogant as other empires, except that it treats Starry differently. although it is said to be co-governing. In fact, Starry, which is directly subordinate to the emperor, has most of its government affairs decided by the magicians themselves. And taxes are not turned over to the central government, which is almost like autonomy. The emperor only formally sent a liaison officer here, not an acting commander such as a city lord. One of the reasons for being so tolerant is that the magicians of Starry have contributed a lot to the establishment of the empire, and through several crises. The Guana Empire is also one of the few countries that has established a magician army. It can be seen that the relationship between the two parties is not exactly like the Vader military state, which completely suppresses the power of magicians, but a certain degree of cooperation. The most important building in the holy city of Starry is not the 6 5-story magic towers built in the city, but the large library surrounded by 6 towers in a hexagram formation. It contains not only magical knowledge, but also countless ancient documents handed down from the past, current historical records of each period, and truths that should be hidden. That last point is the adjective most people use when introducing the Great Library. In fact, no one knows what those realities are. Some people say they are not qualified enough, so they have no way of knowing. And these are Lin's understanding of the holy city of Starry. However, judging from the news about Nguyen Thi Huy, it can be said that the most high-end human agency market has been formed there. That being said, it is very worthwhile to go there. For someone who has no destination now, this is a direction that can be tried. Let's not talk about how he prepared to build a tower while he was homeless. Although the design blueprint planned by someone has not yet been finalized, it is not an ordinary magic tower. Even if you have really drawn the design drawings, prepared the building materials, and everything is ready, you will need at least a professional construction engineering team to be able to meet your requirements. Although it is possible to consider building the magic tower in the deep mountains and old forests, magicians are also the best craftsmen in the land. But if you just rely on yourself, 2 apprentices and 4 dwarves to build a tower, it may take 10 years, or even hundreds of years. It might not even be possible to complete it in the time of apprentice. So you have to go to disciple. Since we need help from people, and there is a high probability that the Magician Association can't count on it, we try to take the noble route to give ourselves one more chance. I hope to be stationed in another magic tower in my lifetime, so that I can concentrate on research and find a way to return to Earth. No matter what happens, put a protective shield over yourself to prevent cats and dogs from stepping on you. So Lin Zai carefully consulted the Baroness on this issue, including the butler-like figures around her. They all answered some more detailed questions on behalf of their master. When they couldn't get any new answers, both parties were polite and ended the conversation. In blessing each other, each embarked on their journey. Lin, on the other hand, calculated that what he got today could be said to be quite important new information. A night of silence, regardless of someone's little thoughts. For the world outside this cruise ship, when the legendary weapon appears, will it attract the covetousness of the nobles of Vader's military kingdom? Answer, not really. Because the Vader military nation owns a Hakiri. It is placed in the palace hall, on the right side of the Emperor's seat, on a shelf in front of the stairs, regardless of whether they are commoners or nobles. As long as they are simple-minded and upright, they will have the opportunity to be recognized by Hakiri and become its holder. At the same time, the honors that come with it include the title and territory of the military country, and the position of leader of the military country's guards corps. However, in fact, no noble dared to touch the legendary sword. Even if the Emperor gave it to him for free, no one would want it. When you hold Hagiri, not only will there be an additional voice, it will sound in your mind continuously whether you are awake or asleep. Some ulterior secrets cannot be hidden. As long as you think of it, Hagiri will know it. If at this time, Hagiri falls into the hands of a fatal person and the secret is exposed, the consequences can be imagined. In the history of the military state, there was a Marquis family. Because of the recklessness of the second son, Shigiri found out that the family was plotting a rebellion. Unable to bear the noise of the sword, Hagiri was returned to the imperial family, along with the secrets and evidence of the rebellion. Eventually, the entire family was uprooted. As long as they have the same surname, no one will be left alive. There was a time when nobles declared their allegiance to the emperor and had to respectfully pick up the shikuri and hand it to the emperor, who would then grant them the same title. This serves as a guarantee for the status of the nobles after the new emperor ascends the throne. But doing so is also a double-edged sword. Hagiri may not only convey the petty thoughts of his subordinates to the emperor, but may also tell the bad ideas in the heart of the emperor who has just ascended the throne. However, No party has been able to control the uncontrolled weapon. Therefore, the current emperor, Friedrich Bayer, cancelled the ceremony of the Saikiri Edict at the enthronement ceremony decades ago. This was also one of the reasons why he won the support of the nobles. For nobles, no one has a clean, but, as long as there is a little bit of dirty, who dares to hold that sword boldly? The most disgusting thing is that no matter which party knows the other party's inner thoughts, they can only pretend to smile on such occasions. Afterwards, think of ways to connect with other forces, or secretly collect conclusive evidence to bring down the other party. In other words, with that sword, only those with a pure heart can endure the voice that keeps ringing in their heads. Only those with good character do not need to be afraid of being mastered by a mere weapon. Over time, this knowledge spread, and it evolved into the idea that only people with a simple mind and good conduct are qualified to use Hakiri. As for thieves and the like, there is no need to worry, not to mention having the ability to sneak into the palace and steal a legendary weapon that was left unguarded. If a thief dares to steal it, Hakakiri will eventually return to the palace. If most nobles have dirty butts, then thieves are simply sitting in the sewage. How to endure a sword has their own secrets. As for putting it into a treasure house or a sealed container, it will make people understand the meaning of the word Boxakiri. Nothing, including magic, can trap this weapon. Then it can connect to the consciousness of the last holder. Although over time, this connection will gradually fade and eventually disappear. But until then, Hagiri can still mutter loudly in the mind of the wielder, even at a long distance. In short, in the Vader military kingdom, as long as people reach a certain level or above, seeing that sword is more terrifying than seeing a ghost. What's even worse is that I heard that the magician Shakiri can not only talk in other people's heads, but can actually speak so that people nearby can hear it. You know, there are many things that are considered secrets. The less you want to think about them, the clearer they will be in your mind. If you really go to find trouble with that magician, the other party doesn't have to use any big tricks. Just put the Shakuri into your hand and give it a chance to mutter a few words. Then you won't have to be a human being in the future. Nobles care more about face and power than their lives. Because of this, the military nobles who dared to feel uncomfortable in front of a certain magician were almost extinct. Everyone has a tacit understanding to hide as far away as possible. Ship-cutting knives or something. At most send someone to negotiate. If you have one, you're lucky. If you don't, you won't be upset. I'm not afraid that the magician will come back to massacre the city again. I'm just afraid that he will offer that deadly weapon with both hands. As for those who do not have enough identity to know the secrets of Shakiri, their strength is not enough to fight against the two great magicians. After the battle against the cockatrice and water pirates, no one thought that the useless magician who was useless without the magic tower was really a waste. The materials for more than 30 monster cockatrices were accepted by Baron William Ingalls. They also soon appeared in the market of Golden Waterway. The large number was enough to prove that all the water pirates were really dead. Instead of going to other places to conquer the monsters, they were brought to the market to make up numbers to confuse the public. Of course, the Baron did not dare to give away this precious material just like this. However, Lin did not ask for these useless things. Instead, he agreed that if he had the opportunity to build a magic tower in the future, he hoped that the Baron and his wife could sponsor him some magic materials for building the tower. The Baron and his wife happily agreed to this promise that they didn't know when it would be fulfilled. This was not to take advantage of others. They also felt from the conversation that the great magician had a strong desire to own another magic tower. The materials that will be presented at that time may be much more expensive than the materials used to settle World of Warcraft now. But even if it counts as a good investment from this magician, it can't be considered a loss. In this small day of watching a group of extremely arrogant nobles taking a detour when they see someone, or approaching them tremblingly, the cruise ship Lin and his group were on left the dimension. Reaching the border of the military state, we entered the central area with the longest history in Lost Land. Chapter 498 Port of Colombo. Before entering the Guana Empire, you will pass through several small countries. These small, forested countries served as buffer zones between empires. And they, who survive in the cracks between big powers, are also proficient in the skills of playing both sides, at least in their attitude towards outsiders. They hold a considerable degree of openness, because the regimes that lock the country in a tough stance have become part of the two empires. If you don't have the strength, you still have to compete with those big guys. And you can't blame anyone for being crushed to death with one finger. This is what the Mantis said about blocking the car. Ships on the Golden Waterway pass through these small countries, due to the convenience of their national policies. There are not many restrictions. Of course, the taxes that should be paid still have to be paid. As magicians, Lin and his party passed through these countries smoothly without any unnecessary obstacles. But even the most relaxing journey has an end. The last river port city on the Golden Waterway, Colombo, is just around the corner. There are not thousands of sails lined up here, and ships connected with each other as imagined. But it still seems quite crowded, because it is quite close to the source of the river. The river channel is quite narrow. On the other side of the horizon, you can see towering mountains. The Jura Mountains, stretching for more than 1,000 kilometers, lie at the junction of the central continent of Midi and the western continent. They are also the birthplace of the river. It is late winter and almost spring, and the top of the mountain is still as white as a knife. It is like a world barrier that separates the two worlds of reality and the unknown. But judging from the historical trajectory, thousands of years ago, the other side of the mountain belonged to the civilized world, while this side belonged to the wilderness. There are many ways to cross the Jura Mountains. The most popular method is to disembark at a port before Colombo Port, which is also the final point of the commercial port. There is a passage into the underground world near the river port city, which is jointly operated by countries on both sides of the mountain range. What the two countries have done is not only to widen the channels to facilitate the exchange of vehicles and horses. We must also encircle and suppress any monsters approaching this passage, as well as the residents of the underground world with malicious intentions. As a price, all people who want to pass through this underground world channel must pay a large toll. One payment per side. A total of 2 expenditures. The two countries on both sides of the mountain range are living quite well, relying on the income from this underground world passage. Another challenging route, and one taken by some smugglers, is to cross directly across the Jura Mountains. In fact, this is also the earliest path used. Crossing the mountains is not as easy as hiking. So far, people have only discovered some relatively easy mountain roads in this mountain range that stretches for thousands of kilometers. Even fewer people can walk on horse-drawn carriages. Even these roads will be temporarily interrupted due to climate changes in the mountains. It can be said that going up the mountain hastily without a guide who is familiar with the conditions in the mountain is no different than courting death. Thinking of this, Lin remembered that Yuzov, who was introducing him on the cruise ship side at this time, a certain magician, who was puzzled as to why this man was still with him, asked in a flattering tone, "What's wrong? Could it be that you have walked through the mountain roads of the Jura Mountains before?" "Yes, Your Excellency. When I was young, I once challenged the feat of crossing the Jura Mountains with a group of friends. Although I succeeded, I was lucky enough not to leave anyone behind. But it was not a good memory. After several accidents, none of us could get out of the mountain." On the boat, a group of people were boiling a pot of hot soup and drinking to dispel the cold. Looking at Yuzov's frightened expression, they all had the same doubts in their hearts. Since it is so dangerous, does this guy bring himself to this place for the sake of world peace and to send some disaster to his death? Sensing everyone's suspicious looks, Yuzov changed his gloomy expression, put his hand on the back of his head, and said with a hearty smile, "I recommend everyone to come here. Of course, it is not to challenge the mountain road, but to use another means of transportation." Transportation? At that time, listening to this experienced adventurer's prompts, Lin only thought of one thing in his mind. Yes, the third, safest and most convenient way to pass through the Jura Mountains is to take an airship. I still remember when I heard this term again. It felt a little unreal. At the same time, Yuzov continued to introduce. The pass that can be crossed in the Jura Mountains is also a low-lying mountain. This means that the airship can easily cross this mountain from the air. Moreover, the airship can also fly directly to reach the destination we want to go, as long as there are no restrictions on airship access. It can be said to be the most convenient means of transportation. If you just want to take it, you have to pay an expensive fee. But flying by it, there is no need to pay road taxes in the countries or aristocratic territories that you pass through. And it takes less time and requires less supplies. So some people think it is a good deal, and some people are not willing to spend more money. In terms of your wealth, it's just a small matter, right? Or do you want to travel leisurely by land and travel around the world? Regarding the related expenses, if there is no detailed actuarial calculation, whether it is a profit or a loss, it is indeed a mess. But for a certain time traveler, the concept that time is money is deeply ingrained. So Lin believes that he can save some time. As for traveling around the world, I have been drifting for nearly 3 years. For a homesteader, 3 years can be said to be a time when he has used up all the time he can leave home in his lifetime. After all, I don't have the personality to wander around. So I'd better go straight to my destination. What's more, there's a lot of research, and I can't do it thoroughly because I'm constantly traveling. Many of the topics I wanted to study were backlogged. Just looking at the list and memo made me feel like my legs were shaking. However, some people still have doubts about airships. Of course, I asked at that time, "Is the airspace in the Jura Mountains safe?" Airspace? What does it mean? Yuzov's puzzled expression is still impressive to this day. Lin only then remembered that MIDI did not yet have the concept of air superiority. But the sky here is anything but free, let alone unsafe. On Earth, after excluding machine creations, the overlords that move in the sky are, at most, carnivorous raptors with a wingspan of 2 to 3 meters. But in the Lost Land, although flying monsters of more than 10 meters are not everywhere, they are not a rare species. The airships I saw when I was in the Southwest Peninsula were the Geospotting belonging to the Leon District, or the Heidel Empire Airship Corps I had heard of. Those were all military weapons. Not to mention the ability to protect yourself in the sky. You can even fight. Perhaps the flexibility is not as good as those with wings, but using various magic and war weapons. Ordinary flying monsters can only take a detour when they see it. But according to Yuzov's introduction, he meant that airships carrying passengers could be found near Colombo port. This kind of airship is definitely not for military use. So of course Lin has to ask clearly how the protection in the sky is done. But at that time, the man laughed and said, "It shouldn't be so unlucky. You will encounter dragons wherever you fly. And I haven't heard anyone say that they encountered any dangerous monsters in the sky. I won't be able to report back to you when I encounter them." That's fine. Although he wanted to complain about this man who was clinging to him so shamelessly, Lin still seriously thought about his next move. In the end, we decided to first look at the condition of the airship, as well as the various arrangements and expenses. If that doesn't work, it's still possible to turn back and cross the Jura Mountains through the passage in the underground world. So the group of people came to Colombo, the last port on the Golden Waterway. The airship's landing place is to leave Colombo port and go to another lively town with a large grassland. The airships there were completely different from those seen on the Golden Waterway before. The main purpose of those dual-use airships on the Golden Waterway is to move forward as ships, and flying can only be regarded as an auxiliary function. The airship here is a purely aerial mobile tool with a high ceiling. It is close to the ground in a tethered manner, but cannot completely fall to the ground. The airship Cosbottom seen in the Southwest Peninsula in the past was of the latter type. A high ceiling means flying high. There are only a few types of monsters that can fly high, so the safety is naturally greatly improved. Not to mention crossing mountains, which is not comparable to flying on flat ground. And there are more things to consider. And you can't make up your mind without seeing all this with your own eyes. But we can't make it to that small town today. Therefore, Lin and his party will spend the night in Colombo port and set off again tomorrow morning. When entering crowded places, Lin is still used to wearing a magician's shawl. Revealing your identity in a timely manner can save a lot of trouble. The two apprentices and the dwarves were busy setting up the carriage again and carrying the luggage. And the 4 horses he got when he left Willian City nearly 3 years ago also followed him by boat to Colombo port and stood in the position of pulling the cart again. By the way, they looked at the 2 girls busy in and out, with happy expressions on their faces. Just thinking of the time when I was forced to study. As long as I could get in touch with things other than books, I would still feel very happy, even if it was heavy labor. In the past few months, during the time they were on the ship, they had been tortured by the lich next to them. It could be said that they were learning as soon as they opened their eyes. So Lin didn't dare to take away the work they were currently doing that would make them happy. This was definitely not an excuse to be lazy. "Hey, you didn't hang those 2 out?" Fun, who was standing next to him, used to stare sharply at the 2 apprentices to see if they had integrated magic into their lives, always maintaining vigilance and the protection of magic. But she suddenly said something. For a moment, someone was a little confused. But then, he realized that what Finn was referring to was probably the 2 golden threads that he could hang on after being awarded the qualification of a great magician by the Lizegian branch of the Magicians Association. In fact, Lin only wore one on his chest. It's not like I don't have money to buy a second golden thread, as long as the shape and specifications of that kind of thing comply with regulations. The Magicians Association doesn't care about anything else. Therefore, some magicians will do some tricks in Gene Sui online, such as instantaneous use of some protective magic. resistance to mental charm, etc. Lin also made many golden threads with different functions. But there was still only one that actually hung on his body. Smiling, Lin said, "My qualification as a great magician was obtained from Liz Jian. But it has not been recognized here yet. If there is a conflict with other people because of 2 lines, it will be very troublesome. Unlike you, if you only look at those 2 points, who has a real solid foundation in magic knowledge and power accumulation, then you will admit that I have the qualifications to be a great magician." Chapter 499 Weird. "Oh, these goods are really good." A sudden out-of-the-blue compliment is not a good thing. Lin was about to turn around to see who was speaking, when a bag of money was thrown in front of him. He looked at the dark crowd on the pier in amazement. Standing at the front was an aristocratic dandy, and behind him were a group of warriors wearing chain mail. Looking at the plump noble young man, he said with a look of shamelessness on his face, "Magic, please accept the money. I've bought all the goods in these 2 carts of yours." This classic scene appeared in front of him, and Lin didn't know how to react for a while. The other party knew everything and deliberately came to cause trouble, or he didn't know anything and was just dumbfounded. Although Colombo Port is not a very prosperous commercial port, it does not look like a small place. And what is the origin of this fat man dressed as a noble? From out of town? Local? Ignoring the dazed magician, the group of people walked directly to the carriage. Seeing the 2 girls who were busy working, the fat man stretched out his hands in a coquettish manner and said, "Women, when you are done, sit in a car and go back with me. I can let you experience the most wonderful thing. Heaven. Ouch. Ouch." In order to carry things, Kaya, who had blessed herself with the power of strength, now roughly turned the arm of the fat nobleman who was about to attack his buttocks. The young master, who looked pampered had no flesh left in his body, and he was screaming in pain at this time. Of course, his guards could not watch their master being bullied and drew their weapons one after another. The next moment, the group of fierce-looking warriors were entangled by the feet of Harumi, who took out the World Tree Vine Whip, and were thrown into the river without any resistance. Just look at the preciseness of Harumi's winding. All kinds of unimaginable whipping techniques and movements, even in the process. A rattan whip can dance 5 or 6 whip tips, and throw 6 or 7 people in one breath. Some people feel that this has gone beyond the scope of pure martial arts, but is mixed with the use of some kind of magic. The fat nobleman, whose arms were folded and suppressed on the ground, was not afraid when he saw his guard being thrown into the river. He even shouted more fiercely, "You know who I am? How dare you offend a nobleman like this? You idiots are dead. My father will definitely send out the army to surround you." Although this is a very classic threatening line, but to be honest, someone really never thought that he would encounter such a weird thing, or that someone would really say such a thing. I thought that such idiotic remarks only existed in the fictional world, but I didn't expect to hear them in the real world. But before Lin could react, Kaya made the first move. She twisted her arm half a circle, then pushed the person down so that the fat face was in close contact with the ground. At the same time, he took out his pocket knife, cut it into the fat man's wrist, and pulled out a fist-sized ball of blood and water. Most of the group of warriors in the water were splashing in the water, but a few who were flexible and familiar with water were already preparing to go ashore. They saw the black-haired and brown-skinned foreign girl reciting unknown spells, and the blood cells condensed in the air, churning and changing, and emitted bursts of strange black mist. Suddenly there was a sound like thunder, and the blood ball turned into 2 blood snakes, carrying black air and piercing through the nose of the fat nobleman. The process was quite painful, but I couldn't make a sound. The fat man could only keep twitching his body and making a muffled sound. When all the blood snakes got into the fat man's nose, Kaya let go of her arms and looked at the noble on the ground, who was soaked all over. The greasy sweat seeped into almost every piece of fabric on his body. His hair was disheveled. His expression was ferocious, and he was in a miserable state. Kaya stood up and said coldly, "I have put a terrible curse on you. If you don't want to die, just get out of my sight and don't show up again. Otherwise, the next time will be even more painful than this time." At the same time, he glanced at the surrounding crowd. The crowd, who didn't know whether they wanted to cause trouble or make a fuss, immediately dispersed faster than when they gathered. At this time, the soldiers who fell into the water climbed ashore one by one with the help of their companions. Someone with a flexible mind had already run to the noble's side and helped the fat man, who was weak in the legs. They didn't even have the guts to say any harsh words. They put their hands on their shoulders and ran away. All these things are changing so fast. And the one who can't adapt the most is the girl's real teacher. Lin looked at the two people who came in front of him in surprise, unable to hide their proud expressions on their faces. Lin first said to Halloumi, "What you just did was magic rope magic." It was a magic used to flexibly control ropes, including extending straight upward like an iron rod for people to climb, which is also one of the magic rope tricks. Halloumi was not embarrassed at all when her trick was exposed. Instead, she said excitedly, "Yes, my sister said that magic must be integrated into life and combat, so that the magic that has been learned for so long will not be wasted. I am very happy. It's awesome. It's much better than before." Ignoring the blonde girl, who was so excited that she was jumping and talking, Lin looked at Kai again and asked with a slight hesitation, "That curse just now. It's false." Kaya quickly revealed the answer. "Fake? It's true that the blood was the noble's own blood, but the black energy was just an effect created by magic. In the end, I just used the water snake technique to pour the blood from his own nose and ran into his in the stomach. It's just very uncomfortable, and it will choke at most, but it won't have any curse effect, and it will be too troublesome if it is broken." There are two types of curses in Lost Land. One is the curse cast with the help of divine power, just like the one someone was hit by before. If it is cracked and there will be no sequelae or other effects. But if it is a curse cast by people on people, just like what the earth says, if it is cracked, the effect of the curse will return to the caster, causing reverse damage. Lin would not approve of doing anything that would have any sequelae, so he did some research on curse-type magic only after he was tricked last time. I originally saw Kaya doing this and missed her a few words, but I didn't expect that it was actually a bluff. If it is a real curse, a curse that is too simple can easily be broken and returned to oneself. A curse that is too powerful is too costly, and using this level of attack against minions is not worth the gain. But if it is a fake curse, as long as the other party believes it, and other magicians or priests cannot find the source of the curse, it will only be regarded as a sign of inscrutability, which will make people feel uneasy. It can be said to be the most powerful psychological attack of the policy. But if the other party doesn't care about these things at all, then all the work is in vain. All in all, Kaya's strategy is impeccable. I taught the other party a lesson and also frightened the other party. It's not like he's going to the point of death and forming a deep hatred for a trivial matter in front of him. If the other party is really that short-sighted and insists on making things bigger, just think of a way to deal with it when the time comes. After understanding, someone just nodded. Originally, after someone finished asking questions, the two girls should have returned to their respective jobs, but they did not leave. It's like asking for credit, and also like waiting for your own evaluation. The girls, who were full of expectations, still had some traces of their childhood, but at this time, they were unrecognizable to someone and looked quite strange. After holding it in for a while, Lyncher said with a strange expression, "You are so fierce. You will not be able to get married in the future." It's okay if someone doesn't say anything. As soon as they spoke, the two girls became furious. The two of them pumped their fists and hit their teacher on the head with all their might. The beating made someone run away with his head in his arms, which was no better than the fat noble just now. Without further ado, someone suddenly appeared and hid behind Fun, so the two girls didn't catch up. He stamped his feet, glared at his teacher fiercely, and returned to the unfinished moving matter that had been interrupted by the fat nobleman. The Lich, who had been watching, suddenly said, "I really doubt how you survived until now. I was hardened when I heard it, and my fists were hardened. Is it necessary to say that? What did you teach them? Those two girls were very cute before. I just tell them how to live normally in this world. Not like you." Ling curled his lips and said, "The method from 1,000 years ago." After saying this, someone ducked his head and narrowly avoided the punch from the former Demon King. By the way, he turned around, took a few steps back, and said, "I'll go for a walk. You guys can find a hotel to rest first." After saying that, the appearance disappeared without a trace. Someone appeared on the roof and soon found the group of people leaving, led by the fat nobleman. Regarding the shocking education I received as soon as I arrived at Colombo Port, what was the reason behind it? It would be a lie to say that I didn't care. Asking the other person directly is one way, but Lin is still accustomed to using a method that does not alert the enemy and hides in the dark to find out the answer. To track the other party, in addition to hiding traces on a flat road and following them secretly. Another way is to follow them from a different plane. For example, the roof. The reason why few trackers choose to track people from the roof is because the passage connecting the roof is easy to interrupt, and it is not easy to continue tracking people. But this is not a problem for Lin, who has the flash technique. In comparison, using the flash technique in a crowd and suddenly disappearing and reappearing is more likely to cause commotion. Generally speaking, there will be no one on the roof, without unnecessary witnesses. Of course, there will be less trouble. Someone just followed him all the way from the rooftop. Followed a group of people who came to the dock to cause trouble for him. And came to a brothel? Casino? Smokehouse? Anyway, it's the kind of sensual entertainment place that is extravagant and can easily break your home. Yes, smokehouse. After leaving the Vader military state and entering the central region, Lin saw this place that he never thought he would see in the Midland. And there was not just ordinary tobacco smoked in it, but also marijuana, opium, and some special tobacco leaves that no one could recognize. It seems that no matter what kind of world we are in, there are still many people who choose to use drugs to escape reality. And it can even form an industry. Then here comes the problem. Is the person behind the trouble who is causing trouble for him using this place as a cover for negotiations? Or is he simply the leader here? I don't think I have much interaction with these characters living in the underground world. Chapter 500, Enemy Traces? After standing on the roof and observing for a while, I realized that the thug standing at the door actually did nothing to control the access. Probably just to maintain order and get rid of some troublemakers. As long as someone wants to enter, they won't even stop them and let them drive in. Lin thought for a while, then used the flash technique to fall into the dark alley, put away his magician's shawl, and changed his image a little by the way. Although I have never learned the art of professional disguise, I can still change my hairstyle and outfit. When everything was ready, he naturally mustered up the courage to break into the dragon's pond and the tiger's den. Of course, this is not because I have never been before, so I am interested in such a place. After successfully passing 2 strong orcs guarding the door, Lin walked into a place filled with choking smoke and half-naked waiters everywhere. There are only 2 words for my thoughts: dirty and messy. Compared with the top nightclubs on Earth, the environment here is as bad as a beggar's den. Anyone with some sense of style will not enter this kind of place, no matter how weird the gameplay is. It happened to be in the Lost Land, where the nobles would come. Although before I traveled through time, I had no chance to experience a place like this. But with the knowledge gained from various movies, TV shows, and animation works, if you open a top-notch hotel in Midland, I can't say you can make a lot of money, but at least it will make people flock to it. But those random thoughts are not the purpose of today. In the crowd, Lin quickly saw the figure of the fat noble man. He was very conspicuous due to his large size. But where the other party walked in, there seemed to be guards to block the rest of the crowd. Behind the curtain, the situation inside is vaguely visible, but it feels like it's not that easy to get close to or sneak into. Looking around, there is no place for drinking alone. And because he is single, there is already a waitress who plans to come over to him, since the risk of exposure was high if he continued to investigate, and there was no quiet place to cast a spell for investigation. Lin simply pretended to be casual and walked into a certain curtain before flashing away, and the pretty waitress followed someone's footsteps and walked behind the curtain. But she didn't see anyone. He hesitated for a moment, wondering if he had seen it wrong. He glanced around to make sure he couldn't see anyone, then gave up and went straight to find the next customer. Even if you don't smoke those big cigarettes, you will be a little confused or slow in thinking after staying in such a place for a long time. Seeing some strange images is not a big deal. Therefore, the waitress simply did not take a closer look at the figure she just saw. Returning to the last roof he reached, Lin observed the roof of the brothel from a distance. There were a few thugs patrolling above, looking heavily guarded. Turning around and looking in the other direction, that was the location of the box cutter. Generally speaking, it is a magic positioning method used to recover the marked object. But it can also be used in reverse to make yourself flash next to the marked object. And that place should be where Finn and his group are now. Without thinking much, Lin disappeared on the roof and flashed back to his companions. "Hey, I'm back. Have you gained anything?" As soon as someone appears, the Lich will notice it. Lin took the time to look at his surroundings. It was already indoors, and the flames of the fireplace were heating the entire room. The 2 apprentices, who have been busy since they were preparing to leave the ship, are still busy now. One person packs things, and the other prepares dinner. After receiving the news that their teacher had returned, the two girls deliberately avoided it. He seemed to be still sulking about what happened earlier. Without realizing it, someone sat down abruptly and poured himself some water to quench his thirst. Finn's question was not a casual social statement, guessing that someone was leaving. It should be the noble who followed him to cause trouble. Then when the person comes back, it will be natural for her to ask. But when asked about the results, someone just shook his head and said, "I haven't found anything concrete. At most there are some guesses." "Oh, tell me," Finn asked. "I followed the group up to a brothel. After I followed them, I circled around and saw them entering a guarded place. In order to avoid being exposed, I did not try to continue to follow, but retreated. Come out." A very simple statement, but in exchange for a group of people's distrust or contemptuous eyes. Lin felt confused and asked, "What's wrong? Why do everyone look at me like this? Here, be good. Take it." Then handed Hikiri over. Someone took it smoothly, but asked with a confused look on his face, "What's wrong? It's just sitting next to you. Why do you insist that I hold it in my hand? You don't want to take it? Well, come back." Then stretched out his hand to ask for the weapon. Someone who was confused about the situation originally wanted to put the sword aside. But since Finn reached out his hand, he handed it over. "Don't forget to ask one more question." "What's wrong?" The lich who took the sword immediately squatted aside with the two apprentices, who suddenly put aside their duties. Asked Higiri in a low voice, "What on earth did that man do in the brothel? Tell me." After figuring out what these three women were up to, Lin couldn't help but said angrily, "What can I do in just a few minutes after I go in and out?" "That's right. He didn't do anything," Hagakiri praised, but said with emotion, "Ah, he is such a boring holder. There is nothing to catch him with." Then asked, "Is it true?" "Not really. What he did behind your back is more stupid than bad. There's nothing to mention. It's not like the holders I met before, who always did it in secret no matter how upright they were. Some burning, killing and looting, or those who can't control their lower bodies. It's really boring. But having said that, his delusions and dark history are amazing. Are you interested in knowing?" Without waiting for the three women to answer, Lin first used the flash technique to take Hikiri back from their hands. Staring at the weapon in his hand, he said, "Why didn't I know you were so wicked before? Will you? This is the private fun of my family," a certain sword said proudly. Finally, there was still someone who remembered the business. Then whispered to Higiri, "I'll ask you in detail later." Then he turned around and asked someone seriously, "What did you say about that group of people just now?" To be honest, there's no way anyone would be able to take advantage of such an exaggeratedly tough guy. So I could only throw it aside with dissatisfaction and answer Chiefin's question. "Because I can't confirm whether the other party has contacted anyone else. So I don't know who the person behind the scenes is. If there is a mastermind behind the scenes. But this time the trouble is very likely to be premeditated. It's not like that group of people are used to being domineering and happen to meet us on the dock. How do you determine this?" When talking about business, then asked with a serious expression, "If they meet the other party by chance, then after being treated like that, there is a high chance that they will choose to go back to the place where they can find the most help. That is, their own home. If they choose a place other than home, it means that they trust it more than their own family, or that it is the place that ordered them to do this. So they have to report the results. According to what you said, there are two possibilities. Why do you think the other party has premeditated it? Because of the venue. Place? You mean the brothel? Yes. It is impossible to meet his father in that kind of place. No matter what the fat man wants to meet. It is a nobleman with a higher status than him. Or someone with stronger strength than him. Or someone with a brain better than him. An easy peer. In any case, it is easy for him to do some irrational behavior in such situations, such as asking for trouble with two magicians. But it is still unclear whether this group of people understand. Why did we make such a provocation? We don't quite understand. So we picked an insignificant person to try our luck, or at least one of them knew very well. So they sent a person with no brains to test our attitude. Although everyone was busy, only two official magicians were chatting idly. But everyone still pricked up their ears and paid attention to the conversation between them. Yuzov, who was staying in the same hotel, interjected, "Sir, did the brothel you went to have any conspicuous signs or marks? Do you still remember it?" Remembering that there was a sign-like sign at the door of that building, Lin used the magic whiteboard pen technique to draw the sign out of thin air. Also added color along the way. Yuzov looked at the mark, thought for a while, and then said, "This is the mark of Qingying, which is a very commonly used mark to represent a brothel. But this mark is not like any large underground brothel I know. Organization. So it shouldn't be a territory controlled by a big shot. If that's the case, I think the other party is just a group of small nobles who have never seen the world. And they are looking for trouble regardless of life or death. In my past travels, it was true. I have met many noble children like this." After pondering for a moment, Lin asked Yuzov, "Do you think it's possible that the people behind the scenes just pushed the fat man out as a victim? If we had reacted too violently before and killed each other, they would have just improved the entire situation, using higher powers to cause larger scale conflicts." "Ha ha, Your Excellency. If we were still in the military country, I dare not say that the situation you envisioned would never happen. But this is just a small country. Even if we use the power of the whole country, it will at most cause you a little trouble. Even if they are behind, no matter how much the great nobles of other countries contribute, the extent of their efforts is limited. Because the current balance of these small countries between the two empires can be said to be the result of two drastic changes, or the default of both empires. Interference by the nobles on either side may trigger unnecessary reactions from the other side. And then a border conflict will not solve the problem. In other words, think of this place as a third world country under the Cold War between the United States and the Soviet Union. No matter how large the scale of the war, it is at most two guerrillas fighting against each other. And it is impossible to escalate it to the level where the people behind it are fighting shirtless. So the best thing to do is to remain unchanged in response to changes. Too much and too big a reaction will make those hiding behind look down upon you. If it is really just a minions jumping up and down, this kind of an action will easily allow the other party to take advantage of it. When the time comes, just slap him to death. That's okay." Chapter 501 Soldiers. Early in the morning, there was a commotion outside the hotel. So noisy that people had to wake up. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Lin opened the window and took a look. The streets were full of soldiers, blocking the door of the hotel. "Listen to the magicians inside. Yesterday, 2 of you women offended the greatest family in this land, the only child of Baron Rab. But the Baron was magnanimous and decided to spare the innocent ones instead of punishing them. All of you, on condition that you hand over the 2 women and let the Baron judge them according to the laws of this land. If you don't agree and insist on protecting the daring criminals, none of you will be able to escape, and the Baron's army will kill you. All of you are sent to H.L., even if you are lucky enough not to die in the battle. Your only fate will be the burning stake. I repeat, hand over." Before he finished speaking, his voice stopped abruptly. All the soldiers looked up and saw a magician wearing pajamas, who suddenly appeared on the rain cover on the first floor. He had a long sword in his right hand and a head in his left hand. Blood was dripping from his broken neck. The expression of the human head was as usual, completely unaware of its own death. He came here with the army, was familiar with aristocratic etiquette, and was the Baron's most trusted liaison officer. How could his head be in the magician's hands? The curious soldier turned around and saw that there was only a headless body hunched over the horse that the liaison officer was riding. Blood was emerging from the broken neck of the ground, splashing on the faces of the surrounding soldiers. Some of the troops who came here were not afraid when they saw this. Instead, they were excited about the death of the liaison officer. If that person is not dead, why would it be someone else's turn to take over? So he tried to drum up everyone's emotions to gain control of the army. He shouted, "This magician used evil magic to take away the life of the Baron's messenger. For the majesty of the Baron, he has only one." The sound stopped again, and the magician changed to a sitting position. She's sitting on the rain cover, with one leg dangling outside the eaves. The difference was that there was an extra head next to him. That ambitious and disgusting guy who inspired the soldiers to charge. That impassioned expression was lifelike and completely incompatible with his current situation. Just when everyone was panicking, a third person spoke. Of course, he first scolded the magician on the eaves, and then took advantage of the righteousness, saying that if he did not take revenge on the magician, he would be sorry for the Baron and the deceased. So they have to report. The sound stopped again, and everything was as usual. The difference was that there was another human head next to a certain magician. Now even the most obtuse person could see some clues, and some even saw how the magician killed people. As long as someone speaks, the person will suddenly appear behind the speaker, and then his head will be chopped off with a sword. easily and without any hindrance. Then, before anyone could react, he disappeared again and returned to his position on the rain cover, as if he had never left. For a moment, no one dared to speak, and they looked at each other. The man sitting on the rain cover yawned loudly, feeling a little bored. Instead, it was the sword in his hand that spoke. Why do you think no one down there dares to speak? They were originally looking for trouble aggressively. But why are they all silent now? It's very simple, Lin said, raising Hikiri in front of him. It's easy for people to be superstitious about the power brought by large numbers of people and ignore the difference in strength. The best thing is that those with noble status people will stay in a safe place and irresponsibly encourage others to die, because they believe that they will be safe before all the people in front of them die. He still has time and opportunity to escape. But if this layer of knowledge is taken away and they understand that no place is safe, and even the first one to instigate others will die, then what will happen if there is no way to sacrifice at will? When faced with a human barrier, will these noble people who only dare to speak out and dare not risk their lives really be as brave and fearless as they say? There is a saying in my hometown, to shoot the general first, shoot the horse, and to capture the thief first. Capture the king? If the commander, who only knows how to command blindly, is killed, how many of the remaining people will be willing to choose to be an enemy of someone who is unwilling to harm his family or the land? The only harm is, only the face of a nobleman is valuable to a soldier. Maybe they get a salary from a nobleman, and they will receive a pension even if they die. But the main premise of all this is that the nobleman's family can still survive. Live. If they are all destined to die, then their loyalty will be to die in vain. In the end, their relatives will lose one family member and will not receive any compensation. In this case, several people are willing to sacrifice their lives to deal with someone they cannot win. What about people? After all, it is a mistake to appear in a place where a magician can see it with the naked eye. After several questions, even though it was a conversation between Lin and Higiri, it also damaged the morale of the soldiers. The leaders were all dead, and it seemed that the object of their allegiance was destined to be gone. So what was the purpose of giving their lives in vain? Of course, there are many loyal soldiers among the soldiers. Seeing that the morale of their companions has been so damaged, they want to retreat. Anxious, he came forward and shouted, "Don't believe what this magician said. If he was really not afraid of our numerical advantage, he wouldn't talk so much nonsense. Come on, everyone, kill him and do your best for the Baron." Before he could finish his words, he bowed his head. This time, the magician on the rain cover changed his posture, and he was also holding a head, which was the man who spoke. The murdering magician, with slight dissatisfaction, raised Hakakiri in front of him and said, "It seems that the knife is too fast, which is not a good thing." "How do you say that? When did his strength turn into weaknesses?" Hagri asked curiously. "You see, if the sword is not stained with blood, it is as if it has not chopped anyone. If I were holding the head in one hand today and the bloody sword in the other hand, wouldn't it look more convincing? Still, I didn't kill enough. It's a lot, so there's not enough blood on it. Maybe it's a good idea to collect a bucket of blood and let it drip while you're at it." Amid someone's strange voice, the first soldier, who couldn't stand the fright, threw away his weapon, turned around and ran away. No one stopped the soldiers from fleeing, because the heads of those who were in charge and had the power to execute deserters had already been piled at the magician's feet. However, before someone could appreciate the scene of the enemy fleeing, he was criticized by the weapon in his hand. Higiri said angrily, "You idiot. What a stupid idea. Just to scare people. You want to bleed me. Do you know that the blood stains are super annoying? If you don't deal with it, it will make the whole thing super uncomfortable. You are a sword. How can you have so many weird hairs? Why don't you pour that bucket of blood on your head? I'm sure it will be scarier. You fat guy. Don't think I can't recognize you if you change into a vest. Hey, I was discovered. I thought I was pretending well." Lin showed a narrow smile. "Why did you run out?" asked Higiri. Lin replied, "It is normal for a second personality to appear when you are half asleep, mentally depressed, or having sex after drinking. Otherwise, why would there be so many people who always say that they are themselves after waking up? I don't remember anything. Without us doing this, there would be no chance for them to make such excuses. Your foul mouth will kill your idiot in a waistcoat sooner or later. Hey, how could you think that he doesn't have me in his heart? The relationship between me and him is on a higher level than you are in the mud and I am in the mud. If there is really no me, then I should not exist. Do you understand? Ah. No. Of course you don't understand. Isn't it too difficult for a person who is hard-headed to understand things that require brain use? Concentrate on the lower body. I have no lower body. No. You don't even have your upper body. Hey. Hey. Hey, hey, hey. Someone who was smiling strangely was thrown a hardcover book from the window by the half-awake Lich, smashing one staggering. The whole person fell from the rain cover to the ground on the first floor. With this fall, someone was not only knocked unconscious, but also woken up. He rubbed his eyes again and looked around anxiously. I fell out of bed. Well, I grabbed the lust next to me, and someone vaguely understood that it seemed that I didn't just fall out of bed, but also fell out of the window and onto the first floor. But so sleepy. There was another flash, and Lin returned to the bed in the original room and fell asleep. Then a certain sword shouted alone, "Hey! I have been forgotten. Someone will pick me up." In the early morning conflict, the corpses left behind will naturally be collected by the town's body collectors. Of course, there will also be police officers responsible for maintaining law and order, who will arrest and punish such vicious and serious elements in order to maintain the stability of the town. But if the strength gap is too large, the entire town will appear quite peaceful. This is the current situation in Colombo Port. Everyone just wants to send away the god of plague as soon as possible instead of angering the other party. As for the unlucky guy who died, to be honest, Baron Rab was not as great as his men boasted. The Baron is just one of the people with noble blood in Port Colombo. Therefore, when his subordinates died, no residents would feel sad or angry, and they would even feel a little happy. The Baron's fat, useless son was still quite unpopular in the port, although not outrageous. Moreover, the common people in the lost world are not ignorant and obedient people. Maybe they didn't dare to directly trouble the nobles, but any group of escorts went too far. Sometimes people disappeared in dark alleys. It was not an unheard of thing. So they made trouble for the magician and were killed. This could only be regarded as a different kind of daily life, and the residents would not be surprised. However, in an alley, the people who secretly watched all this could not be called satisfied with the result. He pulled the hood of his big cloak down to hide his face more tightly. The hand with dark skin quickly retracted under the cloak. Although the sunshine in the late winter morning is not that strong, it is still not suitable for underground residents. At least the curse from the sun is real, and the burning sensation on the skin is real. Everything on the ground is disgusting. Chapter 502 Waikato Town. In fact, the only people who probably didn't know much about what happened in the early morning were the two official magicians, who slept soundly. Harumi and Kaya woke up early in the morning and got ready for the morning's work, as did the dwarves and Yuzov. Although they did not come forward, they also witnessed the whole process. The person who is most concerned about the development of the situation is of course Yuzov Gantia, who aims at surveillance nearby. He was quite surprised and troubled that the little noble suddenly brought a convoy of hundreds of people here. The purpose of telling the magician relevant information is to minimize the damage, not to make the matter bigger. Even though a convoy came in front of him, he didn't think that the convoy posed any threat to the two magicians. It would only increase casualties. Just when Yuzov was thinking of a way to solve this trouble, the magician came forward in person, and solved it in a way he had never thought of. In the magician's own words, the general shoots the horse first, and the thief captures the king first. It sounds simple, but when you think about it seriously, the truth is very profound. At least for anyone who wants to challenge this magician. Numerical superiority is meaningless, and the depth of the military formation is also meaningless. As long as you appear in front of him, you must have the consciousness to fight hard. In this way, some life-loving commanders, and even nobles would not be able to appear in front of the magician. Suppose these people don't even dare to come forward and only dare to give orders to their subordinates to deal with the magician. It is really doubtful what power the army can exert when no one is commanding it. At that point, the number of people was really just decoration. Fortunately, this magician has a lazy personality and low desire, although they didn't get along for a long time. From the observation, the other party just wanted to find a place to stay. Such a person will not be harmed if you don't provoke him. On the contrary, if he is offended, with his steady character, he will nip all dangers before they get serious. In other words, even the chance to beg for mercy was a luxury at that time. Yuzov's understanding is very simple. He is not a young boy anymore, and it is even less likely that he has to exclude the opponent just because he is threatening. If this understanding is correct, then all Homo sapiens in the entire land should be killed. Furthermore, There is no such thing as over-defense. Because of bad luck and lack of discernment. If you offend someone you can't afford to offend, it's your fault in the first place. Who can you blame? Of course, as a member of the Ikaruga Alliance, he has also been exhausted and even in crisis because of the mistakes made by some short-sighted companions. There is no need to think about helping friends. But if you meet more people, you will still encounter some villains who just want to take advantage of the Alliance's characteristics. This bored him as he got older, and he gradually faded out of the frontline adventurer ranks. In comparison, it was much more comfortable to be around this group of people. Although the members of the team did not accept him, they did not stop him from walking together. We ate and drank together during the trip, and there was no obvious barrier. This kind of relationship without any scheming makes Yuzov, who has the purpose of monitoring this group of people, often feel ashamed. Put aside unnecessary thoughts. In short, today we will set off for the town near Colombo Port, where most airships are parked. Before that, Yuzov still had a lot to prepare and some people to contact. That small town is at most suitable for airships to park. But that doesn't mean there are airships waiting to pick up passengers all the time. If you don't ask clearly first, a certain magician will feel like he's being let go. Maybe Tripwood's family wouldn't do anything. But the former Demon King couldn't say for sure. For the sake of world peace and tranquility, you should make more preparations. Because of the convenience of the forum and the fact that someone was once a guest on the seat of Wadwo, the World Tree, one of the high seats of the Ikaruga Alliance. The Alliance has long established an intelligence network that uses the forum to share information. However, the use of intelligence is the use of intelligence. As long as there is a local contact person for the Alliance, Yuzov still likes to visit. On the one hand, the text descriptions on the forums are always incomplete. You can get more information by talking to them in person. On the other hand, by being familiar with each other, you can establish deeper relationships and connections than being members of the same alliance. This was also established, at least, during the conversation with the local alliance members using ale as a stepping stone. I learned some information that was not available on the forum. In fact, those are common sense to the locals. But as long as you are not familiar with the local situation, you may not understand them. The thing is, if you go to that town at the end of winter and almost into spring, you can see a lot of airships parked. But no boat owner will accept the commission to cross the Jura Mountains because of the climate in the mountains. At this time of year, the climate in the mountains is changeable, very cold, and the wind is quite strong. Some airships with insufficient altitude limits will be very difficult to control and may even cause accidents that no one wants to happen, even if the height limit is sufficient. There are many restrictions on use, including the physical fitness of the occupants, the upper limit of the load, and the price is also very expensive. However, as long as there is no airship and the trip is in vain, the rest depends on the skill of negotiation. Yuzov was quite sure of this. When the group of people successfully arrived at Waikato, the town where the airship was heading, it was already dusk, and it was almost time for dinner. In response to the relevant information, Yuzov also explained it to everyone during the move. So before arriving, everyone was mentally prepared that there might be no way to find an airship willing to set sail immediately. But this is less of an issue in Waikato, because airships are airworthy due to seasonal factors. Many passengers using airships are accustomed to waiting here. Therefore, the most developed industry in this town is various large and small hotels. They range from expensive private courtyards to cheap datong shops. Some shrewd businessmen will control their itinerary so that they can arrive in Waikato at the right season without wasting too much waiting time. But at the moment, everyone's thoughts are attracted by the airships of different shapes parked on the grassland outside the town, including a certain time traveler who claims to be a believer in science. Before today, although Lin had read about airships from some books, he had actually seen only one. The geospotting of the Leon District branch of the Southwest Peninsula Magicians Association. But the scene in front of me could not be described as an airship exhibition. There are ships like the Cosbottom, which use magic propellers as their main floating power. But there are single-mast, double-mast, and even three-mast ships. There are also huge airbags used as a means of levitation. I don't know if there is any magic involved in it besides the principles of hot air balloons. The hulls of propeller-type airships are no different from ordinary ships. When all power is turned off during parking, the bottom of this type of airship has a shell similar to a dry dock for the airship to park. There are also some boats with boxy hulls that can be parked directly on the ground. However, this type of airship is much smaller, probably because of the load-bearing capacity of the floor. so it cannot be made into a hull with a large bottom area. As for airbag-type airships, the pods underneath are either semi-open or closed, and some are large or small. Their characteristic is that they are all fixed to the ground using a mooring method. Some use rope ladders to get up and down the pods, and some larger ones have side ladders. This may be the gas or magic filled in the airbag, compared with the need to replenish a small amount every day for maintenance. It will save money to deflate the airbag completely, and then reinflate it when it is used. Therefore, airbag-type airships maintain a semi-floating state. Compared with the means of floating and the shape of the hull, there are only a few permutations and combinations. For one of the most important mechanisms of the airship, the means of propulsion are really diverse. After all, if there is no propulsion method, the airship will become a hot air balloon that floats straight up and down in the wind. It has a lateral propeller, a cannon type, and a magical mechanism that can generate propulsion power. It's more like someone who can't see the principle, and it's a very magical style mechanism. It can be said that every airship that can be seen here is unique, and no two are the same or even similar in appearance. However, if you understand the MIDI airship industry, it is not difficult to understand this picture. Except for the airship core of the Heidel Empire, no one can manufacture airships in large quantities. Other than that, the airships are all customized according to the requirements of the owners. Even the owner himself is the manufacturer and the mechanical maintainer during the journey. In this case, the shape and design of the airship are very much the owner's personality. To be honest, even if he is not a military control man, no man will remain indifferent when seeing strange ships, cars, and other large-scale creations. It's like a boy seeing a big pile of toys. He wants to touch everything and play with everything. Lin was not the only one who had this reaction. The two older boys among the silver-bearded dwarves also had their eyes shining and looked curiously at all the airships parked on the grassland. As for the other women, although they were also curious, they were not eager to take everything they saw home and collect them like the other big boys. Yuzov Gantia seemed much calmer. After all, this is the second time I have seen this scene. I still remember that the first time, his performance was no better than that of several people now. Yuzov led the two carriages unswervingly into the small town of Waikato and found a hotel related to the Bundo League. As the town is an important air hub, the Bandu Alliance will of course have a liaison office here and run some other businesses to earn the necessary funds for maintenance. In fact, in most cases, no one requests the establishment of these liaison offices, or there is support behind them. Most of them are the same as when Yuzov was in Storm Bay, because his hometown is here, and he is familiar with the local customs. It is somewhat convenient to work in this industry, and it can also provide services related to Alliance members who come here. It is a part of mutual help and reciprocity. Chapter 503 Airship. Because it was too late to arrive in Waikato town, a group of people found a hotel with a warehouse and stables. After setting up the two carriages, they went to the most famous tavern in the town to have a meal, dealing with some airship owners. The name of that tavern is Airship. It was converted from a pod under an airbag-type airship. The owner of the tavern is a retired boat owner. Together with his wife, he transformed the airship that he built, but after long-term use, was no longer able to continue flying, into the main part of a tavern and started a business on the ground. As business got better, buildings were added and expanded. Although the job of flying in the sky seems dreamy, it is actually very dangerous. There are really very few people who can survive until retirement. After a long flight, the tavern owner chose to retire with the airship he built, which is something that many younger generations admire. In addition, he is willing to impart experience and is also an excellent mechanic himself. When the airships parked here need help on the ground for maintenance, they will occasionally come to him for help. Over time, more and more people related to airships came and went from this tavern. The tavern eventually even became a venue for intermediary-related business in Waikato town, and its operating model was similar to that of the Adventurers Guild's tavern. They even formed an airship guild of their own, but it was just a mutual aid club, without many restrictive rules, and not very large in scale. The airship tavern tonight was full of people. The boat owners and sailors who were unable to sail here ate, drank, chatted and passed the time when they were not flying. After simply filling their stomachs, Lin and Yuzov went to the bar to find the waiter, who was a part-time receptionist, and inquired about the news about hiring an airship, as well as the relevant procedures and fees for the designated destination. As for the fact that it was not completely handed over to Yuzov, it was because the two parties still belonged to two groups after all. Obtaining information from Yuzov was already going too far. If he even had someone else negotiate the employment contract, that would be a step too far. Someone doesn't want to do such a bottomless thing. Not friends of any level can be ordered around like slaves without any worries. For the tavern receptionist, the question of cost is easiest to answer. Please discuss it directly with the owner of the boat. Because the cost of each airship's voyage is not consistent. And the initial manufacturing and internal layout costs are also different. There is no set price for how much it should be charged. In the final analysis, the commercialization of airships has not yet flourished enough to form a consensus-based norm. However, the tavern can act as a witness and sign a contract after both parties have negotiated the price and destination to avoid possible disputes in the future. The destination is the holy city of Starry, the Feist branch of the Magicians Association. Direct flights are available from this location without any problems. And it can also be said that it is one of the popular destinations because of the high cost of flying airships and the dangers that exist in the sky. The people who have most often used airships for a long time have been magicians with long-range attack methods and excellent life-saving abilities. For magicians who come to the central area of the Lost Land, the holy city of Starry is almost a must-visit place, and may even be the only place to visit. Naturally, the holy city has become a popular destination. As for the first question, is anyone willing to take a trip to the holy city of Starry? Yes, and there are many. So is anyone willing to set off immediately and go to the holy city of Starry? Of course not. Just like what Yuzov heard before. The reason is that due to the weather, this season is not suitable for airships to cross the Jura Mountains. Even if you personally ask the boat owners, who have a good reputation and have flown hundreds of times, no one is willing to risk crossing the mountains at this time of year. After several inquiries to no avail, Lin and Yuzov returned to their tables and drank helplessly, thinking on the bright side. I am not in a hurry anyway. Moreover, the boat owners I just asked have all promised that they can set off for Starry anytime as long as the spring warms up and the wind on the mountain eases a little. This waiting time in Waikato town is just enough time to settle down and sort out the various gains from this journey. Just as they made their plans, they saw a goblin father and daughter wearing full costumes approaching the group with strange smiles. It seems that the other party is a civilized species among goblins. But let's be honest. Someone's formative years in the Southwest Peninsula involved the most interaction with their uncivilized cousins. Suddenly he saw two civilized goblins, whose appearance was almost the same as their close relatives. They were a little uncomfortable psychologically and physically. He almost summoned Hakakiri and chopped them both with a sword. As if noticing the flash of malice in the magician's eyes, the goblin father and daughter took a big step back, quickly raised their hands, shook their hands, and said in the common language of the Lost Land, I have no malice. No malice. Your Majesty the magician. I am different from those uncivilized savage goblins. The goblins who spoke, or the civilized goblins, all know how annoying their uncivilized kin are. Knowing that he had made the mistake of judging a book by its appearance, Lin stood up quickly, bowed, and said, I'm sorry. It's my fault for misunderstanding you two. Please forgive me. I don't know what happened when you two came here. Wiping the non-existent sweat on his forehead, the goblin father's panic expression returned to his original Philistine appearance. He said, Your Majesty, the magician, wants to go to Starry. I am also the owner of the airship. If you are willing, there is no problem for us to set off tomorrow. When he said this, someone was confused. Some veterans who control airships are unwilling to cross the mountains at this time of year. But these two goblins are willing. This is a fraud group? Is Meaty also doing this? Or are these two goblins trying to trick the magician into a dark alley, and then have a bunch of people come out to skin him or something? Isn't it too foolhardy? No matter how many civilized goblins there are, they are still goblins. Or will other powerful fighting races help? Or can the airship of this goblin father and daughter really cope with the strong winds in the Jura Mountains at this time of year? Finally, it is unlikely that someone will have intuition. But if you make the mistake of judging a book by its appearance, will you miss an opportunity? While someone's mind was spinning, and he was thinking about various things, the goblin father was boasting about himself, saying, My airship uses the latest goblin technology and has excellent performance. It can overcome the obstacles on the mountain at this time of year. Strong wind. Of course, it's not cheap to take an airship like this. But for the magician, this little money shouldn't be a problem. Based on his favorable impression of the goblin sword master whom he had admired since childhood, Lin decided to give these two civilized goblins a chance and said, "If it's suitable, money will certainly not be a problem. But before signing the contract, I hope that confirm the condition of the airship before making a decision. May the force be with you, my goblin friend. Although according to the official setting, the sword master and you are not of the same race. They are just similar in appearance." But such a request made the goblin father and daughter feel embarrassed. They coyly said, "Your Excellency, can't you sign a contract directly? Let's do this. I will sign a contract with you at the original price of 9.5%. Do you know what 9.5% means? Speaking of which, this is also yours. Mathematics invented by magicians. Ah, that is really a good knowledge. Originally, the cost of transporting one of you to Starry was 70 gold. But 9.5% means that I only need to charge you 68. That's good. Isn't it a good deal? So let's just sign the contract. Your ancestor who is obsessed with mathematics is here. And 95% of 70 is not 68, but 66.5. If I were really your math teacher, I would definitely open the door and jump out after the airship reaches its limit. However, if a person's heart is full of ulterior motives, he still has to do what needs to be done. So Lin insisted, "No, we should confirm the situation of the airship first before making a decision." When the goblin father heard this, he even stopped him and said, "Let's do this. Let's have a big sale. Just give us 90% of the price for one person, 65 gold. You can't find anyone else with such a good price. How about, let's sign the contract now." As he said that, he took out a piece of parchment that had been altered and stuffed it in front of a certain magician. In response to this overlord's aggressive attitude, Lin directly stretched out his hand to clasp the goblin's wrinkled, green-skinned, rough-old face, and with a darkened expression, he said viciously, "How dare we fight against the devil? The magician who deals with the devil. Why do you have the illusion that we will sign any contract easily before confirming all the circumstances? It is already late today, and it is dark. We will not see anything tomorrow morning. We'll talk about the boat's condition later. Okay? This is the goblin whose name I don't know yet. Okay. I'm sorry. Please forgive me." Early the next morning, in front of a strange-looking airship on the grassland. It was an airbag-type airship, but the ratio of airbags to pods was significantly smaller than that of ordinary airships in MIDI, and the shape is not a symmetrical and coordinated shape, like a broken balloon doll, tied messily with thick cables. One side is big, the other is small, precisely because of the irregular shape of the airbag. It floats in an unbalanced posture. In order to fix the pod horizontally, the cables at different locations have different lengths. Even so, the pod can only be hung at a slight angle, rather than completely horizontal. In order to show off the proud propulsion mechanism, the goblin father and daughter turned on the mechanism. Even though it was not running at full speed, the mechanism made a harsh roar and kept emitting black smoke at the mouth of the pipe. This drives several sets of propeller blades, including 2 sets of smaller blades on the left and right in the front, and 2 sets of larger blades in the rear. It seems to be a very advanced design, but it pays no attention to symmetry and balance, making the entire airship look top-heavy and uncoordinated. The goblin who calls himself Totokani Avston is saying proudly, "Your Majesty the Magician, this is a fine flying machine that has been created by gathering the most advanced technology of our clan, spending a lot of rare materials and manpower, and putting all our efforts into it." Boat, Hindenburg. The man looked at everything in front of him with dead fish eyes. He didn't care about his companions at all. He turned around and left without hesitation, without even the intention of saying any polite words. Chapter 504, Setting Up the Flag. How could Totokani, who had finally found a customer, let him go so easily? Of course, he held the magician back and said desperately, "Is it because the airbags of different sizes on the front, rear, left, and right make you feel uncoordinated? The specifications of each part of the airbag have been carefully calculated by us, and they are absolutely there will be no problem. Let's just pay 85% of the price to each of you, 62 gold. It has nothing to do with your level of mathematics, and whether you calculate carefully. It's a name! It's a name!" Someone shouted in his heart. The magician who wanted to leave was determined. Of course, Totokani could not let him go. He continued, "It is because our forward power mechanism burns oil obtained by heating stones and decomposing them. So the smell is very irritating and choking. You feel dissatisfied. Let's do it. 80% price per person, 59 gold. It sounds like they didn't find oil first, but instead found shale oil and made machinery similar to engines. However, whether the smell of exhaust is pungent or not is secondary. The important thing is the name. The name! The person who wanted to leave couldn't hold back. And Totokani said anxiously, "Or are you worried that the machines made by goblins are easy to explode?" "No, it won't. Don't count the previous ones. None of the machinery and equipment in use now has exploded. Safety is guaranteed. If you are really worried about this, just pay 70% of the price for one person, 55 gold. It means that the previous machine has exploded. But those are not the point. The point is the name. You know, the name. Someone's decisive attitude cannot be controlled by the goblin's small body, even if he doesn't bless himself with auxiliary magic." Totokani's anxiety was simply beyond the sky. And he said, "Please, Your Excellency, if I have no income, I will not be able to continue my research. Moreover, my daughter and I have dug grass roots and bark all winter to eat. We have reached our limit. If we don't eat some normal food, we won't be able to survive. You don't want us to follow those savage goblins and go around looking for people to rob and mate. If you are not satisfied with anything, please tell me and I can correct it immediately. You can eat grass roots and bark all winter long, and it won't be a problem if you eat them for another 10 years. But since the other party asked sincerely, it seemed unreasonable not to answer. So someone held it in for a long time, carefully considered his words, and finally decided to get straight to the point and said, "It's the name of this airship. I can't do it." The 2 girls, who were apprentices, and the 4 dwarves, who were traveling with them, were all speechless for this extremely blind reason. But Goblin Totokani took it seriously and said proudly, "The name is not good. I can just change it. No problem. I will use the name I originally planned to use when building the second airship. Just call it Titanic. If that doesn't work, call it Poseidon. How about these 2 names? Especially the latter one should be able to directly pray for Poseidon's protection." Someone's inner thoughts. Where did this goblin desperately planning its flag come from? Could it be that this guy comes from the same place as me? Or is he the ultimate weapon sent by the nobles who dislike him? This level of flag planting cannot be stopped by flash. Just when someone was about to decisively refuse, the Lich, who had remained silent, laughed boldly and said, "Okay, it's decided. We will take your airship." "Great." "What?" Totokani and Lin shouted at the same time, like a goblin who received a drop of rain in the desert, hugging his daughter and crying. The warmth of the picture makes people unconsciously move. Even the 2 girls, who had fought against uncivilized goblins for a long time in the past, could feel the heartfelt emotions of the goblins and their daughter. But someone was stunned as if struck by 5 thunders, and couldn't help but murmur, "Why is this happening? Why is this happening?" Then smiled evilly and said, "Because it's rare to see your expression of desperately wanting to escape. This makes me curious to see what the reason is for your resistance." "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." Someone said the most likely outcome without hesitation. I was cursing in my heart. Where did this pig teammate come from? As for the fate of being a bit player, he must say goodbye within 30 minutes of the movie's appearance. Can he pass this test? As for a certain Lich, he said confidently, "Don't worry. With our strength, if a problem does occur, there is no way we can't solve it." This white-eyed Lich has raised its flag again. Are you all addicted now? This is no longer a simple level of pig teammates, but the strongest combination of godlike enemies and pig-like teammates. The godlike pig teammates are referred to as god pigs. Someone really feels that this is the closest to death since time travel. Full of death flags. What happened next? Someone was in a daze, had no memory at all, and was at the mercy of others. When he realized what he was doing again, he was already sitting on Totokani's airship and began to cross the Jura Mountains. The reason why airships in Midland have height limits and require physical fitness of passengers is because they do not have cabin pressurization and temperature control devices like airliners on Earth. Once you fly high in the sky, all kinds of discomforts follow. The application of magic is quite poor in this regard. If there were some magic heating devices, it would be considered a very luxurious device, although such devices still could not completely offset the low temperature at high altitudes. However, there was no chill inside the airship, and everyone was even so hot that they were sweating slightly. The reason is that the engine-like mechanical devices not only make loud noises, but also generate heat during operation. And the most annoying thing is that the exhaust device is not sealed well, causing the cabin to be filled with pungent exhaust gas. Odor. In fact, after the airship launched into the sky. A certain lich regretted it. It's just that the pirates are all on board, and it seems that it's too late to shout for them to get off the boat. And someone who finally came back to his soul looked at the situation in the pod. It can be seen that the goblins want to design a cabin that can match the height of normal humans. But in fact it is always a little short. The two petite girls could still adapt. But Finn, who was tall and tall, had to stand upright so that her forehead would almost reach the ceiling. The layout inside the pod is more like a transport ship that someone took before traveling through time. The interior is a large open space, including all mechanical mechanisms exposed in the same space as the passengers. There are only 3 cabins, one of which is occupied by the owner's cabin. Of the remaining 2 rooms, one is a rest room for women, and the other is used as a warehouse. In addition to the supplies needed for the airship, the warehouse also contains the belongings of Lin and his group. The 2 carriages were dismantled into parts and piled in a corner of the warehouse. As for the 4 horses pulling the cart, they were sold to a local carriage shop in Waikato town. After all, the space and load of the airship are limited, and those 4 extra horses are quite a burden. As for everyone's current situation, the 4 dwarves were trying to figure out what was happening next to the propulsion mechanisms. It's a pity that Totokani's daughter is like a hen guarding her chickens, blocking the dwarf from the machine. 2 apprentices were serving dinner to the long table in the cabin one after another. At the long table sat the former demon king alone, with a murderous look on his face, and no one dared to approach him. The owner of the boat, Totokani, was steering the helm while pulling Uzalgantia to brag about himself. How powerful are the artillery-type magic weapons that are placed on the left and right sides of the pod and can be pushed out at any time. Even if the dragons attack, the magic cannon will kill them with 1 shot after being launched. There will be no second situation. However, the evaluation of goblin artillery is so unreliable that even the war-mad human nation dare not use it. It is conceivable that its safety is poor. So when someone hears this passage, he can't help but complain in his heart. Does 1 shot refer to the dragon or this airship? Teacher, it's time for dinner. Because apart from the owner Totokani, the only original member of the entire airship was his daughter Polly. After Polly prepared a dinner yesterday, this glorious task was taken over by 2 girls. The goblins' cooking skills are as unflattering as their technology. After all, dinner is the most important thing of the day, Halloumi shouted, and everyone quickly came to sit down at the long table. And because there are only 2 goblins and their daughter, except for the 2 magicians who don't take too much care, the whole group is the kind of character that loves to make friends. So they invited the goblins and their daughters to dine together. Of course, the 2 fathers and daughters were happy to accept it. But the helm of the ship could not be left unattended. So the goblin father and daughter took turns. Anyway, these 2 did not want outsiders to touch their precious airship. As a father, Totokani sat at the table first and got closer to the guests, intending to sell some unknown goblin products. But after it was served, the man who looked like a zombie yesterday looked thoughtfully at the people eating happily at the table. After a moment, he said to Kaya, "Girl, prepare a piece of food for our guests." At the same time, he threw a virtual environment detection map from his field of vision to the black-haired and brown-skinned girl. Although this kind of action is a bit baffling in the eyes of people who don't know what's going on, the calm girl was as usual. Without making any fuss, he took a clean plate, filled it with a full plate, put on a small table, and placed the food in a dark corner of the airship cabin. Before leaving, he bowed briefly in a certain direction. After Lin Dian revealed that there were guests on the airship, everyone except Finn was quite surprised, and most of them didn't believe it. But looking at the movements of the black-haired and brown-skinned girl, everyone was more confused. Is there really anyone in that corner? The person hiding in the corner also had the same doubts. Is the other party just making a wild guess and trying to trick people out? But the direction the girl bowed when she left was indeed facing her. So the question is, how did you get exposed? In fact, after boarding the airship, she also regretted it. The combination of the 2 conditions of limited space and being in the air meant that he had no way out. As soon as he is discovered, it means that he must face a lich, a magician, and some miscellaneous soldiers. But since the other party has extended an invitation, it means there is an opportunity to talk. In the original plan, this side was to be seen eventually, but now it is just earlier. So she walked out of the darkness and took off her hood, revealing her dark gray, almost black skin, coupled with white hair and pointed ears. There is only one race in the land with such appearance, the Dark Elves. Chapter 505 Poor Child. Your Excellency Tripwood. I am the messenger of the Holy Tree Fastnath. Melson. The dark elf in front of him carefully used ancient etiquette to salve to someone. When my Erzon wanted to continue talking, Lin stretched out his hand to stop her and said, "If you don't mind, please come to the table and dine with us. If you have any questions, let's talk after we finish eating." In order to avoid setting a flag for himself again, Lin was very cautious in his words and deeds. Although he wanted to tell this poor child who didn't understand his situation, just eat enough if you have the chance. Don't go to HL on an empty stomach. Someone has zero confidence in this goblin airship that has been renamed. It's not that it hasn't exploded yet. It's just looking for a time to explode. He spent yesterday in a daze because he knew that the Lich who had aroused interest would not allow anyone to hold objections. So he could only keep imagining what might happen and then make prepared plans to meet emergencies. As for the uninvited guests on the airship, he had known about it for a long time, but he didn't think much about it yesterday. On the other hand, they also want to observe the other party's intentions. Today I will reveal that I really just hope that the other party can have enough to eat, instead of having to sneak around to find something to eat like yesterday. Poor kid. It's better to be on a slave ship than on a ship ready to blow up. However, when this person appeared, someone immediately thought that the other person was an undead creature, and did not think of the other person as a dark elf. This is because before time traveling, in most of the Japanese anime works I had seen, the so-called blackness of dark elves actually meant dark brown skin, just like Kaya. But the one in front of me is closer to a dull black gray. If it were lighter, it would be a deathly gray color. Only dead people with no blood flow would have such a complexion. However, that white hair is not the same as the gray hair of ordinary elderly people. It's not like the hair lacks melanin and gradually fades, eventually turning white. That flawless white hair was faintly shining with silver light. It wasn't until he heard the name of Fasas mentioned by the other party that someone was reminded of that legendary race. Although I have never met the other party in person, I have known this name from the high seat of Banju Alliance before. The World Tree Fasnas was born at the same time as the big boss of the Alliance, the World Tree Yggdrasil. He is the oldest existence in the World Tree, and one of the ancient people of Midland who survives to this day. There are rumors that the reason why the elves split into two branches, the Golden Elves and the Dark Elves, and then fought endlessly for thousands of years, was because they acted as agents of the war between these two bosses. But no one can do anything about the other, so the two races continue to this day. What's funny is that the two races in this era are also facing divisions. In short, since the other party claimed his family status, he was backed by a big boss who grew up in the underground world. Then it would be logical to think that the other party is a dark elf. Because of this, Lin was quite curious about the appearance of the dark elves, especially the skin color that was different from what he originally knew. Just as someone can invite calmly, a goblin cannot treat an uninvited guest who has not paid the ship fare equally calmly. Todakani picked up the strange wrench and was about to fight the stowaways when an explosion shocked everyone. The airship was pushed diagonally downward for a short distance by the force of the explosion. Everyone seemed to be in a state of weightlessness, floating in the air and then hitting the ceiling. Immediately afterwards, thick smoke from the flames began to fill the cabin. When things were about to get out of hand, and a second explosion was very likely to aggravate the situation, Lin took action decisively. At this time, rough-skinned dwarves or other melee professions are completely useless, and only 4 magic people are useful. Lin quickly issued instructions to have the most powerful lich perform the feather falling technique on the entire airship to slow down its fall. For an individual that is quite large in size and weight, even the feather fall technique performed by Lin himself cannot produce any effective slowing effect, let alone 2 apprentices. Only this former demon king has this strength. Yuzov is responsible for controlling others and not rushing toward the fire. This is really because everyone else is unreliable, and only this experienced adventurer has some common sense in someone's eyes. The next thing to consider is how to put out the fire. In the preconceived idea, if the situation is a simple out-of-control magic, causing explosions and fires, the solution is not difficult to say, but it is not easy to say simple. All in all, using more powerful magic control methods, faster reactions, and building magic time can eliminate out-of-control magic power. In this regard, Lin already has a programmed quick response plan for the Dream Magic Tower. After all, if we want to talk about danger, the energy tide we encountered when we assisted World Tree Wadwo to advance was tens of thousands of times more dangerous than ordinary magic power going out of control. Regarding the original situation, Lin also took precautions and thought of a solution. But that method had not yet been verified by large-scale experiments. It would be much easier if it were not a magical disaster, but a physical fire with which someone was familiar. Simply put, as long as the three elements of combustion, temperature, combustibles, and combustion-supporting materials are solved together, the fire will be extinguished. This is also a conventional method used by the Earth. It would be easier if it were solved with magic. As for the explosion in front of him, according to Lin's detection, there was no situation where the magic power was out of control. It was simply that the quality of the goblin's creation was not up to standard, and it caught fire and exploded. So Lin asked the remaining two apprentices, Halloumi, to use a one-ring magic wind barrier, and a comprehensive improved version of the three-ring magic barrier, the wind barrier, to block the smoke from spreading in the direction of people. Kaya used control the magic of temperature freezes. The essence of that magic is that it continuously absorbs the heat of something, and finally achieves the goal of freezing it. However, with the power of an apprentice, it is impossible to reduce the temperature of such a large fire below the ignition point. In fact, even if Lin takes action himself, it will be half the result with half the effort. So what one has to do is target another element of combustion. Combustion aids. Use the flash technique to create a fixed space channel and open an external channel near the burning point, continuously pumping the air, smoke, and flames that entered the spherical space to a height of 100 meters away from the airship. And because of the characteristics of the flash technique, it does not just form a smoke exhaust pipe, but forms a spherical space that is approximately in a vacuum state. So the fire extinguishing effect is surprisingly good. And this is a one-way channel. There is no possibility of backflow. The fire was stopped and the burning object continued to heat up. Kaya used freezing magic to continue absorbing the heat from the object, and the fire was quickly brought under control. And with the help of Fin's feather falling technique, the falling airship slowed down to a speed that really felt like a feather. Seeing that it was done, just when Lin wanted to take a breath and cheered, the airbag above the airship finally ignited under the force of the fire in the propulsion mechanism that had not been extinguished outside the cabin. In the instant explosion, although the fireball did not break through the magically protected outer wall of the airship pod, it still formed a powerful propulsive force, breaking through the limitations of Fin's feather falling technique, causing the pod to fall heavily. Almost everyone fell unconscious. Fortunately, the snow has still not melted on the mountains in late winter. Fortunately, during the process of putting out the fire, Fin's feather falling technique had already caused the airship to lower a lot. Fortunately, everyone's physique is better than the average person, and they will not die even if they fall. The two most vulnerable goblins seemed to be used to crashing planes or something, and they actually had a set of ultra-modern bubble parachutes on them. When the airbag exploded, they hid inside. But he also fell down and fainted. Fortunately, the people who fainted did not include the former demon king whose combat power far exceeded that of ordinary people. Finally, before everyone was frozen to death by the cold wind that poured into the cabin, they were woken up by the Lich who knew how to kill and save people at the same time. Everyone rubbed their bodies and stood in the ice and snow, with two lines of runny noses hanging from their noses, looking at each other in confusion. The Lich, who was able to stay awake throughout the whole process, had a gloomy face at this time, so dark that it was almost dripping with ink. A magician's ability to adapt to cold and heat has its upper limit. No one can stop the cold with snow on the mountain, except Fin. In addition, in the airship, due to the heat generated by the propulsion mechanism, almost everyone in the cabin was wearing summer clothes. But now everyone was as cold as a popsicle. If he hadn't been woken up by Fin, he might never have woken up. The first to return to normal thinking were the two goblins, who were protected by bubble suits and suffered the least damage from falling. They bared their teeth and claws at the dark elf, who was involved in an air crash within 2 minutes of his appearance, saying, "It must be you, an evil creature, who destroyed my airship." So she fell. Suffer death. Evil elf. Although Totokani was shouting viciously, he was hiding behind the girls and the dwarves, encouraging a group of people who in his opinion were inexperienced and quite young. And they did not lose sight of the goblins' expectations. They took out their weapons one after another and prepared to go forward and fight. Although he was so cold that he could hardly speak, Lin still stopped the impulsive little guys and said, "Stop it! The airship will explode. Not the dark elves. No! Your Majesty the Magician. My airship is quite safe. This happened only when we carried this dark elf. The only possibility is that she is sabotaging it secretly, hoping to kill you. If this evil creature is not eliminated as soon as possible, it will threaten our lives, Totokani said with dignity. Lin didn't answer the goblin's words at all, because it sounded like it was just an excuse to shirk responsibility. He just explained to his apprentice. People who want to live will not mess with transportation like airships. You should also see that if the airship falls, she will follow you. They also have no means to save their lives. And I doubt that the dark elves who have lived underground for a long time can understand what an airship is, or even how to destroy it. Someone summoned Hakakiri and held it in his hand, walking to the fallen airship. In front of the bulkhead with Hindenburg written in big white paint. Brushing around, the bulkhead was cut cleanly. He grabbed both sides of the name, pushed his knees up, and directly demolished the bulkhead of the airship. At the same time, he said, "The airship will explode and fall, and the only reason is the name." After that, Lin gave himself with the addition of the giant force spell. He threw the two-piece bulkhead far into the sky like a frisbee. Everyone was speechless that a certain magician was still entangled in the name and ignored the issue of goblin craftsmanship. Chapter 506 Snowy Night. As long as no one is willing to help the goblins fight against the evil creatures, there is basically no danger to Merle. Being able to serve as the messenger of the World Tree is not something that just two goblins can deal with. Unless it's really the Goblin Sword Master. It's just that the Dark Elf Lady is sitting on the snow in a daze, letting the snowflakes pile up on her under the moonlit night, without any reaction. This is normal when you think about it. No one can still be alive and kicking immediately after a plane crash. It's just like people who have never ridden a roller coaster. They rush to ride a difficult roller coaster for the first time. After getting off, there are really not many people who can walk normally. This is an amusement ride with safety devices. And the airship crash incident that we just experienced was really the kind where if we made one mistake, most of them would be killed or injured. So it's no wonder that this dark elf, who may have lived underground for most of her life, was so shocked that she is still speechless. Even if the goblin screamed at her to kill her, Yuzov may have experienced many life-and-death dangers. Although plane crashes do not happen often, his psychological adjustment is still very fast. He returned to normal after a while, and helped check everyone's injuries. Just now, although the dwarves were instigated by the goblins, they were preparing to attack the dark elves. In fact, their mental state was still dazed, and they still had large and small bruises all over their bodies. The four people didn't remember to yell until Yuzov was about to help them deal with it. Halumi and Kai returned to normal almost as soon as they were woken up by their elder sister. Although the two girls are less experienced than veteran adventurers like Yuzov, the advantage is that they are following a former demon king, and their heart's rough courage has been honed to the point where they can use it. Driving nails. Seeing that the two girls didn't need any mental preparation, Lin directly asked them to go to the wreckage of the airship to check what supplies were available, and what was left of his belongings. Most importantly, find some clothes to wear out. This weather is too cold. Not only himself, the two apprentices, but also the four silver-bearded dwarves. Everyone was shaking and sneezing. Germain, the most talkative among the dwarves, even murmured that he would rather be roasted and sweating next to the forge than stay in an environment that could freeze to death for even one more minute. At this moment, Lin suddenly remembered and said with emotion, "Ah, I haven't eaten dinner yet. Will he just go on the road hungry?" Someone thought, but I wanted to think about it. But I didn't dare to say it, for fear of setting a flag for myself again. However, among the group of people, the only lich who had not been harmed and who had adapted to such an extreme climate under the protection of magic was still silent at this time, looking like he was regretful. After all, getting on this airship was entirely the result of the former Demon King's insistence. From the very beginning, someone wants to hide as far away as possible. But someone still came up behind her and said, "There is a saying in my hometown that manpower is sometimes poor. It's not your fault, so don't think too much about it." She still needs to be persuaded. What Lin was most afraid of was not another plane crash. But what he was most afraid of was that the former Demon King would start to get into trouble again and come to some strange conclusions. For example, in order to prevent goblins from building airships, they want to conquer the world. After all, she had done it before, conquering the world just to kill the gods. However, good intentions only resulted in angry looks. In fact, anything you say at this time will sound like words that add insult to injury to the person involved, especially if someone has a history of complaining. Who knows if he is telling the truth? He wanted to give this blind guy a lesson. But when he turned around, he saw a man with a runny nose and white lips speaking seriously. Fenton didn't know whether to be angry or laugh. Suddenly under the moonlit night, a wolf howl sounded. The long howling sound added a bit of sadness to the originally silent falling snow, awakening the fear deep in people's hearts. The goblin father and daughter trembled even more, hid behind the crowd, and said shiveringly, "This is the snow wolf! We are finished! We are finished!" At the same time, a pack of wolves appeared not far away, against the moonlit night behind. It looks like demons in the snow, waiting for the opportunity to pounce on the prey in their eyes. But at the next moment, there was a figure holding a sword among the wolves. One sword at a time. The sharpness of the Hakiri became an unsolvable problem for almost all creatures. The snow wolf, which was supposed to be a predator, laid down on the snow amidst the whining sound. Stained bright red, after inserting the Hakiri into the snow, Lin grabbed the wolf's tail or legs, dragged 3 or 2 of them with one hand, and walked towards the direction where the airship crashed. As he walked panting, he shouted loudly, "Germain, come and lend a hand. Drag them back and skin them. If you don't want to freeze to death on the mountain, you can count on them." Upon hearing someone's greeting, several dwarves who were about to freeze did not take any active action, including Yuzov. Everyone worked together to drag back the wolves killed by Lin, and then started bleeding and skinning them, in order to be able to put it to use in time. The process that should have been exposed to the sun and air drying was changed to magic dehydration and drying, because the magic was not specifically designed to deal with animal fur. Lin used it a little clumsily, and even caused some damage to the leather. In the eyes of Yuzov, an experienced adventurer, this was a waste of good fur. After working all night, everyone finally had a piece of leather to wrap themselves in. This was all thanks to someone who, after launching an attack on the wolf pack, was not used to the snow wolf pack's elusive enemy. After the leader was killed, the snow wolf pack dispersed. But how could the 4 legs outrun the pursuit of flash technique? In order to avoid the shortage of food and warm furs, Lin chased and killed all the wolves that entered the field of vision. This was enough for each person to have 1 skin, and there were still a few more to spare. The problem of keeping warm was temporarily solved, but another urgent problem was the missing dinner. Just in the process of kneading the fur, the snow wolf that was dragged back had finished bleeding. So Lin picked one at random, entered the cabin of the crashed airship, and started to light a fire and barbecue. This is the simplest and fastest way to cook, because it is late at night and everyone is hungry. Although the cabin of the airship is leaking air everywhere, it is still much better than the situation outside without even a roof. So everyone gathered around the fire in the cabin, biting into the hot and dry snow wolf meat. At the same time, Halumi and Kaya also reported the results of the count. Basically everything that could be burned was not spared in the fire, including ropes, books, scrolls, clean clothes, travel bedding and some leather products, such as backpacks, straps, etc., as well as wood for storage and organization. The boxes were turned into ashes. Only a few stored in storage boxes made of magic materials can be protected from the melt, which of course includes the large piles of gold coins. As for the dry food originally stored, even if it was not burned to ashes, it was still in a charred state, and none of it was still edible. The supplies belonging to the airship are in a similar situation. But luck was pretty good. Although the cabin structure was damaged, most of the materials were still preserved. The same goes for the fuel used in the propulsion mechanism, which probably causes combustion more often. So even goblins have paid attention to the fire prevention design in this regard. All the mechanical devices made of magic materials on the ship are also broken, deformed, etc., and cannot be used. But as a material, it was well preserved and was not destroyed by the fire. After an explosion and fire, the original airbag above the airship was probably less than 1/3 of its original size. The airbags that were patched everywhere are now in tatters. It doesn't take an overly professional person to evaluate them to know that there is no possibility of repair. After understanding the current situation, and facing this sudden accident, no matter how deep the night is, no one can sleep peacefully, fearing that they will not wake up in the ice and snow. So everyone cheered up and discussed the next action. The goblin Todokani first patted his chest and made a promise, saying, "Your Majesty the Magician, give me 3 days, and I promise to repair the airship as good as new. By then, we can get back on the road to the Holy Land." Esta is strong. Seeing the magician's actions before, Todokani knew how deeply this man resented the name of the airship, so he did not dare to mention the name. Hindenburg. Again. Word. But for 3 days, everyone looked at the mess around them. If these 2 goblins were given 3 years, it was still a question whether they could clean it up. No one believed that they could repair the airship in 3 days. Not wanting to wait in the mountains for a few years, Lin made the request and said to the goblins, "Fortunately, most of the structure of the airship and various mechanisms made of magic materials are still in place. It is not a big problem to repair. So I will help to correct some unreasonable designs. Also, because there are not many remaining air bags, I may need to consider other methods to obtain buoyancy. I hope you will spare no effort in helping me." "This is impossible!" Totokani jumped up as if his tail had been stepped on, and said excitedly, "This is my airship, and it belongs to my private property. No one has the right to touch her, even if just a finger, not to mention any repairs or modifications. I will never allow such a thing. The Hindenburg belongs to me alone." The excited goblin said the taboo name again, and the Lich, whose face had remained gloomy, was about to explode, but was overpowered by a stronger resentment around him. Under the light of the fire, someone's skin seemed to be dyed red, like a demon crawling out of the abyss. Lin asked with an evil smile and contemptuous gaze that he had never shown before, "Then, Lord Totokani, do you think your epitaph should be written as Totokani Aston, whose birth date is unknown, died in the Aryan calendar, 731. The master of the Hindenburg airship rests in peace. How about the writing here? Although I may not be able to find a suitable coffin, I can guarantee that I will use a high-quality stone and the most beautiful font to make your tombstone for future generations to pay tribute to." Chapter 507, In the Falling Cabin. You can't do this, Your Excellency." The malicious words made the goblin shrink in fear. "There's nothing wrong with it. When an airship crashes, whoever dies is not news. But whoever survives is. And if a thin goblin dies in this disaster, what's the big surprise? Even if he's lucky enough to survive, he would also be picked up by snow wolves on the mountain, frozen to death by this damn weather, fall into the valley accidentally, and end up dead without any body parts. It would not be surprising for anything to happen in this place where there are no other witnesses. My daughter Polly will prove it. Oh, how about changing the last paragraph of the epitaph to the owner of the Hindenburg airship and his beloved daughter Polly are buried here. It won't take much effort to carve 5 more words. This, Mr. Magician, you are a good person. You wouldn't do such a thing, right?" the goblin said with almost snot and tears. His daughter also hid behind her father. "When have I ever said that I am a good person? I have never been. If I have caused you misunderstanding, I apologize. I am essentially an egoistic person. But my desires are not that deep. No, maybe I should say, my desire is different from that of most people in this world. There are 3 scenarios now. The first one is that magicians and dwarves, with the help of kind-hearted goblins, use the remaining materials after the plane crash to modify a plane. The airship arrived and left the Jura Mountains smoothly. In the second type, after unfortunately losing the goblin who was most familiar with the airship, the surviving magicians and dwarves used the remaining materials to create something. An unknown creature came. With the help of this creature, everyone finally left the Jura Mountains. The third one was that the magicians and dwarves had a lot of skills, but they were helpless and waited for the goblins to repair the fallen airship alone. When spring turns to winter, the flowers fade and bloom. Finally, the airship is repaired, and everyone successfully leaves the Jura Mountains. The question is, if these 3 scenarios can become a reality, what should be the order in my mind? Without thinking, the goblin held out 3 fingers and said, "Yes." Someone summoned Hikiri in his hand, and at some point, he stood in front of Totokani. But without looking at the goblin, he picked up the box and cut the sword, and said at the same time, "My partner, today you will carve a tombstone for a respected friend of mine. You won't have any objections. The fat man wants me to suggest to you, a stupid guy like you, how about finding the 2 deck boards that were thrown out earlier? No matter how good the stone is, it is better to use something with commemorative value, and use the Hindenburg's nameplate as a tombstone. I think those who love this name can rest in peace." "I have the same opinion." Hagrid echoed what someone said. Totokani knelt down directly, touched his forehead to the ground, and said, "Please help me repair the airship." He cut the tip of the sword with a box and gently struck the goblin on the back of his head, which had a few sparse hairs. Without saying a word, Lin slowly walked back to his original position and sat down, picking up the roasted wolf meat and eating it. At this time, Halumi, who couldn't stand his teacher's behavior, said angrily, "Teacher, Is this okay? Coercing others to do things they don't want to do. Isn't there a forced situation to choose from? The companion who grew up together pulled her sleeves and told her not to talk too much. For the blonde girl, there are some things that are unpleasant to say. As their teachers, they will always respond to their questions, no matter what method they use. So Lin Qian smiled and said, "Of course, there is a fourth situation. Oh, let's choose the fourth method. Okay. By the way, what is that? In the fourth situation, you are all a burden. I am alone, and 1,000 miles away is as close as a stone's throw away. Give up on you incompetent people. The sky is high, and there is nowhere to go. Those who have a sense of justice will stay. Guard the goblin's property. Wait for him to repair everything, and rescue you who are unable to solve everything." The burning fire made a beeping sound, but the people sitting around it were dead silent. Anyone who clearly understands this magician's ability knows that what he says is not a lie. The predicament in front of him was not a predicament at all for him. With the flash technique by your side, there is no such thing as a desperate situation. Even at the moment when the airship crashed, if he hadn't been worried about other people, it would have been effortless for him to escape alone, repairing the airship to help others, not himself. However, Halloumi did not give up and continued. "With my sister here, she can safely lead us away using the flash technique. Yes, your sister is here this time. But what about the next time? And the next time? Even in the countless crises that follow, you can only hang your hands and wait for the help of capable people. God help. If you want others to help you, you must do your best first, instead of throwing your hands and leaving the responsibility to others to deal with the aftermath. If you can't do this, one day, the person who always lends a helping hand will get tired of helping." How? In fact, Lin has been teaching the two girls similar principles in the past. Don't think of Fanatical's power as something you can use at will. It's not just the former Demon King. It's the same for everyone. There is a price to be paid for driving anyone or anything, especially when you misunderstand that this power belongs to you. And when others stop at a critical moment, you will be the only one who pays the price. And you can't blame anyone. Harumi was speechless. But the Lich, who had been listening quietly, actually wanted them to rely on him more. But she couldn't say these words, because she understood that this man had an arrogance that others could not understand. Taking the initiative to show favors is only regarded as trouble, not as a favor. If you push too hard, it's like trying to force someone away. The best way to get along is to leave the person alone from time to time instead of being tired of being together all day long. If you want to describe it as a cat or a dog, the other person is like a cat that can live a good life no matter who it is separated from, rather than a dog that will be so lonely that it will almost die once it is separated from someone. But even though he knew that this guy had this kind of death in his heart, he had never shown such a sharp personality. Thinking of the previous example, Finn couldn't help but ask, "Who are you again? It's not James Fat. It's the third person." "Humph." Lin spread his fingers, covering half of his face, and said with a contemptuous smile, "I'm not that fat man." "I am. Just call him a glasses rapist." "That's what the fat man said," Agiri said before he started speaking. Someone who couldn't say anything came to the side silently. He grabbed the blade and hilt of Hakakiri's sword and slammed his knee into it. Unfortunately, the sword was not broken and his feet were not cut off. But he was already rolling on the ground in pain. Beside the Dream Magic Tower, someone was taking advantage of the time difference between dreams and reality to think about the design of the airship. The incarnation of Fat House is nominally helping to find a solution. In fact, if he doesn't hold back, someone will burn incense and worship Buddha. At this time, Fat Mansion was teasing the silver-bearded dwarf guardian, who was locked in a birdcage and dressed in a maid uniform. Meanwhile, Lupita was chewing on the bars of the cage, preparing to bite them off before coming out to kill a fat man. The incarnation of Fat Mansion asked someone, "Can you please let that guy with the second disease out?" Staring at the structure diagram of the Goblin brand fuel propulsion mechanism analyzed from the airship, Lin said, "I don't want to either. But you also know what the climate is outside. I don't want to bet that after I come in, my body outside will be if you don't move. You won't be frozen to death due to the heat generated by your activities. With your damn mouth. It won't be surprising if I get chopped alive by Finn. So I don't dare to let you go out." The avatar of Fat Mansion shrugged. Non-committal. However, in reality, the night is not over yet. Adhering to the concept that no matter how painful it is, a real man cannot cry out. Someone gritted his teeth and returned to his position silently. because there was still one thing waiting to be clarified. He looked at the dark elf and saw that Melson's mood had eased. Instead of the shock he had when the plane crashed, Lin asked, "Misrepresenting Fastness, can you tell us why you came to us?" Realizing that the focus was back on himself. Before the dark elf spoke, he looked around again to see if there was anyone or anything he was ready to interrupt. After confirming that everything was normal, she used the elegant gesture of the dark elf and said, "Sir Tripwood, on behalf of His Majesty Fastness, I would like to invite you to the sanctuary to meet with His Majesty." "I reject." "Okay. The tunnel to the underground world closest to us is, Did you just say no?" Maya received an unexpected answer and was a little confused for a moment. She opened her eyes curiously and asked, "Why did your Majesty refuse? Even if you just meet His Majesty, you can get a lot of rewards. As far as I know, there are many Yggdrasils who have met you. You shouldn't be disgusted with such a thing, because the road is not going smoothly. I have no intention of taking a detour to the underground world." Lin pushed up his non-existent glasses and said the obvious truth. However, Mar was not sullen and said calmly, "Your Excellency should know what it means to reject His Majesty's intention. I only know what it means, Madam, when you try to push me into a situation of betrayal and alienation. I don't like this method, and I hate being forced to do anything. So I can only decline your invitation. Thank you for contacting me again." "Wait a minute, Mr. Tripwood. I don't understand what you mean." Melson frowned her beautiful eyebrows, showing just the right look of grievance, which made people reluctant to leave. "It's just that in someone's eyes, these actions just feel artificial," Lin said. "Since we arrived at Colombo Port, your presence can be observed in the crowd every time there has been a conflict. Is all this just a coincidence? Or is this just another story that forces people to go to jail? I don't care about the drama. Anyway, I don't want to. Nor am I interested in going to the underground world, no matter how great your Majesty is." Regardless of the illusion of forced to death, whether these people understand it or not, Lin Kai is impatient to deal with people who use this method. Chapter 508 Miscalculation. Of course someone is familiar with water margin. At a certain period of time, I always wanted to drop grass on a certain mountain. Later I discovered that instead of hanging out with people on the road, it was better to enjoy myself in the two-dimensional world. In this way, life can be easier. As for the several critical scenes in it, even if I don't have the ability to memorize them, I have always seen and heard them. But this is not the Song Dynasty, and the nobles of Lost Land are not so easy to take advantage of. In particular, one person's ability can make many people, a general trend that people of noble blood are good at taking advantage of, turn into a lie. And a small number of elite dead soldiers or assassins are even more meaningless. It can behead people, massacre cities, and carry out sneak attacks and assassinations. Anyone who tries to be an enemy of this magician will re-examine the reasons for their hostility after they think they know the details of their opponent, and whether it is really necessary. When the nobles are constantly encouraged to die, and they realize that their opponents are difficult to fight and suffer losses, the anger of the nobles will only be fed back to the people who encourage them behind the scenes. In other words, in the Lost Land, the powerful individual power is enough to defeat all conspiracies and calculations. So someone is not worried at all about the scene where he is surrounded by a mob. Even if it doesn't work, he can still escape using the flash technique. Faced with this strategy of using momentum to force others, if you stand on the side of the general trend and watch your opponent being overwhelmed by the momentum you borrowed, and ultimately can only move towards your own arrangement, that feeling is quite good. It's like standing in the roles of Song Jiang and Wu Yong in Water Margin. But if you become someone like Lu Junyi, Qin Ming, etc., and become a party force by the general situation controlled by others, that feeling will not be sour. Describe? Although there is no confirmation from Meyerja, as forces from different camps, if they want to forcefully invite someone to their territory as a guest, or even have someone directly change camps and join their service, there are only so many methods available. Several kinds. Lure them with benefits, or force them with power. No matter which one it is, being targeted will not be a pleasant experience. What they failed to consider was that the magician had no position in the first place. If you can openly explain your purpose as soon as you meet, then someone might consider taking a detour or other situations. But once they meet, it's such a small trick. If they are really controlled by the other party, it will just be like stepping into a quagmire and sinking deeper and deeper, and eventually no bones will be left. This method is familiar to someone before time travel. There is no reason why he would not know how to avoid it after time travel. So my Erzhan made a starting point, and then followed it up with a threatening meaning. Without thinking, Lin labeled the other person as keep away from strangers. If you don't want to be too tired, the key is to stay away from troublesome people, or people who like to make trouble. With his mind spinning, Lin decisively declined any invitation from Meyer. But the Dark Elf still refused to give up and said, "Maybe we can provide you with a bargaining chip that you can't refuse." "What bargaining chip do you have in your hands that I can't refuse?" Facing a question from a magician, Melson said confidently, "Women, wealth, power, or knowledge you can't imagine. If you want me, I can tell you if you have any questions right away." "Huh. What a meaningless bargaining chip." He smiled lightly. When Lin Xing arrived, he remembered the poetry of the down-and-out talented man, and suddenly read in his native accent, "The world laughs at me for being crazy, but I laugh at others because they can't see through it. There are no tombs of heroes from the 5 tombs, and there are no flowers or wine to cultivate the fields." Perhaps most people don't understand this passage. The 3 who understood it couldn't quite understand the charm of the 7-character poem. But as each word came out, the surrounding environment changed. The light from the fire was much dimmed, and the appearance of the airship cabin in the wind and snow gradually disappeared into the darkness. The little lights were like stars in the sky, twinkling and flickering, affecting everyone's heartbeats. Under this fall starry sky, no matter the level of strength, everyone feels the same fear. It was as if in this deep darkness, there were countless vicious beasts that devoured people, intimidating everyone. The only exception is the strongest lich present. She was the first to perceive the great terror in this starry sky, the first to study the reasons and methods of resistance and breakthrough. And she actually came up with some tricks. At least now, she can avoid the shock of this starry sky without touching the taboo. In other words, don't let the hidden existences in this starry sky regard you as your enemy. But before today, it had never been this aggressive. All the people enveloped in it were almost out of breath. Is this because the leading people are different? Or is it because of the presence of dark elves? Thin was slightly puzzled. As the targeted person, Meishan is struggling to support himself. That frightening sense of oppression was like a sharp claw grabbing one's heart and strangling one's throat. With just a slight exertion, this life will end. She had only felt this level of oppression in front of His Majesty. That time, not only many messengers and tree protectors who were higher than her fell to their knees, but most of the children and the elderly and the weak in the clan fell ill because of this. In other words, the person in front of me is of the same level as His Majesty? I remember that before leaving, His Majesty had personally mentioned to him that the person he was going to invite was a new high seat of the Turtle Dove Alliance. The name given was the name of an ordinary human being. At that time, I thought it was a slip of the tongue by His Majesty, because during the investigation, it was found that this human being was indeed related to the Banju Alliance, and there were even 2 members of the Alliance among the travelers. At that time, I thought that the truth was nothing more than this, but I never thought that maybe it wasn't His Majesty's slip of the tongue, but my own misunderstanding. As a human being, he has the qualifications to attend the high seat of the Alliance. I couldn't imagine such a ridiculous statement before, but after today, I will just think that it is a natural thing. If it is that man, if the other party really reached such a height, wouldn't his previous small actions have offended the person to death? In other words, you messed up? Realizing his mistake, the moment the starry night in the cabin dispersed and the sense of oppression disappeared, my Erzhan tried to redeem himself. But the magician who had lost interest in the conversation walked to a corner, tightly wrapped the wolf skin that he had just peeled off, and said, "It's very late. Go to bed. I'll be busy tomorrow. Also, don't come close to me when I'm sleeping. Otherwise you will encounter misfortune. Especially the goblin engineer, who has a magic-breaking dagger hidden in his arms. Be sure to remember one thing. You won't even get a chance. And as soon as you show your fangs, there will only be one result. And that is that the living goblin will become a dead goblin." Todakani, who secretly held the dagger in his arms, broke into a cold sweat again. The advantage of a sneak attack is that it catches people off guard. If surprise no longer exists, is there any possibility of success? Especially after the horrific experience just now. He didn't even know where he had the courage to hold the dagger now. But when he wanted to let go, his fingers seemed so stiff, as if they were not his own. The person who fell asleep returned to the dreamland. After returning to his original short and thin body, a certain incarnation felt more accustomed to it. However, seeing this thin man in uniform appear, The original version was startled and asked, "What's wrong? Did I really die? If you freeze to death, it can only be considered a violent death, not the end of your life." The second incarnation told the facts very rationally, although it sounded like a complaint. This was also because someone's question was too blind, too lazy to say anything to such a stupid person. The second incarnation simply said, "In reality, a group of snow wolves are hunted, and the fur of the snow wolves is obtained to keep warm, so that they will not freeze to death for the time being. So take a nap and let your body recover. It won't be a big problem if you recover from fatigue." "That's right. Is there anything big happening outside?" the original asked. The second incarnation thought seriously for 3 minutes and said, "Well, no. There was no destruction of the world, no attack of the devil, no arrival of the brave, and no twilight of the gods. Sure enough, there was no big event. This world was so peaceful that it was a bit boring." The second incarnation thought so. That's good. Someone who didn't think much about it was really worried about the matter at hand. Seeing that there was an extra person to help, he immediately assigned a bunch of work to the other person and said, "Help me help and make a design optimization plan based on the estimated distribution plan of the existing materials." "Why doesn't Fatty do anything?" the second incarnation asked. "Well, many reasons," someone from the original version said with some embarrassment. The boy in uniform with glasses said nothing more, took the file that was thrown over, pulled it open, and started calculating. Of course, at times like this, some private goods must be added. He casually took out a long-cherished design plan and was about to compare and revise it when the boring guy from the original version slashed the boy on the head with a knife. "Throw away your airship transformation plan." A certain original product, who was about to go crazy, grabbed the collar of the uniformed boy and said through gritted teeth, "It's a man's dream to ride a giant robot. Can you throw away your dream?" The second incarnation almost shouted, questioning himself who had lost his dream. "Your mother! Don't talk to me about your dreams at this time. If I had unlimited resources, I would make you the big red lotus naked eyes. The problem is that we are in distress now, and escaping alive is more important than anything else. Now is the time to show your full potential. There is no time to use Gaishian's spirit. It is not the time to have that big spring and autumn dream." While saying this, Lin roughly tore apart the projection screen in front of Chunni's avatar. He cursed and said, "Damn it! 1 and 2 are the same, and they are all useless." After complaining, he walked aside and took out the original plan to be calculated again. The second incarnation walked up to the fat man, who was teasing the maid in the birdcage, and asked, "Did this guy eat explosives? Considering that he was almost blown up to the sky just now, it's not a big problem now," the avatar of Fat Mansion said while putting the bird-teasing stick into the cage. One of them didn't pay attention and was bitten by the silver-bearded dwarf guardian wearing a maid's outfit. The two were fighting. The second incarnation suddenly asked, "By the way, what did you do to get kicked aside to play with birds? I just suggested painting, and I was rushed here. Is it too much to ask for a painful painting?" Chapter 509 New Airship Design. Early in the morning, thanks to the kindly donated furs of the snow wolves, everyone was saved from freezing to death. But that didn't mean that the night was peaceful. First of all, the dark elf wanted to make up for his mistake. While everyone seemed to be asleep, he touched the man's side several times, hoping to have a soft and fragrant jade drama to keep him warm on a snowy night. Sadly, someone's bedtime warning is not something they say lightly. The flash barrier during sleep still functions normally, but it's just not the same as before. In the past, I used the extra-dimensional exile technique. No matter if it was a mosquito or a killer, I just threw it into an unknown place, and the world became peaceful again. But since he knew that the extra-dimensional banishment technique might cause trouble to those big guys, in order to prevent those whose homes were littered with garbage from going crazy, Lin modified the design of the flash technique and disabled the extra-dimensional banishment technique. Simply put, it means specifying the destination instead of randomly transmitting it. Make judgments based on the speed and volume of objects that break into your warning range. Small and fast things, such as bows and arrows, flying knives, etc., go back in the same direction wherever they come from. If it is large in size, and not fast enough to prevent people from guarding against it, it will be randomly teleported 10 to 100 meters in the air. Of course, it can't be directly above you. Anyway, just let the other person leave you. But this modification also increases the action time of the defensive flash spell from 3 microseconds to 7 microseconds. which is more than doubled. Just looking at the increase, it seems that the time spent has increased a lot. But in fact, whether it is the extra-dimensional exile technique or the modified defensive flash technique, it is much faster than human reaction speed. Simply put, even well-trained warriors still cannot react before being teleported by the flash technique. And Marshawn just enjoyed falling from high altitudes several times. Fortunately, the height is not too high, only between 3 and 30 floors. Being proficient in magic, she used the feather falling technique, and with the snow on the ground, even though she would be a little embarrassed when she landed, she would not be harmed. After a few attempts, she completely understood why no assassin was willing to take on the job of assassinating this magician. Because it is impossible to succeed. There might be some chance of poisoning, cursing, or targeting the people around him. But as long as he is not killed immediately, no one can escape the pursuit of this magician. No one who collects money to buy his life is a dead soldier. No one would take a job that is money, and no life to spend. Especially the reputation of this magician is notorious in the other world. Although no one has counted the exact number, there are at least hundreds of people who have said they want to assassinate the magician, but whose whereabouts are unknown. This does not include those assassins who plan to make a fortune quietly without any fanfare. The goblin father and daughter pretended to be asleep, but they also wanted to try their luck while the target was asleep. He leaned on the dagger in his arms that he bought from a stolen goods dealer and was said to have the effect of breaking evil spirits. However, after witnessing several defeats by the Dark Elves, Totokani completely gave up the idea of resisting. Regardless of the praise or criticism in the rumors, he could no longer muster the determination to compete with this magician. Not to mention his strength. This magician's skills are too weird. At least with his top intelligence among the goblins, he couldn't imagine any way to crack it. Moreover, the other party will not just let others experiment on how to break through his defenses and successfully kill him. If you don't succeed once, there will definitely be no second chance. The night inside the airship cabin was not peaceful. Nor was it peaceful outside. The two girls, who woke up early in the morning and were preparing for their routine work, soon discovered traces of intruders outside and lost most of the snow wolf meat. Although the season has entered spring, there is still wind and snow on the mountains. And the temperature is of course very low. In this environment, the preservation of meat does not require any special treatment. Just throw it outside. However, the meat is still meat, and there may not be the threat of spoilage in such an environment, but it may be eaten by other scavenging animals. Although the two girls set up a barrier for concealment and protection before going to bed last night, when the barrier was discovered this morning, it had been destroyed and the place was in a mess because of someone's not-so-good habits. Coupled with the convenience of the arcane eye, what happened at night was quickly presented to everyone in the form of images. Under the moonlit night, the huge black figure broke through the magic circle set up by the two apprentices, as easily as rubbing wet fingers through a layer of paper. The opponent did not recite a spell like a human, nor did he use his innate skills like an ordinary monster. He just raised his head and walked in, and the barrier was silently shattered. Seeing such a scene, the two girls shrank their necks in fear and looked at their elder sister like quails, fearing that this one would arrest them for special training again. But Finn is not that cruel, because it is normal for the opponents shown in the picture to be no match for those two wild girls. Even if she takes action in person, she has to be a little more serious to be able to take down the opponent, because that huge figure is a black dragon, a creature born to destroy magic. Its magic resistance is so high that it makes magicians want to take a detour when they see it. The characteristic of spitting acid is acid, and the dragon language magic ability is considered weak among the various dragons and metal dragons. But that is also relatively speaking. Compared to ordinary magicians and magic apprentices, black dragons are invincible. But this black dragon looks particularly miserable. His wings were broken. He was lame. He was blind in one eye. And even a few of his claws were missing. He was too thin for a dragon's size and looked malnourished. With the black dragon's appearance, even if Finn doesn't need to step in to solve it, I'm afraid the two girls can successfully conquer it using all kinds of luxurious equipment developed by their teacher. However, after many lessons, the two finally learned well, and they did not actively ask for a fight. But the black dragon's behavior still caused trouble to them. After all, the valuable food was eaten. So the two girls were waiting for their teacher's attitude, whether they wanted to kill him or let him go. Finn looked at the black dragon in the picture and asked, "How about it? What should I do with this big guy?" Someone who was thinking about it thought of a question. Are dragons scavengers? If not, Then why did it choose to eat wolf meat that had been drained of blood instead of breaking into the cabin of the crashed airship and choosing to eat living people in their sleep? Will the black dragon care about anyone? Thinking about the various wounds on the other party's body. They are not new wounds, but old wounds. And they are the kind of old wounds that leave permanent damage. This black dragon looked like a lame, leprosy old dog that Lin had met before time travel. Rummaging through garbage for food on the street. Lin sighed and said, "Forget it. You will be eaten if you eat it. I have no time to deal with this dragon now. Turning off the external surveillance screen at night, Lin used the coffin to remove the man who had been busy in the dream for several days. The results are shown. This is what we have to do next. Use the materials of the original airship and existing materials to repair this airship. What is displayed in front of everyone in the form of a three-dimensional image is not the appearance of an airship that can be seen conventionally in Midland. The original shape of the pod was similar to that of two sharp-bottomed ships connected in parallel, and the connecting passage in the middle was expanded into a cabin for use. Lin directly buckled the hulls at the two ends together and merged them into a fusiform structure. After the original airbag exploded and burned, the remaining parts were simply not enough to create a huge airbag that could be filled with enough air to float. Therefore, these fabrics were modified into parts similar to aircraft wings and vertical tail rudders. But it is not responsible for providing the buoyancy required for flight, but is used to control the direction. So the parts on both sides are more like flaps. The shape imitates dragon wings, or bat wings. The calculated curvature of the main bracket can maximize the use of the remaining airbag fabric and provide sufficient flight flexibility. The propulsion mechanism part was originally intended to be directly used as a turbojet engine for fighter aircraft. It's a pity that I'm not an undergraduate major, so I don't understand. However, I had learned the principles of internal combustion engines in high school, and at that crazy age later on, I had modified the engines of motorcycles and cars, so I was somewhat familiar with this part. In particular, the Goblin's primitive propulsion mechanism already has the prototype of an internal combustion engine. Although according to someone's design, there are a lot of parts that need to be modified, and it can even be said to be remade. However, since the design of the propulsion mechanism and the propeller already exists in the mysterious land, it means that this design will be easier for people to accept and understand. It only needs to modify some concepts. The propulsion mechanism was redesigned as an engine, using a reciprocating piston internal combustion engine with a radial engine layout. A single engine is equipped with 15 cylinders. Therefore, the airship was simplified from the original design of 7 or 8 propulsion mechanisms to 2 symmetrical rear-mounted engines with the blades facing backward. The reason why the propeller blades of the Earth are not arranged forward is because most of the airship propulsion mechanisms in Midland are designed in a similar way, forcibly moving the engine to the front, or adding a wing design and placing the engine on both sides would require too many changes, and the existing materials and time are not enough to make such a major change, unless you really intend to restore everything back to its raw materials and start over. The device that provides buoyancy is based on the gravity changes of apprentice-level 3-ring magic, and an anti-gravity device is directly designed. When I suddenly saw something like this among a bunch of ultra-backward and crude airship designs, someone who was doing research on airships was quite shocked. But after all, this is a magical world. Although anti-gravity devices can be regarded as standard equipment for airships in Lost Land, there are also different levels. The most advanced one is, of course, that the buoyancy is completely provided by the anti-gravity device, so it can stay on the ground all year round. The luxurious and top-notch airships manufactured by some major countries do not have this level of quality and dare not call themselves luxurious. Other than that, airships rely on the assistance of vertical propellers or airbags to obtain additional buoyancy. Basically, if a huge airbag is used, the buoyancy provided by the anti-gravity device must be relatively small. This was also one of the reasons why the Hindenburg crashed before, although it was also equipped with an anti-gravity device. It was produced by Goblin and was the same as nothing, so it crashed. Chapter 510 Task Assignment. Ordinary airship builders will of course hope to create the most perfect work. But the reason why anti-gravity devices cannot be popularized is of course cost and technology. The principle of this device is to use several precious magic materials to create a device called a floating stone. Fix it on the airship, and take the ship body away from gravity. Not only is the manufacturing cost high, but the continuous replenishment of subsequent capabilities is also a shocking expense. The top-level floating stones are undoubtedly the top-level devices powered by Misaronic cores on those 5 sky islands. On the other hand, There are very few magicians who can make floating stones. Especially the larger the floating stones, the more difficult it is to make. That's not just a matter of enlarging the small floating stone several times. In addition, it is necessary to integrate the magic array and the pipeline to supply magic power, and install it on an airship with limited space to become a veritable anti-gravity device. The knowledge required is even more complex and complex. That being said, for someone who can transform the magic tower to a point that no one else can imitate, none of the above is a problem. What's more, someone had completed the relevant design plan a long time ago, but he just couldn't find the opportunity to put it into practice. Now is a great time to experiment. After explaining the various parts of the new airship, Lin began to assign work. First, I will take the lead on the main hull part, and then Totokani and 6 other people, including Polly, Germaine, Marek, and Freya, will be responsible for it. Then Riley, I will give you the ship-cutting knife to use. Your mission, I'll get enough wood, and I'll give you the requirements list and specifications later. Using the ship-cutting knife? Am I alone? The simple and taciturn silver-bearded dwarf didn't know whether he was flattered or a little surprised to be excluded from important work. In this regard, Lin explained, don't be fooled by the name of the ship-cutting knife. It was originally used to saw wood. As for the job of cutting wood to you, it is because although this job seems boring and it's simple, but the wood needed to repair the airship is not readily available. There are many requirements, including processing, which is not easier than blacksmithing, but you can't waste too much manpower. For this, I can only leave it to you who is the most trustworthy and capable of completing the work on your own. You know what your good brother is like. Hey! Germaine yelled dissatisfied when he was glanced at with a hint. That's right. So leave this aspect to me. Riley gave his brother a timely stab. Of course, Germaine said again. Hey! Am I so unbearable? Regardless of the dissatisfaction of a certain dwarf, Lin turned to look at his 2 apprentices and said, your job is not easy either. You have to distill and separate the oil from the original airship and purify it as much as possible. Its characteristics. But the remaining residue cannot be discarded casually. It may be used depending on the situation. Distillation? Separation? The 2 girls, each with a question, tilted their heads and looked at their teacher. When he discovered that Totokani's airship was powered by fuel, Lin went out of his way to take a look at the fuel situation. Sure enough, although the oil was dug out, it was still in a very primitive state without any refining and had quite a lot of impurities. A lot of impurities means it is easy to deposit carbon, which is the main source of black smoke. At the same time, the combustion efficiency will also be reduced, so that the machine will not be able to exert the power of its original design, and the situation will get worse. By using distillation to separate, we do not expect to obtain aviation-grade fuel, but we must at least remove impurities and purify them as much as possible. As long as you do this, the engine life, horsepower and maintenance intervals can be increased. So Lin said, I have taught you a lot of relevant chemical knowledge in the past. If you still don't understand, you can read books or ask people. But don't think about relying on others for everything. Just waiting for others to give orders. If you in this life, you just clean, cook, and help in experiments, so anyone can take your place. So work hard. If you want to leave this lish place as soon as possible, I don't have time to keep an eye on your progress. These words were quite serious, and the expressions of the 2 girls became serious. From childhood to adulthood, when their teacher spoke some truth seriously and did not listen carefully, he would always change some methods to impress others, which would only lead to a lot more suffering. But someone's request caught them off guard, so they all turned to look at their elder sister. There's no need to look any further, Lin said. You sisters also have things to be busy with. When he heard his name being called, Finn cast a curious look but said nothing. Lin directly threw a list of requirements into Finn's virtual field of vision and said, I have to trouble you about the program control part. I didn't take them to do the hardware part of the airship. I just stared at it. I won't be worried. As for the software part, there is no one more suitable and more reassuring than you. After briefly browsing the requirements, it doesn't look like something that was rushed out in a hurry. The interfaces, processes, and scenarios of various mechanical controls above are quite clearly stated. There won't be any big problem in doing it. The problem is that this amount is too much. He didn't say anything either. Just looked at someone with his eyes. Len Hui said, in the early stage, when the hardware has not been completed, the program only needs to build a rough framework. Wait until the hardware is matched with the hardware in the later stage, and then adjust it together, as long as the progress allows. I will ask Freya to go help you. Also, the requirements may change during the manufacturing process, so please be careful about the freedom of adjustment. Then nodded and started studying the contents of the list. Yuzov Gontia, who was not named at this time, asked, Sir Tripwood, I also need to rely on everyone's efforts to get out of this mountain alive. But I also know that for repairing the flying sky my knowledge is of no use. So please let me help wherever labor is needed. No. I have a very important job that I must entrust to you. Please say. That's hunting. Hunting? Although he was a little confused at first, Yuzov soon noticed that after the airship crashed, most of the supplies and food stores were destroyed in the fire. How to ensure food sources has become the most important thing. As for water, there is a world of silvery snow outside, so there is no need to worry about the source of drinking water. But it's really difficult for him, who was originally an assassin, to do the work of a hunter. Especially now it is still very cold in the mountains, and with the snow covering everywhere, it is even more difficult to find prey. This does not include the levels of the monsters active in the Jura Mountains. A few other hunters are just here to stuff the teeth of these monsters. But what needs to be done must be done. Otherwise everyone will starve, let alone escape alive. So Yuzov gritted his teeth, patted his chest and promised, Leave it to me. Oh, you're really trustworthy. After praising him, Lin turned his head and said to Kaya, Girl, bring that rifle over. Someone made a short gun and a machine gun. How could he not make a long gun? But there are really not many uses for the spear for this group of people. In the war against the centaurs, a spear was of no use. Normally, self-defense is the domain of short guns. Although it has been specially adjusted for hunting functions, Kaya prefers crossbows, while Halloumi is a sling. So this rifle has not had a chance to be officially unveiled since it was completed. But now I have to ask Yuzov to hunt. And this rifle will come in handy, in view of the situation where the magic bullet will cause great damage to the target object after hitting it, which means that the hit part cannot be eaten at all. The rifle has been designed to adjust. Its attack is armor-piercing. That is, the magic bullet does not remain in the target's body, but mainly penetrates it. In this way, it is possible to avoid the expansion of the damage scope of the magic power within the target object and reduce the edible part. Such a change caused the magic gun's attack power to drop significantly. The lethality of this rifle was not even as good as the imitation PPK the two girls were accustomed to using. This is one of the reasons why things are discarded after they are made. However, this rifle is specially designed for hunting and is equipped with a small arcane eye and water mirror magic stone. Used together, it can detect a range within a radius of 1 to 3 kilometers, and no living thing can escape. And because it is a magic gun, even ordinary people may use strong emotions to control the direction of the shot to a minimum during the aiming process. Therefore, as long as the target hole, front sight, and target are in line, and you have a strong psychological desire to hit the target smoothly, the enchantment effect of the gun will be that you will hit the target with perfect accuracy. The disadvantage is, of course, that it is easy to get mentally tired, because mental energy will be consumed during the shooting process. After demonstrating the various functions of the rifle, Lin put the gun in Yuzov's hand and warned, Although it is very convenient to use, new weapons always have some weaknesses that we have not discovered yet. So please be careful, be careful. If you are really facing a life-threatening situation, please pull the gun and shoot out the magic stones in the magazine. This method is not the same as the original power. The amount of ammunition is limited, considering that we may need magic stones to provide power to start or operate the airship. Please use it with caution in this regard. Yuzov took the rifle and opened the life detection map, which was displayed on the water mirror screen. Because it was a rough guide map for hunting, the map displayed did not contain much useless information. It only had contour lines of simple terrain heights and light spots marking life forms. The light spots range from white to colorful. White represents ordinary beasts without magical power, while Warcraft corresponds to its color according to the level classification of the Adventurers Guild. As can be seen from the picture, the most numerous white light spots are, of course, but there are also a few colored light spots, most of which are distributed between green and cyan, which can be regarded as mid to high level Warcraft. By the way, the group of snow wolves killed last night will appear yellow-green on the picture according to the detection of the rifle. In terms of ability value, they can be said to be the weakest monsters within the detection range, but they have a numerical advantage. Chapter 511, the so-called no big deal. In terms of adventurer strength grading, Yusuf Ganch's evaluation is yellow level, which is probably lower middle level. This is already a very high praise for adventurers. If he was hunting those wild animals, Yusuf would be 100% sure with a rifle in his hand, but if the target were those monsters, there would be risks. So he still needed melee weapons. As a long-range magic weapon, the rifle is undoubtedly revolutionary. Maybe in the eyes of Lin and others, there are various flaws. But that's all about comparison. Compared with the crossbows commonly used in the Lost Land, they are far superior. But for Yusuf, there are still shortcomings. The most fatal one is unfamiliarity. The risk is very high when using unfamiliar weapons to deal with monsters of a higher level than yourself. And if you want to hunt within this range, or in other words, if you want to hunt deep in the Jura Mountains, it will be difficult to avoid confrontation with Warcraft. In that situation, he still needs the most familiar melee weapons, at least to be able to protect his life. It's just that all his weapons and equipment were damaged when the airship crashed. It was either smashed or bent out of shape, making it impossible to even use it normally. So, are there any melee weapons you can lend me? Yusuf asked. For melee combat, use this. He handed the weapon that suddenly appeared in his hand to Yusuf. The next man looked shocked and said in a trembling voice, This is Hakakiri. Hey, please give me some advice. Hakakiri said politely while being held. Lenny said to the sword, I ask you to take good care of it. Yusuf still had an expression of disbelief and asked, Is it really okay to lend me this sword? Your Excellency, are you not afraid? I'm afraid? I'm also worried that you won't dare to use it because of this wicked guy. Don't worry. If it happens, I'm worried that you will abscond with the treasure. Where are you planning to escape to? The two people talking looked towards the silver world outside the airship and sighed in unison. Yusuf said, Indeed. It seems that he can't escape. That's right. Besides, as long as the magic circle used to locate Hagiri's body does not take the initiative to clear it, no matter where it is, I can summon it back to my own hand. Or the other way around. I can go to it next to me. So I won't worry about it being stolen or not returning it. Unless this guy doesn't want to stay with me anymore. After making a ha 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 ha, Hagiri said, How is that possible? If the level of interest is rated at 100 points as a perfect score and 600 points as a pass, most people only score between 10 and 20 points. Yusuf is not bad. Yes, his previous adventures were quite interesting. I give him a 25-point rating. Only then did Yusuf remember that the worst thing about this sword was that he couldn't hide anything. But forget it. I don't have any secrets or plans anyway. And that's all it would be if it was known. So when it came to the long sword in his hand, he asked casually, So, how do you rate Mr. Tripwood in your mind? 300 points. Regarding the random evaluation of a certain sword, Lin couldn't help complaining. You just said you got a perfect score of 100. Where did 300 come from? Your situation is 3 times more interesting. Forget it. Lin was too lazy to spend time arguing with the sword. He only said, In short, for the little Jojo that others have in their hearts, you should keep your mouth open and stop talking nonsense on the street. Sure. Listening to what the Hakiri in his hand said, Yusuf could only smile bitterly. With the thing in hand, the current situation should be regarded as riding a tiger. But someone doesn't care about this. For him, if he wants to leave this age, Lish plays as soon as possible. He can't waste a single second. So Lin first went to the Goblin Totokani and asked about the original structure and materials of the airship. Although the previous investigation gave him a certain understanding of these, asking him himself could confirm whether he had made any omissions. And he could also compare the two and get some additional information. For example, does this goblin have anything to hide? Is it worthy of trust? Etc. However, there was one person present who did not receive any assignment. She didn't think she could just sit back and enjoy the success. If she was left behind when it was time to leave, the reason would be that she didn't help in any way, and even the majesty behind her wouldn't say anything. He who does not work does not gain. This principle can be said to be the supreme law among groups other than the aristocracy. If the sapiens in the Lost Land want to fight against the cruel nature, they can't do it without mutual cooperation. When someone doesn't fit in, others have no obligation to selflessly contribute. Therefore, my Erzon must find his own position among this group of people. Otherwise he will become the one who is abandoned. As for turning against each other and seizing the leadership of the group, without those two magicians, The Dark Elf messenger of World Tree Fasces might give it a try. But the reality is that any thought of challenging those two people is classified as quite irrational behavior by my Erzon. Therefore, the Dark Elf, who did not want to be abandoned and fend for himself, could only ask, "Sir, is there anything I can do to help? Ms. Marchand, you?" This person is actually not that scheming. This is because his common sense is different from the common sense of the Midi people. He had been a tool man for a period of time before traveling through time. His attitude towards beautiful women was basically to treat them as guests and keep them at a distance, which was the same attitude as Master Confucius towards ghosts and gods. In addition, I don't know what the other person knows, and she is not a friend who knows her well enough to talk to her about anything. So I simply don't assign her anything. It's just this attitude that caused misunderstandings among the Dark Elves who had common sense in the land. My Erzon said, "I know that you are still unhappy because of the mistakes I made before, and even refused the invitation of His Majesty Fastness. If you are going to abandon me when you can leave, then you might as well give it to me now. It's a pleasure. Only in this way can I confess to your Majesty. If you are willing to forgive me, please let me help you and take me out of here. Show your Majesty your attitude and the mistakes I have made. At that time, I believe that the next messenger sent by your Majesty will bring his goodwill, and not the conflict caused by misunderstanding." After listening to what the Dark Elf said, someone who thought about it for a while felt like he had been tricked by another short guy. This is no big deal. Rejecting the request of a top boss in Midland. How is this any different from committing suicide? I have already said the problematic words. But now I am changing my words, which feels even more troublesome. So when his thoughts changed, Lin had to pretend and said, "In that case, please help Yuzov hunt. The more prey, the better, because their function is not limited to food. Maybe they are also needed for the lubrication of machines. Lots of animal fat. Okay, Your Excellency." After receiving the task assignment, Melson couldn't hide his excitement. Someone was secretly wiping a cold sweat. As for the excuse I just mentioned, it's not actually an excuse. Machines must be lubricated not only to ensure the life of the machine, but also to ensure smooth operation. The production of lubricating oil and engine oil was originally planned. Since the food assurance team has an extra manpower, the production of animal oil will be advanced. After all, the petrochemical and synthetic oil matter is not yet settled. For the refining of crude oil, someone can talk about it. If you want to further process it, you have to re-click the technology tree. This is not the right thing to do right now. As for my Urshan's weapon, it is a short sword that she carries with her, because there was only one rifle. It was also given to Yuzov, while the other weapons were somewhat damaged and were scheduled to be dismantled into materials by someone. In the end, it was Kaya who pieced together a complete crossbow from several damaged crossbows, including the last few crossbow arrows, and gave it to the Dark Elves as a weapon for hunting and self-defense. When everyone's tasks were assigned, everyone quickly started their own work. If you want to escape from the Jura Mountains, a place that cannot be called safe and comfortable, as soon as possible, everyone must try their best. The first person to enter working mode is the Lich, who has been entrusted with individual tasks. The list of requirements given by Lin is actually divided into several stages. The first stage of programming is actually just a very rough control of on or off, and various parameters are entered manually or temporarily adjusted. This is very similar to the most primitive way of casting spells. One magic, one effect. Which magic to use depends on what the needs are at the moment. The second stage of programming begins with automation, including required parameter input, all based on conditional automatic detection and automatic judgment. This is used to simplify the operation of various machinery and equipment on the airship, or the control of magic. The third stage of programming begins to integrate all functions, because for an airship to operate or perform any control, it is not just a matter of adjusting a single machine, but involves the coordinated actions of all equipment. How to simplify and coordinate the control of the entire airship is the focus of this stage. Basically, Ling Gathan's suggestion is to complete one stage of the program design of the overall airship first, and then consider the next stage of the program when you have enough energy. In this way, if the repair of the airship is completed first, even if only the second or even the first stage is completed in terms of procedures, the airship can be put into use and leave this ghost place as soon as possible. The two girls also completed their work very quickly, because they were warned that the remaining fuel, but the hope of everyone leaving, should not be wasted casually. Therefore, they only used a relatively small part for refining experiments. Under Kaya's leadership, they quickly further refined the oil on the original airship into oil and gas, light oil, kerosene, diesel, heavy oil and asphalt. Basically, this kind of result is almost the same as the oil refining result that Lin knew. But this is only a small amount of distillation. So they use clumsy methods and use magic to do hard work. Step by step. The second task the two girls faced was how to use about 1,000 gallons of raw oil to perform the same work. The members of the hunting group gained a lot. After all, they had built-in radar to search for prey. In addition to being able to quickly find targets, they also avoided being attacked by monsters several times, and even killed the attacking monsters. The shortcoming is that the black dragon will come and steal everyone's food every 2 or 3 days. Although Yuzov suggested hunting the crippled black dragon, the two magicians who might have the ability to do so were too busy to take any notice of it, while the others relied solely on their magic guns. It is completely insufficient. This is because the essence of the magic gun energy bullet is a magic element driven by power. And the black dragon's magic resistance can be said to be the highest innate resistance among all biological types. Except for the world tree. The output power of the magic gun basically cannot break through the black dragon's resistance. So the matter has been delayed. Chapter 512 Repair Progress 1. Of all the groups, the one with the most complicated work is of course the repair group of the airship itself. Although this level of restoration seems to be no different from remaking in the eyes of others. The first thing to be completed is the main structure of the airship, which is the shuttle-shaped hull part. The reason why we are rushing to complete this part is because there are no docks or workers' dormitories on site. The hull is completed as soon as possible and can also serve as a place for rest and work. Basically, as long as the work does not occupy a large area or requires ventilation, it will be carried out inside the ship. After all, it was too cold outside. Even if you were wrapped in a layer of snow wool fur, the biting wind would still get through the gaps in your clothes, making you shiver with cold. Although the original airship pod that crashed has been repaired and modified, some bulkheads are still damaged. It would have to wait until Riley made the right boards before it could be fully closed. However, it is not a big problem to temporarily use the extra wolf skin to cover it. Lin even took out the magical metal water pattern copper from the materials he carried, and applied a layer of film to the inside of the ship, and using this metal film, then carved the magic circle that covered the ship's hull. In addition to blocking the intrusion of wind and snow, it also has the function of heating the cabin. In fact, this layer of magical metal film plays a large role in Lin's design, even though it has a very experimental nature. However, we have to wait for the follow-up work to be completed before we can coordinate with the layout. The part that needs more attention is the boat-shaped cabin on one side of the original pod. Due to the fall, part of the keel was damaged. According to other people's suggestions, the damaged but not broken keel was used as the upper half of the fusiform hull, because the weight was borne by the lower half. However, this opinion was not adopted by Lin, because in his design, the entire fusiform hull will withstand the wind pressure brought by high speed, and no part can use such substandard and almost damaged parts. In addition, Lin's design required an anti-gravity device that was different from the common sense of the lost Earth. So the keel that was about to be damaged was reinforced with the secret iron collected by someone. The processing characteristics of secret iron are very similar to those of rippled copper. Water pattern copper can be transformed into very thin sheets using magic shaping, covering any object to form an outer membrane. It is difficult for ordinary craftsmen to use the characteristics of water-grain copper to make any good weapons and equipment. Most of them are art magicians, who use them to make relief sculptures. Therefore, in the magician market, water pattern copper is a low-priced, but also very rare material. Because there is no market, no one will mine it in large quantities. But with such characteristics, ordinary materials can be covered with a layer of film, and then a magic circle can be carved to form a magic circuit. This kind of use has actually been discovered a long time ago. But all previous weapons and equipment were of the melee type, and the layer of water pattern copper has no defensive power at all. Especially the thinner it is, the easier it is to destroy. But someone uses it for parts that are not directly against the enemy, such as the magic tower in the past or the airship now. The characteristics of secret iron are also very similar. They require a basic material and then attach to it. Secret iron can be transformed into a liquid form by the shaping spell and seep into the pores of other materials. Even high-level magicians can make secret iron become like water and wet other materials. But this is not the same as the so-called alloy on Earth. 1 is 1 and 2 is 2. The same object has two properties and can be used for two purposes. Therefore, secret iron is a difficult material to use for most magicians in Lost Land. But at the moment, secret iron can be used as a material to strengthen the keel, and allow the keel to be attached with magic and carve magic circles. Ordinary materials cannot be messed up like this. Ordinary materials that cannot carry magical power will be eroded by the power and decay. The joint between the upper and lower halves of the fusiform hull is made of magic material embedded in the edge of the original hull. And then the upper and lower halves are buckled together. The reason for being so cautious is because the wings, rudder, and joints for the external engine are to be arranged along the horizontal central axis of the fusiform hull. And ordinary materials cannot achieve the complex structure designed by Lin. Strength of the main structure was completed. And then Lin did a second small division of labor. Marit and Freya, two female silver-bearded dwarves, were responsible for the production of the wings and stern rudder, using three-dimensional solid-scale explosions that even an idiot can understand. There was no difficulty in this part. Just follow the schedule. As for the source of materials, the airfoil part is the remaining airbag fabric of the original airship. The frame part is the magic material of the original airship, which is a relatively rigid magic metal. Light tile steel, where steel, which has a similar name, is characterized by its hardness and heavy weight, while inclined steel is hard, light and tough. Of course, the value is also relatively high, so there were only a few goblin cannons on the original airship, and such magic materials were used in key parts. Therefore, during the repair process, the amount of lightweight Warley steel that can be used is quite small. And before dismantling the artillery, Todakani had to fight tooth and nail to block it. Eventually, Lin used it for the skeleton part of the wings. As long as Marit and Freya don't waste anything during the production process, it will be enough for the wings and stern rudder designed by Lin. Lin, Germain, and the goblin father and daughter started making the engine. Although someone has touched the Earth's engine, there is a huge difference between being able to repair it, or watching others repair it, and building one yourself. In particular, the motorcycle engine that someone has touched is a single-cylinder engine, while the car engine has only been touched with a V-shaped 6-cylinder engine. But for the radial engine, I have only seen the schematic diagram and never touched the real thing. To this end, Lin used a lot of calculations and simulations, and actually built and tested the effects of the actual machine before finally finalizing the engine design. During the process, Marit, who was originally interested in getting involved, impatiently returned to the work on the wings after she hung up the two engines. In fact, this was also expected by someone. Compared with other silver-bearded dwarf men, Marit has skills and strength, but she has no patience and the courage to face setbacks. The production of ship wings is done with an end in sight and requires meticulous work. But for engines that have never been built before, they have to find a way forward through constant failures. Germain can do this, and so can Goblin Todakani. Fortunately, there are races like dwarves present who are very familiar with metals, and magic materials can be shaped and transformed by magic at will. This allows us to recycle materials and then recreate them through constant failures. Moreover, making engines in Mystery is not like on Earth. There is a major difficulty that needs to be overcome: materials. Earth's material science has no meaning in Midland. This is because the craftsmen of Midland have very few, or even no, habits of using alloy. After all, the types of magic materials are too complex. If one material fails to pass the test, you can always find another that meets the standards and can pass the test. Secondly, the alloys of the Earth. No matter what kind of smelting process is used, different metals are still different metals. From the perspective of molecular structure, different metals are distinct from each other, but magic materials are different. After Lin obtained microscopic observation methods, he also analyzed magic materials. The so-called magic material combines a variety of heavy metal atoms that are impossible to combine based on geochemical knowledge at the molecular level to form a stable molecular structure, and it must be a complex polyhedral type. Lin has some guesses about how these heavy metal atoms break through the limitations of valence electrons, react with each other, and combine together, and it seems that the answer is obvious. That is, magical power. Power fills the molecular chain, connecting these atoms that are impossible to synthesize. And this should be the reason why they are called magic materials and have special properties. Lin once thought that since he could observe the molecular formula of magic materials, and knew that power was used to catalyze its reaction, so is it possible for me to mass-produce certain expensive and rare materials? But just thinking about it will make the water flow away. Not to mention that on Earth, the pursuit of alchemy, which turns stone into gold, is still a joke among people drinking and having fun in modern times. In the Lost Land, even if it was really possible, it would probably not be a way to attract money, but a way to attract jealousy and death. And it is conceivable that what they will face this time will be a greedy beast at the national level, as well as endless pursuit. In addition, the greatest use of magic materials in the Lost Land is in the production of weapons. To put it simply, if magic materials with certain characteristics could be mass-produced at will, it would only expand the war conflicts in the Lost Land. It's neither good for the people nor self-interest, so it's sad to spend so much time doing these studies. So someone simply gave up on this idea. He also once thought about using magic materials to play with alloys and create a new material science in the world. But the conclusion is that when different magic materials are fused together, in most cases the advantages of each other will be offset or weakened. If you are not lucky, unimaginable reaction changes will occur and cause harm. This makes it understandable why humans, elves, and dwarves, the way of forging in Midland is just to forge, shape, and other processing of raw materials, and then enchant them, without considering other deep processing that changes the properties of objects. Due to this environment, there are quite a few methods for using magic materials to simply solve the problems that have troubled people on Earth for a long time. Among Lin's original concerns, the two biggest difficulties in the production process were welding and sealing. On Earth, the joint between the same metal or between different metals is not like wood, which can use a mortise and tenon structure, in addition to using a large number of rivets. It also uses welding. When making machines such as engines, sealing is especially important, whether it is a cylinder that relies on pressure changes to operate, or a crankcase that maintains lubricating oil capacity to prevent leakage. If the sealing is not adequate, the engine's power and life will be greatly reduced. Chapter 513 Repair Progress 2. The experience of dwarves and goblins is very precious to Lin. Whether it is their secret techniques for processing metal materials, or their insights into the combination and use of different metals, they are not comparable to a magician who teaches himself by trial and error. Needless to say, welding, whether it was dwarves, goblins, or even Lin, had made some adhesives for magic metals before. These adhesives are actually made from other magical materials. A good adhesive not only connects two different metals together, it can even connect the power transmission between them and become a whole. As for issues such as high temperature and aging, adhesives made from most magic materials do not exist. To relieve the bonding state, there are corresponding potions. The ingredients of the potion are also different. As long as there is no right medicine, it is impossible to hope to relieve the adhesion. This is one of the reasons why dwarves and goblins regard these methods as secret. No one wants their potion formula to leak out, allowing others to easily destroy their work. As for the same materials, it is easier to handle. A magic shaping technique can need multiple materials of the same material together like playing with clay. As for the sealing issue, it is a little more troublesome. Previously, Lin also wanted to find rubber, or similar plasticized products extracted from crude oil, to make sealing presses. But both dwarves and goblins have given a very confusing way to solve such a problem. When materials of the same material are joined together, they are directly integrated using shaping techniques. There are no joint points, so there is no need to consider sealing. But when joining materials of different materials, first stick the two metal ingots together with adhesive, and then use a three-pronged approach of shaping, high temperature, and forging to force out the bubbles that may be present at the joint surface. On Earth, when two formed objects are fixed together, because the parts have already been formed, there will inevitably be some gaps on the joint surface that cannot be identified with the naked eye. In order to fill these gaps, the help of items such as clamps and gaskets is needed. But in MIDI, it is normal to glue the items together and then shape and process them as a whole. During this process, it is the most basic operation for the craftsman of MIDI to completely eliminate any bubbles and gaps that may occur. But such basic skills are common sense that a magician who has not studied under a teacher who specializes in making utensils will not have. It seems that the principle of intersecting lines is like separating mountains. And it makes sense in MIDI. In terms of making an artifact, a magician can make the object look gorgeous and add powerful magic. But when it comes to making basic items perfect, they are still inferior to dwarves, who have spent most of their lives working with metal. As for the goblin's experience, it means daring to try. Find an okay path from constant mistakes. But to Lin, the most valuable are the mistakes that have proven unworkable. Taking fewer detours means getting closer to the correct answer. The advantages of these three races were fused together, coupled with the knowledge that Lin had learned before crossing over, and they worked together to create a mechanism and prop that had never been seen before in the land. A fuel engine made of magic materials. In fact, no one is sure how far this engine can go. The Earth has no such thing as power. You can't say that because of the power. This engine has been enchanted with nitrogen. Maybe this is a good idea. On Earth, the nitrogen-oxygen acceleration system cannot become a routinely used device because the material strength of the engine body cannot withstand high temperatures, high speeds, and long-term operation. But the ones used to make the engine were all specially selected by Lin. They were magic metals that could withstand high temperatures, have sufficient toughness and hardness. But don't be too ambitious just yet. In terms of experiments, the engine in front of me is not only the first power device I have built, but it is also full of various experimental ideas. If these work properly, consider the others. I finally came to my unknown number of test drives, and my confidence this time was even higher than the previous ones. Since there is no specialized horsepower and torque measuring machine, someone can only make a judgment based on the throttle change, speed and maintenance time. The reason why the previously made engine was rated as failing was because when maintaining the same throttle, the speed would drift and could not be fixed, and sometimes the speed would decrease. It is speculated that the possible reason is due to uneven weight distribution between the crankshaft and the piston, because everything is handmade. Although there are design drawings and rulers to assist, it is still difficult to avoid slight discrepancies, especially since dwarves and goblins didn't care about this small difference before. After experiencing several failures, they began to take this trivial matter seriously. In fact, Lin can understand their approach, because for a single piston, whether it is a dwarf or a goblin, the weight can be achieved without any deviation, and the shape can be a perfect circle without any deviation, because they have been constantly thinking about their skills. But they have never done anything that ultimately combines different parts into a whole. To say something similar, it might be a full coverage armor. However, good armor makers will make slight adjustments based on the user's habits and physical characteristics, and will not achieve perfect symmetry. It can be said that this is the first time that they have to copy their perfect work, and it must be exactly the same without any deviation. In this skill, someone does not have the skills of dwarves and goblins, so he can only do the job that is most likely to be complained about quality control. The annoying person who is responsible for telling others that the quality of the product is not up to standard. In this way, after experiencing several failures, Germain and Totokani believed that this was not as easy as imagined, and cheer up and be extremely serious. Finally, I have the confident work in front of me. Speaking of the last engine, they also said it was a confident one. Then it vibrated violently as soon as it was started, and even fell apart in the end. Someone was speechless. Germain skillfully connected measuring instruments to various parts of the engine, poured fuel and lubricating oil into it, and immediately started the engine, which once again had high hopes. Lubricating oil is refined from animal oil, and it takes a lot of effort to remove the protein content in the oil. But the effect is surprisingly good, not inferior to the synthetic motor oils used on Earth. After the magic stone that replaced the spark plug had the power to flow through, a slight current was immediately generated, igniting the oil and gas in the cylinder, and the engine quickly started smoothly. At idle, the engine speed remains fairly stable. Moreover, the vibration of the main body is much weaker than the previous trial works. This means that the internal weights are well balanced, so there will be no unnecessary vibration. As the throttle is increased, the amount of oil intake increases, the speed further increases, and the condition is stable. When the oil level in the temporary small fuel tank reached the warning line, the experiment was declared over and successful. This means that a certain amount of fuel has been consumed and everything is in good condition, so there is no need to interrupt the experiment. If on Earth, the experimental engine had not been tested for tens of thousands of hours of continuous operation, it would have been impossible to commercialize it. But now there is no time, and there is not enough fuel to waste. So Lin directly asked Germain and Totokani and his daughter to start making the second engine, while he himself had another job. But before that, I need to ask the Silverbeard dwarves for something. What? You want to take the energy center of the peace arms and use it on the airship? Germain shouted in surprise. Strictly speaking, it's the special magic stone mechanism inside, and the control assembly will remain, Lin Xian calmly replied. But in this case, the peaceful armed forces will be scrapped. I cannot agree with this. First of all, I have to say that for everyone's lives, Totokani handed over his airship. And I also contributed most of the materials I collected. I just want a special magic stone mechanism from you. I haven't asked for it yet. Dismember the peace arms. Besides, after this period of waiting, do you still have expectations for the natural recovery of the energy center? You have also seen the measured values. It has been more than half a year since the middle of last year. The recovery of the energy center is less than 1%. Rather than expecting the peace arms to be restored to use while waiting, it is better to find ways to introduce other ways to use the power. In fact, since you agreed to my research on the peace arms, I have decided. There is a plan, but we haven't found the right materials yet, so it has been delayed until now. And if we want to get out alive and repair the peace arm, the special magic stone mechanism is indispensable. Lin didn't say anything, and promised to help repair the energy center of the peace armed forces. More importantly, according to the current progress, it may take thousands of years to expect the peaceful armed forces to recover naturally. To give a simple example, when a person has 100 million yuan in his bank account and he loses 100,000 yuan, the remaining money will be eaten by the bank's living interest. It only takes a few months to make up the loss of 100 million yuan. 10,000 yuan tied. But if there is only 110,000 yuan in the account, and after losing 100,000 yuan, relying on 10,000 yuan to earn living interest, it will take years and months to restore the account to 110,000 yuan. This is the problem faced by the peaceful armed forces of the Silverbeard dwarves. The special magic stone mechanism that is intended to be used is actually like a battery, responsible for storing a large amount of power. It is just that the battery is currently empty. Lin planned to transform it into a simple energy pool on the airship and connect the entire ship's magic circle. Although it cannot generate its own power, it must at least be able to store it, so that the endurance of the airship can be guaranteed. The first is to understand the current situation. The second is that the current silver-bearded dwarves are not as tough as before. The third is, as someone said, hoping that the energy center can be restored to a usable state, which may be far away. No deadline. Instead of maintaining the present situation, it is better to believe in this magician again. So although the Silverbeard dwarves were still reluctant, they still agreed to hand over some parts of the peace arms. Chapter 514 Chui's Anti-Gravity Device. One of the most surprising things about the Lost Lands is that there is the word, gravity, here. In a world where mathematics does not exist at all and knowledge other than magic is quite poor. If you suddenly hear a similar term that only appears in classical physics, someone will think that you are abnormal. But the fact is that the gravity that MIDI refers to is actually what the Earth calls gravity. But MIDI's understanding of this concept is still quite superficial. Just like the anti-gravity device Lin is going to make next. The floating stone created based on the 3-ring apprentice level magic gravity change. In fact, in use, only the floating stone itself can resist the gravity of the lost star. Various reinforcement methods are used to firmly fix the floating stone on the airship hull to achieve the effect of freeing the airship from the constraints of gravity. The device created by this method is called an anti-gravity device. But to be honest, the name is just a bit scary. To use a simple description, to lift a ball, a certain amount of force is required. But lifting the ball with the palm of your hand is different from lifting the ball with the tip of a needle. The contact point must be handled differently. Otherwise, even if the same force is used to push the ball up with the tip of a needle, there is a high possibility that the ball will be punctured. In actual terms, the complete buoyancy of those airships is provided by floating stones. If the quality of this so-called anti-gravity device is not sufficient, the floating stones will float in midair, but the rest will the hull fell to the ground. This is usually due to damage to the device that fixes the floating stone on the ship's hull. After the two are separated, the airship without support will of course only be in close contact with the ground. In order to strengthen the connection between the floating stone and the airship, various magic materials with both toughness and rigidity were piled around the floating stone as if they were free of charge. But if they can only do this kind of thing, then Lin, the time traveler who transformed the Tower of the Great Sage, will be blind. The reason why the watermarked copper is all over the inner wall of the cabin, and the reason why the secret iron penetrates into the keel, is to find a way to add the magic of gravity control to the entire hull. It would be troublesome to lift a ball with a needle, but it would be less troublesome to hold it with 2 hands. However, water-patterned copper and secret iron can only be used to carve magic circles, and do not have the effect of floating stones. In this regard, Lin plans to use the results of a past study. When I was making a magic gun, I found that the 2 dense power channels, that is, the patterns of the magic array, would interfere with each other. An extended study of this phenomenon is that when magic circles are within a certain distance from each other, they will resonate when conditions are met, and then amplify the effect of magic to form a larger whole. In fact, this is a kind of magic circle. So based on this foundation, can we develop a magic circle with the effect of floating stones? With this idea, Lin once completed a simulation experiment and passed various verifications. All we have to do is put it into practice and prove its effectiveness. The floating stones that were originally supposed to be spherical were changed into thin stone slabs, which were evenly and symmetrically arranged on the entire body of the airship. And then the floating stone slabs were connected with magic arrays to form a huge resonance magic array. The key point is the special magic stone mechanism removed from the peaceful arm of the silver-bearded dwarves. A major requirement for resonance is that the magic power output of all nodes reaches a level of coordination. It is not completely the same, but has different requirements according to the quantity and arrangement position, and eventually becomes a huge magic item, coupled with the secret iron that penetrates into the keel of the ship. The characteristics of this magical material are not only strong enough to strengthen the keel, but also have the effect of assimilating to the surrounding magical effects. In other words, the secret iron keel will also achieve a certain degree of gravity change effect under the influence of the floating stone resonance magic array. It can be said to be the best keel repair material at the moment. To adjust the power output of the resonance magic array, according to someone's previous method of transforming the magic tower, it depends on the number of lines of the array, which is the amount of power input. In doing so, not only the early calculations, but also the later adjustments and modifications are very labor-intensive, and a lot of raw materials will even be wasted for modifications. But using peacefully armed special magic stone mechanisms can avoid such problems. In order to provide power to each component of the piece arms, and thereby generate power, the energy center of the piece arms is an important component used to control the power output, able to supply multiple parts at the same time, with different supply amounts for each part. Although the silver-bearded dwarves were unsatisfactory in terms of control, the potential of the special magic stone mechanism was far beyond anyone's expectations. It can be said that the entire piece arm force actually still has potential that can be tapped, with the peacefully armed special magic stone mechanism as the core, and coupled with its control program. The large-scale floating stone resonance magic array designed by Lin worked without any surprise. Even during the experiment, if Lin's control did not reduce the output, this semi-finished airship would probably float into the air with the support of a few red-level magic stones. This also reflects another advantage of the improved floating stone resonance magic array. It consumes less energy than making those stone slabs into a whole. That is, a whole ball. For such a result, someone was relieved in his heart. For Lin, setting up the floating stone resonance magic circle was a last resort, because the existing materials are not enough to build an anti-gravity device with a floating stone as the core. The reinforcement part is not done well. I am afraid that the moment the floating stone is activated, the whole stone will break away from the airship and float directly into the air. As for other flight methods, they are basically either facing a shortage of materials, or they only exist in theory, and someone has not even come up with the most basic design plan. For example, 2V2 rockets are tied to both sides of the fusiform hull, which is enough to reach the moon in one go. When Tripwood's improved version of the floating stone resonance magic circle and the two engines used as propulsion mechanisms are completed, it can be said that the repair of the airship has been mostly completed. The consumption of existing materials was also expected. So Lin asked Germain and Totokani and his daughter to make a small engine with relatively high adaptability, using oil other than light oil to serve as a generator. Use. This was of course due to the need to make effective use of the results of the two girls' busy work, because oil and gas are difficult to collect. Only a small amount is stored in special jars and used for cooking. Light oil, also known as gasoline, mainly supplies the engines of the two propulsion mechanisms. The final residue of oil refining, asphalt, is applied to the outside of the ship body, on the surface of the wooden boards and between the gaps, to provide windproof and waterproof effects. Other types of oil, including kerosene, diesel, heavy oil, etc., are supplied to the small engine used as a generator. However, electricity cannot be stored directly in the lost land, so it must go through a conversion magic circle before it can be turned into power and stored in the special magic stone mechanism in the energy center of the airship. However, the conversion efficiency of this method is very low. That is, most of the energy is converted into entropy and is wasted. But someone doesn't have time to do optimization design slowly. So he just muddles along. After the third engine for power generation is completed, the overall work has reached the final stage. All fuels except fuel and oil gas are poured into the power generation engine and burned. Under Germain's supervision, an endless stream of magical power is generated and stored in this special magic stone mechanism. Seeing the restored power, the silver-bearded dwarf had an impulse to stuff this thing back into the peaceful arm. Fortunately, he still had some sense and knew that this was the key to escape. So he didn't do such stupid things. The Totokani father and daughter worked with Marit and Riley, who completed the carpentry work to fix the wings, stern rudder, and 2 external propulsion engines into position. And it uses a mechanical boom structure to retain maximum maneuverability. The 2 girls did not use any special distillation equipment and used magic to do hard work. Therefore, there is still a small part of the oil that has not been refined yet, and they are continuing to work hard. Besides, the magic power of the 2 of them is not enough to be used 24 hours a day. This is achieved by using all the power recovered after waking up every day for refining. Freya went early to assist Finn in his work. Therefore, the progress of the airship control program can be said to be beyond imagination, and it has entered the 3rd stage of integration operations. Lin was checking the improved version of the floating magic circle again. At the same time, 2 magic arrays for 2 purposes are engraved on the water-patterned copper film on the inside of the ship. One is to control the temperature, which has been prototyped before, and the other is to pressurize the cabin. In other words, this airship went to a high altitude, not the flying height of an ordinary airship. Seeing that the airship's repair work was about to be completed, one thing came to everyone's attention, and that was naming. The goblin seemed to want to declare his sovereignty, and named this almost new airship. Lin directly grabbed his hairless head, put it close to his ear, and said threateningly, "You can try to say something, it's a name that shouldn't be said. Believe it or not, I will smash you into a pulp, mix it with blood, and paint that name on the outer wall of the airship. I'm sorry, Your Excellency. Please come." After getting along with each other these days, Totokani has caught this magician's temper and knows how to deal with him. Most of the time it's easy to talk, but when you hit the bottom line, it's life-threatening. So don't take the threat as a joke. The goblin's life will be in danger. Patting the somewhat disappointed goblin on the shoulder, Lin said, "Don't be too disappointed. This airship will be handed over to you in the end." "Oh, is it true?" Totokani's eyes lit up, and he asked excitedly. Of course, he knew what the many subversive technologies on this airship meant. He even planned to use the technology here if he had the chance to build another airship of his own. But how could building it yourself be better than the one in front of you? So he can't help but be inactive. Chapter 515 Sid. Lin smiled and said, "Although we have paid a lot of materials, maybe things more expensive than your original airship have been thrown here. Then use that little money to buy our lives. It's quite a bargain." Everyone has different attitudes towards someone's generous performance. Finn didn't care. The dwarves didn't care. And the 2 apprentices were a little fussy. But now that their teacher has made a decision, even if they feel they are at a disadvantage, they have no choice but to admit it. Yuzov and Melcha had different thoughts. But the same thing was a little more contempt. If a magician's character is like this, the harm won't be too great. Of course, the goblin father and daughter scratched their heads excitedly, and said with a smile, like a villain who took advantage of everything, "How embarrassing! Your Excellency, you are so generous. Do you think you've earned it?" Lin asked in a faint voice. It was like a moan coming from the abyss, making people's spine tingle. Totokani, who has the nature of a goblin businessman, quickly reacted and said humbly, "Your Excellency, for your efforts, I may not be able to provide you with an equivalent reward immediately, but I am willing to dedicate my loyalty to you. At your service." There is no contract in Lost Land that binds the soul and cannot be broken. All contracts can be broken. It just depends on whether you are willing to pay the corresponding price, even if it is signed with a devil or devil. The purpose of a contract is simply to rely on a third-party notary or guarantor to ensure the performance of the contract. When one of the 2 parties signing a contract is stronger than the others combined, then the contract is just a piece of tattered paper that can be torn at any time. As for the idea that businessmen cannot stand up without trust, that is nothing more than a joke. If you can talk in vain and act like a wolf with empty hands, who will do practical things down to earth with every drop of blood and sweat? Look at those Wall Street tycoons before time travel. They are the ultimate examples of businessmen who can turn even money into commodities. For some business leaders, Forgetting what they say is more like an inherent skill. If you want to control a person with a businessman personality, neither words nor contracts are enough. Therefore, Lin felt a lack of interest in the goblin's words of allegiance. The only thing that can drive businessmen is interests. Or interests. Lin smiled and said, I don't need your allegiance. I will still hand over this airship to you. But maybe for you. This is a chronic poison. Are you ready to wake up? The goblin was a little stunned and asked, What do you mean? You also participated in the repair and transformation process of this airship. You must have gained a lot from it. Of course. Your wonderful ideas are really amazing. I learned a lot from it. Ha. Lin smiled slightly and asked again. Then when this airship breaks down, do you know how to repair it? Todakani was stunned by the simple question. The old face, which was originally green, now looks a little pale. He looked at the nearly completed airship and suddenly understood what someone was saying. Lin did not continue to tease the goblin, but spread his words and said, I am not afraid of you learning my things. And you have even participated in the whole process. I have seen a lot. So how much have I learned? Today I am doing it for myself. I can leave this lish place. So I paid a lot of precious magic materials. But do you expect me to do this kind of thing for free after leaving? If it were you, would you do it when you need repairs in the future? How much can you pay to hire me? Not to mention the cost of repairs. The oil and refining methods used by the 3 engines are in the hands of my 2 apprentices. How much do you have to pay to obtain qualified oil? You can also choose to ignore it and go ahead with your head covered. So what is more important to you? If the airship crashes due to unqualified maintenance, losing your own life, or paying an expensive maintenance fee? Choosing not to accept this airship is also an option. Starting from scratch and building an airship that satisfies you is undoubtedly the most beautiful goal. So, can you do these things? I can't think about it for you. You can only decide for yourself. So the question is, have you considered all this? It's not irritating to be crushed by technology. What's irritating is that people want to fall out. But their strength is also crushed. Todakani is faced with this dilemma. Just like what the magician said. Giving up on this adorable airship in front of me is also an option. But are you willing? As for the magician, no matter what happens to the airship in the future, he will fix it himself. He could do this in the past because he knew what every part on the airship was like. It's just that I'm not like those fussy dwarves or elves who always want to make things perfect. Even if it costs a lot of money. Use it if you can. And use it until it breaks. This is the goblin creed. But of the airship in front of me, I could only understand a small part of it. If you go to heaven like this, you are risking your own life. If you understand everything and then go to heaven, I am afraid that you may not be able to understand what these people did on the airship until you die of old age. Just the control method made by the lich. I just don't understand it. But there is another option that the magician did not mention, which is to find a way to sell the airship, even if it's just the raw materials above. Many of them are unimaginably precious and can easily be sold for a good price. But it's the same question again. Are you willing? Why laugh at others for chasing moths into the flame? But sometimes you have to do it. For some people, the reason why this airship can be discarded is simply because it is only an experimental airship. The base is modified from a goblin airship. According to one person's standards, it is just a makeshift means of transportation away from the Jura Mountains. To build an exclusive car, it shouldn't be a crude product that only took more than a month. I even considered that if I really couldn't get a magic tower again, it wouldn't be unacceptable to build an airship instead. But rather than wandering around, I still want to stay in one place. Besides, compared with the defense power of the airship and the magic tower, there is a huge difference. Don't look at yourself as if you let goblins participate in the whole process. But Lin is not explaining the meaning of every move he makes. Not to mention anything else. The reason why Chui's floating magic array has 2 additional unrelated functions of heating and supercharging is actually to create an interference and interfere with other people trying to use it. People who learn by copying. Although he would not waste materials and carve some meaningless formation patterns in order to hide his true purpose, Lin used all the experience he learned from the Tower of the Great Sage, including overlapping lines, nesting lines, interlacing, and crossing. All kinds of magic circle carving techniques that go against common sense are used. Almost all that can be used are used. In short, it is about reducing simplicity to complexity, coupled with a complete set of central control programs designed by Finn. Thanks to someone's caution about the dangers of hackers. The security of the things he wants to use must be heavily insured before he dares to use them. Of course, while adding insurance, It is also reasonable to open some unknown backdoors for yourself. In short, no matter what the tangled goblin thought, Lin patted Totokani on the shoulder and said, "Don't think about it so much. We have to leave the Jura Mountains first, and there will be a lot of time to worry about you in the future. By the way, brother, you haven't said what name this airship is going to be named yet," Germain asked from the side. "Choose a name." Lin didn't want anyone else to do it for him. After thinking seriously for a while, he said, "The Cid, the video game that fascinates someone before time travel. There are 3 things in the FF series masterpieces that rarely change: summon beasts, chocobos, and Cid. No matter what the background is, the NPC with the name of Cid always has several fixed characteristics. Superb technology, the smartest person in the story, and always the protagonist's right-hand man. And this NPC also usually associated with the protagonist's airships. The use of this name is, of course, a good omen that is not obvious to outsiders." "The Cid," Germain repeated the story and said, "It sounds like a good name. Hey, Riley, help me draw this name on it." The silver-bearded dwarf shouted to his companions, found the remaining firewood that had been burnt to charcoal, and began to draw names on the uneven surface of the airship. "Is there any origin for this name?" Totokani came to Lin's side and asked. Lin responded with a rhetorical question. "Why do you like the name Hindenburg so much?" Totokani raised his head and said proudly, "In the era of the Goblin Empire, Hindenburg was the name of the castle in my family's absent fiefdom. My father has always reminded me not to forget the glorious history of my family." "That's right," Lin murmured. He actually doesn't particularly dislike this kind of family history and glory. It is a good thing to remember what glorious things your ancestors have done, learn from them, and strive for the best. What is disgusting is that the glorious deeds done by ancestors are used as if they were done by oneself, and they are used to suppress others from time to time. So his current expression might as well be said to be a little envious. Looking at the expression of the magician, Totokani said with some surprise, "I thought your excellency was very taboo about this name. It doesn't seem to be the case." "Of course not. I have no objection to Hindenburg being the name of a place or a person. But it must not be the name of a vehicle. Let's make it clear first that if the airship is handed over to you in the future, you can change the name back without permission. Those words, 'I'll blow up this airship.'" The threat alone was not enough. Someone turned to look at the Lich, who was taking a rare breather. "Fun. I asked you to do the airship remote control self-destruction program. Is there no problem?" the Lich said with some surprise. "I thought you were joking about that. Are you serious?" "Of course I'm serious. It's just right for the spaceship called Hindenburg to blow up. Anyway, it's a goblin product, so it wouldn't be a surprise if it blows up. It would be better if it doesn't blow up. It's up to you. Anyway, overloading the power and then detonating it is just a few pieces of program code. I have wanted to do this for a long time, but I didn't have the chance to experiment. How about setting off a grand fireworks after we leave here?" a certain Lich said with great interest, and the goblin trembled when he heard it. Chapter 516 Black Dragon Augustus. Yuzov and Marsha set out together again for hunting. These days, in addition to providing food for everyone, there is also the black dragon that comes to beat the autumn wind from time to time. The huge consumption forced the two to hunt down all the nearby animals, including several monsters, because the rifle and box provided by a certain magician were so powerful. For the two of them, the most troublesome part of hunting was the process of transporting the prey. No search or hunting is a big problem, but because there are no living creatures nearby, if they want to hunt now, they have to walk a long distance before they can see the creatures that can move in the snow. Several times, they wanted to find the black dragon that was stealing food and kill it, but it was as if the other party did not exist and had never appeared in the rifle search range. As we prepare to leave these days, what we need to do is of course stock up on more food. So Yuzov and Marsha set out again, looking at his dark elf companion next to him, who was wrapped up tightly. Yuzov remembered the little trouble he encountered when they first started hunting together. Most of the races that claim to be cursed by sunlight dare not walk in the daylight. This is because my Erzhan is brave enough. With a big cloak and a hood, she dares to wander around. However, several times when she encountered monsters and had to fight to get close, she was in danger because she had difficulty using her hands and feet. This was also the reason why Yuzov discovered such a problem and turned to the two magicians for help. Although Meyer was reluctant at first, the knowledgeable Lich did not make a judgment too quickly. Instead, Lin's various actions, which were constantly creating miracles, were no different from miracles in Yuzov's eyes. The magician took a few glances, and then some weird behavior. Things like drawing blood, pinching the woman's wrists, looking into the eyes, and looking deep into the throat are all confusing. But just like this, he made a judgment and said, "Don't worry. This is not a curse. It is just because of living underground for a long time without exposure to sunlight. Although the skin color is darker, the skin still lacks the necessary pigment. You will feel pain when you are exposed to the sun, but it is just a serious sunburn, and it will not be fatal. Just use it more and get used to it." Having said that, your setting is somewhat similar to the Dark Elves in Farron. It's just that everyone has seen the Double Sword Ranger so much that they have forgotten that the Dark Elves are not used to lying around on the surface. Is it the same reason for them? Although I couldn't understand the meaning of most of the words, I didn't know where the continent of Farron was, nor did I know which Double Sword Ranger might be the person mentioned by the magician. But there are still a few key sentences in the speech that people can understand. First of all, this is not a curse. Second, sunburn. Third, just get used to it. Although the dark elf lady who was following him was still dubious, her actions during the day were much bolder. At least with the help of her druid spell, Yuzov's hunting went much more smoothly. The pain that Maishan felt from time to time was regarded by her as a kind of training given to her. After all, just as the man said, the stinging pain that lasted for a long time after being exposed to the sun did not make him unable to move, and he could always recover. Originally, she would bring a crossbow and try to help with the hunt, but within a few days, she went out with only close-range weapons, and most of the time, it's just to help with rough handling of prey in the field. The several crises she encountered were caused by monsters that suddenly entered stealth, disappeared from the search map, and launched sudden attacks, which put her in crisis. Under the power of Agiri, the Iron Yak monster, which was said to be invulnerable with its fur, was directly cut in two. If there wasn't something wrong with the sword's personality, Maishan would have wanted to snatch it back and regard it as a sacred weapon of the clan. She really didn't dare to ask the question. Just like the legend, those who can use this noisy weapon are indeed extraordinary people. However, this crisis also made the two people who went hunting understand what the magician warned them before they left. The rifle is just a prototype, and there are always imperfections. So you must still be careful when going out. Warcraft that know how to conceal their presence will disappear from the search map. This flaw has been told to the magician. He was just busy repairing the airship, and had no time to improve the design of the rifle. So the magician just asked the two of them to be more careful. In fact, for Lin, he only needs to change the enemy search mode to find the enemy's traces in other ways. But that is a function only available on the larger arcane eyes. The ultra-small arcane eye installed on the rifle only has a single enemy detection mode, and there are no plans to improve it for the time being. The reason is really because it is too busy. When it was time to leave, no one seemed to have thought about the possibility of failure to repair the airship. On the contrary, I felt indescribable excitement about being able to leave this snow-covered mountain as soon as possible. The solar term at the foot of the mountain should be the time when spring flowers are blooming. Compared with the surface, the underground world is stuffy and hot. As a new arrival in Marshan, he felt a sense of freshness despite not being able to adapt. Especially the flowing wind is a feeling that has never been experienced in the underground world. But the snow seen on the mountain, apart from being beautiful at first glance, is always a complaint about the damn weather. This is the same for everyone. Wanting to leave as soon as possible is the common wish of everyone. However, just as Yuzov and Marsha packed up their prey again and prepared to return, an abnormal light spot appeared on the search map, which aroused their vigilance, because the light spots are graded and color-coded according to the standard of magic stones. Some say they are the colors of the rainbow. In this snow-covered mountain forest, the two of them could only see almost green monsters. It was that time that I was touched by a sneaking monster and almost ended up in this mountain forest. This time, what they saw was a dark blue light spot, which would not be an exaggeration to say it was purple. Monsters of this level are qualified to compete for the natural throne of this land. The most likely one is of course the Black Dragon. The dark blue light spot was quite close to the airship maintenance location. However, the weapon that might be able to break through the Black Dragon's scale armor was in his own hands. After realizing it, the two dropped the prey on their shoulders and ran back through the snow with all their strength. When they walked out of the forest and came to the large open space where the airship was repaired, what they saw was a thin and disabled black dragon. But the huge figure, the looking down figure, and the aura from the dragon clan Each of them made those who witnessed it tremble from the bottom of their hearts. A very skinny camel is bigger than a horse. This is also true in many places. But looking at the behemoth in front of him, Yuzov had to admit that the crippled black dragon was stronger than a human. Just because of his size, he didn't feel confident that he would be able to fight in a duel with the Hakakiri in hand. And the magician stood in front of the black dragon, holding his head high, fearless. Ignorant human beings! The black dragon raised its forelimb with only one finger left on its left side, pointed at Lin, and said in a bell-like voice in the common language of Midi, I never thought that someone as stupid as you would leave such a confused mark. Unknown message. I didn't expect you to actually show up. Someone smiled awkwardly. Behind him were others headed by Fun. After all, facing a black dragon is no small matter, and no one can sit still. As the Lord of Darkness, I will not leave this lonely land, but I hope that you can take away this little thing. I am a proud and powerful person, and this child is even qualified to be an emergency ration. No, we shouldn't stay in this cruel land where the weak eat the strong. As the black dragon said, it pushed out a human child at its feet. However, the child, who looked to be only 3 or 4 years old, was quite attached to the black dragon. Although he was pushed away, he still ran back and hugged the black dragon's thick legs. Seeing a human child following the black dragon, Lin said with some surprise, I didn't expect to see you, let alone this little thing. Where are his parents? How can we care about such mundane things? I saw this child lying in the snow, all alone, rather than die easily from the wolf's mouth. Why not hide it by your side and enjoy it when you rise? However, this child is indescribably smelly. Noble, how can I leave such lowly people to pollute my breath and stain my sight? It's okay to take him away, but I'm mainly looking for you. You won't forget this, right? Lin said. Humph. The black dragon used his still intact hand to cover his lowered head, looked at the human in front of him with contempt, and said, What do you want from a weak person? This old and broken body? Dragon teeth and claws? Or do you want to be like the legendary hero, bathed in dragon blood and become invulnerable? After laughing twice, Lin Xian changed the topic and said, My neck feels a little sore when I talk to you with my head raised like this. Can you use humanization magic? I want to have a good talk. After a moment of silence, Black Dragon opened his mouth and spat out a rapid language that no one could understand. Immediately, the scattered power on the mountain concentrated like a whirlpool towards the Black Dragon in the center, and started a real snowstorm. When the wind and snow settled, the Black Dragon's huge body had disappeared without a trace, and in the center of the wind and snow stood a tall old man with gray hair, one-eyed, lame, with broken hands, and a skinny body. The child who was originally following the Black Dragon was startled at first, but after sniffing with his nose and smelling the familiar smell, he rushed forward and hugged the right leg of the Black Dragon, who transformed into an old man. Speak, weak human being. The great and noble Lord of Darkness, Augustus, condescends to hear your humble wish. Seize this precious opportunity that you may not encounter once in your life. Regarding the Black Dragon's terminology, someone felt a sense of shame coming over him. But to be honest, it's somehow not annoying. And in the natural freezing field where I keep food outdoors, I put a wooden sign that says I am leaving. Will I go with you? Which can be regarded as an invitation. After all, the purpose is to say, I want to learn dragon language magic. Coming to the magic side of the world. And there are giant dragons. Why not try to experience the so-called dragon magic? Chapter 517 Invitation to the Black Dragon. Lin also asked the almost omnipotent Lich whether she knew dragon language magic. But Finn bluntly admitted that he wouldn't. The giant dragons she had met usually started fighting as soon as they met, and killed them as soon as they started fighting. There were no exceptions. There was no dragon left alive to teach her. As for the Dracolic, she hasn't encountered it yet. Even if they meet, in the past, it was not so easy for magicians to exchange knowledge. Therefore, she once praised the Magician Association in this era for integrating this powerful group that originally stood on separate hills. Regarding someone's request, the Black Dragon Augustus, who had turned into an old man, used his remaining eye to show contempt and said, How ridiculous! Why would you think that someone as weak as you is among the races created by the gods? The most humble human being can understand the mystery of the truth in dragon language. Can you learn it even if it is taught? It means you are willing to teach me. Lin said excitedly. Ridiculous. Augustus, who comes from the depths of darkness and rules over all things in the world, Why would he teach you? A human being who is no different from a rat? Could it be that you can use taking this child away as a bargaining chip to negotiate terms with the noble black dragon? What a joke. Insignificant humans don't have that qualification. No, Lord of Darkness Augustus. Whether you are willing to teach dragon language magic or not, I am willing to take that child away so that he can grow up like an ordinary human child. If it is a pampered bear who is spoiled by his parents, forget it about children. But for those children who have lost their reliance or grew up in poor conditions, as adults, it is our responsibility to help them. I have tried to help many people before, but it seems that the method is wrong. In the end, there were more people who were resented. Someone mentioned, of course, that in the old Southwest Peninsula, Eton College in Chungwa was in trouble. But I will not stop helping others. After all, I have been helped by my mentor. His request is to spread this love, not to give him anything in return. In addition, the wild girl I originally took care of also now that I have grown up and know how to take care of myself. I have enough energy to take care of 1 or 2 more children. So no matter what, I will take the child away according to your instructions. But, pointing to the child at Augustus' feet, even if you said you were going to give that child to me, it seems like he doesn't want to leave you. So let's go together. I'll take care of the food. I won't say that the food will be eaten until you're full. But if I have a bite to eat, you won't be able to make you hungry. Some people say that children have the purest minds. A dragon that can be relied upon by a child can be so evil, no matter how evil it is. So Lin became more and more interested in persuading this black dragon. But the black dragon Augustus did not let go, but snorted coldly and said, who in the world doesn't know that the ultimate in dragon language magic is among the Silver Dragon clan, who are as despicable as maggots? What we are good at is enough to rule this world. The greatest strength of all things. Humans like you who lack common sense will only be disappointed if you want to learn dragon language magic from the great Augustus. With a laugh, Lin said, if I go directly to Silver Dragon and say that I want to learn dragon language magic, the possibility of a fight is relatively high. And if you are willing to appear in front of me and talk to me, it means there is a chance. And now why don't you try to negotiate? What's more, from your words, I feel that you are not very resistant to this matter. So as long as you are willing to teach, it will be fine. To me, I don't understand it at all. If you know how to use dragon language magic, it will be enough for me to get started. I don't want to learn any advanced dragon language spells. I just want to open my eyes to other ways of using magic. The stern black dragon laughed strangely and said, since you have made the request humbly, wouldn't it seem that I am too ruthless if the noble Lord Augustus doesn't respond? Rejoice. I have decided to agree to your request. Let you wait to become a humble servant serving the noble Lord of Darkness. Oh, this is such an honor. I think that by combining the power of my lord and me, which is enough to make the world tremble, we will definitely be able to inject a clear stream stronger than Aqua Regia into this turbid world and cleanse away all the filth in this world. The magician who spoke also made a strange posture, and deliberately covered half of his face with his open fingers, while smiling strangely. As the laughter got louder, the black dragon Augustus also joined in, laughing strangely together. The laughter made others feel chills. The 2 girls worriedly approached their elder sister, pulled up their sleeves, and asked in a low voice, why do we seem to understand what the teacher said to the black dragon, but we can't understand it at all? Ignore them. They're just 2 idiots with similar odors. With that said, Then turned back and entered the airship. Her work was considered the final integration part. Whether the airship can take off smoothly, and whether they can leave smoothly. Her job is very critical. So she has no time to deal with 2 giggling idiots. After the initial meeting, the Black Dragon Augustus took the child and left first. They want to go back to the lair and pack some things to take away. Although he didn't know how much the Black Dragon's collection would be, Lin still reminded the other party that the airship couldn't carry too many things. Yuzov and Mirzon returned to the place where they left their prey. Sure enough, the pieces of meat that could be used as food were quickly taken away by the animals on the mountain without protection and supervision. But because they were about to leave, and it was too late, Lin had told them before they came back to look for him that if they couldn't find it, there would be no need to hunt again to replenish the food that was originally only used as a reserve. So the 2 had no choice but to return empty-handed. There were still some preparations to leave at the airship, so they had to ask for their help. Halloumi and Kaya have finally finished refining all the crude oil, and are helping Finn do the final tests to avoid some exceptions in actual use. But overall, Kaya is more useful in this aspect, and Halloumi is just a soy sauce. So the blonde girl who was fishing while packing her things asked a certain magician who was fishing openly, "Teacher, can you believe that black dragon?" Facing the apprentice's doubts, Lin thought about it seriously and said, "Seeing that it has a child beside it, and the child has not been eaten yet, it means that it still has a good side in its character. In this way, it should be possible to believe it. Of course you should be careful. You still have to be careful. But at the beginning, you didn't know that child existed. Then why did you have contact with it? Because of the sense of disobedience. From the first time, I noticed that there was less food and saw it from the surveillance footage. I had a feeling that something was not right. It was only later that I figured it out. And then I just tried to contact the other person. In fact, these are not in the plan." The girl who was prompted thought for a while, but still didn't understand. She asked, "Something is not quite right. Where is it?" Lin explained. "Creatures will live in the places they are accustomed to according to their habits. You understand this, Dot?" The girl nodded. "Think about the environment we are in now. What kind of dragons are they usually happy to nest in such a place?" "Ah!" The teacher gave such a clear hint, and Halloumi figured it out. Deep in the Jura Mountains, in the snow-covered area for many years, it is not surprising to see a white dragon or a blue dragon here, because this is the environment that these two-colored dragons like. But it is definitely not a place where a black dragon will stay. Black dragons usually stay in the underground world or in dark caves near magma. Not only Halloumi, but others were busy. But they also paid some attention to the conversation between master and disciple. Now they all showed a look of surprise. And then some confusion. The man who started it certainly knew what they were confused about. So he continued to explain. "Although it is a characteristic of living things to build nests in accustomed places, it cannot be denied that there will be exceptions. So the question is, there are reasons behind these exceptions. So why does the black dragon, which looks almost crippled, stay in the snowy environment? Besides, who doesn't know that these big lizards are the most honorable ones? And they will eat some meat that has been drained of blood at all costs. Well, this is quite an abnormal thing in itself. Since there are various abnormalities, I will try to contact the other party to see if it is willing to negotiate. Then, happily, the other party seems to be a reasonable dragon." The blonde girl didn't feel the part that made her teacher happy. Halloumi asked again, "Teacher, why do you think the black dragon did this? Do I look like someone who is proficient in prophecy, or mind reading, or someone who can spy on magic in the past? Ask me. I have a cup. How can I know the reason? But I don't recommend you either. Go ahead and ask. It's taboo to talk lightly. If the other party is willing to talk, we can just listen if they don't want to talk. So what? But according to my guess, it won't take long for it to be happy. Tell the truth clearly. The hero is late. How can he tell others how powerful he is if he doesn't talk about it back then? Teacher, do you trust it?" As soon as the sharp question was uttered, everyone's work slowed down a lot. Lin just didn't realize it and said directly, "Of course, I won't believe it so easily. But with a child like that by my side, no matter what happened in the past, it won't be too bad now. Besides, I'm just if you want to find a teacher of dragon language magic. You don't want to conduct any wealth investigation. You have to have 3 generations of ancestors who are as clean as a blank sheet of paper. Why do you have to worry about what he has done in the past and the present? What the other party will do in the future is more important. Don't worry. Girl, you are just kidding." Lin smiled and said, "What are you worried about? If the other party really wants to cause trouble, do you think it will be too much trouble for us to kill a black dragon now? At most, we will treat it as the other party then. We kindly walked to our destination by ourselves, and then it turned into a pile of materials, saving us having to deal with each other here and worry about how to transport the treasure." Someone said it easily, but everyone had only one feeling in their hearts, and that was that he was a scumbag. Why would such a bastard idea come out of this scumbag's mouth so easily? Chapter 518 Preparation before departure. Early in the morning, everyone was making final preparations before takeoff. According to the experience of the Earth, any aircraft that has not gone through hundreds or thousands of test flights can easily enter the practical stage. But the current situation is an escape, and it will only be practical after the test is completed. Based on the current conditions, I am afraid that it will be delayed until my bones can beat the drum, and I may not be able to go out. The Black Dragon Augustus also appeared early in the morning with the unnamed child. The Black Dragon, which has lived so long that it has no concept of time, has no idea how long the child has been around it. All I know is that when he was first discovered, The little thing couldn't even walk. Of course, no one taught him how to speak afterwards. It was the first time in a long time to talk to Lin in common language. As for the things that the black dragon needs to bring, according to what it said, those tattered weapons and equipment are either very useful for picking teeth, or they are not very chewy. So they spit them out, even though it doesn't quite understand its value to humans in the lost land. Something that it can't even digest must be a good thing. For this reason, it was left to these humans to deal with it themselves. In fact, there is really nothing good in it for Silverbeard dwarves, except for magic materials that can be used to repair or make peaceful weapons. Other metals are only of a level used to make tableware or kitchen utensils for a certain magician whose vision has been cultivated. If the materials cannot be used in the magic tower he wants to build, they can only be regarded as rubbish. On the contrary, after use of praise twice, he felt that he was quite unusual for making such a fuss among this group of people. However, what Black Dragon brought over was already a rare item for an adventurer of his level. It's the group of people next to me who are so weird. Using the magic of humanization again, the Black Dragon Augustus transformed into a tall, crippled old man. Lin presented an extra-large wolfskin cloak that the two girls had worked together all night to sew, so that the old dragon, who might not wear clothes for most of his life, could cover up his shriveled cock. Maybe it's normal for a dragon to not wear clothes, but after becoming human, looking at the body of a skinny old man, someone just wants to dig out his own eyes. Augustus had no problem with wearing a cloak or anything like that. According to his own words, when he was young, he traveled around the Lost Lands as a human being and once became the captain of a knight corps in a certain kingdom. So living as a human being is not a big problem. Which kingdom is it? Holding the child who followed Augustus in her arms, Halumi's eyes widened, and she curiously asked the old black dragon who started talking to him. Because that princess was so annoying. I destroyed the whole country. I don't remember their names because it was too long ago. Ha ha ha. Augustus laughed, because Kaya was busy preparing for takeoff. Halumi couldn't help much in this regard, so her teacher assigned her a very difficult task to take care of the child brought by the black dragon. Judging from the body shape, he is probably a child of about 3 or 4 years old, which is the time to be active. Of course, a certain black dragon used a herding technique and let the child run around. But inside the airship, how could there be a naughty kid running around wreaking havoc? So Lin gave strict orders to Halumi to take good care of him. In fact, if it weren't for the material problem, Lin would have really wanted to add safety belts to the chairs inside the Sid airship that resemble passenger seats, and then tie people to them. But there was no such thing, so he had to let Halumi catch the person. At the same time, she also chatted with the black dragon Augustus. During the conversation, Lung, who gradually regained his feelings, also got rid of yesterday's second-grade language that would make people feel ashamed. But the content is so horrifying that anyone listening to it would break into a cold sweat as long as they have normal nerves. The final inspection was completed, and all preparations before departure were normal. Lin sat in the driver's seat and said to the back, "Everyone, please return to your respective positions and prepare to take off." Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Your Excellency, there is something very important that you have not done. Goblin Todakani stopped Lin's takeoff preparations and said, "Weapons! Weapons! There is no defense on the Sid. Weapons! You shouldn't have dismantled all my cannons, even leaving 2. 1 on each side. You shouldn't worry too much about this. Don't worry about this." The speakers were Lin and Augustus. After the two looked at each other, they laughed a few times in unison. Fun, who had never interfered too much in the design of the airship, asked someone, "You said you don't have to worry. Are you planning on letting us cast spells in the air to repel those guys who are looking for trouble? In a place like this, you can't. It's good to do this." The Lich said this because the Sid was a closed space with no windows to the outside world. Even if the magician can attack without seeing the target, there is no way for the attack magic to pass through the door panel without causing damage and attack the enemy on the other side. Todakani and Finn's questions made everyone worried. Seeing this, Lin had no choice but to explain. "I plan to rely on high-altitude flight and speed to get rid of those who may cause trouble. But..." "Augustus, why did you say not to worry? Someone's safety measures are actually considerations at the design level." Black Dragon, who didn't know someone's design parameters, probably couldn't judge such a result. So Lin asked. After all, Lin wasn't sure whether it was really safe to do so. Facing someone's question, Augustus said, "As for wild beasts and magical beasts, as long as they are not extremely hungry and have no other choice. They will not challenge those who are larger than themselves, and then avoid things that will make them feel dangerous. Guy. The judgment of danger is usually due to the difference in the amount of power. The airship is much larger than most guys who can fly. As for power, the entire ship is powered by magic, and cannot what kind of beast could come to trouble this big guy? Airships are safe for different reasons. But Lin has reservations about such a statement, because he thought of a counterexample and asked, "But I remember seeing records of harpies attacking airships. What's the purpose of this?" No matter how you look at it, the harpies did not challenge the airships. Capital. I guess they regard the people who are active on the airship as parasites that need to be eliminated. No one will hurt the beneficial animals that help clean up the parasites. And this airship, no one can move outside. So don't worry. This is indeed in line with biological habits, even on Earth, making it impossible for someone to refute it. However, in the eyes of those beasts or warcraft that are not very intelligent, the humans operating on the airship are actually just parasites on the behemoth of the airship. Lin was surprised but not surprised by this perspective. Actually, if you think about it carefully, they are quite similar. In short, you don't have to worry about the safety of the airship. It doesn't matter even if it doesn't have weapons. No one has any other questions. Lin looked at the expressions on everyone's faces. His previous worries were no longer there, replaced by a look of eagerness to try. After all, there is a magician guaranteeing a black dragon. And if that doesn't work, there will still be a lich. With this lineup, there won't be much trouble in this world that can pose a threat. I have survived explosions and crashes before. What could be worse? I just don't know if everyone is looking forward to this hand-repaired airship flying, or whether they are looking forward to leaving this snow-capped mountain. Lin didn't ask any more questions, but turned on the switches of each part one by one, and all the functions of the airship SID came online one by one. And then, for a moment, someone didn't respond. As a programmer, Finn clearly knows that there is no need to wait for any time after booting. So someone's dazed behavior puzzled her and she asked, "What's wrong? Have you forgotten the steps?" Sitting in the driver's seat, I always feel that something is missing. Something is strange. At times like this, I still need that classic prop. The Hawaiian hula doll. What someone is referring to is of course the character in many Hollywood blockbusters. The little doll that shakes its head and shakes its grass skirt will appear in anything related to flying a plane. It is well known that this man will inexplicably insist on so-called ritualistic and flag-raising behaviors in some strange places. Finn didn't put the knife on the opponent's neck and force him to take off. Instead, he asked him what the doll he was talking about looked like. This was also the attitude of someone who was determined not to board the Hindenburg before, and taught the lich a lesson. Sometimes, you don't have to be ironclad to be a human being. In order to satisfy someone's ritual, Finn got up, went to the warehouse area behind and tinkered around a bit, made a substitute for a Hawaiian hula doll, and placed it directly in front of someone. Said, "Let's make do with this. Then we can set off." The lich was tinkering behind, spending most of his time making the softer spring. As soon as the spring was completed, he inserted the stitched corpse of his loyal subordinate, with only one head left stone's head on the spring, and then placed it in front of someone. The reason why such a thing was made is because someone said that the head of the Hawaiian doll shakes and shakes, which is very sexy and makes people think that this is how to fly an airplane. So Finn omitted the body part and focused on the swaying head, creating something that would make someone regret it infinitely. It was so strange to see a zombie head as big as my own. Eye to eye. Shaking. In particular, this head is not a doll. Even though it is completely dead, his eyes can move, and he can also complain about people, saying, "Your Excellency Tripwood's hobbies are really unacceptable." I understand too. But just say it. Okay? Is it really good? There are so many flaws that no one knows which point to complain about, or who to complain about. And the most important thing is that Finn, who is sitting in the passenger seat, seems to be addicted to playing. He is poking Stone's head and making him shake hard. From time to time, he would chat with the stitched corpse head without saying a word. If she were to tell her now to take Stone back and put it away, she would probably have to hang her head on it instead. After playing for a while, Lich noticed that a certain man still didn't respond. After taking a look, he asked again, "Why don't you set off? What happened this time?" "Well, I just remembered a question. Which direction are we going to fly in?" Someone who was preparing to fly thought of the second fatal question. Chapter 519 Destination. Moving forward, There is always a destination or direction. Unlike land-based carriages, ships can choose to dock at ports and cannot sail to the middle of a desert somewhere. Although airships are relatively free compared to Earth's aircraft, airships are not welcome to dock everywhere. Especially the place where they sail next is the internal territory of the Guana Empire, for the convenience of management, including collecting taxes and managing incoming and outgoing people. Lords in various places only allow airships to dock in specific cities within their territories. In addition, if it is not an emergency, such as a force majeure plane crash, the goods will be regarded as smuggling and the people will be regarded as entering the country without permission. The former will be confiscated, while the latter will be directly executed if serious, in addition to those cities designated by nobles. Other options for airships are anchored magic towers. Of course, we choose these places to stop not only because of various restrictions, but also because of their convenience. Among the supplies that an airship needs, food and water are the best, and they are basically available everywhere. However, some airships need to use the energy pool of the magic tower to replenish the small energy pool on the airship. This is not something that can be done everywhere, just like the Tower of the Great Sage in the past. With the assistance of magicians from the Leon District chapter, facilities for airship anchoring piles were added. In addition to being used to tether airships, it can also be used to transmit magical power. Sometimes some airships also need equipment maintenance and repairs, in addition to the owner and the technicians accompanying the ship. It is best to have a dedicated dock for the operation. Even some larger cities will develop workshops for manufacturing airships. To put it simply, a city similar to the concept of an airport on Earth is formed. In other words, although MIDI does not have concepts such as air supremacy and flight routes, it cannot fly wherever it wants, especially piloting an unarmed airship. The above was learned from previous chats with the Goblin Totokani. Some of them are the result of someone's own speculation. But because I was too busy before, I didn't consider that issue. Now that we are about to set off, that question is right in front of us, and we have to consider it. Where to fly? The fuel and the magic stones that can replenish power are limited, so no one is allowed to fly around like a headless fly, because someone asked a question that was so shallow that no one could answer it. So Lin took the goblin out again and asked, "How did you navigate the airship before?" "Navigation? Sir, what does this mean?" The goblin's rhetorical question made someone feel a little confused. Could it be that their flying depends on their intuition and mood? Lin had no choice but to ask in another way. "When you controlled the airship before, how did you plan to get to Estali?" "Oh, this. My original flight route was to take the Aberdeen line after crossing the Jura Mountains. Depending on the situation, I would stop at cities such as Abadan, Hiles, Minab, and Savat, about 20 within a day's flight. You can reach the holy city of Estali." While the goblin was talking, Lin also pulled out the built-in navigation map of the Cid. As Totokani says a name, a city is marked on the map. Totokani's eyes lit up on the spot as there was such a map on the airship. He, who often travels around the Lost Lands, knows the importance of maps better than anyone else. The picture in front of him was more detailed than anything he had ever seen. But just having a map and knowing the destination is useless because there is no direction. Lost Earth is not like the Earth that has GPS navigation. It knows where you have gone and where you are, so you can correct your direction. Determining the direction based on the appearance of the terrain is one way. But Lin still asked the goblins, "In the past, how did you determine which city you were flying to?" Regarding this question, the goblin looked troubled. Totokani asked his daughter to go into the warehouse area to find something, while he himself came to the driver's seat and looked at the map carefully. After a while, Polly came over with a small wooden box in her arms. Totokani opened the wooden box and showed everyone that it was filled with rags of similar shapes. Lin asked in confusion, "What is this?" Totokani picked up one of the intact, and possibly the only, intact artifacts. It was slightly smaller than the goblin's fist. The base looked engraved, but Lin hadn't looked carefully yet. The upper part was a glass-like ball cover, and inside was a pointer half painted with color. Goblin said, "In the past, when we wanted to fly to a city, we had to rely on that city's compass. These compasses could not only indicate the direction of our flight, but also the permission to stop in that city. With this compass, the tax into the city would be cheaper. But now all the compasses I have are broken, although they can still serve as permission to enter the city. The broken ones can be replaced in the city for a small fee, but the only ones that still have a guiding function are left. This guide leads to Yasuj. But Yasuj is too far away from here. And we can't reach that city if we don't stop for supplies on the way. Lin looked at the location of Yasuj City. In terms of straight line distance, it was about 1/3 to 1/4 of the way from the Jura Mountains to the holy city of Estali. In other words, it is very close to the terminal. If the Goblin's previous airship had to sail for more than 20 days and stop at nearly 10 cities to reach it, then it would be impossible to reach Yasuj directly. Lin took the compass from the Goblin and held it in his hand. He changed several directions. The compass was indeed pointing in the same direction. And it was not the magnetic north and south poles. It looked like the prop recording pointer in a certain comic. It's just that in that comic. The record pointer relied on magnetism. But what about in Lost Land? There is always a principle to it. Ask Kaya to move out the coffin and related analysis equipment, and begin to analyze the compass as a magic prop. Soon, he found a magic circle carved on it and studied its effectiveness, such as a guidance magic circle that could track specific powers from a long distance. This is inferred because the magic circle with the same effect is one of the topics that Lin has been researching recently. One of the results is a magic circle that can be used on the box cutter to remotely locate and serve as a reference coordinate for the flash technique. The difference is that the compass is more like a receiver, receiving a signal source from a specific band. And this signal source is a specific arrangement and combination of power messages sent from a certain magic sending device, such as a combination of a radio station and a radio. Since it was something he had explored, Lin quickly wrote a program that could search for these bands, and asked Finn to integrate it into the SIDS control system. The multifunctional reconnaissance device external to the airship quickly found special signal sources scattered throughout the space, and reversely searched for their source location and distance, which was displayed on the airship's map. However, it seems that the search effect is too good, and the locations highlighted on the navigation map far exceed the known places Totokani has visited. There are even cities or magic towers that do not exist in someone's map information. The number of places that can be used as navigation guides far exceeds Lin's original estimate. Lin even used this information to correct the locations of some cities on the map. The one who was most surprised by this was of course the Goblin Totokani. He spent most of his life on an airship. It is very troublesome to open a channel to reach a new place every time. In addition to the cost of purchasing a local compass, there is also the trial voyage of the airship, confirming supply points on the way, and contacting local managers to obtain permission. Sometimes, for the sake of safety, they would choose to travel overland to a new location, and only then drive the airship to get the compass. In addition to the cost of travel, there is also a lot of time. In short, it is not easy to light up a certain city or a certain magic tower on the map like someone else. The Goblin's original expectation was that when all the collected compass needles were almost completely destroyed, he could only fly slowly in a certain direction. In addition to observing the terrain and features, he also had to gamble on luck. If you are unlucky, you may not be able to find a city that can be used to replenish supplies other than airship food before the supplies are exhausted. But unexpectedly, the problem seemed to be solved in one fell swoop. Lin Yuan was also surprised by such results. But when I think about it carefully, it feels natural. The magic tower is like a computer on Earth that is connected to the internet but has no firewall. In the eyes of top hackers, they are nothing more than chickens ready to be slaughtered. Of course, the magic tower is still quite primitive to computers, and it may not really be possible to use hacking methods to make it work. But as long as it is an external broadcast type function, it is like being defenseless to him. The deeper this level of feeling, honestly speaking, the more regret someone will feel for releasing the knowledge of P language. If someone really discovered some evil ways, the harm would be no less than the natural disasters of the undead. But what is done, and the immediate focus is on getting out of trouble. To be on the safe side, Lin's first destination was the first stop planned by Totokani, the city of the Guana Empire Abadan, because it was the closest. Because at this stage, there is only an estimate of the various consumption of the airship, and the actual situation has yet to be verified. Arrive in the city early. If there is a problem with the airship, at least you can buy resources to repair it, instead of just staring in the snow like now. All function switches on the SID are already in a preheated state. Lin grasped the rudder with both hands, and various instruments and data immediately appeared directly in front of the driver's seat along with the unfolded water mirror screen. I once thought about using a mechanical instrument, but the reading itself came from magic detection. It would consume more power to drive the mechanical watch after conversion. So I gave up. The layout of the cockpit was modeled after that of an Earth airliner. with the pilot on the left and Finn sitting in the co-pilot seat on the right. She and Kaya behind her were monitoring the various records fed back by the program so that they could fix them as soon as possible if an error message occurred. Todakani, who was sitting in the third driver's seat, and Polly, who was further behind, were both masters of the manual, and they imitated Lin's driving movements. If they want to control this brand new airship, the father and daughter will have to work hard. Lin pushed the first throttle to control power, and the magic side energy that was different from the Earth began to flow into every corner of the magic circle. Those mysterious effects that were difficult to explain scientifically gradually increased and began to affect reality. At the same time, all functions are launched one by one. The SID is officially launched. Chapter 5 21st Voyage. Start to float. Under the influence of the improved floating magic array, the airship smoothly broke away from the ground and floated higher and higher. There was no violent reaction during the process. To a time traveler, it was like sitting in an upward elevator. There is a ring of real-life footage of the exterior on the inside of the cabin, which is a feature taken from the Silverbeard Dwarf Peace Arms helmet. In addition to enjoying the beautiful scenery, it is mainly used to detect enemies with the naked eye. After all, the SID is a fully enclosed cabin with no windows to the outside world. Now through this real-life scene, everyone on board saw that the horizon was getting further and further away, and the snow-capped mountains below were getting smaller and smaller. And then they realized that they were rising. We encountered some crosswinds along the way, causing the airship to sway. Although it did not cause much harm, there is still room for improvement in terms of stability. Soon, the airship passed through the thin clouds and reached a height that ordinary flying birds and monsters could not reach. The clouds are like the sea, sparse and sparse. Looking down through the clouds, you can see the Jura Mountains, which originally looked like a natural chasm. Such a stunning scenery is something that many people rarely see in their lifetime. The Black Dragon Augustus was also amazed by this. Having been unable to fly for a long time, he had almost forgotten the feeling of looking down at the world. And at such a height, it is indeed unlikely to encounter natural predators. Engine start. The two engines located outside the cabin started running after being ignited. At this time, the advantage of having the engine externally becomes obvious. No matter the noise or black exhaust smoke, it will not spread in the cabin. Even the slight vibrations caused by the engine are absorbed through specially designed brackets. It maintained an idling state at first, but because the airship floating in the air has almost no friction, even if it is just idling, the propeller blades that maintain the lowest speed still slowly push the huge body of the airship. The blades were taken from the Goblin airship and look to be in the best condition. Of course, it has been modified to a certain extent to make the shape of the blades on both sides consistent with the counterweight. Lin asked behind him. Germain, engine status report. Everything is normal. At this time, Halloumi asked curiously. Teacher, are we ready to fly? Why don't you feel it? What is the current speed? The current speed is about 11 kilometers per hour. Kaya, who is responsible for monitoring the data, replied. Halloumi, who was a little confused, asked again. Is this considered fast or slow? Lin replied. The average human running speed is between 10 and 30 kilometers per hour. At the current speed of the airship, a person who has been trained should be able to easily outrun the SID. The dumbfounded Halloumi asked directly. Then we still have to take the airship and just go down and run. You haven't pushed the accelerator yet. Okay, let's go. The car will go into 3 and move forward at full speed. Lin pushed the second throttle valve responsible for the engine throttle to the bottom. The roar and vibration of the engine running at full speed cannot be completely blocked by the airship's bulkhead, even if it is external. At the same time, the sudden acceleration also caused everyone to fall backward into their seats. The two goblins thought they were veterans, but the one who didn't sit down properly became a gourd on the ground. They scrambled back into their seats, hugging the chairs fixed to the floor and yelling. Lin glanced at the situation behind him and said with a smile, This level of acceleration won't work. Except for the rolling goblin. Everyone else was hugging the chair in fear. With few exceptions, the only two who could be called calm were a lich and a humanized black dragon. But after all, the SID is a closed environment without strong winds. What really makes people feel overwhelmed is the moment it starts. Moreover, aircraft are no different than vehicles traveling on land, and it does not take much time to reach top speed. Soon, the airship entered a stage of stable flight. Lin checked various data of the SID flying at full speed, and reported to everyone at the same time, saying, Good morning, fellow passengers. Welcome to take the first flight of the SID. From the disaster site in the Jura Mountains to the city of Abadan, it is expected that the flight time is 1 hour and 56 minutes. In order to ensure the safety of the airship, please do not use weapons, firearms, crossbows, and other equipment during the entire flight, and it is prohibited to cast any magic or dragon breath. It is best to find a rope to fix yourself to the seat. The altitude is now 28,000 meters. The flight speed is 430 kilometers per hour. The air pressure outside the airship is 100 pascals. And the temperature is minus 50 degrees Celsius. 5 degrees. Everything is normal in the cabin. The weather outside is sunny and windy, which means there will be no climate change in the stratosphere. There are no life jackets under the seats. And there are no oxygen masks falling above the seats. There are no stewardesses in the cabin to help you. Service. Please handle all needs by yourself. If an emergency occurs, please follow the instructions of the escape manual that has not yet been printed. Please use weapons to break the bulkhead on your own for the escape route. Passengers who have experienced a crash may be able to do so the second time. Escape with ease. It's now 8:26 a.m. And this is Captain Trip Woodring Gablash. Thank you for your ride. I hope this flight is safe and smooth. And I wish you a pleasant stay. One day, 3Q will scare you. When the captain of the Earth-like passenger plane spoke, most people were confused. It meant that their thoughts were not on this. And only the money-hungry goblin's eyes lit up. The quality of the entire flight seems to be much higher after such a long distance of carrying passengers. However, the content still needs to be slightly modified. Totokani is using the magic stone book in his hand to record this passage in it. As for the fact that it takes nearly 2 hours to reach Abadan, Totokani just smiled. His previous experience was that starting from Waikato, crossing the Jura Mountains, and arriving in Abadan usually takes 3 days if everything goes well. How could it be shortened to such an exaggerated time? Unless it's a technology like time or magic stone book. What the magician uses himself is different from what he was taught. There are errors in the middle, which leads to this cognitive difference. Others, including the Black Dragon Augustus and the Goblin Polly, stood in front of the external reality screens on both sides of the airship, looking at the scenery outside. The child held by Halloumi was also attracted by the blue scenery outside and the vast greenery below, and remained silent without making any noise. Their common feeling was, it doesn't seem to be going anywhere fast. Augustus said it unabashedly. Others nodded subconsciously in agreement. Someone who is questioned in this way actually has no confidence to refute. On the one hand, being at an altitude of tens of thousands of meters, it really feels like there is no speed. Secondly, the fastest bird on Earth is the falcon. According to the introduction on the Animal Planet channel, it can reach a maximum speed of more than 380 kilometers per hour, although there is still a gap of 40 or 50 kilometers from the current flying speed of the SID. This place is a lost place. No one has ever measured how fast those flying magical beasts are. Go and have a look. According to Black Dragon, even a monster like the airship would not challenge it easily, so there should be no danger. Kaya, how long can we use the fuel we have now? It will come out in a while. Lin asked the girl responsible for monitoring the airship's condition. Since it is not simply about the remaining capacity, Kaya has to make an estimate based on consumption and elapsed time. Fortunately, someone is going full speed after starting the engine, so the estimation is relatively simple. The girl who returned to her seat to calculate quickly gave the answer and said, Teacher, if we maintain the current speed, we estimate that we can still fly for 16 to 18 hours. There is more fuel than expected, which means you can go a little crazy. Len adjusted the navigation map and changed it to the enemy search mode, and said to the back, Okay, everyone, if you have nothing to do, just go back to your seats and sit down. Let's fly down now to find some friends and say hello. By the way, test the performance of the SID. What do you mean? Germaine, who always likes to get to the bottom of things, didn't finish asking this question. Someone directly leaned down at an angle of 15 degrees and started to rush downward. The human head placed in front of him was shaking back and forth, as if he wanted to head but a certain driver. With the help of gravity, the speed of the airship began to increase again. On the contrary, the altitude decreased rapidly. Lin dropped from a height of 28,000 meters to 6,000 meters in one breath. On Earth, there are very few birds that can fly at such a height. But it seems that there are still many creatures in the lost lands that can live at such a height. But they are all left behind by the passing of the SID. The enemy detection radar captured a high-energy biological reaction on an independent peak in front of the mountain wall. It seems to be a monster, but what kind it is cannot be determined. Lin pulled the second throttle, retreated 2 steps, and said at the same time, "The car is moving forward at a slight speed. Everyone has grabbed the things and needs to make a sharp turn. What does it mean to be anxious?" Germain, who had not learned the lesson, relaxed his hands again for his trivial curiosity. Then, during someone's left-hand maneuver, it was completely tragic. Stitch Corp Stone's head changed from shaking back and forth to side, like a metronome. At the same time, the Cid circled the mountain peak where the Warcraft was located with the smallest radius. But the huge centrifugal force made everyone inside miserable. Fortunately, we had the experience of starting it up the previous time. So although everyone was still a little uncomfortable this time, no one else rolled to the ground except Germain. It circled around the mountain peak, round and round, with a strong sense of provocation. But there was no response from the other side. Lin also thought that he had found the nest of a land creature by mistake. The one on the other side can't reach the sky, so naturally he can't cause trouble for himself. Just when he was about to give up and find the next target, several lightning bolts as thick as his arm shot out and hit the SHL of the huge inorganic thing called the airship. Along with the electric light, several huge eagle-shaped monsters with sky blue feathers and bright yellow eyes appeared. They have a resounding name, Thunder Falcon, a rare creature that ranks among the top dangerous monsters in the land. The main reason why it is dangerous is because it is too fast. Basically, as long as you are targeted by the Thunder Falcon, it will be difficult to escape.